Chapter 1. The System, That Cunning Merchant. Have I traversed through time? Furthermore, I have become Xue Qinghe, that unfortunate good-natured prince who met his demise on a backdrop. As he gazed upon the pristine palace adorned with intricately carved brackets, Su Xian was instantly taken aback. He merely dozed off while using the restroom, and yet here he was, inexplicably transported through realms. And to top it all off, he had transformed into none other than Xue Qinghe, a prince who, without ever encountering the protagonist, had been ruthlessly slain by Qianren. Was he truly fated to be even less significant than a mere bystander? After all, at least those bystanders had made an appearance, while he had been completely usurped. Damn it! Others who traverse through time either emerge in the esteemed Highness sect, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, or the Novice Village. Saint Soul Village. The first three are born with top-tier martial souls. Even Saint Soul Village offers the comfort of a strong backing, allowing one to flaunt their prowess effortlessly. Why, then, had he been relegated to the status of a mere prince? And what's worse, his martial soul was a swan. Is this some kind of jest? The mere thought of potentially being eliminated at any moment, while contending with the treachery of court politics and verbal duels, sent a shiver down Su Xian's spine. Good grief. At this moment, I wish to return. Is there any esteemed compatriot who could assist me? Ding. The instant kill mode has commenced. The host may purchase any item from the store at a mere 1/10th of the price, with no limit on quantity, until further notice. System? Su Xian's expression momentarily froze, but he quickly regained his composure. In this day and age, systems have become ubiquitous, akin to a Bioneget free offer. What is there to be jubilant about? If you possess such power, why not offer 10 for 1? What good is a single system? With patience, he perused the system's information, feeling utterly bemused. If you're already slashing prices, can't you reduce it a tad further? Even 1/1000th would suffice. If not, allow me to take charge and make it entirely free. As a system, you must be extravagant, otherwise, you risk being belittled. One strives for dignity. Just as a Buddhist seeks a fragrant incense system, you must not falter. Alas, playing a lute to a cow is futile. Seeing that the prices in the store had not reverted to zero, Su Xian realized his grand strategy had been summarily dismissed by that wretched system, letting out a deep sigh. Oh, woe is me, having to bear the burden of all financial woes alone. 10th Shadow Leopard Soul Bone, 800 gold coins, fragrant and elegant celestial item, 3,500 gold coins. Level 8 Soul Guiding Cannon, 188,000 gold coins. Silver Moon Divine Light Shield, 200,000 gold coins. By heaven, a true merchant, utterly merciless. Upon witnessing the exorbitant prices, Su Xian felt an acute sense of anguish within. How could they be so exorbitantly steep? Those were gold coins. Gold coins! I have never even laid eyes on a single one in my lifetime. Oh, how I long to weep, truly. System. Continue to pretend. If you can endure, the world shall be yours. Bring forth all the gold coins from my estate, and convert everything of value into gold coins. A resounding roar erupted from the palace, and Su Xian's gaze was imbued with unwavering determination. He is certainly not interested in systematic matters, he merely intends to flaunt his gold coins before the system. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Before long, the sound of incessant muttering emanated from the palace bedroom, occasionally punctuated by exclamations of frustration. Damn it! This 10th-year-old soul bone looks so hideous and costs several hundred gold coins. What a swindler, an absolute charlatan. Ugh! Why does this medicinal herb taste so terrible? How do Ning Rong and the others manage to swallow it? Ugh! I've already spent 200,000 gold coins, so quickly it pains my heart. Phew! Thankfully I still have a pile left, though not much. Just around 3 million gold coins, I suppose. Observing the increasing clutter within the room, with even some oversized items confined to boxes, Su Xian began to understand that he was merely here to reap the rewards. Effortlessly, with the equipment he currently possessed, even a limit de law would find himself at a loss against him, and he could even hold his ground against deities. Cultivation? What a farce! He could simply lie back and enjoy the show, playing the role of a docile baby. Chapter 2. Young Master, my name is Xue. Before long, the system interface's flash sale items were completely cleared out by Su Xian, without a single one left behind. Alas, having only managed to flaunt his 200 million gold coins before the system, it was disheartening to see it run out of stock so swiftly. However, recalling that the next shipment would arrive next month, Su Xian was instantly invigorated. He felt it was his duty to flaunt his gold coins at the system. No one could compete with him. Why haven't I encountered a martial spirit? Wouldn't it be wonderful to possess dual martial spirits? Gazing at his pile of worthless trinkets, Su Xian felt utterly out of place in the Douluo universe. While others began with dual martial spirits, he was left with just one. Was he not shameless? Though he had no intention of cultivating his martial spirit, possessing multiple would undeniably be impressive. Indeed, Su Xian had no plans to cultivate his martial spirit with his flash sale system in place. Why bother with training at all? He would prefer to be a leisurely prince, occasionally charming a beauty for a chat. To converse about the heart. And when there's nothing else to do, stroll about the streets with a dog with scent, that far more delightful. Cultivation. It would be utterly impossible in this lifetime. He would merely spend a little money each month, purchasing a heap of junk to live life casually. Alas, the woes of life are no greater than suddenly losing one's aspirations, existing in daylight, yet feeling as blind as a bat. Of course, this was certainly not his desire to be lazy. Indeed, absolutely not. After rummaging through the pile of miscellaneous items, Su Xian subsequently stowed the scraps into his storage ring. This damn decadent lifestyle? Casting a glance at the opulent palace before him, Su Xian couldn't help but sigh before cheerfully exiting the palace. Your Highness, His Majesty requests your presence. Just after leaving the palace, before Su Xian had the chance to explore properly, he was intercepted by two soldiers clad in silver armor. The Emperor is looking for me? Su Xian was taken aback, then suddenly realized he was now Xue Qinghe, the eldest prince. However, what did this have to do with him, Su Xian? He wouldn't go, not even if they forced him. He has yet to truly behold the splendor of this otherworldly realm. Inform Father that I am currently preoccupied, and that he may seek me another day. With that, Su Xian waved his hand and departed, leaving the soldiers in a state of astonishment. Goodness, he actually declined the Emperor's summons and audaciously requested to reschedule. Goodness, are you the Emperor, or is he? Has the prince become so audacious? Watching Su Xian vanish in the blink of an eye, the two soldiers exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of despair and disbelief. The crown prince, isn't he supposed to be gentle and affable? The stout soldier looked at the lean soldier, his bewildered expression conveying his thoughts. Receiving no answer, the lean soldier promptly delivered a kick to him. Goodness, what are you doing? The stout soldier exclaimed in fury. Seeing you yelp in pain reassures me that I am not dreaming. The lean soldier replied with utmost seriousness. Stout soldier, I am uncertain whether to voice my frustration or remain silent. You scoundrel, it seems you are asking for a beating. Ouch, be gentle, you rascal. Having departed from his princely palace, Su Xian found himself on the bustling streets of Tiando City. One cannot deny that Tiando City is indeed vast, with streets that are impressively expansive. The ground is laid with grayish-white stones, meticulously arranged. Even Su Xian felt that the roads of the future could not compare. As for the pointed, cloud-like Gothic architecture, it is extravagantly magnificent. Any single structure, if placed in the future, would be considered a luxurious villa. Of course, in comparison to the grandeur of his princely palace, they pale in comparison. He is not boasting, he is merely articulating a fact. However, where should I go now? Observing the throngs of people, Su Xian stroked his chin in contemplation. Delicieux cuisine? The delights of this realm are hardly novel, and he has plenty at his residence. A school for cultivating combat souls? There is no need. The mere sight of a school repulses him. Entertainment? That is indeed an option. The entertainment of this realm is unparalleled, offering spectacles unseen in the future. For instance, the combat arenas and the spirited young women striving for their livelihoods. Slurp. He stifled his saliva for the moment. He would let it flow later. Onward. You scoundrel. How dare you steal my steam bun? I shall make you pay. Please don't hit me. I will return it. As he had only traversed halfway, the raucous sound of scuffles and weeping suddenly assaulted his ears. Su Xian immediately turned to look, spotting a man dressed as a servant, dragging a young girl by her arm with one hand while wielding a stick in the other. The girl appeared to be no older than 11 or 12, her hair disheveled, weeping pitifully like a rain-soaked pear blossom, evoking sympathy. As for the passers-by, they seemed accustomed to such scenes, merely glancing before diverting their gaze. The coldness of humanity is truly disheartening. Alas, I'm still too kind-hearted. Shaking his head, Su Xian quickened his pace and rushed over. Release that girl, allow me to intervene. How dare you? Release that girl. If you have grievances, direct them at me. Su Xian promptly shouted. Young man, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. The attendant glared and roared. Stronger are we? When I unleash my ferocity, even I am left trembling. Is one gold coin sufficient? He produced a gold coin and hurled it forth with a serious countenance, though his heart bled internally. Damn it. A minuscule fraction of my soul bone has just vanished. Oh, the trials of maintaining appearances. Consider yourself fortunate. Casting a fearful glance at Su Xian, the attendant tossed a parting remark to the girl before hastily seizing the gold coin and fleeing. All right, young lady, return home and refrain from stealing from others in the future. With that, Su Xian prepared to depart, only to be unexpectedly seized by the girl's hand. I have no home now. I beseech you to take me in, sir, she whimpered. With a thud, she knelt, tears streaming down her face, her sorrow palpable, stirring a pang of compassion within Su Xian. Indeed, there is no shortage of unfortunate souls in this world. Sigh. Very well, you may accompany me, but you must obey my commands henceforth. After a moment's contemplation, Su Xian helped the girl to her feet. Thank you, sir, she exclaimed, forcing a smile as sparkling tears cascaded down her rosy cheeks. Her gaze fixed on Su Xian with profound gratitude. Since you are now under my care, there is no need for thanks, just look at you, reduced to a teary mess. Chuckling, Su Xian extended his hand to wipe the tears from her face and to tidy her disheveled hair. I did not expect you to be quite so lovely. Observing the girl before him, with her delicate and charming features, Su Xian could not help but jest, then inquired, by the way, what is your name? You may call me Xue from now on, the girl replied timidly. Xue, what a lovely name, it suits you well. His words abruptly halted as Su Xian's expression darkened, and with a stilted tone, he demanded, I grant you the opportunity to rephrase your words. Tell me again. What is your name? Chapter 3. I truly am something special. Brother, I beg you, take her away. I shall never again play the hero. Alas, the attendant would never hear those words. Oh no. Su Xian felt utterly despondent at that moment. It was akin to having finally acquired a home, only to be informed on the wedding night that you are, in fact, a man beyond exasperation. Su Xian could feel no other sentiment. Oh, how I wish to silence my own tongue, to chastise myself for its incessant folly. Why is my heart so tender? Now, it is utterly shattered. Reflecting on his foolish act of heroism, believing he had gained a maid, Su Xian was overwhelmed with the desire to strike himself. Indeed, rescuing Qian only to invite her to be a maid, and once she had discerned his true nature, she would benevolently send him to the land of eternal bliss. I find myself straying further into this self-destructive narrative, cold-hearted and ruthless. Su Xian felt he could not embody such a role. There was no alternative. As the tale begins with Qian.Rengxu's untimely demise, the author must not hastily render themselves impotent. Such self-destructive actions are utterly unacceptable. I am called Xue. Is there a problem? Noticing Su Xian's erratic expressions, which bore no resemblance to the demeanor of a prince, Qian.Rengxu felt a twinge of confusion within her heart, yet maintained an air of innocence, responding softly, Is there a problem? Oh, indeed, there is a grave issue. At this juncture, it appears that the only viable course of action is to ensure that Qian.Rengxu does not serve as a maid any longer. Fixing his gaze intently, Su Xian formulated a plan. Having a ticking time bomb by one side was perilously unwise. In the original narrative, the second and third princes met with bizarre fates, and even the snowy night emperor succumbed to poison he had no desire to follow in their footsteps. You mentioned earlier that you are homeless, correct? Su Xian inquired with a degree of apprehension. Qian.Rengxu nodded, her countenance tinged with melancholy. I possess 2,000 gold coins, ample to sustain you in Tiando City. We shall part ways indefinitely. With that, he retrieved a violet card from his ring and placed it directly into Qian.Rengxu's hand, preparing to depart. Staring at the gold coin card in her hand, Qian.Rengxu was momentarily stunned, her expression one of utter bewilderment. What on earth? Wasn't it agreed that she would serve as his maid? Why the sudden change of heart? With hurried steps, she pursued Su Xian, grasping his leg in desperation, her voice laced with sorrow. I'm not ungrateful having received your kindness. I must repay it by being your servant. If you deem me unworthy, I would rather perish than continue to exist in this world. After all, I have no family left. Her expression haggard, tears streamed down her face, and her dejected demeanor was poignantly heart-wrenching. Su Xian, Oscar, I truly owe you a little golden statuette. Observing Qian.Rengxu's remarkable performance, Su Xian felt an urge to applaud. Yet, life is often fraught with disappointment. Why persist in seeking death? There are countless vistas in this world, yet unseen. Is living not preferable? With a sense of helplessness, he endeavored to console her while internally cursing his plight. I am the true victim here. Now, I find myself comforting my adversary. Could there be a more absurd situation? Even a kind-hearted person like you looks down upon me. What meaning does my existence hold? With a gaze fixed intently upon Su Xian, allowed her tears to fall, her heart ashen. Do you truly mean that? Su Xian se expression darken de me. Xian affirmed resolutely. Clang, the sharp sound of metal striking the ground echoed as a dagger fell, its silver blade glinting ominously. Since you feel life holds no value, perhaps you should reunite with your parents. Perhaps in another realm, you might find a better existence. I wish you well. Take this, it is the only thing I can offer you. With a heavy heart, he picked up the dagger from the ground and placed it into Qianrengshu's hands, his expression filled with profound sorrow and resignation, gazing at the dagger. In her hand, Qianrenshu was momentarily taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Su Xian. What on earth? I threatened to take my own life, and you dare to hand me a dagger? Goodness, I am but a wretched orphan. Is there not a shred of humanity within you? Was it not said that the crown prince possesses a benevolent heart and treats others with kindness? It must be false. Surely, it cannot be true. As if awakening from a dream, Qianrenshu stared blankly at the dagger, the helplessness etched clearly upon her face. Damn it! Should I proceed with my suicide or refrain? I await your response. I am in urgent need of guidance. With a sudden determination, recalling her mission, Qianrenshu clenched her teeth and, steeling herself, plunged the dagger towards her abdomen. Holy moly! Seeing Qianrengshu's fierce resolve, Su Xian was startled and immediately intervened. A faint smile graced her lips, and a peculiar light flickered in Qianrengshu's eyes before she returned to her usual demeanor. Raising her gaze, her luminous eyes fixated on Su Xian, the remnants of tears sparkling like jewels, her endearing smile imbued with hope. You have triumphed. Please, do stay. Su Xian sighed, responding helplessly. What a fierce individual. Truly formidable. Especially this unwavering determination, and yet it is directed at my demise. I am deeply touched, truly, sobbing with emotion. But do not be hasty in your gratitude. Should you wish for my acceptance, I must insist upon certain conditions. As Qianrenshu smiled, Su Xian felt an increasing sense of discomfort within him. Both seasoned in the ways of the world, I am a master of manipulation. Now, it is my turn. Hiki. If the young master is willing to accept me, I shall undoubtedly comply, Qianrenshu replied with heartfelt gratitude. I've hooked her. Su Xian smirked slightly, adopting a serious demeanor. If you wish for me to accept you, it can only be under the condition that you marry me. What do you think? What? A thunderous roar echoed in her mind, and Qianrenshu stood frozen, her pupils dilating as she stared blankly at the man before her. Surely, she must have misheard. He was suggesting that she marry him. No way. She had come here on a mission, not to sacrifice her own happiness. Absolutely not. However, suddenly struck by a thought, Qianrenshu began to waver. 2 years. If granted 2 years, she was confident she could thoroughly understand the man before her. This was her conviction. Moreover, she was only 12 years old. Marriage was still far too premature. Furthermore, as the esteemed daughter of the Grand Prince, a likely heir to the throne, the emperor would certainly not permit her to wed a common orphan. In this light, her prospects appeared promising. Perhaps it would be wise to agree for now. Upon witnessing the hesitant and conflicted expression of Qianrenshu, Su Xian could not help but chuckle. Regardless of her choice, it would ultimately benefit him. Even if she were to plot his demise in the future, he would still bear the title of fiancé, compelling her to reconsider her actions. Furthermore, as the saying goes, affection grows over time. He was confident that he could win over this girl. Not only was he on a path of self-redemption, but he had also serendipitously secured a potential wife. Truly, he was a remarkable individual. This calls for a novel to chronicle the tale, aptly titled My Adversary, the Princess, which is bound to be a bestseller. Chapter 4. Oh, the heart of this old father. If you agree to take me in, I am willing to marry you. With her lips tightly pressed together, Qianrenshu found it difficult to voice her thoughts, her fair cheeks flushed with a deep crimson hue. Precisely. From now on, you shall be my wife. Su Xian's heart soared with exhilaration. After all, this was Qianrenshu, the future celestial being. Marrying her would surely allow him to coast through life with ease. Oh, what charm, he thought, reflecting on how, within less than a day of traversing through time, he had already secured a wife. Who could match his swiftness? Oh, but how inappropriate for a man to boast of such haste. What a faux pas. Wife? Qianrenshu's lips twitched involuntarily, her heart brimming with resistance toward this title. She was here on a mission, not to offer herself. This shall be our token of love. You must cherish it, Su Xian declared. producing yet another storage ring from his own and placing it upon Qian finger. A token of love? Qian pupils dilated in shock. Her mind momentarily blank as an indescribable sensation surged within her. Could it be that he truly intended to marry her? Gazing at Su Xian's gentle and sweet smile filled with care, Qian felt an unexpected tremor within her heart, leaving her somewhat bewildered. How adorable. Come, my dear. Let me take you on a delightful adventure in the heavenly fighting city. As Qian stood in a daze, her adorable yet naive demeanor elicited a subtle smile from Su Xian, who took her hand and departed without hesitation. In the imperial palace of the Tiando Empire, the atmosphere grew tense. What did you say? The crown prince has declined my summons and suggests that I come another day. The snowy night emperor's piercing gaze fixed upon the kneeling soldier, radiating an icy fury reminiscent of a lion poised to unleash its wrath, causing the surrounding guards to tremble in fear. Your Majesty, the crown prince indeed expressed such sentiments, the soldier replied, his hands and feet growing cold under the weight of an ominous aura. Upon hearing this, the snowy night emperor remained silent, his fingers drumming thoughtfully on the throne. Lost in contemplation, he knew his eldest son, Xue Qinghe, to be gentle and courteous, certainly not one to disregard his commands. Could it be that something urgent has transpired? Reluctantly, he chose to trust Xue Qinghe. After a moment's reflection, he inquired, Qinghe, what have you been occupied with lately? The soldier, taken aback by the tone, hesitated, unsure of the crown prince's current activities. Before he could respond, a figure cloaked in black materialized within the palace, bowing slightly before the snowy night emperor. An aura of chilling menace erupted, deep and terrifying, causing the soldier's heart to race with fear, and he instinctively lowered his head even further. Your Majesty, the crown prince unexpectedly consolidated all the wealth from his estate today, remaining in the palace for 2 hours. After declining your summons, he proceeded towards the eastern part of Tiando City. At this revelation, the cloaked figure paused, and the snowy night emperor's brow furrowed, his expression growing more severe. The unexplained accumulation of wealth and refusal of his summons instantly conjured thoughts of rebellion. However, recalling that it was Xue Qinghe, he shook his head, his demeanor softening. Among his 4 sons, he might harbor suspicions of rebellion towards any of them, but Xue Qinghe was beyond reproach. As the crown prince, he had even hinted at inheriting the throne, and his inherently benevolent nature made rebellion inconceivable. What could possibly be the reason behind such actions? The snowy night emperor's brow knitted in perplexity, but noticing that Night Shadow seemed to have more to say, he urged, speak freely. I shall not hold it against you. Your Majesty, 10 minutes ago, the Shadow Guard reported that the crown prince appears to have gone to Qinghe courtyard. The figure lowered his head, unable to meet the snowy night emperor's gaze at that moment. Qinghe courtyard. The snowy night emperor's mind reeled, staring blankly at Night Shadow, as if struggling to comprehend the words. By the heavens, what manner of place is Qinghe courtyard? It is notorious as the largest den of vice in Tiando City. Oh, this ungrateful son, to refuse my summons and venture to such a place. How infuriating. A grand and overwhelming aura suddenly engulfed the entire palace. The Snow Night Emperor's face turned a shade of purple, and his roar shattered the stillness of the palace. Bring the crown prince back at once. Should there be any resistance, force him to return. Yes, your Majesty. Observing the departure of the military officer, the Emperor of the Snowy Night sank into his seat, exhaling deeply to suppress his inner fury. Night Shadow, you claim there are countless women among the noble families within the palace. Yet this ungrateful wretch would rather venture to such a place. How utterly disgraceful to the dignity of the royal family. The Emperor's anger remained palpable as he spoke. In response, Night Shadow moved his lips, ultimately swallowing the words he had intended to utter. The matter at hand was not one that a mere subject could interject upon. You have watched Qinghe grow. Consider yourself half an uncle to him. Speak plainly. The Emperor insisted, displeasure evident in his tone. I dare not. Night Shadow promptly replied, his eyes filled with respect and gratitude. Gathering his thoughts, he finally spoke. I believe the crown prince ventured to such a place without the intent to reveal his identity. Perhaps he merely sought to broaden his horizons and unwind. Are you suggesting that he feels too stifled within the palace, afraid to contemplate matters of love? Upon hearing Night Shadow's implication, the Emperor raised an eyebrow, inquiring further. Night Shadow remained silent, his quietude affirming his perspective. Ah, I understand now, the Emperor mused, falling into silence as he began to contemplate the underlying possibilities. Yet, the more he pondered, the more convinced he became of their validity. Qinghe, at 14, had yet to be betrothed, and there were no whispers of any affections he harbored. Living in the royal household, he was unable to act according to his own desires. Perhaps he had been suppressing his feelings for far too long. Otherwise, given his temperament, how could he possibly dare to engage in such actions? Sighing softly, the emperor's concern deepened as he turned to Knight Shadow, adopting the tone of a worried father. Knight Shadow, do you think I should seek a suitable match for Qinghe among the nobility? What? Your Majesty, could you truly be so capricious? Seeing the sudden shift in the demeanor and topic of the Snow Knight Emperor, Knight Shadow was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it is high time to consider a marriage proposal. Haha. Observing the dazed expression of Nightshade, the Emperor of Snowy Knights could not help but smirk, breaking into a hearty laugh filled with pride. How can a man establish himself if he does not build a family? By providing Qinghe with a sense of belonging. He would be able to devote himself entirely to the affairs of the empire, thus elevating his masculine intellect to new heights. More importantly, I could soon embrace a grandchild. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed, causing the emperor's complexion to flush with excitement. Ah, ha ha. Truly, I am remarkable for conceiving such a plan. Alas, this wretched heart of a father with nowhere to settle. Chapter 5. The Shameless Royalty. In the elegant courtyard of Qinghe, amidst the central pavilion, several enchanting women adorned in delicate attire performed an alluring dance, their laughter and merriment resonating through the air, reminiscent of a heavenly paradise. At a refined table, Su Xian sat alongside Qianren, quietly observing the mesmerizing performance. How shameless! Observing the flirtations and coy displays of affection from the surrounding beauties. Qianren felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion. Indeed, men are all lecherous creatures. Her gaze towards Su Xian turned increasingly disdainful, and the remnants of her previously held admiration vanished entirely. Such a prince is of little worth. It would be better to take advantage of the situation for her own gain. Why do you stare at me so? Upon observing the flustered and indignant expression of Qianren, Su Xian raised his brow in confusion and inquired. How absurd. He was not here for frivolity, but rather to rescue a wayward maiden. Even if one were to indulge, it would surely be done discreetly. Who in their right mind would brazenly bring their spouse along, inviting disaster upon themselves? Yet, Su Xian had always conducted himself with integrity and composure. Did you not profess your desire to marry me? Why then have you brought me to such a place? Qianren expressed her dissatisfaction. Despite her anger, she restrained herself. Mindful of the pretense she was compelled to maintain at that moment, it appeared not as if one were consumed by rage, but rather as if subjected to an unjust treatment, filled with a sense of grievance and heartache. With furrowed brows, she exuded a delicate, helpless demeanor, reminiscent of a frail maiden. This is my first visit here as well, and I thought to bring you along for a glimpse. Lest one day I find myself lost in this place, and you are unable to retrieve me, Su Xian remarked with a smile. His presence here was merely to explore, not to covet the bodies of these women. Indeed, absolutely not. Although aware that Su Xian's words were laced with intention, Qianren could not help but feel her cheeks flush at the playful teasing, leaving her somewhat flustered. The implication behind his words was undeniably intimate, resembling flirtation, which she found difficult to endure. Similarly, Qianren felt a twinge of confusion within, her inner turmoil rendering her uncertain about the path ahead. She could sense that Su Xian's intentions toward her were genuine. He truly wished to marry her, treating her as a wife. Yet, she was a spy for the spirit hall, meant to usurp his position. Was she truly destined to take the life of this man, to slay her betrothed? Perhaps even her husband? A chilling sensation swiftly enveloped her limbs, prompting Qianren to shiver involuntarily. Was it cold? Observing the trembling figure of Qianren, Su Xian raised an eyebrow before shedding his pristine white brocade coat to envelop her delicate form. The gentle warmth enveloped her, alleviating some of the chill that lingered within her heart. Qianren gazed at Su Xian with her large, expressive eyes, her emotions a complex tapestry difficult to decipher. Silently, she lowered her head and drew her knees to her chest, curling up as if this posture could help her cast aside all thoughts and worries. The pursuit of romance, indeed, is a journey fraught with challenges. Upon witnessing Qianren's demeanor, Su Xian couldn't help but let out a sigh. From her earlier gaze, he perceived only confusion, devoid of any inclination to relinquish hope. For several years, Xue Qinghe had treated her exceptionally well as her maid. Yet, despite this, she was ultimately delivered into the heavens. Qianren's bewilderment stemmed from his desire to marry her, which sowed seeds of inner turmoil within her. This, indeed, presented him with the most favorable opportunity for advancement. Bibi Dong's demeanor towards Qianren was as frigid as ice, making the latter cherish familial bonds and emotions all the more. And therein lay his chance. Oh, the delightful journey of nurturing a sweet wife has officially commenced. Ensure that snacks and drinks are all prepared. As Su Xian contemplated summoning some dishes for Qianren to savor, the sudden sound of heavy footsteps resonated throughout the Qinghe courtyard. Clad in silver armor, the royal guards approached. Su Xian's pupils dilated in alarm. Surely, the old man wouldn't come here to apprehend me. How shameless can the royal family be? With such a grand display, do they not fear the world discovering my presence here? If they lack shame, what of my own? Ah, dear wife. It appears we must flee. My father has dispatched individuals to capture me. Heeding this warning to Qianren, and amidst her startled cries, Su Xian promptly lifted her into his arms. With a sudden clang, pristine wings unfurled from his back, and he burst through the window, intent on making a hasty escape. While aspirations may be grand, reality often proves stark. Ah, the winged commander, you too have arrived. Observing the imposing figure that loomed before him, Su Xian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he attempted to greet the man. The notion of fleeing had never crossed his mind. After all, he was facing the commander of the royal guard, a master of unparalleled skill. Unless he intended to engage in a confrontation within the confines of Tiando City, it was prudent to relinquish any thoughts of escape. By the decree of His Majesty, you are to return with the crown prince. Should you resist, you will be compelled to comply. I implore you, do not put me in a difficult position, said Yu Qianqing, his tone icy. A palpable aura of menace enveloping him as he slightly bowed towards Su Xian. Not to trouble you. Not at all. I too am on my way to see His Majesty, and I was merely taking a shortcut, Su Xian quickly interjected, wearing an innocent smile. Understanding the times is the mark of a wise person. My intentions are sincere, not an admission of defeat. Your shortcut involves jumping through windows? The Crown Prince questioned, incredulity lacing his voice. Please, Your Highness. Observing the unrestrained demeanor of Xue Qinghe, devoid of any royal elegance, Yu Qianqing couldn't help but furrow his brow. He then extended his hand, politely requesting, please return to the mansion and wait for me. I shall return shortly. Reluctantly setting Qianren down, Su Xian offered a gentle smile and tidied her disheveled hair. Are you truly the Crown Prince? Suddenly regaining her composure, Qianren covered her small mouth, feigning astonishment. Su Xian responded, is this a jest? Are you still unaware of my identity? With a slight smirk, he chose not to reveal the truth. Directing his gaze towards Yu Qianqing with undeniable authority, Commander Yu, this is the future princess consort. Kindly arrange for her safe return to the mansion. The princess consort? Yu Qianqing's pupils constricted as he scrutinized Qianren deeply before promptly acquiescing. I shall take my leave, await my return at home. With a smile, Su Xian ruffled Qianren's hair and proceeded towards the palace, leaving her momentarily dazed as she departed under the escort of the guards. After walking for a while, Su Xian abruptly halted upon spotting a flower shop. Fearing Su Xian might flee, Yu Qianqing quickly followed. Excuse me, do you have any thorny flowers? Su Xian inquired. Your Highness, the thorny ones are unprocessed and unsuitable for gifting, the shopkeeper replied cautiously. Show me, Su Xian gestured dismissively. The shopkeeper, not daring to delay, hurriedly brought out several pots of flowers, their long stems indeed bristling with thorns. Su Xian raised an eyebrow, immediately discarding his earlier plan of contrition. Realizing the pain of carrying such thorns would be unbearable, I shall change my mind. Please retrieve some thornless plants instead. Also, send some to my mansion, stating they are a gift for the princess consort. Yes, of course. I shall attend to it at once. Chapter 6. Being emperor is too pathetic. Observing Su Xian leisurely carrying 3 flowers ahead, Yu Qianqing felt a peculiar unease, his eyelids twitching. Brother, while others bear thorns to express their contrition, you are burdened with blossoms. Are you truly here to atone, or is it a declaration of affection? The Yu commander remarked, when you meet my father later, do remember to report the truth. I merely caught a glimpse of the dancing at Qinghe courtyard, nothing more. Unable to restrain himself, Su Xian turned to remind him. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianqing's lips curled into a smirk, yet he refrained from responding. Indeed, you have been to Qinghe courtyard, yet you claim you did nothing? What? Are you waiting to bring forth a royal grandchild from there in a few days, only to infuriate His Majesty before realizing your folly? Brother, how could you be so naive? Just as they entered the imperial palace, a resolute-looking youth approached them swiftly. "Brother, as the crown prince, how could you venture to such a place? Are you not concerned about father's displeasure?" The youth, clad in light armor, bore a striking resemblance to Xue Qinghe, his face etched with worry. Xue, the second brother of Xue Qinghe, a fervent warrior since childhood, blessed with exceptional talent. Upon hearing this, Su Xian retorted with dissatisfaction. "Second brother, how can you speak in such a manner? Is that truly how you express concern?" "What?" Xue's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded his brother who had just uttered a curse. "I am merely looking out for you. How did it come to this? Brother, are you well? You seem to be in a daze." Xue scrutinized Su Xian with concern. "What could possibly be wrong with me?" Su Xian replied with a dismissive glance, slightly irked. "Is now the time for you to fret over my affairs? Could you not engage in something more sensible? How am I lacking in sense?" Observing the infuriating expression on Xue Qinghe's face, Xue clenched his fists, ready to unleash his anger. However, considering that his elder brother might have a different plan that he had yet to comprehend, Xue relaxed his grip and spoke in a subdued tone. "Elder brother, if there is anything you wish to convey, please do so. I assure you it will be handled with utmost diligence, and I shall strive to persuade Father Emperor to release you." Clang. "Ouch! Why did you hit me, elder brother?" Clutching his forehead in pain, Xue glared at Su Xian with indignation. "Is this how you treat someone?" Seeing that Xue remains oblivious, Su Xian is instantly filled with profound sorrow. Under Xue bewildered gaze, he articulates the stakes involved. "You are, after all, the second prince. Can you not possess a modicum of ambition? If my elder brother were to falter, our esteemed father would undoubtedly choose between you two as his heir. Here lies a 50% chance of ascending the throne. How can you not cherish it? Yet you come here to plead on my behalf. Have you lost your senses? Instead of seizing this moment to trample upon me, rendering me unable to rise, do you truly believe you live up to this dragon robe you wear?" Su Xian feels a deep anguish, for this foolish brother lacks any semblance of a prince's awareness. Does he not covet the throne? Look at Yongzheng. Observe the Xuanwu Gate incident, and then consider Xue.They. This is what a prince ought to pursue. Alas, forgive him. He is unaware of such matters, perhaps a bit beyond his comprehension. Therefore, when you enter shortly, remember to thoroughly criticize my shortcomings. Be as merciless as possible, and spare me no leniency." As he watched the bewildered Xue questioning the meaning of life, Su Xian gently patted his shoulder, offering a kind reminder. Meanwhile, Yu Qianqing stood utterly astonished, staring at Su Xian with wide eyes. Goodness! The crown prince is actually instructing the second prince on how to ascend to power at his own expense, encouraging his close-knit younger brother to stab him in the back. This information overload is staggering. Such ruthlessness. It's simply too much to comprehend. With tears of frustration threatening to spill, Yu Qianqing wished to cover his ears, pretending he had heard nothing. Yet, he was painfully aware of every word. "Oh dear brother. Are you jesting with me?" Terrified, his hair stood on end, and his face trembled in disbelief as Xue questioned. "Who on earth has the time to jest with you? Remember to articulate your thoughts clearly. Do not allow your elder brother to look down upon you." Without hesitation, Su Xian smacked Xue on the forehead and admonished him. He had no desire to become a prince, let alone an emperor. Only by distancing himself from such perilous professions could he safeguard his mental and physical well-being. What is so appealing about being an emperor? Rising with the roosters and retiring later than the dogs, uncertain of when he might meet an untimely end. When idle, one must guard against assassination. When in trouble, the headaches are relentless. In short, one's life is a constant state of anxiety. As for the emperor as supreme authority, in ancient times, Su Xian might have been somewhat tempted. But in the Douluo Continent, the emperor of the Tiando Empire resembles more of a decorative figure. The spirit hall dominates, and the empire is reliant on the 3 upper sects, while the 4 lower sects barely acknowledge your existence. Even the 5 kings are secretly colluding with the enemy. What a farce of supreme authority. They can only command the common folk. Even a platinum bishop from the spirit hall dares to confront you. What is there to be proud of? Beyond the emperor's authority, only the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards remain. Oh what? The 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. It is better not to mention this, for the mere thought leaves Su Xian even more incredulous. The emperor's harem, nominally comprising the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, in reality, consists only of wives and concubines. Just like his father, who has only 3 wives, and it was only through his mother's persuasion that he dared to take 2 concubines. The entire history of Douluo is a tale dominated by matriarchs. What a farce of 3 palaces and 62 beauties. Overall, becoming a prince seems to be the most prudent choice. He harbors few ambitions, merely wishing to lead a leisurely life in this foreign realm. This way, he need not worry about Xue and the spirit hall plotting against him, allowing him to gradually warm her heart. To achieve this objective, for the sake of a future filled with happiness, Su Xian believes it is imperative to endeavor diligently. Yes, it is time to strive for improvement. Who do you intend to look down upon? Can you have a word with His Majesty? Just as Su Xian was basking in his own pride, a chilling voice suddenly erupted beside him, causing Su Xian to startle. Su Xian, Your Majesty. By the heavens, I pay my respects to Your Majesty. I bow before you, Father. As Su Xian observed the formalities between Xue Qinghe and Xue Qinghe, the remnants of his fleeting hopes were swiftly extinguished. When did you arrive, old man? Why didn't you inform me? The corners of his mouth twitched in resignation as he turned, awkwardly forcing a smile. I arrived not long ago, merely watching Qinghe approach. The expression of the Emperor of the Snowy Night remained inscrutable, his gaze fixed on Su Xian, leaving his emotions shrouded in mystery. Ugh, how can you say not long? Do you think a stroll to Qinghe courtyard with me qualifies as a lengthy visit? What should I do if Father discovers that I have been teaching my kind-hearted brother the ruthless art of seizing the throne? I am truly in distress. Chapter 7. I have revealed my identity. I am Su Xian. Father, I came here specifically to express my contrition. Hastily flipping to the next page, Su Xian pointed to the bouquet behind him, his large eyes filled with sincerity and earnestness. My son truly is sincere in his remorse? The Emperor of the Snowy Night let out a cold laugh, his words laced with a biting mockery that swept through the hearts of all present like a chilling breeze. Is this how you seek forgiveness? This is how I have raised you? As the crown prince, it is one thing to venture into unsavory places, but to incite your brother to vie for the throne? Is this the conduct of a human being? Now, you dare to forsake all semblance of dignity and seek forgiveness? Do you wish to feel the sting of my hand instead? In an instant, Xue Qinghe felt a shiver run through him and quickly signaled for his subordinates to depart. Xue Qinghe, sensing the tension, also made a hasty exit, unwilling to linger in the oppressive atmosphere. In that moment, the vast palace courtyard was left desolate, with only Su Xian and the Emperor of the Snowy Night remaining. The silence was hauntingly palpable. Curse this plastic brotherhood! Upon witnessing the abrupt departure of Xue Qinghe, Su Xian could not help but curl his lip in disdain. However, the presence of a formidable adversary before him swiftly drew his attention back. With no one else around, he contemplated revealing to his father the profound changes that had transpired within him, the stark transformation of his temperament. The Emperor of the Snowy Night fixed his gaze upon Su Xian with an intensity akin to a blade, an invisible pressure enveloping the air, causing even Su Xian's heart to quiver momentarily. It appears that the moment has come for me to showcase my acting prowess. With a soft sigh, Su Xian gathered his thoughts and finally spoke. Father, I am no longer the original Xue Qinghe. What? Upon hearing this, the Emperor of the Snowy Night was momentarily taken aback, staring at Su Xian in disbelief. You are not the original Xue Qinghe? Who, then, could possibly be? Have you lost your mind to utter such nonsense? As his expression softened slightly, the Emperor's gaze sharpened, yet he was unable to discern any truth from Su Xian's countenance. He could not help but declare sternly, I shall grant you another opportunity to articulate your thoughts clearly. Should you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, do not hold me accountable for my severity. Father, please remain calm and allow me to explain. Quickly soothing the Emperor of the Snowy Night, Su Xian proceeded to recount his extraordinary experiences, leaving the Emperor in a state of astonishment. You mean to say you have entered a world 1,000 years in the future? The Emperor's jaw nearly dropped in shock, his face a canvas of disbelief. Even his resilient physique trembled slightly. I never anticipated that a mere night of slumber would transport me to the future for decades. With a melancholic expression, Su Xian bore a hint of maturity. Truly, life is but a play, perpetually accompanied by the art of performance. After gazing intently at Su Xian for a while, the Emperor of the Snowy Night realized that this was not mere fanciful talk, as Su Xian's demeanor appeared entirely composed. Could it be that Qinghe was indeed truthful? Yet, a flicker of skepticism lingered in the Emperor's mind. After all, the notion was utterly preposterous. How could a single individual traverse to the future and then return? The span of mere hours had equated to decades in that realm. It was bizarre, extremely bizarre. If you doubt my words, I possess something for you to see. Aware that the Emperor would not easily be swayed, Su Xian knew it was time to unveil the pivotal revelation and lowered his voice to a whisper. Let us proceed to my study. We shall discuss it further there. The emperor, startled, waved his hand in agreement. Very well. The two swiftly arrived at the study, where the surrounding guards were dismissed by the emperor, ensuring that no one would approach without his express permission, lest they face dire consequences. Produce the item at once. Otherwise, I cannot possibly accept your unsubstantiated claims, the emperor commanded in a deep voice. Understanding that the emperor would not be convinced without tangible evidence, Su Xian grinned, for he had ample resources at his disposal. Father, behold, this is a level 5 soul guiding cannon, a weapon from a millennium hence, capable of empowering lower-ranked soul masters to unleash formidable strength, potent enough to vanquish a soul king. As he spoke, Su Xian retrieved a long, jet-black tube from his storage ring. It appears somewhat akin to a firearm, albeit considerably larger, particularly at the opening, resembling more of a basin. The soul guidance cannon? The snowy Night Emperor's expression abruptly shifted as he fixed his gaze upon the cannon. He sensed a subtle, yet palpable, threat emanating from it. Although it posed little danger to him personally, it was evidently a formidable weapon. Boom. Could it be that everything he claimed was indeed true? This weapon has the potential to slay a soul king. If the Empire were to possess such an armament, would there be any need to fear the threats posed by other factions? A treasure. An unequivocal treasure. The emergence of the soul guidance cannon struck the snowy Night Emperor's heart like a deep-sea bomb, creating a significant breach in his defenses. My son, could you demonstrate it for me, so that I may witness its power? The snowy Night Emperor's eyes reddened as he asked urgently. This is a matter of great significance regarding the rise of the Empire. Well, it requires a soul master to unleash its true potential, so hand it over. I shall test it myself. Before he could finish, Su Xian was interrupted by the snowy Night Emperor, who glared at him with the intensity of a tiger. His eyes filled with expectation yet tinged with disdain. Disdain. Indeed, it was disdain. Father, were you just looking down on me? Su Xian's countenance darkened as he inquired coldly. You have misunderstood, my son. I harbor no such sentiments towards you. Now, quickly present the soul guidance cannon for me to see. Upon witnessing Su Xian concealing the soul guiding cannon behind him, the Snow Night Emperor's lips twitched violently as he struggled to suppress his urge to seize it. With a forced smile, he inquired, Really? Su Xian seemed somewhat incredulous. Indeed, the Snow Night Emperor nodded obediently, his smile not reaching his eyes, while internally he was cursing vehemently. How dare this insolent child, who was but a son, resist his command? If not for the tantalizing allure of the soul-guiding cannon, he would have made his offspring truly comprehend the depths of paternal affection. Very well then. Exercise caution. This device operates similarly to a soul-guiding apparatus. You merely need to infuse it with soul power. Su Xian cautiously handed the soul-guiding cannon to the Snow Night Emperor and swiftly retreated behind him, not out of fear of being harmed. For the cannon posed no threat to him, but rather to avoid the heart-pounding tension of the moment. What the hell? Do you really not trust me? As Su Xian concealed herself behind him, the Snowy Night Emperor felt an intense jolt in his eyelids. A deep sense of hurt washing over him as the flames of fury simmered within. Yet, this was not the time for such contemplations. Boom. A surge of white soul power flowed into the soul-guided cannon, and the Snowy Night Emperor focused intently on the transformation of the weapon. He beheld faint golden patterns flickering across the surface of the cannon as an immense energy coalesced at the muzzle in an instant, before it was suddenly unleashed towards its target. Boom. The sturdy palace wall was instantly shattered, collapsing entirely. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence in that moment. Chapter 8. Life is but a performance, often accompanied by skillful acting. As the grand hall bore a gaping hole, the surrounding guards, poised to advance, were immediately rebuffed by the Snow Night Emperor. With his eyes ablaze and fixed intently on Su Xian, the Snow Night Emperor gasped, My son, pray tell, how many such weapons do you possess? He had fully grasped the formidable power of the soul-guided cannon. It was indeed overwhelming. Even a soul king could not withstand its might, and a soul emperor would undoubtedly suffer severe repercussions. The presence of such a weapon would undeniably elevate the strength of the imperial army to unprecedented heights. And if it could pose a threat to a soul emperor, it certainly must have the potential to endanger soul saints and soul Douluos. Without a doubt, the Snow Night Emperor's mind immediately turned to the prospect of researching this weapon, secretly augmenting the empire's strength. When the time was ripe, the Tiando Empire could unify the entire continent, and he would emerge as the unparalleled sovereign. The mere thought of this ignited a surge of excitement within the Snow Night Emperor, whose temperament was typically composed. Such an achievement would be immortalized through the annals of history, a legacy rivaling the greatest of epics. Indeed, every emperor cannot escape the allure of grandiose dreams. Gazing at the Emperor of the Snowy Night, whose eyes sparkled with brilliance, Su Xian could only roll his eyes in silence. However, it was fortunate that he had taken the bait. With a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Su Xian subsequently retrieved 50 soul-guided cannons from his storage ring. Yet, his smile swiftly morphed into a visage of anguish, tears streaming down his face as he began to lament. Father, you cannot fathom the torment I have endured for decades in the future. Oh, woe is me. Do you comprehend? Each of these weapons costs a staggering 1,000,000 gold coins. How could I possibly possess such wealth? After toiling to earn a fortune and marrying a princess, I suddenly found myself back here. Truly, I am cursed. Tears flowed like pearls from a broken string, cascading down once more. Su Xian's heart-wrenching cries and desolate expression were enough to evoke sympathy from anyone who heard him. The Emperor of the Snowy Night felt his eyes redden. Especially upon learning that each weapon commanded 1,000,000 gold coins, his heart twisted in pain. Here, there were 51. That amounted to over 50,000,000 gold coins. It was unimaginable how much suffering his son had endured in the future to acquire these weapons. The soul-guided devices represented the Empire's rise, and they bore the blood and sweat of his son. No wonder Su Xian's temperament had undergone such a drastic change. The truth of his plight was now unveiled. I understand now. My son, I have come to realize the hardships you have faced over the years. With a heart full of compassion, the Emperor gently lifted Su Xian. His gaze tender and his voice slightly choked with emotion. Father, Su Xian collapsed into the Emperor's embrace, tears and snot flowing freely, his long-suppressed emotions erupting in an instant. There, it is all in the past now. Gently patting Su Xian's shoulder, the Emperor began to console him, his kind tone reminiscent of a caring father, devoid of any imposing authority. After a while, Su Xian's emotions finally began to stabilize. My son, you mentioned that you married a princess in the future. By all accounts, she would be your descendant. Suddenly, the Emperor of the Snowy Night appeared to have realized something, his expression darkening. Yet, considering Su Xian's plight, he bore no intention of reproach, though he felt an internal struggle. Descendants? What do you mean? Su Xian looked bewildered, only to be struck by sudden realization, sorrow welling up within him. Father, you do not know. The Empire had long been destroyed by then. The Emperor of the Snowy Night exclaimed. What? The Empire has fallen. My Tiando, gone. Almost choking on his own blood, the Emperor's face turned pale, his crimson eyes ablaze with unrestrained fury, his heart feeling as if it were being cleaved. This was his empire, destined to endure through the ages. How could it possibly be lost? Absolutely impossible. Speak to me sincerely. What on earth transpired? Why did our esteemed Tiando Empire meet its demise? The imposing hands of the Snowy Night Emperor clutched Su Xian's arm with an iron grip, his gaze ablaze with fury, akin to a maddened lion revealing its ferocity. In response, Su Xian hastily recounted tales of the future Dou world, embellishing the narrative. The Tiando Empire was vanquished by the overseas Sun and Moon Empire, utterly defenseless against the might of soul-guiding devices. The Snowy Night Emperor's jaw clenched tightly, veins on his forehead throbbing. The Sun and Moon Empire. I shall never coexist with you. He could scarcely fathom that the Tiando Empire was obliterated by a foreign power. It was an utter travesty. Engaging in battles with the Spirit Hall and the Xinglua Empire, only to be overthrown by an outsider, this was a reality he simply could not abide. Alas, how utterly deceived I have been. Upon witnessing the furious countenance of the Snow Night Emperor, Su Xian felt a flicker of delight within. This is the cunning Emperor. Yet he cannot evade my extraordinary acting prowess. Now that everything has been skillfully resolved, he can rest easy and indulge in a life of leisure. Alas, such is the nature of strength. Even the most formidable cannot escape its constraints. After a brief pause, the Snow Night Emperor finally regained his composure, contemplating deeply before solemnly advising, My son, this matter must not be disclosed to anyone else. Keep it buried within your heart. You have not returned to your former life. Consider it as merely a fleeting slumber. Do you understand? With a series of earnest nods akin to a chick pecking at grain, Su Xian affirmed. The Snow Night Emperor, satisfied, cast a piercing gaze upon the soul-guided cannon on the ground, adopting a tone that suggested negotiation. As for these weapons, may I take possession of them? Absolutely not. These are the fruits of my labor over several decades. You cannot simply take them away. Su Xian responded, his eyes vigilant. extending his arms protectively in front of the cannon like a hen guarding her chicks. "I am your father, the Emperor." The Snow Knight Emperor retorted through gritted teeth. "Why is it that no one in my past life called me son, yet now you wish to take advantage of that bond?" Su Xian met the Emperor's gaze fearlessly. The Snow Knight Emperor, staring into Su Xian's eyes, felt a sudden tremor within, accompanied by a wave of guilt and tenderness, causing his aged face to flush slightly. "If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. Your father shall grant them." "How does that sound?" he conceded. "At last, I have arrived at this moment. All my efforts have not been in vain. Firstly, I have taken a liking to a girl and wish for her to become my imperial consort." The Snow Knight Emperor's expression shifted, revealing a hint of hesitation. However, upon seeing Su Xian carefully stow the soul-guided cannon into his storage ring, his resolve solidified. "I shall issue a decree shortly to appoint her as your consort. The wedding can be arranged once you both reach maturity." This was not an act of surrender, but rather a consideration for Su Xian's decades of solitude, evoking the compassion of a father. "Indeed, that is precisely the plan. I also wish to establish a recreational complex to earn some additional income, with the expenses covered by you, father." "How much will that require?" "If you lack funds, feel free to ask your father," the Snow Knight Emperor replied, somewhat reluctant. Despite the Empire's apparent wealth, the reality was one of genuine scarcity. "This soul-guided cannon costs 100,000 gold coins each. Does your father intend to purchase them?" The Snow Knight Emperor exclaimed. "By the heavens! That totals 50 million gold coins. Cough, cough. Build it. I shall issue the orders shortly." Chapter 9. The Hidden Brother. "Do you not desire the throne, father? Well then, I shall relinquish these weapons to you." With reluctance, Su Xian surrendered the arms, feeling a pang of regret. Each of the 51 pieces had cost him nearly 60 gold coins. He was now left with merely 4,949. How vexing. Losing even a single piece would mean losing everything. Rest assured, these items will be meticulously preserved by the Emperor and will remain undisclosed to outsiders. The Snowy Knight Emperor spoke with utmost gravity, for these artifacts are intricately tied to the future of the Empire, and it is imperative that they remain concealed from foreign eyes. Even in the realm of research, only the most loyal individuals may be entrusted with such knowledge. Otherwise, should this information be leaked, the Empire would face the formidable wrath of various factions, and the soul-guided cannons would be irrevocably compromised. Do not entertain thoughts of inciting Wuji and his ilk to ascend. Some matters are inherently yours, and you cannot evade them, nor can the Empire. As he gazed at Su Xian's departing figure, the Snow Knight Emperor could not refrain from offering a reminder. In his view, Su Xian's aversion to the throne likely stemmed from his awareness of the impending demise of the Empire. However, as the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, he would resolutely ensure that such a fate would never come to pass. Clenching his fists tightly, the Snow Knight Emperor silently vowed to himself. Su Xian, in a state of bewilderment, merely nodded in acknowledgement, admitting that he found the words somewhat perplexing. How could he possibly find peace in his role as the idol king without inciting the likes of Xue Qinghe and others? As for becoming emperor, that was an impossibility for him in this lifetime. Such a burdensome task was better suited for his beloved younger brothers. Alas, the elder brother who could willingly relinquish the throne was truly one of a kind. Moreover, for the sake of the Empire's future, he had willingly become the prey. Marrying Bibi Dong's daughter, and enduring a life filled with both the burdens of responsibility and the pangs of sorrow. For the sake of the nation and family, he had done all he could. If those two foolish brothers still refused to take the throne, he would not hesitate to knock some sense into them. At the palace gates, two figures shuddered in unison, feeling a chill wash over them. "Third brother, do you think elder brother has lost his mind? Asking me to frame him?" Xue Qinghe glanced at the frail Xue Mingtong beside him, unable to contain himself. Perhaps elder brother simply wishes to avoid the throne, or there may be other reasons for his actions, Xue Mingtong replied with a smile. Compared to Xue Qinghe's lively demeanor, Xue Mingtong appeared more mature. His expression calm and composed, exuding an air of wisdom. Not wanting to be emperor? Xue Qinghe was taken aback, mulling it over. It seemed there was indeed some truth to it, and he couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that elder brother shared his sentiments. What was so great about being emperor? It would be far better to be a free-spirited general. Xue Mingtong, what the heck? You don't want to be emperor either. Damn. Why does the throne suddenly seem so unappealing? Aren't you afraid that this will reach Father's ears and lead to severe punishment? Glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, Xue Mingtong finally responded, I'm not worried. After all, Father knows I am not suited to be emperor. You and elder brother are far more fitting than I. Xue Qinghe shrugged nonchalantly. Being a prince was already exhausting enough. Every action had to embody royal dignity. And he couldn't even step into the soul arena, let alone the battlefield. Goodness. Fearing that Xue Qinghe might utter more foolishness, Xue Mingtong quickly covered his mouth. For heaven's sake. While I understand your point, such words should not be spoken so lightly. If others hear that you and elder brother are more suited for the throne, they might think I'm genuinely vying for it against him. What would the ministers think? What would father think? Although he indeed harbors ambitions for the throne and wishes to compete with his elder brother, is such a matter truly suitable for open discussion? Goodness. Are you intentionally undermining your brother's position? What is happening here? Are you engaging in a veiled kiss? As Su Xian observed the intimate yet peculiar posture of Xue Qinghe and the other, a chill coursed through him, prompting an involuntary retreat. Ugh, keep your distance. Upon hearing this, the two immediately dispersed, repulsively brushing off their garments. What an absurd notion of indirect kissing. Can't they speak properly? They shot a glare at Su Xian, relieved that no one else was present. Otherwise, the misunderstanding would have escalated significantly. The mere thought of the capital buzzing with rumors of a royal romance sent shivers down their spines. Brother, you seem unscathed. Has father not punished you? Xue Qinghe inquired with curiosity glimmering in his eyes as he glanced at Su Xian. To have committed such a grave error, yet emerged unscathed, truly. The elder brother is remarkable. Do you wish for me to be confined or subjected to punishment? Su Xian retorted sharply. His gaze lingered on Xue Qinghe and the other. And he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. These three unfortunate souls had all fallen victim to Qianrenchu's antics. They could easily comprise a table for a game of doujiju. However, now that he was present, such mischief would inevitably cease. Brother, you're jesting. If you're well. We couldn't be happier, Xue Mingtong quickly interjected, and Xue Qinghe nodded in agreement. Su Xian rolled his eyes. He might have believed it if it had come from Xue Qinghe, but Xue Mingtong was a quintessentially cunning prince. To put it charitably, he was resourceful, less charitably. He was treacherous, and his words were not necessarily trustworthy. Nevertheless, despite Xue Mingtong's lackluster cultivation talent, he was perhaps the most suited to be emperor. With the same blood coursing through their veins and a shared destiny, Su Xian felt a peculiar affinity for both of them. Therefore, the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the Tiando Empire shall be entrusted to you. Turning his gaze from Xue Qinghe to Xue Mingtong, Su Xian solemnly inquired, Third brother, do you aspire to become the emperor? My goodness. Xue Mingtong's countenance shifted drastically, startled by the unexpected question. After glancing at Su Xian and then at Xue Qinghe, Xue Mingtong couldn't help but question whether today was an inauspicious day. How absurd. Both of them could not stop discussing the throne, while the old man was still around. Did they wish for death? Did they not fear being misunderstood as rebels? Moreover, dear brother, what do you mean by asking me this? How on earth am I supposed to respond? Am I being placed on a spit to be roasted? At merely 12 years of age. With a mind more profound than anyone else's, just say whether you desire it or not. With an irritated slap to Xue Mingtong's forehead, Su Xian inquired once more. Faced with their compelling gazes, Xue Mingtong took a deep breath and slowly uttered a single word. Desire. The voice was deep and resonant, imbued with earnestness, revealing his true sentiments. Well, that simplifies things. Su Xian clapped his hands in delight, and, under Xue Mingtong's bewildered gaze, articulated his innermost thoughts. Third brother. I have little interest in the throne. I intend to live my life as a carefree prince. The future now hinges on your efforts to gain the old man's approval. So, my young friend, strive onward. The future of the empire belongs to you, and by extension, to me, but ultimately, it is yours. Chapter 10. The Man of the Divine Angel. Brother, you cannot be jesting with me, can you? The more Xue Mingtong listened, the more surreal it seemed. And he stared at Su Xian in disbelief. That throne is the pinnacle of supremacy. Countless individuals have fought tooth and nail for this power, risking life and limb. As the Grand Prince, he is the most favored heir to the throne, and now you suddenly proclaim that you do not wish to be emperor? Is this a joke? If it were second brother Xue Qinghe, he might believe it, given his penchant for combat and his detachment from power struggles. But you? The most favored successor in the eyes of our father, the most supported, the prince with the highest prestige in Tiando City, he could not fathom it. Who is joking here? I have no spare time to come home and care for your sister-in-law. Su Xian retorted, clearly irked. How absurd. This was his genuine sentiment. Could there not be a hint of cooperation? For instance, a vow in front of him, pledging to aim for the throne? Yet, here he was, doubting his sincerity. Am I the sort to undermine my brother, sister-in-law? At the mention of this term, both Xue Wuji and Xue Mingtong's attention abruptly shifted. Even Xue Mingtong ceased contemplating the throne, staring at Su Xian with wide eyes. Brother, you are only 14. You do not even have a girlfriend. Where would a wife come from? This is an outrageous boast. Furthermore, without our father issuing a decree to the world, how could you possibly marry? Oh, I neglected to mention, my dear brothers, that I have taken a fancy to a girl. The old man has already decreed that we shall wed upon her coming of age, Su Xian elucidated. How come we are entirely uninformed? Xue Wuji pondered, bewildered by the sudden emergence of a sister-in-law. Brother, does mother know of this matter? Xue Mingtong quietly inquired. You need not concern yourselves with such affairs. Let us return to our previous topic. Su Xian hastily gestured. This matter must be settled today. We cannot allow these two fools to escape. No, brother. Do indulge us with details about the Empress's sister-in-law. I am curious as to which noble family she hails from that has captured your admiration so thoroughly. Xue Wuji waved his hands in eagerness, his eyes ablaze with curiosity. Is this truly the time to deliberate on trivial matters such as the throne? Could we not exhibit a modicum of professionalism? Indeed, brother, do enlighten us about the Empress's sister-in-law. Xue Mingtong, too, wished to steer clear of the throne's affairs. Su Xian's insistence had stirred a sense of caution within him. His instincts warned him that a pitfall awaited, and one misstep could lead to a profound abyss. Though he harbored aspirations for the throne, he was no fool. Attempting to ensnare him would be futile. What talk of an empress's sister-in-law is this? Is this truly a matter for you to inquire about? Seeing the two engage in playful banter, Su Xian felt a surge of indignation and had no desire to indulge in their frivolous chatter. Pointing an accusatory finger at Xue Mingtong, he threatened with fierce intensity. If you dare to utter a word about not wanting to be emperor, or if you fail to ascend to that position, I shall not hesitate to break your legs. Xue Mingtong retorted, What the hell? Is this something I can decide? It's not as if I can be coerced into it. He added, Hey brother, why not inquire whether I even wish to be a prince? Feeling overshadowed and lacking presence, Xue Wuji could no longer contain himself. Just you? Su Xian scoffed dismissively. A smirk plastered across his face. Do you truly believe you can rival the third brother? Unless you attain the status of a titled Douluo, you would be utterly oblivious to how he would obliterate you. With that, Su Xian chose to disregard the two fools and departed. Xue Wuji exclaimed, What the hell? Am I truly that inferior? Do you look down upon me so? With fiery eyes, he watched Su Xian leave before turning his gaze toward Xue Mingtong. Third brother. I feel a surge of competitive spirit lately. How about you and I engage in a sparring match? He flexed his fists, a broad smile on his face. If not for the gritted teeth, the tense muscles in his arms, and the cold, murderous glint in his eyes, one might perceive him as quite amiable. Damn it. My intellect may not match yours, but my fists are certainly capable of overpowering you. If I do not seize this opportunity while you are still inexperienced and without power, I may never have another chance. He cackled. After all, I am still your second brother. Second brother? You jest. How could I possibly be your opponent? Upon witnessing the fierce countenance of Xue Wuji, Xue Mingtong felt a sudden tremor within his heart. As he prepared to depart, he was unexpectedly seized by Xue Wuji. Third brother, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Regardless of who wins or loses, we are all brothers. Do not take it too seriously. Xue Mingtong retorted. Am I not being beaten? How can I not care? He exclaimed in frustration. What the hell? You are actually attacking me. He dodged in anger. I never speak falsehoods. Do not blame me for taking advantage of you. I shall give you 3 chances. Very well. In that case, I shall not hold back. Let us begin. Father, what brings you here? Xue Mingtong's expression changed dramatically. Coughing, Xue Wuji attempted to explain, but upon turning, he realized that the mighty Emperor Xue was nowhere to be found. Damn it, I have been tricked. Second brother, I shall take my leave for now. We shall duel over wine another day. With that, Xue Mingtong departed in his carriage, leaving Xue Wuji with a disdainful remark. You cowardly softy. I spit on you. After leaving the palace, Su Xian made his way to his residence, his face alight with joy and a broad smile. From this day forth, he was a married man. Although his wife harbored impure thoughts, perhaps even contemplating how to usurp him, he remained unfazed. What is love without challenge? He relished the struggle. Moreover, this wife was not only beautiful, but also possessed a formidable background and extraordinary potential. To marry her was indeed a blessing earned over 8 lifetimes. One that others could only envy. Though he felt somewhat despicable for having pressured her into this choice, From the moment she acquiesced, their fates had been intertwined. She was destined to be Su Xian's woman from this day forth and for eons to come. I shall ensure your happiness and protect you from any harm. He vowed with unwavering resolve, determined not to allow her tragedy to repeat itself. Though Xue currently did not harbor affection for him, he firmly believed that one day she would come to realize that her heart held not only the spirit hall, but also the indelible shadow of one person, him, who could never be replaced. Her true singularity. Oh, ha ha ha. Su Xian is destined to become a man of divine stature. Chapter 11. Let us go. You look truly beautiful in such attire. I can hardly recognize you. In the back garden, observing Xue quietly seated in the pavilion, admiring the fish, Su Xian approached with a smile. Clad in a palace gown that accentuated her elegant, statuesque form, the shimmering golden embroidery radiated an air of nobility. Complemented by her flowing golden locks, everything was breathtakingly enchanting. You have returned. His Majesty has not treated you poorly, has he? As Xue regained her senses and observed Su Xian approaching, she immediately advanced to meet him, her gaze imbued with a complexity that was difficult to decipher. Upon turning, Su Xian was utterly captivated by her beauty. Her exquisite features, crafted by divine artistry, boasted bright eyes and pearly teeth, while her delicately contoured M-shaped lips exuded an ethereal charm. Her demeanor was one of haughty nobility intertwined with playful sweetness, exuding an air of cool elegance yet possessing a petite, delightful allure. With a wife like her, he would willingly sacrifice 5 decades of his life. However, Su Xian was not inclined to relinquish even a single year, for she was unequivocally his wife. Presently, and in the days to come, what could he possibly do to me? With a light chuckle, he gazed intently at her and declared, I bring you good tidings. After much persistence and desperate pleas, my father, albeit reluctantly, has decreed your elevation to the status of imperial consort. Was it not reluctance? Had he not wielded the threat of a soul-guiding cannon to secure such an agreement? 51 soul-guiding cannons, worth millions of gold coins. Goodness, marrying this woman has proven to be an exorbitant affair. Yet, it is worth every coin. Pausing briefly, Su Xian could not help but laugh at the stunned expression on Xue's face. Thus, from this day forth, you shall be my wife and the grand imperial consort of the Tiando Empire. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap had reverberated in her ears, leaving Xue momentarily dazed, her limbs growing weak. Had she truly become an imperial consort? What in the world? She had come as an undercover agent. How had things taken such a turn? As the emperor of the Tiando Empire, how could he allow his legitimate son to marry a lowly girl he had met only once? Is this the conduct of an emperor, a father? Oh no. I want to escape. I cannot accept this. Do not be so agitated. There are many days ahead. Su Xian hastily supported Xue, and unable to contain his affection, he gently caressed her face, teasingly remarking, Ah. Her complexion instantly bloomed like a cherry blossom, and Xue, resembling a startled rabbit, swiftly extricated herself from his embrace. You. Her cheeks were flushed, and she shot a look of indignation at Su Xian, her heart racing with turmoil. Throughout her life, she had never been so intimately close to a man. Upon witnessing the adorable visage of Xue, flustered and bewildered, Su Xian could not help but chuckle. Choosing not to continue his playful banter, patience is paramount in all matters. Should you find this place uncomfortable, do not hesitate to inform me. Never should you suffer in silence. His tone was amiable, his gaze as gentle as a flowing stream. Fixing his eyes upon her, he commanded with unwavering authority, Yeshing. From this day forth, protect her closely, ensuring she remains unharmed. Yes, Your Highness, came a crisp, cold female voice, seemingly emerging from nowhere. Xue quickly regained her composure, her eyes scanning the courtyard before her, her expression subtly shifting. A fleeting glance revealed that Su Xian had vanished without a trace. Just as she began to search for him, a bright, hearty laugh resounded, followed by a melody she had never encountered before. Delicate clouds weave cunningly, flying stars convey longing. The silver river stretches across in secret. When the golden wind meets the jade dew, it surpasses countless encounters in the mortal realm. Tender affections flow like water, and cherished moments feel like dreams, yet one cannot overlook the path of the Magpie Bridge. If love endures through the ages, why would it be confined to the fleeting moments of dawn and dusk? Upon grasping the essence of these lines, Xue's cheeks flushed crimson, overwhelmed by bashfulness. Was the phrase when the golden wind meets the jade dew a reference to her and him? It surely surpasses countless encounters in the world. Whispering the thought, her heart raced tumultuously, feeling an acute sense of embarrassment. Such unabashed affection was a novel experience for her. Scoundrel! I could never harbor feelings for you. She stamped her foot, indignant and flustered. Humph! How could you, as the crown prince, be so reckless? The corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted. Yet the realization of her own identity rendered her smile rigid, a tinge of bitterness settling within her. Xue Qinghe, you have fallen for someone you should not desire. The two of us are destined to be impossible. You must resign yourself to this. I shall never love you, not now, nor ever. Taking a moment to steady herself, Qianren Xue's gaze regained its resolute determination. She had come here to prove herself to that woman, and for the future of the spirit hall. She could not allow herself to be ensnared by personal affections. Absolutely not. Writing poetry to woo a maiden, flaunting one's charm, and then retreating, leaving ample room for her imagination. This is the ultimate wisdom gleaned from countless time travelers. Just as he walked away lightly, waving his sleeve, leaving behind a strikingly handsome silhouette. Without a doubt, Su Xian could surmise Qianren Xue's current expression, her heart fluttering, wishing to dedicate herself to him. Alas, such is the allure of a time traveler. Akin to a firefly in the night, illuminating the dawn while turning its back on the eternal darkness, it is an irresistible force. Modesty is key. Do not become infatuated with me. I am merely a fleeting presence. With a heavy sigh, Su Xian clasped his hands behind his back and slowly departed. Instead of returning to his palace, he wandered through the estate. Although the city of Tiando appeared quite safe, who could guarantee that unforeseen events would not occur? For the royal family, the concept of safety had always been elusive. Hence, for his own security, Su Xian felt compelled to make preparations in advance. Within the confines of the instant kill system, he procured numerous magical formations, determined to fortify his residence to resemble an impregnable fortress. Having set up a plethora of formations encompassing the entire estate, Su Xian clapped his hands, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes, pondering who might become the first unfortunate victim. These formations would prove nearly insurmountable, even for a titled Douluo, let alone lesser beings. At this moment, Su Xian found himself somewhat eager for a titled Douluo to come knocking, relishing the thought of a little torment. The notion of a 30th level soul master mercilessly defeating a titled Douluo was exhilarating to contemplate. Once this was accomplished, Su Xian returned to his study to commence drafting the blueprints for the entertainment city. He was initially motivated by profit, as the system required substantial expenditure of resources. Gold coins were indispensable. In the event that a Pangu axe were to be discovered, he would surely lament the multitude of zeros trailing behind the numeral 1. The future was rife with lucrative gaming mechanics, while the entertainment options, soul battles, on Douluo Continent remained rather monotonous, providing ample opportunity for the entertainment city to thrive. Moreover, Su Xian aspired to transform Tiando City into the most formidable stronghold. Not only did he wish to deter a titled Douluo, but even an ultimate Douluo would be compelled to kneel and sing conquered. Only then could he comfortably relax, enjoying a peaceful life with his beloved wife. Chapter 12. Your affairs are under my command. Knock, knock. Upon hearing the sound of knocking, Su Xian raised an eyebrow, interrupted before he could even put pen to paper. What brings you here? He inquired directly. Your Highness, the Queen summons you to the palace, requesting that you bring the first princess along, as she wishes to meet her. Came the reply. My mother? At the mention, a gentle and elegant figure surfaced in Su Xian's mind, warming his heart. A mother's love is often the most profound. And in his case, it was undeniably evident. Whenever he erred, it was his mother who would step in, leaving his father speechless. In this world, she was the one who cherished him most dearly. This sentiment was the most vivid remnant of his memories from Xue Qinghe, evoking both envy and admiration. His mother meeting his wife? This was a commitment he could not refuse. Furthermore, he and Rengshu had never truly experienced maternal affection. Perhaps his mother could offer her some emotional solace. And he certainly did not wish for his wife to remain cold and aloof. I shall enter the palace shortly. Please instruct the sentinel to return, Su Xian responded. Understood. The city of entertainment could not be designed for the time being. Su Xian set down his pen and once again ventured into the back garden. Qianren had yet to depart, leaning against the railing with her delicate hand playfully stirring the clear waters, tending to the goldfish within. She exuded an aura of tranquility and harmony. Were those verses truly penned by you? Noticing someone approaching, Qianren glanced in this direction, then turned away, speaking to herself. If you wish, I could compose a poem for you every day, a lifetime of unique verses. Su Xian chuckled. Very well. This is mere bravado. His talent for imitation is not yet so formidable. However, how could a man refuse in the presence of a lady? He had no choice but to feign confidence. No need. Though your writing is exquisite, it does not particularly resonate with me. Qianren paused, then shook her head. Su Xian exclaimed, What on earth are you talking about? As Su Xian observed the sudden transformation of Qianren into a cold and composed figure, he found himself utterly bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Sister, your persona is that of a downtrodden maiden, having just been conferred as a royal consort. Should you not display a sense of astonishment and trepidation? What is this? On your very first day, you lay your cards on the table, reverting to your true self? Are you not concerned that I might question your origins? As an undercover agent, shouldn't you possess a modicum of professional decorum? To be frank, Su Xian would much rather contend with the delicate and gentle Xue than face the formidable Qianren at this moment. Unfortunately, the latter's challenge was insurmountable. However, as a man, would he concede? When confronted with an aloof and elegant beauty, such as the current Qianren, one must persist relentlessly to win a woman's heart. A man must first cast aside all shame. Second, he must absolutely discard any notion of embarrassment. Third, he must pursue without hesitation. The Empress has summoned us to the palace to see her. If you are well, let us depart at once. With a composed demeanor, Su Xian spoke candidly. Having already formulated his plan, I am feeling somewhat unwell. May we postpone our visit? Qianren's brow furrowed slightly before she swiftly declined. She wished to distance herself from the royal family, fearing that she might find herself unable to act decisively later on. Unwell? Su Xian's lips curled into a sly smile as he approached Qianren. Not to worry, the palace has imperial physicians, and I shall escort you to see one. What are you up to? Noticing Su Xian's mischievous grin, Qianren tensed and instinctively stepped back. I intend to take you to see the physician. Without further ado. Su Xian quickened his pace, effortlessly lifting Qianren into his arms. The fragrance of orchids enveloped him, and the softness of her delicate form stirred something within him. What are you doing? Put me down. The potent masculine aura emanating from his solid, warm chest made Qianren's face flush crimson, prompting her to struggle against his hold. You are now my wife. Is it so wrong to embrace you? Besides, you claim to be unwell. I cannot possibly let you walk, can I? With an air of certainty, Su Xian spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world, leaving Qianren gnashing her teeth in exasperation, yet utterly powerless. I assure you, I feel better now. Please put me down. Qianren exclaimed in a flustered tone. Fear not. I am not fatigued. Su Xian resolutely shook his head. The maids in the household, witnessing Su Xian carrying Qianren, wore expressions of envy, whispering and laughing among themselves. That scoundrel! Hearing the laughter around her, Qianren's cheeks burned even hotter, her lips pressed tightly together as she glared at Su Xian, a mixture of shame and anger in her gaze. I am truly fine. If you do not believe me, then put me down. Unable to withstand the peculiar stares of those around her, and seeing that the exit was merely ahead, Qianren, almost pleadingly, bit her lip and said, Put me down. If you truly set me down, I would appear foolish. I shall not release you, not even under duress. Today, I shall cast aside all semblance of shame. Your well-being is of no concern to me. Without further ado, I embraced Qianren and, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, I took my seat in the carriage. Humph! Is your worthiness to be judged solely by your own standards? Qianren, what on earth? Was he that the crown prince just now? Who would have thought that the typically courteous, humble crown prince would act so recklessly? It is truly astonishing. You understand nothing. The crown prince is already 14. I suspect that girl is someone he holds dear. This is indeed a momentous occasion. We have all benefited from his generosity and ought to express our gratitude. Congratulations, Your Highness. Suddenly, someone among the crowd broke the silence, and a wave of sound erupted on the street. I thought to myself, damn it. Fortunately, I am a prince. Otherwise, with such a commotion, I might have faced dire consequences that very night. Might you allow me to descend now? Upon hearing the voices from the street, Qianren, flustered and crimson with embarrassment, timidly reminded me of her discomfort. I cannot, for I enjoy holding you. Without hesitation, I shook my head. Enjoy holding me? Qianren, how dare you? As the crown prince, could you not possess a shred of dignity? Infuriated, her ears practically smoked. She now fully comprehended that I was deliberately provoking her. Release me at once. I am quite uncomfortable. Unable to freely wield my soul power, I found myself unable to escape, though filled with indignation. Xue felt somewhat helpless and resorted to pleading. Just when she thought I might set her down, I adjusted my hold, drawing her closer. My solid chest pressing against her back as I reclined against the carriage seat. She remained in my embrace, albeit in a different posture. Indeed, a far more comfortable position. Xue, woo-woo, this is not how I envisioned this scenario unfolding. Chapter 13, shall we demonstrate again? Holding Xue's delicate waist. Watching her flustered and angry yet helpless demeanor, I couldn't help but smirk, gently leaning my head against hers. Do not overstep your bounds. With an indignant glare directed at me, Xue's cheeks flushed crimson. Henceforth, you should refer to me as husband or lord. Ignoring her ire, I playfully pinched her cheek and feigned displeasure. You shall not, for we are not yet wed, and thus, none of this holds any weight. As the enchanting beauty contemplated a retort, Xue suddenly recalled her tacit agreement to wed this individual. Instantly, she spoke up. After all, it is merely a matter of a few years. If you are eager, I can begin preparations for the wedding in advance, Su Xian remarked with a smile. Seeing Xue wanting to retort, Su Xian hastily interrupted her. Some promises, once uttered, are irrevocable. Even in death, you remain my wife. Of course. With you by my side, I shall strive to extend my years, and I shall certainly not depart this world before I have wed you. His gaze was profound, infused with a gentle yet fervent intensity, as Su Xian fixed his eyes upon Xue. The latter shuddered slightly, instantly falling silent, her gaze directed ahead, laden with complexity. Before long, the carriage came to a halt before the palace. Do not move. Upon witnessing Xue preparing to rise, Su Xian promptly halted her, subsequently lifting her once more into his arms. They had only just alighted from the vehicle when two figures swiftly approached. Ahem! As Su Xian embraced Xue, both Xue Wujie and Xue Mingtong were momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, their eyes brimming with a mixture of envy and bitterness. How audacious! Entering the imperial palace while holding the empress, you are excessively indulgent towards your wife. What has become of your dignity and decorum as the crown prince of the empire? Release me at once. Upon hearing Xue's delicate exclamation and witnessing her cheeks flush, Su Xian promptly set her down. After acknowledging the crown prince and the empress, Xue Wujie and Xue Mingtong cleared their throats before formally greeting them. Your highnesses, in the future, do not feel constrained by formalities when addressing them. Should they express displeasure, you may convey it to me, Su Xian advised as he grasped Xue's hand, dismissing the need for such hollow rituals within their family. With a warm glance at the two, Su Xian elicited a tremor of unease in them. Elder brother speaks wisely. Empress, there is no need for excessive courtesy. Xue Mingtong replied with a smile, and Xue Wujie immediately nodded in agreement. Let us proceed. Mother must be waiting anxiously for us, Su Xian said, unconcerned with Xue's resistance as he firmly held her hand. She, unable to muster any strength to protest, acquiesced to his lead. By the way, third brother, what happened to the bruise on your face? Oh, it's merely a minor injury. I accidentally bumped into something while ascending the steps. It's of no consequence. I am quite curious about how that happened. Shall we reenact the incident later? Xue Mingtong suggested. Reenact your elder brother's foot. Indeed, I am also quite intrigued. How did you manage to incur such an injury? Let us have another go at it, Xue Wujie chuckled, his shoulders shaking with mirth, undeterred by the potential for trouble. Curse it, I haven't even settled the score with you, and yet you dare to speak? What on earth are you curious about? This injury was inflicted by you. In the harem, the empress, adorned in a flowing phoenix gown, gazed coldly at the Snow Knight Emperor seated across from her. Her expression frigid, every word laced with an air of authority. Your Majesty, why did you suddenly allow Qinghe to take a wife without discussing it with me? I am unaware of the background of this individual, and as her mother, do I not deserve an explanation? Feeling the weight of her scrutiny, the Snow Knight Emperor hastily began to explain. This decision was made at Qinghe's insistence. He even threatened me, his father. What am I to do? Qinghe is already 14 and ought to find a spouse. It is a rare occasion that he has found someone he fancies. I cannot simply refuse him. Besides, have you not always desired to become a grandmother? Truly a couple, the Snow Knight Emperor swiftly absolved himself of blame while deftly redirecting the conversation. Is this not what you have been longing for? I have fulfilled your wish. Perhaps in a few years, I shall cradle a chubby little one. Upon hearing the prospect of becoming a grandmother, Nangong Ling's face blossomed with a gentle smile. The one who has captured Qinghe's heart must possess an admirable appearance and character. Do tell me, which family does she hail from? How old is she this year? The Snow Knight Emperor exhaled a sigh of relief. She is not the daughter of a noble minister, but rather a girl rescued from the roadside by Qinghe. And according to Night Shadow, she is quite lovely. An orphan? At this, Nangong Ling's expression shifted momentarily, but she quickly composed herself. She was not overly concerned. As long as her son was fond of her. If Night Shadow deemed her to be beautiful, it was clear that she must possess remarkable charm. Or else her son would not have been so instantly captivated. By the way, how old is she? Suddenly struck by a thought. Nangong Ling's demeanor grew serious as she looked intently at the Snow Knight Emperor. Age is indeed a matter of significance when considering future marriage and childbearing. While an early marriage poses no issue, childbirth must occur only after reaching maturity, lest it harm the body. According to Night Shadow, it seems she is slightly younger than Qinghe, approximately 12 or 13 years old. The Snow Knight Emperor replied, his expression tense. 12 or 13? At this revelation, Nangong Ling's brows furrowed in discontent. Truthfully, she found this age unsatisfactory. Being 12 or 13 implies that it would be at least 6 or 7 years before she could meet her grandchild. Even if the girl were a couple of years older than Qinghe, she would not mind. However, this age is far too different from what she had envisioned. The future stretches long ahead, so do not be too anxious. Qinghe is already determined to marry her, and you need not fear he will not pursue that girl. Just wait a few more years and see when your daughter-in-law's belly begins to swell. The Snow Knight Emperor chuckled. Truly, you are unrefined. Where is your dignity as an emperor? Nangong Ling shot a glare at the Snow Knight Emperor, yet his words brought her some comfort, alleviating her fixation on her daughter-in-law's age. The Snow Knight Emperor. As an emperor? Am I to put on airs before you? I would rather not live. Woe is me. So distressed. Chapter 14. To provide for oneself. Clang. The palace doors swung open, and Nangong Ling stretched her neck to peer over, seeing Su Xian holding hands with a girl, which made her smile. This mischievous lad, just like his father, truly cherishes his woman. As her gaze fell upon Qianruxue's face, Nangong Ling's eyes sparkled, instinctively nodding in approval. The girl's beauty was to her liking, refined and ethereal, exuding an air of nobility. Indeed, her son's taste is exquisite. Greetings, Father Emperor, Mother Empress. As Xue Qinghe and his companion bowed, Su Xian led Qianruxue closer, winking playfully. Mother, this is the daughter-in-law I have found for you. My taste is quite good. Wouldn't you agree? You, having taken advantage, still feign innocence. Directly dismissing Su Xian's reckless actions, Nangong Ling revealed a knowing smile, then turned her gaze towards Qianruxue, beckoning. You are called Xue, are you not? Come here to your mother, so that I may have a good look at you. Gazing at the gentle smile on Nangong Ling's face, which seemed capable of melting ice and snow, Qianruxue felt her inner resistance significantly diminish as she slowly approached. You rascal, I've already smoothed things over for you. Do not reveal the truth, she thought. Meanwhile, the Snow Knight Emperor cast a knowing glance at Su Xian, offering a discreet reminder. Father is formidable. Su Xian secretly gave a thumbs up, which filled the Snow Knight Emperor with a sense of pride. Such was his prowess. When it came to managing his wife, none in the Tiando Empire could rival him. My child, from this day forth, this place shall be your home. Should you feel any discomfort, do not hesitate to speak to your mother. With warmth, Nangong Ling gently pulled Qianruxue aside to sit with her, her gaze soft as if she were looking at her own daughter, growing increasingly satisfied with each passing moment. As Nangong Ling grasped her hand, Qianruxue felt a warm current flow from her arm, penetrating her heart and lungs, causing her pulse to quicken. Her small hand instinctively shrank back, yearning to withdraw. Yet she hesitated, her heart swirling with mixed emotions. Do not be too constrained. Today is a family gathering, a chance for your mother to meet her daughter-in-law. You surpass my expectations. Marrying you is indeed this boy's fortune. Noticing Qianruxue's subtle movements, Nangong Ling smiled, her expression filled with warmth as she patted the back of her hand. Let the feast commence. Everyone is hungry. Observing Qianruxue's lowered head in silence, Nangong Ling mistakenly assumed she was shy and chose not to press further. She nodded toward the Snow Knight Emperor, instructing, bring forth the meal, leave two to serve, and the rest may retire. The Snow Knight Emperor immediately complied. Yes. Soon, the dishes arrived, and everyone took their seats, with Qianruxue being pulled to sit beside Nangong Ling. My child, come sit here with your father. Upon noticing Su Xian's intention to approach Qianruxue, The Emperor of the Snowy Night raised an eyebrow and promptly interjected. What? At his words, Su Xian halted, casting a somewhat unfriendly glance at the Emperor. How infuriating. I wish to sit beside my wife to nurture our emotional bond, and yet you intrude. This is undoubtedly retaliation for this morning's events. Are you so fearful of losing your wife that you cannot bear to be apart for a moment? Just as Su Xian ground his teeth in frustration, Nangongling's teasing voice chimed in, her face alight with mischief and mirth. She had some matters to discuss with her daughter-in-law and certainly could not allow Su Xian to linger nearby. A couple's duet? I concede. Is that agreeable? After casting an indignant glare at the Emperor of the Snowy Night, Su Xian took a seat on his right. What? You dare to glare at me? The Emperor raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of resentment within. How ridiculous. I am merely looking out for your interests. Can't you see your mother is trying to entrust your wife to you? Of course. The Emperor's actions stemmed from a sense of guilt over Su Xian's tumultuous experiences in the future, wishing to foster a closer bond between father and son. Second brother. Come a bit closer. Do not disturb Xue and the Empress. Upon observing that Xue Wuji's seat was in such close proximity to Qianrenxue, Su Xian instinctively raised an eyebrow and asserted without room for debate. Xue Wuji. Upon glancing at the two vacant seats between himself and Qianrenxue, Xue Wuji's mouth twitched involuntarily. Brother, have you gone too far? At this rate, you shall find yourself devoid of comrades. Under the cold scrutiny of Su Xian's gaze, Xue Wuji, intimidated by his imposing presence, reluctantly shifted his seat to be beside Su Xian. A tinkling laughter akin to silver bells erupted as Nangongling, witnessing her son's domineering and protective demeanor, could not help but burst into hearty laughter, visibly delighted by the spectacle. The Night Emperor of Snow shook his head, a smile playing on his lips, choosing to remain silent. Indeed, his eldest son had inherited his traits. A blush spread from Qianrenxue's neck, swiftly engulfing her cheeks, as she felt the heat radiating in her ears. Instinctively, she shot a glare at Su Xian, filled with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Do not linger in silence any longer. Let us partake in our meal, the Night Emperor of Snow urged. Yes, yes. Gazing at the food laid out on the table, Su Xian's expression turned to one of reluctance, suddenly finding it difficult to partake. This was not due to any particular fussiness on his part, but rather a matter of the dishes not aligning with his customary tastes. Bread, thin porridge, chicken, milk, lamb, and silverfish, predominantly fried or roasted. All presented in a distinctly Western culinary style, with an alarmingly scant selection of vegetables, comprising merely of radishes and spinach, some of which were unfamiliar to him. From a presentation standpoint, the arrangement was indeed quite appealing. However, Western cuisine often prioritizes nutrition over flavor. To Su Xian, a native of Hunan, this array of dishes resembled little more than bland broth. There was no chili, no diverse array of seasonings, and the overall appearance was rather pallid. After tentatively sampling a piece of fish, a wave of fishiness surged into his throat, nearly prompting him to expel it. Damn it! They don't even know to use rice wine, scallions, ginger, or garlic to mask the fishy taste. How am I supposed to eat this? Noticing Su Xian's subtle discomfort, the Emperor of Snowy Night could not help but speak up. Is the food not to your liking? Upon hearing this, Nangongling, who had been enthusiastically serving food to Qianrenxue, glanced over and, noticing that Su Xian's bowl contained no meat, felt a flicker of displeasure. Qinghe, how can you not eat meat? Here, take this chicken leg, she said, promptly rising to thoughtfully serve him some dishes. Only then did she settle back down, reassured, and resumed her soft conversation with Qianrenxue. Su Xian, thank you so much, I truly appreciate it. Gazing upon the bowl of food, particularly the chicken leg still glistening with a hint of sanguine myoglobin, suggesting it was undercooked, Su Xian felt a wave of nausea wash over him, clearing his throat. He remarked, I'm not feeling well. Please, enjoy your meal. With that, he excused himself and swiftly departed from the palace, leaving the Emperor Xue and others in a state of bewilderment, though they chose not to pursue the matter further. Outside the palace, he mused to himself, indeed, it is through one's own efforts that one can truly secure sustenance. Patting his stomach, Su Xian let out a resigned sigh and promptly made his way to the kitchen. Chapter 15. The Collision of Eastern and Western Cuisines. To traverse to another realm, one would expect to indulge in sumptuous feasts, yet Su Xian's audacious journey had proven that such notions were utterly fanciful, having misled countless aspiring adventurers. The dishes of Douluo certainly possessed aroma, as they were fried, grilled, or roasted, and it would be absurd to claim otherwise. However, The flavor was woefully inadequate to merit the term delicious. One need only compare the roasted chicken of later generations, where the ratio of seasoning to meat is nearly equal, to that of Douluo, where the chicken appeared starkly bare, with perhaps a mere sprinkling of spices. One might easily mistake it for something hastily prepared over an open flame. As for spice, regrettably, he found himself unable to detect any heat at all. To conform to local customs? Not a chance. Having traversed dimensions, why should he subject himself to such indignities? He believed in savoring every bite and sip, refusing to settle for mediocrity. After all, what would be the point of such a journey if not to relish in the experience? My prince, what brings you to the kitchen? Upon seeing Xue Qinghe approach, the steward Yaka, filled with trepidation, hurriedly stepped forward to prevent Xue Qinghe from entering the kitchen. I intend to prepare a few dishes for my father and mother, and I require you to gather some ingredients, Su Xian commanded. You must not cook yourself, Yaka exclaimed, startled, and quickly waved his hands in refusal. What? Did you not hear my order? Su Xian retorted coldly. Understood, understood. I shall have them prepare it at once. A shiver ran down Yaka's spine as fear engulfed him, and he swiftly stepped aside. Procure a fish, and gather some scallions, ginger, and garlic, and do not forget the chilies. The authoritative voice echoed throughout the kitchen, momentarily leaving Yaka in a daze, uncertain of Su Xian's intentions for such ingredients, as they were not typically required for their cooking and thus were not kept on hand. However, this was not a matter he could question, so he promptly dispatched someone to the apothecary to purchase scallions and ginger. What are you staring at? Get to work. Upon witnessing other chefs idly lingering to observe, Yaka erupted in fury. The crown prince is cooking. If word of this spreads, the emperor and the empress will surely have him executed. Instantly, the crowd awoke to the gravity of the situation, promptly vacating the kitchen, vowing never to mention today's events. Later, you shall assist me, Su Xian remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Yaka. Indeed, it would be my honor, Yaka exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected favor, hastily acquiescing as if fearing someone might usurp his chance. Despite overseeing the imperial cuisine, he remained a commoner, merely holding a minor official title. In this realm, titles hold little weight. It is the nobility that confers land and power within the empire. To put it bluntly, he was but a private servant to the emperor, a status that starkly contrasted with Su Xian's princely lineage. Assisting a prince would be a source of pride for Yaka's descendants for generations to come. Su Xian was quite pleased with Yaka's demeanor. Even more gratifying was the discovery that this world possessed ingredients like scallions and ginger, albeit regarded merely as medicinal herbs. Originating from the Xia kingdom, these ingredients should not have found their way into the predominantly Western-oriented Douluo world. Perhaps the vastness of Douluo Continent, coupled with its expansive primal forests and diverse regions, allowed such seasonings to take root here as well. After all, in this fantastical world, where even artillery exists, is it so peculiar to find scallions and ginger? Wait, why concern himself with such thoughts? As long as the food is delectable, that is all that matters. Salivating at the recollection of exquisite dishes from a later era, Su Xian could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for the plight of scallions and ginger, reduced to mere medicinal use. What a travesty! They are splendid seasonings, deserving to be mingled with meat in a pot, releasing an enticing aroma. Scallions and ginger, thank you for the invitation. We believe a pharmacy suits us far better. Before long, the ginger and other ingredients were procured. Su Xian donned a chef's attire and commenced his inaugural culinary performance in this foreign land. Yaka, prepare the fish and these bullfrogs. The fish should remain whole. Chop the frogs into pieces. Your Highness, it is already done. Excellent. With that, Su Xian hurried over and began crafting stir-fried bullfrog and steamed fish. He added onions to the pot to infuse flavor, followed by the tender meat of the bullfrogs, accompanied by chili peppers and an array of seasonings, naturally including cooking wine. Your Highness, you truly can cook. Astonished, Yakaten stood transfixed as he beheld Su Xian deftly chopping the vegetables. Cough, cough. This aroma is truly overwhelming. Could it be burnt? He thought. Goodness, how spicy. Tears are streaming uncontrollably. Is this truly cooking? To his utter disbelief, he contemplated the possibility of using scallion whites and ginger in culinary creations. However, doubt soon crept into Yakaton's mind. Su Xian's unfamiliar technique and the peculiar fragrance wafting from the dish were challenging his preconceived notions. He was particularly taken aback when he saw Su Xian chopping medicinal herbs and adding them to the pot, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. That pungent ingredient? Used for consumption? Unbelievable. Once plated, the dish emerged, emanating an irresistible aroma. Before him lay two steaming, aromatic dishes, and Su Xian could not help but indulge in the moment. Fortuitously, he had learned to cook in the past. Otherwise, arriving in this unfamiliar realm would have left him utterly bewildered. It seems that mastering a foreign language pales in comparison to possessing culinary skills. Alas, many protagonists in novels rely solely on their system's extraordinary abilities for cultivation, rendering them inept in other aspects. How could they possibly compare to someone as well-rounded as himself? Ahem, modesty, modesty. Having neatly packed the dishes, Su Xian strolled leisurely towards the harem. How does that sound? As if I possess a harem or am on the path to establishing one. Oh, the delights of bliss. Qinghe, are you all right? Why have you taken so long to return? As Su Xian stepped into the palace, Gongling's voice resonated. A blend of curiosity and mild ire, seemingly chastising him for his prolonged absence. What is that in your hand? Before Su Xian could respond, Gongling continued, her attention fixated on the food container he held. A family gathering, of course. I personally prepared 2 dishes for you all to sample, Su Xian replied. Indeed. He was certainly not disparaging the food on the table. Rather, he was merely expressing his filial piety. You can cook. Upon hearing this, Gongling was momentarily taken aback, her astonishment palpable as if she had been struck dumb by an unexpected revelation. Her gaze, wide with disbelief, was fixed on Su Xian, though her expression softened slightly thereafter. As for Xue Qinghe and Xue Mingtong, they appeared utterly flabbergasted, their eyes wide in disbelief, as if silently questioning. Brother, surely you jest. What dishes can you possibly make? It was understandable. As princes, they had never set foot in the kitchen, let alone attempted to cook. Truly remarkable, brother. We pale in comparison. With a glance at the steaming food container, Xue Qinghe exchanged glances with his companion, unable to suppress their admiration. Why must you be so exceptional? Dear brother, could you not grant us a chance to shine? Chapter 16. Conquering with Culinary Delights. Qinghe, you actually know how to cook. Gongling instinctively swallowed her saliva. Incredulity etched across her face. Just a modest skill, nothing noteworthy. Su Xian nonchalantly waved his hand, downplaying his abilities. This is merely the beginning. I possess far more skills. Please refrain from showering me with too much praise, lest you find yourselves at a loss for words in the future. Come, everyone, do try it. With that, Su Xian placed the fish and stir-fried bullfrog before them and took a seat beside Qianrenxue. The enchanting aroma burst forth, and even Qianrenxue's eyes lit up, unable to resist inhaling deeply. It looks quite appealing. Qinghe, you must have invested considerable effort in your learning, and the method seems rather unique, Gongling remarked, her excitement evident. Indeed, it is likely that he learned from elsewhere, certainly not the culinary techniques of Tiando City, she added with a knowing smile. Upon hearing Gongling identify the issue, the Snow Knight Emperor promptly stepped in to offer an explanation, his appetite evidently piqued by the dishes before him. Eager to savor the exquisite flavors from the future. Come, everyone, indulge yourselves. With a slight smile gracing his lips, Su Xian waved his hand, then picked up a piece of fish, dipped it in the sauce, and placed it into Qianrenxue's bowl, gently advising, this fish is quite sweet, though the seasoning may possess a subtle spiciness. To give it a try and see if it pleases your palate, I can prepare it for you daily at home. His tender and considerate demeanor as a devoted husband left the 4 onlookers momentarily speechless. Indeed, one could say that he had forgotten his mother upon marrying. Gongling mused inwardly, while the Snow Knight Emperor felt a pang of jealousy, sensing that his son was being whisked away, bathed in the scent of romantic affection. Xue Qinghe and his companion felt somewhat wounded, silently pushing their food around while resolutely forming a plan. So this is how it is. Public displays of affection, is it? Just wait. I shall return and find a girl I fancy, and watch as I outshine you. Could you refrain from such behavior? Qianrenxue's heart raced. Her cheeks flushed crimson, feeling an intense heat that made her wish for a hole to hide in. To give it a taste, the flavor is rather delightful, Su Xian urged, blissfully unaware. With a soft reply, Qianrenxue, her face still aglow, delicately picked up a piece of fish and placed it in her mouth, where a marvelous taste began to dance upon her palate. How exquisite! Her eyes sparkled with delight as she stifled a gasp, having never encountered such delectable fish before. There was not a hint of fishiness. The flesh was tender, disintegrating like tofu, and the sweetness burst forth in her mouth. Compared to the grilled fish she had previously tasted, this preparation was far more flavorful, irresistibly stirring her appetite for more. I'm glad you enjoy it. Su Xian chuckled softly, causing Xianru to blush once more. Just as he intended to serve her some frog meat, a disgruntled cough interrupted from the side. Mother, you should try it too. It's truly delicious. Xue has already tasted it on your behalf. Observing the resentful and indignant expressions of Nangong and the Emperor of the Snowy Night, Su Xian swiftly placed pieces of fish into their bowls, his face adorned with an innocent smile that elicited eye rolls from both of them. Is this for us to taste? You let your wife have the first bite and still pretend otherwise. Bah, what a farce. Although they harbored dissatisfaction towards Su Xian, Nangong and the others did not hesitate to sample the dish. It was undeniably exquisite. They wondered how they had never encountered such delectable food before. Unable to contain her astonishment, Nangong exclaimed, her gaze fixed eagerly on the fish before them. Before Su Xian could utter a word, Xue and the others had already abandoned restraint, indulging in the feast with great enthusiasm. Upon witnessing the exaggerated indulgence of the two, the Emperor of the Snowy Night, without a trace of hesitation, promptly allied himself with their feast. Although Xianru had satiated her appetite, she found herself unable to resist, indulging in a few more bites. In an instant, the fish was reduced to mere remnants. Su Xian remarked, "It seems I have yet to partake in a meal myself." Undoubtedly. Both of you should emulate your elder brother, for understanding filial piety towards one's parents is essential, wouldn't you agree? As they observed the dwindling fish and meat, the two continued their feast unabated. The Emperor of the Snowy Night raised an eyebrow, ominously reminding them, "Indeed, Father, your eloquence is truly remarkable." Snowwood and his companion remarked, "Were it not for the knowledge of your fish pilfering, I might have felt a pang of guilt. However, this cannot stand. Father, the exquisite flavor of the fish may adversely affect your health. Allow my brother and me to bear the burden instead." Snow Mingtong showed no sign of yielding to the Emperor's authority. Their hurried consumption was entirely motivated by concern for his well-being, not merely the delectable taste of the fish. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Father, you are not particularly fond of fish on ordinary occasions, are you? Snowwood could not help but murmur. Oh dear, you two ungrateful children. Observing the Snowy Night Emperor, who resembled a child as he playfully vied for food with his two sons, Nangong couldn't help but chuckle. It had been a long time since she had witnessed such a heartwarming scene. Qinghe, you should have some too. You have worked hard, she gently urged. Under the watchful gaze of the Snowy Night Emperor and his sons, Nangong graciously placed the last piece of fish directly into Su Xian's bowl, her eyes brimming with satisfaction. With her gesture, the three men promptly subdued their playful demeanor, instantly becoming more docile. Mother, this frog meat is quite delightful as well. To give it a try, though it may be a tad spicy, so do be cautious, Su Xian said, his heart warmed and his eyes slightly reddened, as he pointed to another plate of frog meat with a soft and gentle tone. All right, I shall give it a taste, Nangong replied, nodding in agreement. Indeed. As Su Xian had mentioned, it was somewhat spicy, yet the flavor was equally exquisite, and she found it quite tolerable. You three, stop merely watching. If you wish to eat, do help yourselves, she encouraged, noticing the Snowy Night Emperor's eager yet hesitant expression as he longingly gazed at the food. Wait. Upon witnessing these three gluttons attempting to indulge once more, Su Xian immediately interjected. How outrageous. He had not yet savored a morsel himself. And these three had already devoured all the fish. Now, they dared to lay claim to this dish as well. What kind of behavior is this? Let us not forget. This meal was prepared by none other than myself. Qinghe, my dear brother, what are you doing? Upon witnessing Su Xian nonchalantly take away the plate, the three men of the Snowy Night Emperor glared at him with fiery eyes, their indignation palpable. I haven't even had my meal yet. Why snatch it away? Su Xian retorted disdainfully. That plate was for the three of you, and this one belongs to us three. How can you, three grown men, have the audacity to steal? At his words, the expressions of the three men faltered, and they reluctantly set down their chopsticks. That's more like it. Ladies, please eat your fill. Satisfied. Su Xian then served some dishes to Xianru and Nangong before he finally began to eat with peace of mind. This dish is truly delightful. Chapter 17. Captured. I am full, you can have the rest. Just as Su Xian was enjoying his meal, a pair of chopsticks unexpectedly intruded into his bowl, bearing a succulent frog leg. Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, following the movement with his gaze. A faint blush crept onto Xianru's cheeks as she awkwardly lowered her head, her eyes darting to the side. Upon witnessing the appearance of Xianru, Su Xian felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within her. This marked the first step of a long journey. She finally understood the significance of taking initiative. It was indeed commendable for a prince of his stature to venture into the kitchen to prepare a meal, truly worth it. I shall offer my portion to you all, to partake in it as well. In the future, we may have the opportunity to have Qinghe cook for us again. Upon witnessing the sight of Qianren, Nangong Ling could not help but smile knowingly. Noticing the eager gazes of the Snow Knight Emperor and his companions, she promptly relinquished her share. "Thank you, mother," exclaimed one. "Come on, can't you show a bit of understanding? You snatched it away so quickly." Another retorted, "Father, you are accustomed to the finest delicacies. Why fret so?" Yet, the words rang hollow, as if only I, the prince, were to feast on gourmet meals while you all subsist on meager rations. Our treatment cannot possibly compare to yours. Father, it truly infuriates me, you two ungrateful wretches. The family enjoyed a delightful dinner together, a rare occurrence in recent times. As night fell, Su Xian and his companions prepared to depart the palace. "If you relish my cooking, I shall prepare more for you tomorrow," he offered, clasping Qianren's hand. She feigned a slight resistance before yielding, while Su Xian held on tightly, seemingly unwilling to let go. Seeing her reflection in Su Xian's gentle eyes caused Qianren's heart to flutter, and she instinctively nodded in agreement. "Hee, brother. I wonder if you would welcome my frequent visits for meals?" Xue suddenly bounded into the scene, playfully inquiring, his eyes brimming with anticipation as they fixed on Su Xian. "Get lost. The Heavenly Do Empire is as far away as you should be." Su Xian replied brusquely. "If it's merely for food, you dare disrupt our private world? Do you believe I wouldn't slice you down? Damn it. If you truly lack common sense and come traipsing over, I swear I'll break your third leg." Xue, wow, how ruthless. In the Prince Su Xian's residence. As the clock struck midnight, Qianren, clad in her night attire, remained wide awake. Leaning her head on her hand, she sat by the window, gazing dreamily at the moon hanging in the sky. Memories of the dinner scene from earlier that evening flitted through her mind, evoking a sense of warmth that captivated her. In her youth, she had often imagined a family gathered around a dining table, sharing laughter and tears alike, merely content in each other's company. However, as the years passed, her expectations dwindled into disappointment, which then morphed into yearning, only to ultimately spiral into despair. Her parents seemed akin to adversaries, her father indifferent, and her mother coldly dismissive. Throughout her life, apart from a slight closeness to her grandfather, she had felt naught but the absence of parental affection. Yet now, it appeared she was beginning to feel something anew. Moreover, there was someone by her side who cared for her even more deeply. The thought of Su Xian, with his gentle demeanor as if he wished to cradle her in his hands, brought a warm surge through her, and the corners of her mouth lifted ever so slightly in a barely perceptible smile. This sensation was exquisite, so delightful that she felt as if she were ensnared in a dream, momentarily forgetting her purpose for being there. For a fleeting moment, she yearned to be an ordinary girl, to linger in that place, to cast aside all thoughts, forever cherished by that foolish boy. Alas, she understood that such a wish was unattainable. She could not alter her identity as the daughter of Bai Bidong. Nor could she change the hostile relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire. The mere thought of her identity being exposed caused her heart to tighten painfully. She could hardly fathom how that foolish boy would react upon discovering the truth. Would he feel deceived and betrayed, consumed by fury to the point of wishing her harm? Or would he be driven to madness by the revelation? She dared not contemplate further. Perhaps I ought to return and confess to that woman that my plans have failed. After a moment of internal struggle, a bittersweet smile of resignation graced Qianren's face. Reason whispered to her that perhaps this was the best outcome. While she had yet to become too enmeshed, while Su Xian remained unaware, and before their fates inevitably clashed, she ought to extricate herself swiftly. Yet, did she truly wish to leave this place? Glancing around the room, her eyes brimmed with nostalgia, though it was her first day residing here. She had glimpsed the essence of home within its confines. The thought of returning to the Spirit Hall, to that fragmented and desolate ice cavern that filled her with despair, filled her with reluctance. Just then, as her heart swayed in uncertainty, a soft sound of footsteps echoed from the direction of the door. Unlike the usual sounds, it seemed the intruder deliberately muted their steps, rendering the noise exceedingly faint. Startled, she instinctively laid down on the bed, squinting her eyes, vigilantly watching the entrance. A soft creaking sound heralded the opening of the door, and a figure stealthily entered, closing the door behind them. It was he. The pupils narrowed sharply. and a glimmer of joy involuntarily emerged in Qianrenxue's eyes. She had not anticipated that the visitor would be Su Xian. However, was it truly necessary to be so secretive within her own residence? She chose not to awaken immediately, opting instead to observe his intentions. Indeed, he appeared to be asleep. Silently approaching the bedside, Su Xian felt a wave of relief upon seeing Qianrenxue slumbering peacefully. His endurance through the night had not been in vain. He had finally persevered. Gazing at the serene visage of Qianrenxue as she slumbered, Su Xian couldn't help but smile softly, cautiously making her way onto the bed. Suddenly, a loud exclamation erupted. "What are you doing?" Startled, Qianrenxue's heart raced, and she immediately sat up, clutching the blanket tightly. Her eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and fear directed at Su Xian. Taken aback, Su Xian too was startled, not expecting Qianrenxue to still be awake. Nearly losing her balance and tumbling off the bed, with a light-hearted chuckle, she replied, "I merely came to check if you were asleep." Upon noticing the furrowed brow of Qianrenxue, who was gazing at him with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, Su Xian felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. What a predicament! He had intended to retire to bed beside his future wife, only to find himself in this unexpected situation. How was he to navigate this? "Why did you come to bed?" Qianrenxue exclaimed, her lips pressed tightly together, disbelief etched across her crimson face. "I merely thought you might need some company to ease into it," Su Xian replied, his own cheeks tinged with a hint of red. Without waiting for Qianrenxue's reaction, he promptly rolled onto the bed. "You." A sudden shiver coursed through Qianrenxue as she instinctively pulled the blanket to create distance between them, anxious that he might take liberties. "Fear not, I shall remain on this side, and I assure you, I will not disturb you," Su Xian hastily promised. At just over 15 years of age, Qianrenxue was far too young for any impropriety. Such matters could be addressed in due time. "Really?" "Indeed, I swear it." With great reluctance, Qianrenxue ultimately acquiesced to Su Xian's pleas, allowing him to share the bed. However, feeling the weight of his gaze upon her, she found her heart racing, rendering sleep impossible. "What are you staring at?" she demanded, turning to face him, her heart skipping a beat as she met his bright, unwavering eyes. Su Xian simply smiled, offering no reply, his gaze filled with gentle affection. With a wife as enchanting and delightful as her, what more could he desire? In this lifetime, he vowed to cherish her, never letting go. Boredom set in. With her heart fluttering, Qianrenxue tightly clutched the blanket, then turned away from Su Xian, her gaze drifting to the window, lost in her thoughts. Time flowed slowly. "Are you asleep?" A chill wafted through the window, prompting Qianrenxue to shiver slightly. She turned her body, glancing back at him, unable to suppress her curiosity. After a brief pause, receiving no response, she swiftly turned around again. "Have you fallen asleep?" As she gazed at Su Xian, curled up like an infant, adorned with a sweet smile in slumber, Qianrenxue felt a momentary pause, followed by a gentle smile. "Perhaps, in time, you will come to resent me," she murmured to herself. With that thought, she closed her eyes, allowing her inner turmoil to momentarily subside, savoring the tranquility of the night. Outside the window, as the stars shifted and the night faded, a faint light began to filter in. Qianrenxue's eyelashes fluttered slightly, sensing a heaviness in her body. As her drowsy eyes slowly opened, the sight before her left her utterly astonished. There lay Su Xian, entwined around her like an octopus, his hands and feet wrapped around her, his head resting on her shoulder. In that instant, Qianrenxue's gaze turned blank. "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted, reverberating like thunder, piercing the heavens. What happened? Su Xian was startled awake. Momentarily disoriented, he sat up abruptly, bleary-eyed as he regarded Qianrenxue, his gaze momentarily dazed. A flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes, and he instinctively swallowed hard. "Ah, what are you staring at? Turn around at once." The scream resounded once more. Qianrenxue's face a blend of embarrassment and fury as she swiftly kicked out, quickly pulling her nightgown collar closed. Goodness! The sudden kick left Su Xian bewildered, sending him tumbling to the floor, his head spinning. "Ouch! My head, it hurts." Clutching his head with both hands, Su Xian stumbled to his feet, his face contorted in agony, a vivid scarlet trickling down from his scalp. "Are you all right?" Seeing the blood streaming from Su Xian's head, Qianrenxue felt a rush of anxiety and quickly rushed to support him. "Who are you?" As Su Xian slightly opened his pained eyes, he was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively stepped back with caution. Furrowing his brow, confusion filled his gaze, and his cold demeanor seemed to usher in a sudden chill. His suspended hands grew slightly stiff as Qianrenxue observed him, The indifference and unfamiliarity in his eyes pierced her heart, leaving her in a state of unease. Could it be that he truly had amnesia? The mere thought of this possibility sent a wave of shock through her mind, draining the color from her face as her voice trembled. You don't remember me? I'm Xue. Her eyes fixed intently on Su Xian, brimming with hope that he might recall something. Even the slightest reaction to her name would suffice. Yet, despair began to envelop her. There was no flicker of recognition in Su Xian's gaze. His calmness was almost terrifying. I don't know any Xue. I only remember I have a wife who promised to marry me. Do you know her? His brows furrowed into a mountain shape as he stared blankly at Qianrenqiu, his clear and innocent eyes reflecting a profound sense of novelty towards everything. Upon hearing this, Qianrenqiu's complexion fluctuated between red and purple. She was at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. He didn't even recognize himself, yet he still remembered he had a wife. With tears welling in her eyes, she felt as if 1,000 needles were piercing her heart. His cold demeanor was akin to a knife, methodically slicing at her wounds. She had just encountered someone who cared for her, only to have him struck with amnesia by her own doing? No, absolutely not. Tears streamed down her face like pearls from a broken string as she sat helplessly on the bed, her spirit seemingly drained, embodying a fragile and vulnerable figure that elicited deep sympathy. Don't move. I will take you to find Grandpa. He will surely heal you. In the depths of her despair and confusion, Qianrenqiu clung to a glimmer of hope, forcing a bittersweet smile as she supported Su Xian, intending to take him to find Qiandaolu. Oh no, Qiandaolu. A sudden tremor coursed through Su Xian's hollow eyes, filling him with dread. What the hell? This place seems to have escalated. How on earth am I supposed to conclude this? If I reveal everything now, won't I be killed on the spot? Initially, he had merely intended to feign madness to mask his earlier awkwardness and to tease Qianrenqiu, curious about her reaction. He never anticipated she would take it so seriously. Could it be that his acting skills were too convincing? Yet, in this world, there were no little golden figurines awarded to him. If he were to venture into the spirit hall, with Bibi Dong in front and Qiandaolu behind, flanked by a mother-in-law and a grandfather, it would indeed be a formidable combination. Just as Su Xian contemplated finding an opportunity to recover, a sudden ticking sound echoed, causing Qianrenqiu to halt. Her gaze fixated on the blood trickling from her arm. The blood appeared almost frozen, resting on her hand without a hint of movement. Its viscosity seemed excessively high, prompting Qianrenqiu to furrow her brow, a familiar scent wafting towards her, darkening her expression immediately. Tomato ketchup. With pursed lips, Qianrenqiu enunciated each word, her eyes blazing red, as if she were a volcano on the verge of eruption, brimming with fury. Su Xian exclaimed, Is it too late to beg for mercy now? Surely I want to die, right? My dear, please don't strike me. I was wrong. He clung to Qianrenqiu's leg, pleading pitifully. However, before his words had fully escaped, a fierce punch came hurtling towards him, showing no mercy. Oh no, you're really going to hit me. With his pupils contracting sharply, Su Xian instinctively rolled to evade the blow. Chapter 19. Xue Qinghe. What does it matter to Su Xian? My dear, let us discuss this calmly. Please don't resort to violence. Panic-stricken, Su Xian hastily begged for mercy, unwilling to confront her wrath, yet his performance left him no choice. As he pleaded and softened his stance, he cautiously retreated, fearing a sudden outburst from Qianrenqiu. Do you think I'm foolish and easily deceived? Tears brimmed at the corners of Qianrenqiu's eyes as she suddenly smiled, her choked voice gradually growing hoarse, the bitterness of tears flooding her heart. A blend of sorrow and apprehension. Perhaps only a girl who truly cares would react this way, yet he was the one inflicting pain upon her heart. My dear, I was wrong. A sharp pang of guilt pierced Su Xian's heart, his eyes reddening as he knelt beside the bed, resting his body upon it. If you must strike, then do so. This time, I shall not evade. With profound sincerity, he gazed deeply into Qianrenqiu's eyes and meticulously retrieved a whip from his storage ring, extending it towards her. Gazing at the whip, Qianrenqiu was momentarily taken aback, tears of sorrow flowing uncontrollably. Do you know, I truly believed you had forgotten me. She lamented, her voice a poignant melody of grief. She collapsed against Su Xian's back, her right hand striking his shoulder in a fit of desperation, tears cascading down her cheeks, dripping onto his back. I was wrong. I shall never deceive you again. Feeling the chill against his back, Su Xian could not help but shed tears as well, his face etched with guilt as he turned to embrace Qianrenqiu's delicate frame. This time, she did not resist. Merely sobbing, akin to a child who could only express her inner fears through tears. The echoes of their weeping filled the palace, as Su Xian and Xue held each other, quietly awaiting the passage of time. This man and woman appeared to compose the most exquisite painting in the world. Their hearts shattered yet sweetly enviable. Only the wish for their companionship lingered. After a while, Xue ceased her weeping, her eyes narrowing as she suddenly bit into Su Xian's shoulder. The pain surged. A cry of anguish erupted from him, distorting his features, veins bulging on his forehead. Why do women always resort to such methods? Gritting his teeth, Su Xian stifled his cries, but Xue abruptly halted. If you dare to deceive me again, I shall not spare you. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Su Xian's bleeding shoulder, her lips twitching with concern, yet she feigned anger. I wouldn't. I promise I won't dare again. Su Xian hastily shook his head. This painful lesson had taught him well. He understood the gravity of his actions, relishing the joy in silence, yet he knew better than to tread further down a path of folly. You think there's a next time? Her eyes glinted with fierce determination as Xue bared her teeth coldly. Su Xian, what on earth is happening? Is this a drama? No. I swear there won't be a next time. Su Xian quickly assured her. Seeing Xue smiling contentedly, Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief, suppressing the pain in his shoulder as he helped her up. Gazing at her tear-streaked face, he could not help but smile. After all, he had triumphed in this world. What are you grinning about? Does your shoulder not hurt? Xue shot him an exasperated glance. Oh, it hurts terribly. It feels like my arm is nearly immobile. I fear this injury will take a year to heal, and I shall have to rely on you, my dear wife, for support henceforth. With his right hand resting gently on Xue's waist, Su Xian's face was a mask of agony, his poor acting eliciting nothing but an eye roll from her. Such pretense. Keep it up. Take off your shirt. I'll bandage your wound. Observing the blood still seeping from Su Xian's shoulder, Xue spoke with concern. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? After all, we are not yet married, Su Xian timidly reminded her. How dare you mention marriage now? Where did you sleep last night? Do you not have any self-awareness? Xue retorted through gritted teeth. I will. Just be gentle. I fear the pain. He winced, seeing his foolish grin. She couldn't help but chuckle. You look utterly foolish. As they shared breakfast, Xue laughed lightly at Su Xian, who continued to stare at her with a silly smile. Goodness, my wife dares to call me a fool, Su Xian exclaimed. As a man and the pillar of the household, can I endure such an insult? Even if it means facing death or starvation, I cannot let this slide. Just have some porridge. Let us keep it light this morning, she suggested. Upon seeing Su Xian pouting in indignation, Xue offered a gentle smile and subsequently brought a bowl of congee to him. My hand is injured, otherwise. Would you feed me? Su Xian spoke softly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. You've been bitten on your left shoulder. You still have your right hand, don't you? With an involuntary roll of her eyes at Su Xian, Xue nevertheless chose not to decline. She gradually settled beside him. Open your mouth. Witnessing Xue's tender and affectionate care for herself, Su Xian felt an overwhelming sense of joy within. He realized that he had succeeded. In just one day, he had captured a girl's heart, a feat that could only be described as miraculous. Indeed, the three great treasures for a man pursuing a woman are not mere legends. Unabashed, absolutely unashamed, to the very end, unashamed. Yet, his heart was entirely entwined with hers. Your Highness, it is time for your class. Observing Su Xian still basking in the favor of the royal consort, seemingly unperturbed by the passage of time, Qinghe, who attended to his daily needs, could not resist the urge to remind him. Class? Upon hearing this, Su Xian was momentarily taken aback as memories belonging to Xue Qinghe surged forth. Indeed, being a prince was fraught with burdens. With a deep sigh, Xue Qinghe, the eldest prince, was not only required to attend Yuexian daily for lessons in etiquette and to cultivate at the Royal Academy, but also tasked with managing various affairs of Tiando City. This encompassed the training of the Royal Guard, financial audits, judicial oversight, and the observation of governmental proceedings. In essence, he was being groomed according to the standards expected of a crown prince, albeit most of his responsibilities were limited to supervision and observation, lacking genuine decision-making power. Nevertheless, it was evident that Emperor Xue held high expectations for Xue Qinghe. But why should Xue Qinghe's affairs concern Su Xian? He was not Xue Qinghe. So why should he attend class? No way. I refuse to go, not even under duress. You must request a leave of absence for me from Yuexian. citing an injury to my arm that prevents my attendance. Also, please extend my apologies to the Royal Academy and the Royal Guard. In short, I am injured today and cannot attend anywhere, Su Xian solemnly instructed. Understood, Your Highness. Chapter 20. The Transformation of Qianrenxue's Ideology. Aren't you afraid of your father's disapproval for skipping your studies? Qianrenxue remarked, observing Su Xian as he spoke with feigned nonchalance. Su Xian cast a surprised glance at Qianrenxue, who seemed to grasp his reasoning, offering a subtle smile without evasion. A knowing smile graced Su Xian's face. He knew his father would not dare to reprimand him, for his formidable mother would not let him off easily. Having such a powerful mother allowed for a certain degree of defiance. Moreover, he continued, pausing slightly, I simply wish to be a leisurely prince. Spending my days in your company, taking leisurely strolls, and indulging in shopping, rather than aspiring to be an emperor. If I do not dissuade my father, he will never relinquish his ambition for me to ascend the throne. Alas, this predicament stems from the legacy of my predecessor. Too extraordinary. Born to be an emperor, what could he possibly do? There is no choice but for my less capable brothers to step up, leaving me to wallow in complacency. Indeed, I, Su Xian, am not shirking responsibility out of laziness, but rather to ignite the ambition of my brothers to claim the throne. In the royal family, how could one not vie for the imperial position? Such an agreement is non-negotiable. I reiterate, it is absolutely not out of laziness. Important matters must be emphasized thrice. He declared. Qianrenxue responded with astonishment. You say you do not wish to be emperor. What could possibly be wrong with being an emperor? With wide, glistening eyes, Qianrenxue stared intently at Su Xian, struggling to comprehend his thoughts. The emperor, a figure towering above millions, wielding immense power and commanding the world, is revered as the utmost sovereign. Within the continent, he belongs to the echelons of the most influential, a status that is often coveted yet unattainable for the ordinary. Throughout history, the pursuit of the throne has led to violent conflicts, with rivers of blood spilled in the struggle for supremacy. Royal families have turned against each other. Brothers have engaged in fratricide, all for the sake of ascending to the pinnacle of power. Now, you suddenly declare that you have no desire to be emperor. Such a notion is utterly absurd. It is not only beyond her belief, but it is also something that no individual could accept. What could possibly be appealing about being an emperor? Su Xian shook his head, realizing that it was time to enlighten Qianrenxue, to instill in her the perspectives of a modern individual. Modern thoughts. We shall not bear this burden. You merely seek to take the easy way out. As Qianrenxue gazed at him with curiosity, her eyes filled with emotion, Su Xian began to elucidate slowly. Being an emperor entails handling an overwhelming amount of state affairs daily, rising early and retiring late, leaving no time for rest. Eventually, one's body will succumb to the strain. Just look at my father. He rises at 4 or 5 in the morning, and though he is not yet 50, his hair has nearly turned completely white. Indeed, the burden of emperorship is quite arduous. Qianrenxue nodded solemnly, her heart unwilling to see Su Xian become like that. However, even so, she found it difficult to be swayed. The emperor wielded unparalleled power and wealth, a coveted position envied by all. She gazed intently at Su Xian, her eyes shimmering with a hint of yearning. Her ultimate aim in coming to Tiando City was to ascend to the throne, thereby enabling the Spirit Hall to directly engulf the entire Tiando Empire. Supreme authority? A sardonic expression flitted across Su Xian's face, deepening Qianrenxue's confusion. Such authority, he mused, was merely an illusion for ordinary folk. If my father were to issue a decree now, demanding the Spirit Hall to submit to the Empire, do you think they would comply? He spoke with a mocking tone. Caught off guard by his words, Qianrenxue fell silent, unsure of how to respond. The question was indeed a formidable one. To have the Spirit Hall submit to the Empire? How audacious you are to even imagine such a thing. It is akin to daydreaming. With the current might of the Spirit Hall, obliterating the Tiando imperial family would be as effortless as child's play. If not for the fear of the other 3 major sects uniting against the Spirit Hall, coupled with the potential for war to incite widespread hatred and destabilize public sentiment, they would have long since sought to unify the realm. In her eyes, the Tiando imperial family was merely a larger insect, a scale to balance the people's hearts. The struggle for power has always been dominated by absolute strength. Meanwhile, the Tiando imperial family lacked even a title Douluo, relying on the 7-treasure glazed tile sect for support, rendering them pitifully weak. See, even you think it impossible, Su Xian sighed, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the Snow Knight Emperor. Though both aspired to be emperors, their fates diverged drastically. In the mundane world, emperors held absolute authority, executing decrees without a flicker of hesitation. In the fantastical realm, emperors were mere puppets, submissively bowing to their sect's patriarch without a second thought, often subjected to the humiliation of being oppressed or betrayed by protagonists and supporting characters alike. How tragic it was. While this description may have been somewhat exaggerated, it nonetheless revealed the emperor's awkward predicament. In 2 words, it was simply pathetic. So, to become an emperor? That was a dream forever out of reach. Even if he were to unify the continent, he would not hesitate for a moment, let alone the Spirit Hall. Even if my father were to decree that the lower 4 sects submit, would they heed his command? As an emperor, one grapples daily with an array of perplexing state affairs, must decipher the intricacies of human nature, engage in the machinations of power, and live under the constant specter of assassination, never experiencing a moment of tranquility. Thus, the life of an emperor may not be as favorable as that of a prince. Ultimately, Su Xian's tone was resolute, his gaze sharp and penetrating. A prince who does not aspire to be an emperor is not a true brother. Upon hearing this, Qianren appeared to grasp the situation. Indeed, the emperor of the Tiando Empire seemed somewhat ineffectual, while the carefree prince appeared quite appealing. However, she pondered, what if one day the Spirit Hall chose to align itself with the empire? Would you still regard the position of emperor unfavorably? Qianren inquired earnestly. Absolutely not. Su Xian was acutely aware of the implications behind Qianren's words, which could only be realized through her efforts, yet he remained steadfast in his convictions. Why? Qianren furrowed her brow, questioning him. If Su Xian wished to ascend to the throne, her inheritance of the angel god's position could undoubtedly compel the Spirit Hall to obey. A unified empire, a preeminent throne, surely that would be enough to entice anyone? Do you wish for me to become emperor? This time, Su Xian refrained from responding, instead directing an incredulous gaze towards Qianren, his tone laced with uncertainty. Qianren felt a tremor within her, unsure of how to respond. To be candid, she did not desire for Su Xian to become the crown prince, or even the emperor, for the risks were far too great. Even if she could not take action herself, the Spirit Hall would surely devise a means to eliminate him, never permitting the royal family to harbor any hope. What troubled her even more was the future. A monumental clash between the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire was inevitable. If Su Xian were to be the emperor, what would become of her? Would she assist him in battling her own mother and grandfather? Or would she aid her mother and grandfather in confronting him? It was certain that the vanquished would face dire consequences, if not death, then imprisonment. However, if he remained merely the carefree prince, the outcome would be entirely different. She could shield him from the impending conflict, ensuring that regardless of the victor, you would remain unscathed. You should continue as the carefree prince, no matter the circumstances. I shall support your decision. With a silent sigh, Qianren responded earnestly. Yet, as she expressed these words, an odd sensation stirred within her. What wife does not wish for her husband to achieve greatness? Yet here she was, urging her eldest son not to become emperor, truly remarkable. In the annals of history, she might just be one of a kind. Chapter 21, 500 billion, to marry a wife? After breakfast, Qianren entered the palace to pay her respects to Ling. The initial purpose was to engage in heartfelt conversation, as there were certain matters left unsaid the previous evening due to the late hour. Moreover, she cherished the moments spent with her mother-in-law, Ling, finding comfort and warmth in their exchanges. Thus, she seized the opportunity to visit early, also as a gesture of goodwill. The second reason for her visit was to request a leave of absence for Su Xian. Being the crown prince, his prolonged absence from court would inevitably attract gossip among the ministers, and she served as the most plausible justification for his absence, which would not draw much dissent from the officials. With the approval of her mother-in-law, Ling, even if the Emperor Xue harbored discontent, he would find it difficult to reprimand Su Xian. Although she was aware of Su Xian's desire to lead a carefree life, hoping to dissuade the emperor from his ambitions, she was not inclined to witness Su Xian bear heavy responsibilities. Ling, in turn, warmly engaged with her prospective daughter-in-law, conversing with her until noon. Originally, Ling intended to invite her to stay for lunch within the palace. However, she was utterly defeated by a remark from Qianren, which elicited both laughter and envy from Ling, ultimately leading her to let Qianren depart. That mischievous boy, after all these years, had never once prepared a meal for me, his mother, truly forgetting his mother now that he has a wife. Watching Qianren depart, Ling felt a pang of melancholy within her heart. Had it not been for Xue's presence during yesterday's meal, that young man would have surely concealed his feelings. It has been quite some time since I last left the palace. Perhaps a visit to Qinghe Mansion would be refreshing. The more she pondered, the more her irritation grew, especially when recalling the exquisite dishes prepared by Su Xian. Such delectable meals were a rarity in the palace. "Come here, prepare the carriage. I intend to leave the palace," she commanded. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Shortly thereafter, her voice, both benevolent and commanding, resonated throughout the palace. Meanwhile, Xue had returned to her residence, her face aglow with a sweet and warm smile, as if she had just received delightful news. Upon hearing that Su Xian was in the garden, she hurriedly made her way there. Observing Su Xian, who was eagerly holding a pen, engrossed in his drawing, Xue tiptoed gracefully to position herself behind him. Was it a tower, or perhaps a castle? Gazing at the triangular architecture depicted on the blueprint, Xue covered her mouth in astonishment, murmuring to herself. With a slight twitch of her ear, Su Xian recognized her presence and turned around with a smile. "You're back. What do you think of the design for the entertainment complex?" "An entertainment complex?" Taking the blueprint, she scrutinized the architectural details and questioned, "What compelled you to design such a thing? And why is the center of the building hollow?" Pointing at the void in the tower's core, curiosity illuminated her face. Eager for an explanation, with a self-satisfied grin, Su Xian replied, "I intend to incorporate a variety of engaging attractions within this entertainment complex. It's bound to yield significant profits." "Profits?" Surprised by his response, Xue could not help but inquire, "Are you in dire need of money?" The notion of a noble prince contemplating wealth was so absurd that it was hard to fathom. "Indeed, quite in need." He nodded despondently, his voice thick with emotion. "My family currently possesses just over 700,000 gold coins, and it won't be long before they are depleted." "Only 700,000. Xue was momentarily taken aback, her voice rising in disbelief. To an ordinary person, 700,000 gold coins would be an unfathomable fortune, yet for her and Su Xian, it seemed woefully inadequate. Neglecting the routine expenses of their residence, in the bustling city of Tiando, even valuable items could cost tens of thousands in mere moments. Furthermore, as the crown prince, Su Xian was obligated to partake in various receptions, entertainments, and ceremonial duties, including personally congratulating marquises and dukes on their birthdays, with gifts that could not be trivial. When all was considered, such a sum of gold was pitifully insufficient. "Where has all your money gone?" Xue, hands on her hips, adopted the demeanor of a seasoned housekeeper, glaring at Su Xian with an expression that practically screamed wasteful. Even a prince's household, no matter how impoverished, should not be reduced to such meager funds. "Yesterday, I purchased a few items, which cost 2 million, Su Xian confessed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had indulged in a shopping spree within the system, purchasing everything that caught his fancy, reveling in the thrill of newfound wealth. However, the specifics of his purchases were a secret he could not disclose to Xue. After all, the existence of the system was not something to be openly discussed. While he trusted that Xue would not betray him, he could not dismiss the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. He had no desire to become the protagonist who, upon entering another world, exposed the system and met an untimely demise. Otherwise, how would he boast about his adventures when seated in the afterlife? "Over 2 million. What on earth did you buy to squander such an amount?" Pouting, Xue was thoroughly incensed. It seemed that in the short time she had been away, he had squandered over 2 million gold coins. If she had arrived even a moment later, would their household not be entirely bereft? Wasteful. Utterly wasteful. If today's lesson is not adequately imparted, do you truly not comprehend the essence of marital authority? Xue's lips quivered in anger, astonished that her initial aspiration for dominance was met with such formidable opposition. Is this a debt from her past life that she must now repay? That item, which was originally quite valuable, estimated to be worth several tens of millions of gold coins, however. Seeing Xue so angry, Su Xian felt even more embarrassed. Her demeanor indicated that she was well prepared to manage the household finances. I, on the other hand, felt somewhat inadequate. As a man, is it not essential to have amassed at least hundreds of thousands or even millions of gold coins for my devoted wife to manage? Can one truly call himself a man otherwise? Readers, we strongly demand that this nonsensical writing, penned by an author who speaks without understanding the struggle, be brought forth for critique. Upon hearing that her treasure was of such immense value, Xue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly inquired, "Where is that item?" "I presented it to my father yesterday. Otherwise, he would not have consented to my marrying you, replied Su Xian. His gaze filled with helplessness and innocence as he looked at Qianren Xue. If he were to sell that soul-guiding device to his father, Emperor Xue, he certainly would not be lacking in funds, spending tens of millions of gold coins on a bride. Sobbing, he could only wipe his tears while feeling a strange sense of joy, acknowledging that it was indeed worth it. According to the price conversion in the Douluo Continent, a typical family lives on 1 gold coin per year. In contrast, on Earth, a regular family's yearly expenses amount to approximately 10,000 RMB, 50 million gold coins. When converted in the modern context, equates to 500 billion RMB. 500 billion RMB for a bride. His blood pressure nearly reached a tipping point. He needed to take a moment to breathe deeply. Upon realizing that Su Xian's actions were for her sake, Qianren Xue momentarily froze. Understanding why Emperor Xue acquiesced to their union, it all made sense now. A blush crept onto her cheeks as her heart swelled with sweetness. My mother just gifted me 1 million gold coins. We shall simply be frugal moving forward. I will keep a watchful eye on our expenses, she said with a hint of guilt, delicately retrieving a golden card from her storage ring and placing it before Su Xian. Chapter 22. Forming a team to mooch a meal? Observing Qianren Xue, who resembled a docile young bride as she obediently divulged the details of the gold card, Su Xian could not help but chuckle. You should keep this money for yourself. Managing a household is no easy task. Allow me to devise ways to earn our fortune, he said, gently placing the gold card into Qianren Xue's hands and guiding her to sit down. Gazing at Qianren Xue, Su Xian's eyes radiated warmth, and a contented smile swept over him like a gentle spring breeze. With such a wife, what more could a husband desire? There were still numerous financial needs within the estate, but with his capabilities, he had no fear of earning more. Furthermore, the money given by his mother to Qianren Xue was crystal clear in its intent. She was to take charge, and he could not claim it. Yet, are you not planning to construct that entertainment city? Qianren Xue hesitated, her words laden with concern. The entertainment city appeared immensely grand. With a height that likely surpassed 100 meters, it was indeed a colossal undertaking. With the corners of his mouth curling into a smile, Su Xian reassured her. Rest assured, the construction of the entertainment city is funded by my father. Should it truly come to fruition, it may require nearly 10 million gold coins. That's wonderful. Then I shall keep the funds for you, Qianren Xue replied, her anxiety dissipating as she obediently tucked the gold card away. Shall we not have lunch now? Just as Su Xian intended to finish the remaining sketches, a crisp and slightly aggrieved voice broke the moment, causing him to pause. He turned to see Qianren Xue pouting adorably, her gaze fixed on him with longing, embodying the essence of an eager foodie. Unable to contain his laughter, Su Xian took her hand and pulled her into his embrace, gently caressing her face. All right, I shall head to the kitchen to prepare a meal for my little wife. With that, he made his way toward the kitchen. A sweet smile blossomed on Qianren Xue's face. Her cheeks flushed with color as she carefully gathered the drawings from the table. The princess consort, the queen, and Lady Yang have arrived at the estate. You must go to them, a maid reported as soon as Su Xian left. Hearing that the queen had come, Qianren Xue felt a twinge of confusion. Had she not just left the palace? Why was she visiting the estate again? With her curiosity piqued, Qianren Xue hurried towards the main hall. In the grand hall of the prince's estate, 2 gentle and virtuous women sat together, engaged in quiet conversation. One of them was naturally Dongguo. The other, clad in a purple silk gown, appeared to be around 40 years old, with an elegant and dignified demeanor. Her eyes sparkled with a captivating allure, and her well-proportioned figure exuded a mature charm. Dear sister, you are truly blessed. It seems that before long, you shall be cradling a grandchild. As she gazed at Dongguo, Yang Xuenning's eyes brimmed with envy. Yet her smile was both graceful and genuine, reflecting true happiness for Dongguo, much like that of a sister. In truth, there was no trace of jealousy or resentment in Yang Xuenning's heart. It was futile. Whether due to the Emperor of the Snowy Knight's affection or the heir's regard, she possessed no competitive advantage. Moreover, had it not been for Dongguo's initial matchmaking, she would never have ascended to the position of imperial concubine. With Dongguo's gentle and virtuous demeanor, she was quite well liked, and among the 3 in the harem, they shared a sisterly bond. Dongguo smiled knowingly, then shook her head, remarking that Xue was still young and that such matters could be discussed in a few more years. Yet there was hope, and with a sigh, Yang Xuenning suddenly recalled that today was a day of celebration. Promptly changing her tone, I wonder what kind of beauty could captivate the crown Prince Qing, he to such an extent that he immediately compelled His Majesty to issue a decree. Had I not heard it from my sister's own lips, I would scarcely believe the words of the servants. Filled with curiosity, Yang Xuening looked intently at Nangongling. Qinghe was someone she had watched grow up. Although gentle in nature, his discernment was exceptional. What kind of beauty could elicit such impulsiveness from him? She has arrived. See for yourself. With a gesture towards the entrance, Nangongling rose with a smile, beckoning Qianren to come over. The imperial concubine also quickly stood, turning her gaze towards the door. Dressed in a well-tailored white palace gown that complemented her golden locks, she exuded an ethereal and sacred aura with every movement. Her features were exquisite, her complexion radiant as jade, and her elongated eyes held a captivating, cool allure. Most notably, the air of refined elegance that surrounded her was akin to a celestial maiden descending to earth, leaving others feeling inadequate and hesitant to approach. Upon catching sight of Qianren, Yang Fei's eyes instantly brightened, and she inwardly marveled at Su Xian's discerning eye. I greet you, mother, she said, as Nangongling rose to her feet. Qianren hastened forward and promptly offered her respects. This is Aunt Yang Xuening. You may call her Aunt Xue. Seeing Qianren looking at Yang Fei in a state of confusion, Nangongling came to her rescue and said, Xue has met Aunt Xue. Qianren was about to pay her respects when Yang Fei immediately stopped her, smiling. We are all family, so there is no need for such formalities. You are now, in name, the princess consort of Qinghe. Aunt Xue has nothing to present to you, but this bracelet was bestowed upon me by His Majesty, and I now present it to you. With that, Yang Fei took out a box from her sleeve and placed it into Qianren's hands. Thank you very much, Aunt Xue. Upon observing the enthusiastic demeanor of Lady Yang, Qianren hesitated momentarily. However, after noticing the subtle signal from Nangongling, she composed herself. This was indeed the correct response. Lady Yang, satisfied, gently patted the back of Qianren's hand, her gaze filled with warmth and growing approval. Noticing that Su Xian was absent, Lady Yang raised an eyebrow and inquired, By the way, where has Qinghe gone? Why did he not accompany you here? At this, Qianren felt a flush of embarrassment and, unable to respond directly, turned her gaze towards her mother-in-law, Nangongling's sister. You are unaware. Nangongling leaned closer to Lady Yang and whispered an explanation, suppressing a laugh. Upon hearing that the esteemed prince had taken to the kitchen to prepare a meal for his wife, Lady Yang erupted in laughter, teasingly looking at Nangongling. No wonder my sister left the palace at noon. I now understand. She had been strolling in the palace when she noticed Nangongling heading towards Su Xian's residence. As an aunt, it was only natural for her to come and celebrate this joyous occasion while also making the acquaintance of Qianren. Little did she anticipate that the mother of a nation would come for such a reason. Is it so wrong for a mother to desire the meals prepared by her son? In response to Lady Yang's playful jibe, Nangongling remained unperturbed, replying earnestly, with a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Upon witnessing Nangongling's demeanor, Yang Fei's curiosity was further piqued. I wonder, she pondered, could the cuisine prepared by Qinghe truly be that delectable? Nangongling chuckled softly, remarking that one could hardly overlook the fervor of those two children from Wujie, who were almost at odds with His Majesty over the food. At this, Yang Fei felt an insatiable urge and turned to Qianren, playfully inquiring whether she would be unwelcome if she intended to join for a meal today. Chapter 23. The Significance of Allies. In the kitchen, Su Xian was fervently engaged in preparing a variety of dishes, all simple fare yet unparalleled in flavor. Suddenly, a sweet, innocent voice broke through the air, as melodious as if it had been infused with honey. Turning to see the source, he found a little girl timidly standing at the door, adorned in a graceful palace gown. Her delicate features resembled that of a porcelain doll, and her skin was so flawless that it seemed almost ethereal. The girl, merely 3 or 4 years of age and still cherubic in form, exuded an enchanting aura that hinted at her future beauty, destined to be captivating beyond compare. What brings you here? Upon seeing the little girl, Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, but soon approached with a beaming smile, gently pinching her cherubic face. His eyes filled with affection. Mother said to come and see your elder brother. The girl, with her sparkling eyes pure and unblemished, held on to Su Xian's hand and replied earnestly. Su Xian raised an eyebrow and inquired, Is your mother here as well? Yes, she replied, blinking her long, delicate lashes, her expression sincere and exuding an innocent charm akin to the sweetness of milk that overwhelmed the senses in an instant. unable to resist. Su Xian affectionately ruffled her hair. At that moment, Qinghe interjected, Empress Yang arrived alongside the Queen Mother. They should be in the Grand Hall now. The princess insisted on seeking His Highness, so I brought her here. My mother is here too? Su Xian's expression turned slightly perplexed. Snow had just returned. And now her mother was here as well. At this moment, could it be that someone is here to mooch a meal? Indeed, it is quite plausible. Matters of the palace typically conclude with a meal, and those who emerge during midday often dine outside. Alas, this is truly the first day of our world as a couple. Do you not feel any embarrassment in coming here to scrounge a meal? Furthermore, you have brought a whole entourage with you. Thankfully, the imperial harem does not consist of 72 concubines. Otherwise, I would be utterly exhausted. Yaoer, please inquire whether my mother and her companions will be dining at the residence. Su Xian commanded with a serious expression. Your Highness. The Queen's personal maid has already informed me, and it appears to be correct. Qinghe replied promptly. Su Xian exclaimed, Goodness. You truly have come to mooch a meal. Could it be that after giving Xue 100,000, you are feeling the pinch and wish to recoup? Shaking his head. Su Xian dismissed the thought and glanced at Xue Qinghe, speaking gently, Courtier, I need to prepare a meal now, and the kitchen is rather untidy. Would you kindly go to the front yard and play with your sister-in-law? Xue Qinghe, with her small hands grasping Su Xian's arm and her large eyes brimming with anticipation, asked in a sweet voice, Can Courtier stay here to eat? Su Xian playfully pinched her nose, his heart melted by her adorable demeanor, and replied with a beaming smile. Of course. Soon, Courtier will see delicious food. Oh, Xue Qinghe nodded innocently, then turned to hold Qin Yao's finger. Just as the latter was about to lead her away, the little one paused. Turning back to Su Xian, Xue Qinghe bit her lip, worry evident on her face as her big eyes looked at him pitifully. Brother, will sister-in-law not like Courtier? Unable to suppress a chuckle, Su Xian reassured her, Do not worry. Your sister-in-law is very kind and will certainly adore little Courtier. Oh. Then I shall go find sister-in-law. Watching Xue Qinghe depart, Su Xian let out a helpless sigh and returned to the kitchen. Suddenly, the task had become quite formidable. But who was he to be daunted by such trivial challenges? A man must never concede defeat. Within the grand hall, 3 women engaged in aimless conversation. Xue, come here to your mother. Upon seeing Xue Qinghe return, the Empress Yang affectionately beckoned her over and promptly lifted her into her arms. Courtier, is your elder brother preparing a meal? Yes, elder brother said he would make something delicious for me. Xue Qinghe swallowed nervously, her gaze wandering within the grand hall until it finally settled upon Xue. Courtier, this is your elder brother's wife. Quickly address her as sister-in-law. The Empress said with a smile. This is your Aunt Xue's daughter, named Xue Qinghe. Upon noticing the puzzled gaze of Xue, Ling hastily offered an explanation, her eyes radiating warmth. The girl had just disembarked from the carriage and was already clamoring to find her elder brother, refusing to be deterred. Sister-in-law, you are truly beautiful. Without hesitation, she leapt from Yang Fei's embrace and trotted towards Xue, her striking black and white eyes shimmering with brilliance as they fixed intently upon her. Upon seeing the adorable girl before her, Xue felt somewhat flustered. Having grown up alone in the spirit hall, she lacked experience in dealing with children. However, the innocent and charming visage of Xue Qinghe stirred an overwhelming sense of affection within her. She reached out to gently touzle the little girl's hair, saying, You are also very beautiful, and when you grow up, you will surely surpass your sister-in-law in beauty. With a delighted giggle, Xue Qinghe looked up at Xue with a naive curiosity and asked, Will I also be able to be a wife to Big Brother in the future? At this, the hall fell into a profound silence. Staring blankly at Xue Qinghe, Xue's face flushed crimson, her mind racing with 1,000 bewildering thoughts. A mere 3 or 4-year-old girl was suggesting a rivalry for her future husband. Suddenly, Ling burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. What nonsense are you talking about, dear child? Yang Fei's face turned crimson with embarrassment as she swiftly scooped Xue Qinghe into her arms, gently patting the little girl's head. With a mixture of amusement and exasperation, she admonished, You are your brother's sister. How could you ever be his wife? You must not speak such things in the future. Do you understand? Observing the irate demeanor of Lady Yang, Xue Qinghe's small face was suffused with a sense of grievance and confusion. She dared not inquire the reason behind it, and could only obediently nod. Children speak without restraint. Dear sister, do not take it to heart, Ling comforted. It is I who have not disciplined my younger sister adequately, thus allowing my elder sister and Xue to bear witness to this jest. Lady Yang remarked with a smile, though her expression remained quite grave. It is of no consequence, mother. Nangong Ling was about to speak when a sharp and fervent voice interrupted her. Two figures approached briskly, one robust and lively, the other gentle and reserved, both wearing expressions of joy as if they had encountered delightful news. We pay our respects to mother and aunt. Upon noticing the presence of Lady Yang, Su Wuji and his companion promptly bowed in respect. The former swiftly rose, her delicate hand gracefully raised, not daring to be negligent. Greetings to both elder sisters, but please, if elder brother were to find out, he would undoubtedly reprimand us. Upon witnessing Qianren preparing to pay her respects, Su Wuji and his companion felt a tremor in their hearts and immediately obstructed her. There was no other choice. They could not afford to offend her. Given elder brother's current obsession with pampering his wife, they would rather face his wrath than allow her to feel slighted. It was truly disheartening to witness their once amicable elder brother suddenly transform, prioritizing affection over kinship. They were left utterly despondent. What brings you here as well? Observing the two, Xue Wuji and Xue Mingdong, Nangong Ling smiled gracefully, clearly aware of their intentions. She feigned ignorance and inquired, "We heard that mother has left the palace, so we came to keep her company." Xue Mingdong promptly replied. "Oh." A glimmer of mockery danced in her eyes as Nangong Ling responded, "I believe it is getting late. Perhaps you should return and have your meal." Xue Wuji and Xue Mingdong exclaimed, "Having come this far, how could we possibly leave so easily? Are they devoid of shame? We shall not depart. We refuse to leave even if it costs us dearly. Mother, we are quite fine. We will stay here and converse with you." Xue Mingdong maintained a serene demeanor, smiling elegantly. "As for lunch, we shall partake of a modest meal here with elder brother." Xue Wuji immediately echoed this sentiment. "Hey, third brother, why are you pinching me?" As the words left his mouth, Xue Wuji's expression turned pale, and he was instantly filled with fury. Xue Mingdong was exasperated, feeling a sense of despair. "You foolish teammate, why did you have to speak the truth? I truly regret teaming up with you." Chapter 24. That kitchen knife is merely 0.1 centimeters away from me. What? Those two rascals have also arrived? Upon hearing that Xue Wuji and Xue Mingdong had come, Su Xian was immediately engulfed by a surge of anger, a fierce fire igniting in his eyes, as if it could consume the very void. How dare they? After not gracing my residence for 8 centuries, now they come merrily at the scent of food. Is this what brotherhood means? Bah! Do they truly believe this place is a communal dining hall, where meals are served without charge? As Su Xian gazed at the 3 completed dishes, a surge of frustration ignited within him, and he could no longer contain himself. Initially, he had intended to prepare just 4 dishes, as he believed that he and Qianren would have sufficient food. However, with the addition of the Empress, Aunt Xue, and Xue Qinghe, he realized he needed to augment the offerings to at least 6 dishes and a soup. Now, there were a total of 7 people. Moreover, given the voracious appetites of Xue Wuji and his companion, he thought, goodness, even a few more plates would hardly suffice for the 2 of them. Was he to spend the entire afternoon cooking, confined to the kitchen? It seemed he could at least serve a dish and make an appearance in the grand hall. As the protagonist, he found it utterly absurd that he was relegated to the kitchen. Did they not realize he was the beloved son of the author? This was an outrageous affront. Enraged, Su Xian brandished a kitchen knife and stormed towards the grand hall. "You think you possess remarkable skills? Allow me to introduce you to a kitchen knife." "Empress, we merely wish to alleviate your boredom by coming to chat with you," he retorted, casting a fierce glare at the hapless Xue Wuji. Xue Mingdong, however, remained calm and composed, exuding an air of unwavering stability amidst the turmoil. As his words hung in the air, Nangong Ling shot him an incredulous look, lamenting, "In ordinary times, I scarcely see you 4 or 5 times a month within the palace, and now you suddenly exhibit such filial piety?" Her tone was tinged with sorrow, reminiscent of a desolate valley that had not seen a soul for ages, suddenly beset by a chilling breeze, leaving her feeling quite hurt. It was disheartening to realize that her status as the empress paled in comparison to a sumptuous meal. Xue Wuji and his companion immediately felt the weight of pressure, their hands and feet growing cold. Yet, Xue Mingdong was the first to regain his composure, his countenance filled with guilt as he hastily explained, "Empress, we have been quite occupied, balancing our academic pursuits at the academy with the trivial matters of the empire. We rarely have the time," he continued. "We promise to visit you more often and engage in conversation." Xue Wuji also expressed his remorse. "Sister, the 2 of you have your own challenges. Please do not hold it against them." Understanding that Nangong Ling's ire was momentary, she, having endured the palace life for many years, had likely grown accustomed to such occurrences. Yang.They also came to her aid, providing a way out of the situation. Considering that Aunt Xue advocates on your behalf, I shall let you off this time. But remember your words. Ling, recognizing their busyness, chose not to dwell on it further. The two young men quickly agreed, not daring to provoke her displeasure. You two gluttons, hurry and come out. Today, I shall teach you how to conduct yourselves. Just as they were about to take their seats, a thunderous voice suddenly erupted, freezing their movements. Not only were they startled, but even Ling and the others were taken aback. Whoosh! Before they could react, Su Xian had already entered the grand hall, a kitchen knife resting on his shoulder, his gaze fixed intently upon Xue Qinghe and his companion. In an instant, a chilling breeze swept in from the glacier canyon, causing both Xue Qinghe and his companion to shudder in unison. With a grip akin to that of a child being lifted, Su Xian effortlessly dragged the two of them out. Within the hall, only the echoes of their desperate pleas for mercy remained. Sister, was that person truly Qinghe? Yang.They exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. In her memory, Xue Qinghe embodied the very essence of a royal prince, exuding noble grace and decorum, and had never uttered a single profane word. Was she still dreaming, or had she encountered a ghost? The image of Su Xian wielding the kitchen knife, his movements swift and fiery, left her utterly bewildered. Perhaps so. Ling, equally astonished, nodded uncertainly, her own sense of shock rivaling that of Yang.They. Observing the expressions of Ling and Yang.They, Qianrenxue's demeanor shifted slightly, yet in the blink of an eye, she broke into a smile, responding nonchalantly. Perhaps it is due to the recent busyness that my husband's temper has flared. It seems I have inadvertently provided amusement for Mother and Aunt Xue. Upon hearing this, Ling and Yang.They burst into laughter, truly a testament to their bond as a couple, as they now sought to excuse that young man. Upon witnessing the playful expressions of the two, Qianrenxue felt a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks, shyly lowering her gaze. Xue, you must learn to care for Qinghe, including the art of cooking. With Mother and Aunt Xue here, they will not mind. In fact, they will be pleased to see the harmony between you as a couple. However, since Qinghe is a prince, you should be mindful of his dignity when there are outsiders present, Ling advised with a gentle demeanor, her tone serious yet warm. She bore no resentment towards Su Xian's impolite behavior. For the Emperor of the Snowy Night had subtly hinted to her that Qinghe might undergo some changes in appearance and temperament, yet his gaze and emotions would remain steadfast. Ling understood that the individual before her was still her child, and that was sufficient. Moreover, the current Qinghe brought her even more joy and reassurance. Excessive kindness within the royal family could indeed be a fault. Indeed, in response to her words, Qianrenxue nodded earnestly, aware that she could not allow Su Xian to bear all the burdens alone, for that would weigh heavily on her conscience. Very well. Let us go and see what is happening, lest we inadvertently create a scene. Satisfied, Ling nodded and, recalling the desperate cries for help from Xue Qinghe and the others, promptly rose to exit, with Qianrenxue following closely behind. In the kitchen courtyard, a fierce confrontation was currently unfolding. Elder brother, shall we join forces? I am certain that our older brother is no match for us. I believe that could be a viable strategy. Upon witnessing the exchange of glances between the two, Su Xian swiftly discerned their intentions. Do you still believe you can overpower me with just the two of you? Do you truly think you stand a chance? In an instant, a flash of silver sliced through the air, rendering it as thin as parchment. With a sharp thud, a kitchen knife embedded itself into the floor, mere millimeters from Xue Mingtong's feet. A shiver coursed through him, causing a cold sweat to break out as he glanced nervously at the blade, his heart racing in trepidation. Years later, as Xue Mingtong reflected on that fateful day, he could not help but exclaim, that knife was a mere 0.1 centimeters from my foot. Yet, with a single breath, its wielder would grant me complete forgiveness, for I had made the most astute decision of my life. Though he had made countless wise choices throughout his existence, I deemed this one to be the most flawless. Brother, it was second brother who dragged me into this. I had no part in it. Xue Mingtong protested, his face awash with innocence, tears in his eyes. You fool, Xue Qinghe exclaimed. Don't listen to him. This rascal harbors nothing but malice. How else could I have ended up here? Chapter 25, The Culinary Mastery. Have you lost your nerve so quickly? Seeing Xue Qinghe and Xue Mingtong shirking responsibility from one another, Su Xian shook his head in disappointment. We are all brothers. How can one behave in such a manner? He lamented. This predicament is quite challenging for me. Do you not realize your indecisiveness? Your actions are causing me a headache. Since you both insist it is the other's fault, then let us share the punishment together. Su Xian sighed. What? Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe and Xue Mingtong were instantly taken aback. We have been bickering back and forth, and you suggest that we simply accept punishment together? What was the point of our quarrel? Exclaimed one in frustration. If you have objections, we can discuss them calmly. Rest assured, I am not one to create chaos without reason. I have always believed in resolving matters through reason. Upon observing the lingering discontent in the expressions of the two individuals, Su Xian revealed a disarmingly innocent smile. In an instant, a gleaming golden sword materialized in his grasp, slicing through the ground with a resounding crack. The faces of Xue Qinghe and his companion contorted as if they had ingested something distasteful. Is this truly what you call reasoning with us? We may lack education, but do not attempt to deceive us. They retorted in unison. Whatever you say, brother, we shall comply. The sword before them seemed to emanate a peculiar power. Should it suddenly unleash its might, they would find themselves utterly defenseless. Indeed, their elder brother was a master of persuasion through reason, earning their respect for the principles he upheld. Exactly, Su Xian replied, nodding in satisfaction as he sheathed the sword. Without further debate, you two shall assist in the kitchen. Do not expect to dine here without contributing. What? Do you wish to discuss matters with my sword? No, we shall attend to it at once. Very well. That is as it should be. Seeing the two individuals joyfully enter the kitchen under her persuasion, Su Xian couldn't help but smile. A few minutes later, as feathers floated about the kitchen, Su Xian's expression darkened instantly. He hurriedly covered the dishes. Second brother, is this your idea of plucking the chicken? Gazing at the sorrowful and indignant expression on Xue Qinghe's face as he clutched the plucked chicken, Su Xian was suddenly seized by an overwhelming urge to strike someone. The feathers had been removed, yet the dense white down remained abundantly intact. If this were to be cooked, I swear I could forego my meal today. What on earth is this? The down is clinging far too tightly. I simply cannot pull it off. Xue Qinghe, filled with grievance and looking pitiful, was on the verge of tears. He had never engaged in such tasks throughout his life. It was far too filthy and uncomfortable. Woe is me. He had come to partake in a meal, not to perform menial labor. Unable to pull it off? At these words, Su Xian paused momentarily, raising his gaze to observe the area where Xue Qinghe was attempting to pluck the feathers, and then glanced at the dry body of the chicken, feeling an overwhelming despair. You're pulling them off harshly. Haven't you used hot water? Why would hot water be necessary? Can't they be removed without it? Xue Qinghe replied, utterly bewildered. The chicken feathers were not particularly difficult to remove. With a bit of effort, he could pluck them off. It was merely the fine down that proved somewhat challenging. Truly, you are a primitive and hardcore feather plucker. I am in awe. With a headache, Su Xian covered his forehead, utterly at a loss for words. Especially when he considered the cruel fate that this chicken had met, he felt a chill run down his spine. Brother. Plucking chicken feathers requires scalding them with hot water to ensure cleanliness. Witnessing that Xue Qinghe lacked even this basic knowledge, Xue Mingtong felt a pang of sorrow for him. Every day, he was preoccupied with physical contests, completely devoid of any critical thinking. Unlike himself, who, despite having mediocre cultivation talent, excelled in various aspects. Just moments ago, as soon as his elder brother mentioned the necessity of hot water for plucking feathers, he understood immediately. And regarding the preparation of these cabbage leaves, he was undoubtedly proficient, as evidenced by the pristine condition of the leaves. Alas, there are indeed some innate skills one is born with. He yearned for humility. Yet his abilities would not permit it. Third brother, spare us your condescending remarks. Come and try it yourself. Xue Qinghe retorted angrily at Xue Mingtong, who stood there unscathed while making comments. Preparing cabbage is a trivial task. Unlike his own ordeal, which was both arduous and filthy, his struggle was truly overwhelming. Hearing this, Xue Mingtong fell silent, obediently tending to the cabbage to avoid being called out again. He was not foolish. Arranging the cabbage leaves was far more effortless. With this pile, he could easily occupy himself for half an hour. By the time the vegetables are nearly ready, I can make my exit. It's simply perfect. You keep at it. I shall focus on the cabbage for now. Gazing at the chicken before him, Su Xian could only respond with profound silence. Before making his way over to Xue Mingtong, the cabbage was relatively easy to manage. Given his skills, it should have been completed long ago. Brother, I have already prepared the cabbage. Take a look. It is pristine and tidy, as pure as snow, and surely it will be delicious, Xue Mingtong proclaimed with pride. casting a glance into the basin containing the yellow-tinted cabbage, and then at the pile of verdant leaves beside it. Su Xian forced a smile. Third brother. Let us chant our slogan. The king covers the earth, the tiger. What do you mean, brother? Xue Qinghe asked, utterly bewildered. Su Xian replied, it is confirmed. You are not a traveler, but a native. I have nothing more to say. With that, he delivered a sharp rap to Xue Qinghe's forehead, producing a clear, ringing sound. Ouch! Brother, what are you doing? Xue Qinghe yelped in pain, clutching his head and retreating in distress, his anger boiling over. He had done nothing wrong. So why was he subjected to such an assault? Do you only eat the hearts of the cabbages while discarding the leaves in the residence? Su Xian gritted his teeth, exasperated. You truly do not understand the value of resources. To throw away all the cabbage leaves is sheer waste. Am I to prepare stir-fried noodles with only the cabbage hearts? One might think you were a traveler, expecting me to create a royal banquet of boiled cabbage. Can these leaves even be used? Xue Qinghe was taken aback, momentarily forgetting his pain, gazing quizzically at the green cabbage leaves strewn on the ground. He had been pondering this very question while sorting the leaves, but upon discovering the increasing purity of the cabbage within, he had dismissed it. Do you not ordinarily eat cabbage? Su Xian, his face dark as ink, questioned through gritted teeth. Have you never encountered something as basic as this? Have you never seen a pig run, let alone eaten pork? You princes are not celestial beings detached from mortal affairs. I generally prefer spinach, Xue Qinghe explained weakly. Su Xian exclaimed, I am utterly defeated. I am completely at a loss. I am no longer angry. Even if I were, it would be futile. What are you doing? Brother. Upon witnessing Su Xian grasp the kitchen knife, Xue Qinghe's face turned ashen, and Xue Wuji hurriedly rushed over, tightly embracing him. Elder brother. Please remain calm. Let us discuss this matter slowly. We are all brothers. Bang. Moments later, two figures were forcefully expelled from the kitchen, and with a loud clang. The kitchen door was shut. Chapter 26, Are they not ashamed? Fear not the godlike adversary, but dread the teammate akin to a pig. At this juncture, Su Xian finally comprehended the profundity of this statement. Enlisting these two to assist in the kitchen was indeed a formidable test of his fortitude. After dispatching the two, Su Xian resumed his culinary endeavors. As he had already prepared 6 dishes, merely 2 more were required. In the backyard, Your Majesty, you must take a stand for us. Our elder brother has bullied us. Xue Wuji and his companion, covered in dirt and bearing the marks of their misfortune, wept bitterly as they implored Nangongling. Her expression remained impassive as she waved her hand. You too, go wash yourselves. What? Wash ourselves? Is this the appropriate time for that? We have been wronged. Could you not exhibit a modicum of compassion? Your Majesty, our elder brother not only threatened us into assisting with the cooking, but also kicked us. You must advocate for us. Their gazes were resolute. This time, they were determined to seek justice, for how could they hold their heads high in the future otherwise? As princes, having been struck and remaining silent, how could they navigate the social waters of Tiando City? Embarrassment was acceptable, but disgrace was absolutely intolerable. Upon witnessing the grievances of Xue Wuji and his companion, Qianrenxue felt a pang of anxiety within her. Before she could utter a plea for leniency, Nangongling's voice resonated with curiosity. Qinghe, what are your thoughts on this matter? She inquired, glancing towards the kitchen. At this remark, both Yang Fei and Qianrenxue redirected their gazes. Even Xue Qinghe widened her eyes in surprise. However, she found herself perplexed by the absence of her elder brother. A gust of cold wind swept in from behind, causing both individuals to shiver in unison, their expressions of indignation swiftly transforming into excitement and joy. Mother. The dishes prepared by our brother are exceptionally fragrant. We all witnessed it just moments ago. Indeed. Assisting our brother in the kitchen has taught us much. We ought to learn more from him. They continued to extol Su Xian's virtues in harmonious agreement, their hearts filled with genuine reverence. After all, they were brethren. How could they possibly betray him with petty reports behind his back? Such actions were utterly beneath them. Even if others held dissenting opinions, they would staunchly defend him. Witnessing the swift change in demeanor of Xue Wuji and the other, Yang Fei and Qianrenxue were momentarily rendered speechless. Are you two jesting? They exclaimed. Your Highness. The dishes have been prepared, Qin Yao announced with a respectful bow, and everyone is invited to the grand hall for the meal. Oh, what? A woman. Upon hearing this, Xue Wuji and the other were instantly taken aback. As they turned their heads, an overwhelming sense of confusion surged through them, akin to a stampede of 1,000 wild horses. What the hell? It's not my elder brother who has arrived. Observing the mocking laughter of Nangong Ling and the others, the two felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice in the ground to hide in. Their embarrassment was simply unbearable. "Mother," they lamented, gazing at Nangong Ling with tears in their eyes, unable to fathom that she had ensnared them in such a predicament. Was this truly the conduct befitting a mother? "Do you have any further inquiries, or shall I summon Qinghe to engage in conversation with you?" Nangong Ling teased. She had witnessed their mortifying antics in the kitchen with utmost clarity and felt an acute sense of embarrassment on their behalf. Although she herself was not adept in the culinary arts, the fact that her sons were equally inept reflected poorly on her guidance. "Look at your elder brother. Despite being princes, how can there be such a disparity in their demeanor?" No, that won't be necessary," Xue Qinghe and Xue Minggong hastily shook their heads, eager to avoid further provoking Su Xian. Their elder brother now resembled a ticking time bomb. They dared not provoke him. "Very well. Let us proceed to the main hall and see what your brother has prepared in terms of sustenance." With that, Nangong Ling took Qian Ruxue by the hand and departed, while Yang Fei followed closely behind with Xue Qinghe, leaving the two behind in their despondency. In the main hall, a delectable aroma permeated the air, causing the maidservants to swallow hard in anticipation. Su Xian surveyed the table adorned with 7 dishes and a soup, nodding in satisfaction. Such culinary prowess should not go to waste in mere domesticity. Indeed, he could promote this exquisite cuisine. Suddenly, a spark illuminated his mind as if a grand avenue had opened before him. With the allure of these dishes, he need not worry about a lack of patrons. He could easily establish a culinary section within the entertainment district. "Elder brother, what delightful dishes have you prepared for cour?" Just as Su Xian was lost in thought, Xue Qinghe joyfully sprinted over, her cherubic face brimming with excitement, especially upon catching a whiff of the delicious aroma. Ruffling her hair, Su Xian lifted Xue Qinghe into his arms and brought her to the table. "Look, there are your favorite chicken drumsticks." As he spoke, he picked one up and offered it to Xue Qinghe. "Mother said that cour cannot eat before she gives permission." Xue Qinghe quickly shook her head, her eyes fixated on the drumstick, her little mouth watering with anticipation. "Rest assured, with your elder brother here, all is well." Su Xian disregarded the royal protocols and directly placed the drumstick into Xue Qinghe's hands. "This drumstick is so fragrant and flavorful." After a moment's hesitation, Xue Qinghe could no longer restrain herself and opened her mouth to devour it, her eyes sparkling with delight. At that moment, Nangong Ling and the others arrived and, upon seeing Xue Qinghe indulging in the drumstick, Yang Fei's expression immediately hardened. "Cour, your aunt hasn't given her permission yet. How could you eat beforehand?" "Xue, it was I who allowed her to eat. Please do not chastise her," Su Xian quickly interjected. "All right, everyone take a seat and sample Qinghe's culinary skills." Nangong Ling was indifferent to these trivial matters. She waved her hand and subsequently took her seat at the head of the table. Xue Qinghe and his companion exchanged glances with Su Xian, then settled into their respective places at the end of the table. The chicken appeared to bear a resemblance to the fish from their previous meal. It seemed to be steamed as well. Aware that no one else would touch their chopsticks until she did, Nangong Ling picked up a piece of chicken and curiously inquired, "Is this indeed steamed?" It was indeed steamed, tender and succulent. "Aunt Xue, do have a taste," Su Xian suggested, serving a piece to Aunt Xue, mindful of the decorum befitting their elders. The flavor was undeniably exquisite. No wonder Wu Ji and his companion were so particular. This visit to Qinghe had proven to be a delightful culinary experience. Upon tasting, the juices burst forth in one's mouth, and the chicken was as tender as a peeled egg, prompting Yang Fei to exclaim in admiration. Su Xian smiled softly, refraining from interjecting, allowing Yang Fei to tend to Xue Qinghe while he looked after his own wife. As for Xue Wuji and his companion, they were quiet and focused, engrossed in their meal, exuding an unwavering demeanor. I wondered why the Empress was absent from the palace. It turns out she has come to Qinghe." Suddenly, a robust and resonant voice filled the room, and the Snow Knight Emperor entered with a broad smile. The gathering remarked, "Though one may occasionally be late for a meal, one will never be absent." Chapter 27, Snow Knight. Mine, all mine. In the courtyard, after lunch, the Snow Knight Emperor did not depart. He had initially intended to engage in a heartfelt discussion with Su Xian. "What? You require 10 million gold coins." However, upon hearing Su Xian's plans for the entertainment city, his expression shifted dramatically, and he sprayed his tea, his face betraying his profound distress. That was a staggering sum of 10 million gold coins. Despite the empire's wealth, with abundant tax revenues, the total treasury was merely 300 million, which had to cover daily military expenditures and the monthly payments for soul masters. As long as no natural disasters or calamities occurred, the situation remained manageable. However, any unforeseen events could plunge the empire's finances into turmoil. 300 million was a figure that merely balanced the budget. Increasing it would be a challenge, and preventing a decrease was equally daunting. Thus, this sum represented the empire's long-term treasury reserves. To suddenly part with 10 million, though it seemed only a 30th of the total, was an astronomical amount. Moreover, the purpose was merely to construct a tall building. Contemplating it felt like a loss. Initially, Su Xian's ambition for the entertainment city appeared to warrant no more than a few 100,000 gold coins. Yet now, damn it, I just extorted 50 million gold coins worth of soul-guiding devices from you, and now you want to demand back 10 million? Absolutely not. I have never agreed to any conditions, he thought, since it was merely a verbal agreement at the time, denying it would save him 10 million gold coins. Why would he not seize the opportunity? Father, are you planning to act unreasonable? Noticing the change in the expression of the snowy night emperor, Su Xian remained unperturbed. After all, which emperor is not shameless? It is merely that no one dares to speak of it. Ahem, you are aware that the treasury is not particularly affluent. 10 million is simply excessive. The snowy night emperor awkwardly touched his nose. The current situation on the continent is far from optimistic. Especially with the looming threat of the Spirit Hall, a conflict is inevitable, and this money is primarily for military preparedness. How much do you believe you can offer? Su Xian inquired coldly, his eyes narrowing slightly. 500,000. How does that sound? The snowy night emperor pondered for a moment before responding, somewhat embarrassed. Su Xian exclaimed, "Doesn't your heart ache? To bargain in such a manner, that's merely 1/20th. How miserly. Father, if you lack the funds, I shall speak with the 7 treasure glazed tile school. They are likely to be quite eager to purchase soul-guided devices," Su Xian remarked, casting a disdainful glance at the snowy night emperor. No. At this, the snowy night emperor slammed his fist on the table, his expression one of intense fury, his eyes taking on a slightly bloodshot hue. He had fully grasped the immense power of the soul-guided devices. They are undeniably formidable weapons. A regular Soul King wielding a level 5 soul-guided cannon poses a threat even to a Soul Emperor, making it a strategic weapon of great significance. There is no way he could allow that. Wait. Suddenly realizing something, the snowy night emperor turned to Su Xian with a peculiar expression, asking, "My son, do you still possess soul-guided cannons?" "I believe there are still a dozen or so left," Su Xian replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the snowy night emperor could no longer remain seated. His enthusiasm ignited. He gazed at Su Xian with fervor, a lewd grin spreading across his face. He was coming. He was back, bringing with him the soul-guided devices. In an instant, the empire was set to gain a dozen or more experts at the Soul Emperor level. How splendid! He declared, "The soul-guided cannons are all his. No one shall dare to claim them." Ahem. Just as the snowy night emperor intended to humbly request Su Xian to surrender the soul-guided cannons, he noticed Su Xian already sketching something, muttering earnestly. A level 5 soul-guided cannon must be worth at least 2 to 3 million gold coins. Otherwise, it would be rather unprofitable. For a level 6 cannon, gathering 5 million gold coins should pose no issue. Yes, I shall sell them 2 level 6 cannons. The 7 treasure glazed tile school is in dire need of self-defense capabilities. I doubt they will hesitate to buy. Sighing, he lamented, even in small businesses. One must be meticulous. How terribly difficult this is. The snowy night emperor interjected, "I wonder if I should express my exasperation. Is this truly what you call a small business? Did you study commerce from an art teacher? As a prince, how dare you contemplate selling goods to the 7 treasure glazed tile school without my knowledge? You are not acting like a son, not at all." The emperor of Snowy Night was seething with fury, his thoughts consumed with a desire to cleave Su Xian in two, to ascertain whether his heart truly bore the hue of red. Such callousness, such cruelty, was nothing short of outrageous. Although the Heavenly Empire and the 7 treasure glazed tile school were partners, intertwined by a familial bond, there remained a distinction between public and private matters. How could they possibly be conflated? "My son, did you just mention a level 6 soul cannon? Do you happen to possess a level 6 soul cannon?" Suddenly, the emperor seemed to grasp something profound, rushing forward with fervor, his eyes aflame with excitement. A level 6 soul cannon could dispatch a soul emperor with ease. The level 5 soul device in his hand suddenly seemed utterly trivial. What level 6 soul cannon? When did I ever mention such a thing? Father, do not overthink it. Su Xian promptly shook his head, sincerity gleaming in his eyes. What need had he for bicycles or level 6 soul cannons? He was utterly oblivious to such matters. Observing Su Xian's lackluster performance, the Emperor of the Snowy Night clenched his fists, feeling a wave of discomfort rising in his chest. If you can present me with 5 6th level soul-guided cannons, I shall reward you with 10 million gold coins. What do you think? The Emperor gritted his teeth. 5. Are you out of your mind? Do you think I would give away my 5th level soul-guided cannons for nothing? If I were to go to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, 2 6th level soul-guided cannons should be sufficient for 10 million gold coins. Wouldn't you agree? It seemed as though Su Xian dismissed the Emperor entirely, stroking his chin and musing to himself. The Emperor of the Snowy Night exclaimed, "How outrageous! I possess a 40-meter-long blade. I could slice this rascal in half right now. Give it to me, and I shall grant you 10 million gold coins." The words were forced through clenched teeth, veins popping on his forehead. Alas, I haven't even been compensated for the 5th level soul-guided cannons yet. What has happened to people these days? Can't we have a little more trust between one another? Su Xian shook his head, feeling quite wounded. The Emperor of the Snowy Night retorted, "So you believe you can climb higher on my shoulders, do you? This is my blade. Do not overstep your bounds. I am your father." He bellowed with fury. "Father, once I finalize a significant deal at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, I shall return to share 2 million with you." Su Xian's eyes sparkled as he emphasized the last 3 words, turning to leave, provoking a murderous glare from the Emperor. 2 million? Very well. The Emperor inhaled deeply, his gaze icy with murderous intent. He was the Emperor of the Snowy Night. Had anyone else dared to threaten him in such a manner, they would have met their demise hundreds of times over. "Ha! I knew my father valued integrity. Come. Let us first put this in writing and seal it." Su Xian produced a piece of cloth, grinning as he raised an eyebrow at the Emperor. The Emperor exclaimed, "You truly do not trust me?" To provide context regarding the financial situation of the Tiando Empire, 1 gold coin roughly equates to a family's annual living expenses. In ancient China, this is akin to a tael of silver during the Song dynasty. The annual revenue of the Song dynasty's treasury was approximately 4 to 5 million taels, merely from taxation. Therefore, the value of 10 million gold coins is staggering, considering Tang San and his companions won the championship. The gold coins mentioned are merely a fraction without any exaggeration, simply clarifying the situation. Chapter 28. As long as you run fast, you won't be caught. Having sent away the exasperated Emperor of the Snowy Night, Su Xian gazed at the cloth in his hand, unable to suppress a smile. Ahem. Upon glancing around and finding no one in sight, Su Xian's gaze fell upon the characters representing 20 million gold coins. And he couldn't help but feel a twinge of distress. Should he add a horizontal stroke to the numeral 1? Or perhaps 2 strokes? Alternatively, could he change it to 5 or 9, or even directly add a vertical stroke? As for the numeral 2, should he also add a horizontal stroke or change it to 5? Alas, this truly posed a conundrum. Nevertheless, if he were to add a vertical stroke to 1, it would become 10, and the notion of 10 million seemed rather dubious. Sighing, he decided to spare his father's dignity. After some contemplation, Su Xian resolved to leave the numeral 1 unchanged and merely alter the 2 to a 5. Truly, individuals like him who consider others are becoming increasingly rare. A trifling sum of 3 million should comfortably lie within his means. Furthermore, the additional 5 million beyond the original 10 million was rightfully his due. Anyone attempting to renege on such an obligation should reconsider who they are dealing with. Haha, my dear, let us proceed to the treasury to claim our funds. With a grand gesture, Su Xian led Xue toward the treasury. In the Heavenly Empire, the bureaucratic system was not as rigidly structured as the 3 provinces and 6 ministries. Governance was relatively loose, directly accountable to the emperor. The royal treasury's finances were primarily overseen by the Minister of Finance, specifically managed by the treasury's custodian. His research into the medieval European states may have been somewhat lacking in rigor. As they traversed the streets of Tiando City, an opulent carriage whizzed by with remarkable speed, only to reappear at another corner in the blink of an eye. Inside the carriage, upon hearing of Su Xian's audacious intentions, Xue was taken aback, her complexion paling as she anxiously inquired, "Husband, are you not fearful of father punishing you for treason? To unilaterally alter the imperial decree is indeed a grave transgression. If one were to speak more severely, it could even be construed as rebellion. And despite Su Xian being the crown prince, such an accusation would be intolerable. When have I ever altered an imperial edict? My dear, do not speak so recklessly." Su Xian protested, adopting a demeanor of innocence. Was he truly the type to tamper with imperial commands? The decree clearly stated 15 million. It had nothing to do with him. Upon witnessing Su Xian's shameless demeanor, Qianren nearly erupted in laughter. She had never encountered such unabashed audacity before. Despite having been the one to alter the situation, he brazenly refused to acknowledge it. "What are you doing?" Startled by an unexpected embrace, Qianren felt a flush of color rise to her cheeks. "Could you please massage my back? I am utterly exhausted from the afternoon." Gently tugging at her arm, Su Xian blinked with a pitiful expression before promptly finding a comfortable position to rest. "Very well, I shall massage your back." Upon witnessing Su Xian's demeanor, Qianren offered a gentle smile and proceeded to massage him, her technique evidently unrefined, indicative of her inexperience. "Oh, that feels delightful, my dear. You may hasten your pace," he encouraged. Yes, that's the spot. A little lower. Oh, how vulgar." Upon entering the imperial palace, Su Xian made a beeline for the treasury. He thought to himself, should the Emperor of the Snowy Night regain his senses and issue some clandestine decree regarding the treasury, he would find himself bereft of any recourse. In these times, fortunes could fluctuate by the million within mere moments. Seizing the opportunity while the Emperor was entranced, he resolved to secure the gold without delay. The treasury was heavily guarded, encircled by the royal guard. The royal guard and the knightly order constituted the primary protective forces of the heavenly dual empire, embodying the collective strength of soul masters. Ostensibly, the treasury boasted 3 layers of defense. As for the hidden powers within, that remained a mystery. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Upon noticing Su Xian's approach, the commander guarding the first forbidden gate promptly advanced to greet him. "I was entrusted with a task to be carried out within," Su Xian, displaying a hint of impatience, retorted before leading Qianren inside. The commander, recognizing both Su Xian, a prince, and Qianren, his consort, refrained from obstruction or inspection, allowing their passage unimpeded. Towering walls loomed on either side, stretching 100 meters high yet only a few meters wide, resembling an insurmountable chasm. The second forbidden gate was guarded by a general, who similarly did not conduct any search. "Did you not claim there were 3 layers of protection?" Upon arriving at the entrance of the treasury, Qianren raised an eyebrow. Her curiosity piqued. There were merely 2 guards here, and they had passed effortlessly without encountering a third. Indeed, a third line of defense existed, although it was seldom witnessed. Su Xian shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. As the foundation of the empire's resources, the treasury could hardly lack formidable guardians. The overt third guardian was a soul saint, yet their presence here indicated they had already passed the scrutiny. It was simply that they remained oblivious to any anomalies. Once within the treasury's domain, Su Xian sought out the treasury keeper, Zidamo. "By the decree of my father, I am to withdraw 15 million gold soul coins. Kindly expedite this matter, as I have urgent affairs to attend to." He handed the decree to Zidamo, his countenance serious and imposing. 15 million. Zidamo was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Upon examining the decree, which bore the royal seal, he thought little of it. "Your Highness, I shall attend to this immediately. Please wait a moment." Zidamo offered a slight bow and then proceeded directly into the treasury's restricted area. Ordinarily, protocol dictated that he report to the finance minister, who would then verify the decree with His Majesty. However, such procedures were typically reserved for ordinary ministers. Princes were generally exempt, especially one of the esteemed character of the first prince. Thus, Zidamo harbored no suspicions. The thought of forgery or alteration of a decree never crossed his mind. Was that not courting death? "Are you not concerned about being discovered?" In the confines of the chamber, Qianren felt a twinge of anxiety, lowering her voice to inquire. "If discovered, we shall simply flee. As long as we run swiftly, they will not catch us." Su Xian shrugged, his demeanor relaxed and unconcerned. Had it not been for his rationality, he would have long since emptied the treasury. Rather than quietly come here to retrieve funds, his presence here was already a concession to the allure of wealth. "You truly possess a bold heart." Taken aback by Su Xian's response, Qianren fell silent, realizing he lived an unburdened life, carefree and without worry. Flee? Where could we possibly escape to? We would merely be apprehended and dealt with severely, unless, of course, we could reach the Spirit Hall in Spirit City. Even with a bold heart, it only accommodates you. It cannot hold others, Su Xian remarked with a smile. "Please, be serious and refrain from jesting. It is rather unseemly." Qianren shot him a disapproving glance. Her tone somewhat frosty, though the faint blush on her cheeks and the upward curve of her lips betrayed her amusement. "Your Highness, here are the 15 million gold soul coins." After a short while, Zidamo emerged with a box. Su Xian did not bother to count the contents. Swiftly taking possession of the box containing the golden cards. 15 million gold coins in hand. How splendid. Chapter 29. A reward once more. In the carriage, Su Xian felt an exhilarating thrill. The sensation of seizing money and making a swift escape was indeed delightful. It appears that in the future, I shall have to make several more visits whenever time permits. As I opened the ornate box, I discovered it contained 5 gold cards and a diamond card, each granting access to withdraw funds from any bank in the empire. The value of the gold cards typically ranges from 1 million to 5 million. And I surmise that these 5 are each valued at 1 million, while the diamond card holds a value in the tens of millions. Take these 3 gold cards and quietly enjoy your newfound wealth. I shall entrust the household affairs to you, said Su Xian, handing 3 gold cards to Qianren, who smiled gracefully, accepting them with both joy and solemnity. Her heart now belonged to someone, and it was wise to cherish the present moment, for the future remained uncertain. After all, managing a household was a task she was confident she could undertake. By the way, what is your martial soul? Su Xian inquired, feigning ignorance as a thought crossed his mind. While it was imperative for her to embrace the role of a wealthy matron, he could not afford to let Qianren become incapacitated. He still harbored aspirations of becoming the man of an angelic deity. Indeed, the cultivation of a good wife must commence from a young age. Historically, there were those who aspired for their sons to become dragons, and in his past life, there were those who wished their husbands to ascend. He resolved to wish for his wife to soar as well. Upon hearing Su Xian's question, Qianren's gaze flickered slightly. My martial soul is a white goose, but I possess no soul power, so I cannot cultivate, she replied. After speaking, a twinge of guilt washed over her heart. Yet she felt compelled to lie to avoid being unmasked. Su Xian thought to himself, what nonsense. You have innate level 20 soul power. Did you think I would not know? Nevertheless, he found himself somewhat pleased with her cleverness. Qianren had not foolishly claimed her martial soul to be a swan, but rather a white goose. The swan martial soul was typically unique to the imperial family of Tiando. Had she mentioned that, it was likely they would have had to meet a certain orthopedic specialist in Germany. Naturally, he drew Qianren into his embrace, clasping her delicate, snow-white hands. A gentle smile blossomed upon his face. The absence of soul power was not a significant issue. I simply ask if you wish to cultivate? Her bashful demeanor momentarily stiffened as Qianren lifted her gaze slightly. Understanding that Su Xian's inquiries were not without purpose, she stared at him intently, her cerulean eyes brimming with astonishment. Do you have a way to enable my cultivation? Of course. What kind of person do you think your husband is? For me, this matter is but a triviality. Upon witnessing Qianren's commendable performance, Su Xian felt an overwhelming sense of relief. With a slight upward curve of his lips, he spoke with a hint of self-satisfaction. He then retrieved a bound volume from his storage ring. This was the Xiantian Gong, a cultivation method that, when followed diligently by ordinary individuals, could enable them to cultivate soul power even in the absence of innate abilities, allowing for rapid ascension to the esteemed rank of title Douluo. And there is also the study of human meridians and the Taoist discourse on the 5 elements. When paired together, they should be quite comprehensible. Realizing that the Xiantian Gong belonged to the Taoist tradition, distinct from the teachings of the church, Su Xian extracted 2 additional volumes from his storage ring. These 2 were acquired at a bargain, truly costing no more than a couple of pennies each for martial arts manuals. Are you truly giving me a method capable of cultivating soul power just like that? Qianren gazed at Su Xian, her nose tinged with emotion, tears welling in her eyes as if they could spill over at any moment. For a soul master, the path to cultivation through meditation was painfully slow. This method was, in the eyes of soul masters, an invaluable treasure. You say you are merely giving it away. What do you mean by mere trinkets? This is a priceless treasure. Qianren retorted, her tone laced with indignation, as she gazed at the martial art manual before her. Qianren felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. Such a treasure could only be casually offered by someone as foolish as him. Yet, she found herself compelled to continue deceiving him. The thought weighed heavily on her, amplifying her sense of indebtedness to Su Xian. Without hesitation, she pushed the manual back towards him, adopting a resolute demeanor of refusal. What are you doing? Su Xian inquired, his brow furrowing slightly, with tears welling in her eyes. Qianren gazed at him with deep affection, her voice quivering as she insisted, you should keep this manual. With your current soul power at level 30, it will aid you in advancing to the title Douluo sooner. You know I'm at level 30? It seems my wife's prowess is quite formidable. Su Xian's gaze sharpened, though he refrained from pointing out the inconsistency in her words. Given Qianrenxue's innate soul power of level 20, even at the tender age of 14, she was likely around level 50. How fortunate he was to have such a remarkable wife. No need for that. I possess the ability to protect myself. You should keep it. Su Xian quickly shook his head, then added, later, I have something else for you. Just focus on your own cultivation with this. Something else. Curiosity danced in Qianrenxue's eyes, yet upon witnessing the profound affection in Su Xian's gaze, she felt reluctant to continue her refusal. From now on, let me be the one to protect you. As she gazed at Su Xian, Qianrenxue silently vowed to dedicate herself to her training, ensuring that he would never suffer harm. Do you not have anything to express to me? Seeing Qianrenxue accept the gift without hesitation left Su Xian feeling deeply wounded. Indeed, television dramas were deceiving. When a girl felt joy and gratitude, should she not be a bit more daring? Yet, in her presence, such boldness seemed to vanish. Express what? Qianrenxue was lost in thought, her countenance one of bewilderment. Su Xian remarked, there are not only direct men but direct women as well. If you will not give, then I shall take it by force. Extending his right hand to the back of Qianrenxue's neck, Su Xian flashed a sweet smile. His gaze wandering from her eyes to her nose, finally resting upon her delicate, pink lips. In an instant, as her pupils dilated, Qianrenxue had yet to comprehend the situation when Su Xian leaned in. In that fleeting moment, a jolt of electricity surged from their lips to her brain, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, resembling a ripe apple. After a moment of bashful struggle, it seemed that all her strength had dissipated. Her body softened, and her arms gradually encircled Su Xian. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. 2 minutes later, they slowly parted. Qianrenxue nestled against Su Xian, her head bowed like a quail, overwhelmed with shyness, her face flushed with a delightful intoxication, her gaze somewhat dreamy. Now do you understand what I meant by express? Su Xian, caressing her golden, silky hair, could hardly contain his affection, teasingly reminded her. I do not know. Qianrenxue pouted, her lips tinged with a hint of defiance. Hint? This is undoubtedly a blatant hint. Su Xian blinked his large eyes innocently. Shall I teach you once more? No. 1 minute later. Now you understand, do you not? You are truly clever. Allow me to reward you once again. No, shy. Chapter 30. Feeling wonderful, unable to stop. You are truly incorrigible, always taking advantage of me. Qianrenxue playfully pounded her small fists against Su Xian's chest, exhaling softly, the blush on her cheeks not yet fully faded. Strictly speaking, we both share the losses. How could this be called taking advantage of you? Su Xian replied earnestly, provoking an eye roll from Qianrenxue, marveling at how such shamelessness could exist in the world. Fearing that Su Xian might misbehave and be seen by others, Qianrenxue hastily changed the subject. Do you not have other gifts for me? This celestial herb, known as the water immortal jade skin bone, can aid in your cultivation, even at the soul sovereign realm. It should be no problem to elevate your soul power by several levels. Saying this, Su Xian retrieved a transparent jade vial from his bosom, revealing within it a pristine white flower, appearing as pure as a Qinglian white lotus. Indeed, this is indeed a rare medicinal herb, and Su Xian possesses a few specimens. However, this particular one is most beneficial for Qianrenxue's cultivation. The water immortal jade bone can nourish tendons and bones, facilitating the flow of vital energy through the 8 meridians. Similarly, the Xian.They technique requires the unblocking of these extraordinary channels, which would allow her to avoid numerous detours in her path. What level of soul power? Qianrenxue gazed incredulously at Su Xian. The cultivation of a soul master emphasizes a gradual progression upon reaching the soul sovereign level. Even prodigies require a month or 2 of arduous practice to ascend a single rank. For someone like her, possessing 50 levels of soul power, it was innate to start with 20 levels, and the subsequent 30 levels were achieved through diligent training since she became aware of her surroundings. It took a full 8 years to elevate her rank by 30 levels, which translates to a mere 4 levels per year. Could a single herb truly equate to an entire year of cultivation? Qianrenxue found it hard to believe. If others were to learn of such a herb, they would surely go mad with desire. Although the water immortal jade bone may not be as precious as the Xian.They technique, it remains an exceedingly rare treasure. You are only at level 30, you might as well keep it for yourself. Gaining a few levels would be advantageous. After some contemplation, Qianrenxue declined once more. Given Su Xian's current soul power, it seemed unlikely he would catch up to her. It was wiser to allow him to enhance his strength. ensuring he would have the means for self-preservation in the future. Still refusing? My temper flares. I absolutely detest when my gifts are not accepted, Su Xian exclaimed, shoving the herb into Qianrenchue's hands. Am I in need of just this one herb? What I truly require is a wholesale market for divine herbs. Qianrenchue stared blankly at the rare herb in her hands, quickly regaining her composure. You possess more than one? Her voice soared, filled with astonishment. Indeed. Though the taste leaves much to be desired, it can become somewhat overwhelming if consumed in excess, Su Xian stated with utmost seriousness. Qianrenchue responded, What do you mean? Overwhelming? This isn't merely a matter of unpleasant taste. Observing Su Xian's pretentious demeanor, Qianrenchue felt an impulsive urge to seize the moment, wondering just how many treasures this fellow was concealing. Without hesitation, she resumed her actions, only to see Su Xian about to make a move, prompting her to swiftly shield him with her hands. Do not act that way. My mouth feels swollen and numb. I shall compensate you later, she insisted. What nonsense is this? When did I ever intend to kiss you? I believe myself to be sufficiently narcissistic, yet it seems you surpass me in self-admiration. Who even thought about kissing you? Su Xian lamented with a sigh. Who are you calling narcissistic? Qianrenchue retorted, her expression fierce as she bared her tiger teeth. Hurry and remove your hand. It hurts. Not a chance. You brought this upon yourself, he replied, unfazed. I surrender. Please, let go. She pleaded after 3 minutes of playful torment. Have you learned your lesson? Su Xian inquired, his face reflecting irritation. Indeed, Qianrenchue admitted, her cheeks flushed and radiating warmth. Her eyes dreamy as she languished in his embrace. Will you dare to pinch me again? He pressed. Never again, she promised earnestly. Now, that's more like it. He responded with satisfaction, nodding. With a playful pat on her rear, he declared, What was that for? Her eyelashes fluttered dramatically, and she exhaled softly, her voice merging with the air like a gentle stream, soothing and exquisite. It feels delightful. I might not want to stop now. Shameless, always bullying me, she protested. In the prince's residence, a voice broke the atmosphere. Your Highness, Lady Tang from the Moon Pavilion has arrived. Upon returning to his private quarters, the steward hurried over. What brings her here? Su Xian inquired, arching an eyebrow in curiosity. It was uncommon for her to visit, and he suspected her intentions were not benevolent. Go ahead and practice. I will check the main hall, he instructed, giving Qianrenchue's delicate face a gentle squeeze before heading towards the grand hall, where she obediently retreated to cultivate. In the grand hall, a graceful woman clad in a silver palace gown sat quietly, exuding an elegance reminiscent of rare orchids in a secluded valley. Her demeanor radiated a regal charm, and though she appeared merely 18 or 19, the mature allure she possessed was undeniably captivating. Lady Yue, what brings you to my humble abode today? It is a rare occurrence indeed. Su Xian's voice resonated even before her arrival, prompting Tang Yue's gaze to shift towards the entrance. As she gazed at Su Xian, Tang Yue's brow furrowed slightly, and a flicker of surprise and suspicion danced in her eyes. Hearing that the crown prince had sustained injuries, she came to inquire about his highness's condition. With a gentle smile, Tang Yue replied, It is merely some minor wounds. Aunt Yue need not concern herself. Su Xian waved his hand dismissively and then took a seat beside Tang Yue. His eyes took in the mature beauty before him, and he couldn't help but marvel at her allure. Her figure and features were undeniably enticing, and her aura exuded a charm that made one yearn to embrace and cherish her. Were it not for the knowledge that Tang Yue was already 30 years old and considered a cultivation failure, Su Xian might have found it hard to believe that her skin remained so flawless. Beautiful women are often drawn to heroes, and even though Tang Hao had faded from the limelight for 2 years, he remained an idol among soul masters across the continent. Tang Yue was no exception, regrettably. Tang Hao was her own brother, who had developed an affection for soul beasts. Observing the myriad of complex emotions, curiosity, surprise, sympathy, reflected in Su Xian's gaze, Tang Yue's expression shifted, displeased by his impolite demeanor. I see that the noble demeanor of His Highness has changed considerably. This may hinder your graduation. If your injuries are not severe, you must still attend Yuexian for your studies each day, she stated with unwavering authority. Initially perplexed by the command from the Snow Knight Emperor, Tang Yue seemed to grasp the situation upon encountering Su Xian. His casual manner suggested a forgetfulness of the strict decorum befitting royalty. Were it not for the remnants of noble presence still clinging to him, irremovable through mere gestures, she might have doubted his identity altogether. Chapter 31. A clever plan unveiled. Oh. If I don't graduate, so be it. I never intended to continue my studies anyway. Su Xian shrugged nonchalantly, expressing his disdain for the pompous etiquette of the nobility. What is so special about being different? Just because one is noble does not mean they are superior. No matter how grand, they can still be bested by a single punch. He had always preferred reasoning to persuasion, achieving a level of influence that rendered conflict unnecessary. He felt no need for such superficial displays of status. What? You have no intention of continuing your studies at Yuexin? Tang Yuehua's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly bulging from their sockets as she stared at Su Xian in astonishment. As a noble, etiquette serves as the foundation for social interactions. Otherwise, one risks being scorned by fellow aristocrats. The crown prince himself, deciding against further study in court etiquette, seemed like a jest to her. Having only taken charge of Yuexin for less than 2 years, the sudden withdrawal of the crown prince would undoubtedly tarnish the institution's reputation among the nobility. If even the kind-hearted crown prince chose to leave, it would be utterly ludicrous, and Yuexin's name would be irreparably sullied. And Yuehua, could you perhaps draft a statement indicating my inability to graduate? It would make my explanation to father much simpler. Su Xian tentatively spoke. A graduation certificate? I can hardly believe it. Am I not just slapping my own face? Even Tang Yuehua, who epitomized noble grace, found her composure fraying at this moment, her chest heaving with agitation. Taking a deep breath, she quelled her inner fury and inquired, "Might you enlighten me as to why you were reluctant to continue your studies at Yuexin?" Her tone, though frosty, was laced with genuine curiosity. She prided herself on not being arrogant, yet it was undeniable that under her stewardship, Yuexin had flourished, garnering an excellent reputation in Tiando City. Even during Su Xian's time as her pupil, he had been humble and diligent, so it bewildered her to witness such a drastic change. It was akin to receiving an acceptance letter from Tsinghua or Peking University only to declare one's intention to tend to cattle at home. Such a choice was not one made lightly by the ordinary person. Yet, it appeared he had suddenly experienced an epiphany, resolved to dedicate the remainder of his life to endeavors of significance. Pausing briefly, Su Xian reflected, "When I look back on my past, I shall not regret the years squandered, nor shall I feel shame for a life of mediocrity. Even in my final moments, I can proudly declare that my life was devoted to the most magnificent cause in the world." As he lifted his gaze, an aura of inscrutable profundity enveloped him, reminiscent of a venerable monk who had traversed the breadth of the world. Tang Yuehua's eyes sparkled with urgency. "Could you share what meaningful and grand pursuits you aspire to undertake?" "Of course, I shall cultivate my character at home, nurture my vitality, striving to be a good husband and an exemplary father. Even at the end of my days, I can take pride in having contributed to the stability and prosperity of the empire for centuries to come," Su Xian declared with an upright posture, exuding confidence. Tang Yuehua retorted, "Stability of the empire? You merely wish to revel in domestic bliss and indulge with your wife. Do you truly believe that you can don the mantle of greatness?" With a shake of her head, she refrained from further persuasion. She was a disciplined individual, recognizing that words alone could not sway the current Xue Qinghe. "Your Highness, I must take my leave," she said. "Take care, and do visit when you can." Su Xian waved enthusiastically, his face aglow with a smile, showing no intention of seeing her off. Tang Yuehua thought to herself, "I truly wonder if I should voice my frustrations or keep them to myself." After bidding farewell to Tang Yuehua, Su Xian summoned the housekeeper, Old Qian, and the captain of the guards. "Your Highness, may I inquire as to the purpose of your summons for us?" The venerable Elder Qian, his stooped figure and deeply lined visage reflecting profound respect, was accompanied by the curious Commander Wei. "Elder Qian, please travel to South City or the vicinity of Tiando City and gather some skilled architects for me. I require the construction of a tall building," Su Xian stated candidly. "Your Highness, does the palace not have its own royal builders? Why then seek others?" Despite his uncertainty regarding Su Xian's intentions, Elder Qian voiced his thoughts. "That which exists now may not endure. Follow my instructions," Su Xian replied with a serious tone, dismissing the matter with a wave of his hand. His father remained oblivious, stealthily working on a 6th-level soul-guided cannon. When he discovered the state of the treasury, he would undoubtedly erupt in fury. It would be improbable for him to come here to seize funds, yet he would not let the matter rest. Once he learned of the royal builders being employed, he would certainly intervene, and what began as free labor might escalate to a demand for tens of thousands. Thus, it was imperative to block this avenue. Aside from the palace's builders, there were indeed others on Douluo Continent capable of erecting tall structures, such as the Yu family. Elder Qian nodded, refraining from inquiring further, and continued, "How many individuals does your Highness require? I shall make the necessary arrangements." Let us gather 1,000 for now. Su Xian contemplated. The scale of the entertainment city was considerable, and he aimed for swift completion, necessitating a substantial workforce. Such a large number. Elder Qian's expression tightened. Astonished and increasingly intrigued by the magnitude of the building Su Xian envisioned. The middle-aged man beside them also showed a change in demeanor. Su Xian turned to the armored man nearby. Commander Wei, I beseech you to set off immediately for Longxing City and speak with the head of the Yu family. I wish to engage their services for construction. Understood. Commander Wei promptly replied. I possess 3 scrolls, each marked with a sequence of numbers. Should their patriarch refuse, you shall open the first. If he still declines, you will proceed to the second, which will guide your next steps. Su Xian picked up the scrolls from the table, gesturing with his hand as they shot forth, securely caught by Commander Wei. Scrolls? Gazing at the silk pouch in his hand, Commander Wei felt a twinge of curiosity about its contents. However, since it was an instruction from Su Xian, he was determined to comply without delay. Perhaps he would request a feather fan for himself from Zhuge Liang on another occasion, as it seemed quite delightful. As Su Xian watched Qian Laoer depart, he couldn't help but shake his head, a profound sense of loneliness washing over him. The 3 silk pouches contained secrets of immense significance, and he was not afraid of the disapproval of the Yu clan. Ha ha ha, truly, I'm a genius. The placement of my words of gratitude upon the book's release was mistakenly arranged. Indeed, you are not mistaken. This book has once again made its debut. Ahem. Let us now turn to the matter at hand. Yes, it is time for the sob story segment. Qian Rushua, husband, our home is devoid of rice. Why has no one subscribed or offered rewards? Su Xian, what? You extravagant woman. I have bestowed upon you such gold coins, and you dare tell me we are out of rice? Qian Rushua, it is precisely because there are too many gold coins that our granary is overflowing, leaving us no space for rice. Su Xian, so we are left with only gold coins to eat? Ahem. Su Xian raised his eyebrows. Wife, at this moment, we should be lamenting our plight. We have no gold coins, correct? Qian Rushue immediately nodded in agreement. Su Xian, satisfied, declared, excellent. Go fetch a broken bowl. While the day is still young, we shall teach everyone how to beg for a living. A minute later, Qian Rushue returned with a battered bowl in hand. Observing the golden bowl in Qian Runshue's hands, Su Xian could only express his exasperation. My dear, in this manner, we would be met with indifference even if we were to beg. Qian Rinxue pouted in discontent, for indeed, this bowl was the most dilapidated of all. Filled with indignation, Su Xian declared, I proclaim our attempt at evoking sympathy a dismal failure. No sooner had he uttered these words than a slipper soared through the air, knocking him to the ground. The author, wielding an axe and sporting a fierce countenance, approached menacingly. You must earnestly portray your plight. If your performance falters, do not blame me for rendering you impotent. With a significant glance at Su Xian's lower half, the author added, you are coercing virtue into vice. Please, I implore you to subscribe. With the first subscription reaching 700, I shall provide no less than 4 updates daily. 100 in rewards guarantees additional chapters, with no limits, as I humbly seek to make a living. To my dear readers, if you enjoy such tales, I recommend the book Douluo, the most powerful ancestor, which is entirely free and encourages votes. Chapter 32, External Soul Bone, truly tempting. Seeking recommendations and rewards. In the harem, Nangong Ling was tending to the flowers she had cultivated when she noticed the snowy Night Emperor striding towards her, visibly enraged. Your Majesty, why does your countenance appear so grim? Is it not because of that ungrateful wretch? The snowy Night Emperor's expression darkened as he lifted a cup of tea from the stone table, yet his inner fury remained unquenched. Ungrateful wretch? At this, Nangong Ling set down her kettle and took a seat at the stone table, her expression tinged with concern. Your Majesty, could it be that Wuji has caused trouble again? No, it is Qinghe. He audaciously altered my decree and withdrew 15 million gold coins from the treasury. The snowy Night Emperor's chest heaved violently as he shouted, slamming his palm on the table, startling Nangong Ling. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. The snowy Night Emperor felt as though smoke were billowing from his ears. Typically, he was the one orchestrating schemes against others, yet today, he had been outmaneuvered by his own son. Curse it. Had it been anyone else who unilaterally altered a royal edict, I would have ordered them torn apart by 5 horses. That is 3 million gold coins at stake. Revenge. This was undoubtedly an act of retribution. The snowy Night Emperor surmised, without doubt, that Su Xian had been playing the rogue, holding a grudge for not receiving funds. and had thus orchestrated this financial debacle against him. Very well, you have chosen to oppose me. You have successfully piqued my interest. Qinghe? Nangong exclaimed, quickly inquiring. How could he commit such an act? Moreover, without your decree, he could not possibly withdraw such a sum from the treasury. 15 million gold coins. At last, Nangong comprehended the source of the Snowy Night Emperor's fury, and her concern deepened, fearing that the emperor would enact severe punishment. He possesses my decree. The Snowy Night Emperor gritted his teeth, forcing the words out through clenched jaws, and then bitterly clarified. That ungrateful wretch altered the amount from 12 million to 15 million, pilfering an additional 3 million from the treasury. 3 million. Upon mentioning this figure, the Emperor of the Snowy Night felt as if his heart were being mercilessly sliced. He had exerted every effort to preserve some wealth for the royal family, yet now, someone had audaciously dealt a blow, absconding with 15 million gold coins. By the heavens! This amount equates to half a year's tax revenue for the empire. Nangong was equally astonished, unable to fathom that Su Xian would dare to commit such an act. Your Majesty, that is indeed 12 million gold coins. Why have you bestowed so much upon Qinghe? She inquired, her brow furrowing in concern. The Emperor of the Snowy Night momentarily lost his train of thought, quickly realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much. Knowing Nangong inquisitive nature, he was aware she would probe deeper. He claimed he intended to construct some form of entertainment complex and specifically requested this from me, the Emperor replied, his expression shifting slightly. You granted him this. Over 1 million gold coins. Nangong piercing inquiries followed almost immediately upon his words. You think I desired to give him this? I had no choice. That scoundrel outright threatened me. He lamented. Oh, how suffocating it is to be an emperor. Despite the turmoil within, the emperor retained his composure. He had no intention of divulging Su Xian's return to the future to Nangong, at least not now. Should the news of the soul-guided cannon leak, it would spell irreparable loss for the empire. I merely considered his age, hoping he might achieve something worthy. Thereby earning the respect of the ministers, he exhaled deeply, his demeanor softening. This perfectly illustrated a father's concern for his son. Indeed, life is akin to a play, reliant upon performance. Ah, I see. Nangong nodded slightly. However, the funds had already been dispersed. What was an additional 3 million? I suspect Qinghe felt the amount insufficient, which prompted him to unilaterally alter the decree. Since he has taken it, you might as well comply. Nangong thoughts began to crystallize, and her gaze toward the emperor shifted, revealing a hint of disdain. Whether it is 12 million or 15 million, an extra 3 million is hardly significant. Upon hearing this, the emperor nearly choked on his own indignation. What did she mean by an extra 3 million is hardly significant? This was indeed a matter of 3 million. It felt as though he were being openly provoked as a father. If he could alter decrees so brazenly now, what would prevent him from riding roughshod over his authority in the future? Originally, the emperor had entertained the thought of having Nangong retrieve the funds. But he was now utterly disheartened. Truly, a mother's loyalty often lies with her son. Oh, the trials of fatherhood are indeed profound. In the prince's residence, Qianrinxue withdrew into her chamber to cultivate, leaving Su Xian to feel the absence of his wife keenly. Well, I suppose I shall also engage in cultivation, he sighed, shaking his head as he returned to his own quarters, beset by ennui. Inside his bedroom, he lamented, during my wife's seclusion, I can only pass the time by absorbing soul bones. With a deep sigh, Su Xian leaned against the headboard, his gaze lingering on the 3 boxes atop his bed. Lost in contemplation. The box on the right contained a pair of diminutive, pristine wings. Su Xian's initial thought was that his Zhuge fan was finally within reach. The middle box held a set of claws, their sharp blades glinting ominously, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down his spine, even from within the confines of the box. Indeed, this would be quite handy for cracking walnuts. As for the left box, it contained a solitary eye, an eerie sight that stirred an unsettling feeling within Su Xian. Truly, there is a reason why expensive items command a certain reverence. Gazing upon these 3 items, Su Xian inhaled deeply, a fervent glimmer flashing in his eyes. He had acquired them at the considerable prices of 50,000, 10,000, and 100,000 gold coins respectively. Thus, when calculated, each possessed a value exceeding 100 million gold coins. Indeed, the 3 objects before him were all external soul bones. The wings and eyes, considering his current predicament, presented a formidable challenge for absorption. Although the absorption of soul bones is not contingent upon soul power levels, and with a stroke of fortune, Even a soul power of level 1 could absorb a 10,000-year soul bone. Such occurrences are confined to the most ideal circumstances. The enhancements granted by a 10,000-year soul bone are monumental across all attributes, compounded by the terrifying energy contained within, which could very well rend him asunder. However, the 2,000-year dark gold fear claw in the middle could be attempted, serving as a medium for the absorption of other external soul bones. Yet prior to that, to ensure safety, he required a soul ring. Having stored away the wings and eyes, Su Xian subsequently retrieved a crystal box, the size of a pin holder, from his storage ring. Inside the crystalline confines lay a diminutive black bird, seemingly in slumber, ensnared by silver patterns, evidently the result of a sealing spell. Taishi, if you remain silent, it would be tantamount to tacitly consenting to your demise, he murmured, observing the bird's utter lack of response, suggesting it had long since lost hope in this world. Thus, Su Xian, adhering to the noble tradition of performing good deeds anonymously, sent it off to the afterlife. Ah, no need for thanks, this is merely my duty. Now, to the 2,000-year soul ring, here I come. Chapter 33, Reduced to Mere Wealth. A plea for recommendations and donations. What a delight. Having absorbed the soul bones and soul ring, it was already the break of dawn on the second day. Su Xian stretched languidly, feeling invigorated, without a trace of fatigue from his night of toil. However, it was indeed the hour for slumber. How could he neglect to join Qianru in bed? Ah no, how could he forsake his wife? As he stepped out of his chamber, his attention was immediately captured by a figure in the courtyard. There lay Qianru, sprawled atop the stone table, draped in a thin shawl, sound asleep. Why is she asleep here? Would it not be better for her to await me in her own room? Shaking his head, he gazed at her devotedly beautiful countenance, feeling an overwhelming pang of affection. Such a wonderful wife, one is more than sufficient. Without disturbing her slumber, he gently cradled her by the leg and back, lifting her with utmost care. Qianru's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her hands lazily encircling Su Xian's neck. I'm sleepy. Let us go to your room, she murmured, her voice barely discernible, akin to a whisper of a mosquito. It seemed she was thoroughly exhausted, her eyes merely flickering open before closing once more. Very well. To my room we shall go. With no fanciful thoughts, Su Xian smiled and nodded, subsequently leading Qianru to his room. He gently placed her onto the bed, observing her curled up like a languid cat. Su Xian smiled softly and quietly lay down beside her, tenderly enveloping her in his embrace. As she nudged her head slightly, seemingly in search of a comfortable position, a satisfied smile graced Qianru's face as she peacefully drifted into slumber. Thus, Su Xian held her close, and in the blink of an eye, noon arrived. A gentle movement of her nose stirred Qianru from her dreams, rubbing her drowsy eyes. She gradually dispelled the hazy black mist before her, and everything came into sharp focus. To her surprise, she awoke to find Su Xian holding her, and she playfully pouted, her clear eyes shimmering with joy. The energy expended in her cultivation had been considerable, and she had anticipated that while waiting, she would fall asleep. She only recalled a familiar figure appearing and bringing her back to the room. Perhaps too accustomed to his presence, she felt no resistance whatsoever. Now that it was midday, she felt no shame in lingering in bed. Playfully pinching Su Xian's nose, she cautiously released his hands. You're awake. Though her movements were light, they roused Su Xian from his light slumber. With a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he exclaimed and pulled Qianru back onto the bed. Don't do that. It's already noon. We should get up soon, she urged gently, attempting to push him away, yet finding herself unable to escape his embrace. With a faint blush on her cheeks, she gazed helplessly at Su Xian. Since it's already noon, I might as well stay a while longer and shake off my laziness. Qianru's waist was slender, gentle as water and smooth as silk, which led Su Xian to tighten his hold, indulging in playful mischief. Qianru, feeling a mix of helplessness, allowed him this whim, her face blossoming into a radiant smile. Su Xian teasingly tickled her waist and asked, by the way, how is your absorption of the celestial grade herbs going? Stop it. She laughed, playfully rolling her eyes at him. In the blink of an eye, her expression shifted to one of excitement. By practicing the Xian.They technique, I've indeed managed to cultivate soul power, especially with the aid of the herbs. My soul power has already reached level 3. If I complete the absorption, I might surpass level 10. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she realized that the effects of the water fairy jade bone were even better than she had anticipated, particularly in enhancing her physique and the smoothness of her meridians, which allowed her to wield her soul power with greater ease. As for her soul power, Even with less than half absorbed, she had already reached level 52. Completing the absorption might lead her to break through to level 53. You must work hard then. I'm currently at level 37 soul power. If I finish absorbing the celestial grade herbs in my body, I should soon break through to level 40. Su Xian's lips curled into a slight smirk, feigning a sense of pride, yet with each word, a pang of bitterness tugged at his heart. In his previous life, he had already come to terms with the significance of one's background, but he had not anticipated that this world would place an even greater emphasis on it. Despite his extraordinary feat of absorbing 2,000 years' worth of soul rings and soul bones, along with the soul power stored in some rare medicinal herbs during his ascension to the 30th level, he had only managed to reach a mere 37th level of soul power. And what of Xue? At the same tender age of 14, she had already surpassed the 50th level. With a natural advantage of 20 levels, it was as though she had activated a VIP cheat. Fortunately, the author had bestowed upon him a form of assistance as well, or he would be utterly lost. Ahem. I would like to express my profound gratitude to the author for their unwavering support. This accolade is not solely the result of my own efforts, but also a testament to that support. Now, let us return to the main topic at hand. Observing Su Xian's triumphant demeanor, Xue felt a sense of quiet satisfaction within herself. Following his words, she chuckled softly, acknowledging his prowess while asserting that others could not compare. However, we truly ought to rise, she gently reminded him. Su Xian shook his head, replying, You should get up first. Then you must release your grip, Xue retorted, playfully tapping the arm that encircled her. I shall only loosen my hold once you rise, Su Xian replied with a serious expression. Xue exclaimed in exasperation, What? If you do not let go, how am I to get up? Are you reluctant to rise as well? Humph. Lazy melon. An hour later, Su Xian finally agreed to get up, his heart content. As for what transpired during that interval, it could be succinctly described as inappropriate for the young and unfit for civilized discourse. Readers, be honest and document it. Do you think I lack the means for a few coins? Time had already slipped into the afternoon, and Su Xian had no intention of preparing an extravagant lunch. Instead, he simply concocted a light sweet porridge, intended as a refreshing respite from the heat. In the garden pavilion, the two were partaking in their breakfast, no, lunch. Xue's demeanor was elegant and composed, exuding an air of nobility that seemed to surpass even Su Xian's. Meanwhile, Su Xian was thoroughly enjoying himself, voraciously chewing on bread, sipping sweet porridge, and sampling the prepared cold dishes with evident delight. Gazing at Xue, Su Xian always wore a beaming smile, seemingly finding joy in everything. He murmured, Will you accompany me to a place later? Where to? Xue appeared momentarily taken aback, thinking she might have misheard him. However, upon noticing Su Xian's earnest gaze, she promptly inquired further. I intend to visit some relatives and introduce you to a few acquaintances, Su Xian replied. Sure, but I must prepare first. Upon hearing relatives, Xue seemed to grasp Su Xian's destination and readily agreed without hesitation. Just prepare a modest gift. It need not be extravagant. It's the thought that counts. And my grandfather's family is not in need of wealth, Su Xian advised. Xue nodded, then recalled their current state of poverty and sighed. But haven't you exchanged everything in the manor for gold coins? Su Xian responded, Alas, it seems we are left with naught but money. Chapter 33, My Aunt. The female general. Seeking recommendations and support, the Nangong family, a hereditary duke in the city of Tiando, holds the distinction of being the most esteemed dukedom outside the royal family. Xue Qinghe's mother hails from the Nangong lineage. Indeed, the Nangong family is the wealthiest among the dukes of Tiando. Without their support, Xue would likely never have ascended to the throne. Su Xian's purpose for visiting was to seek his grandfather, Nangong Yushan, with the intention of acquiring a parcel of land to establish a recreational complex. Tiando City is a place where land is as precious as gold, predominantly occupied by various nobles and factions, leaving little control to the royal family. Moreover, even if the royal family possessed land, the old man Xue would not bestow any upon him. He was probably still contemplating revenge. Indeed, that old rascal, perpetually scheming. Yet, if he believes he can thwart me, he underestimates Su Xian gravely. I'm not boasting. Soon he will be brought to his knees, singing of surrender. Navigating effortlessly into the Nangong estate, before even encountering his grandfather, Su Xian unexpectedly crossed paths with someone he wished to avoid, his aunt, Nangong Qiu. Nangong Qiu, his mother's younger sister, was an enigmatic figure. While his mother, Nangong Ling, exuded grace and gentility, Dongguo was as frigid as ice, seemingly never offering a friendly countenance. Moreover, she was one of the commanders in the imperial army, a true paragon of female prowess, compelling many a gallant man to bow their heads in her presence. Su Xian's aversion to Dongguo stemmed not from her demeanor, but from the indelible mark she had left on him during his childhood. He was merely 6 years old at the time. Truly, it was a fate worse than death. Ahem, let us not misconstrue that. He was merely taken to the military camp. Nothing more occurred. In life there was rather manageable, training for a day followed by 3 or 4 days of respite. Indeed, I speak the truth. Alas, he could no longer deceive himself. After a day of rigorous training, I would lie in bed for 3 or 4 days, only to succumb to exhaustion once more. Those days were truly a shadow over my childhood. In the courtyard, a woman clad in masculine attire was practicing her swordsmanship. She possessed an exquisite beauty, her finely arched eyebrows framing eyes as clear as a pristine spring. Her long, flowing hair danced freely in the air, captivating in its elegance. Her tall and delicate figure was both taut and gracefully curved, her swordplay resonating with strength and vigor, exuding a striking presence. Yet, there was an undeniable chill about her. Her countenance seemed to harbor an ancient frost, rendering her difficult to approach. Upon encountering Su Xian, the woman came to an abrupt halt. Dongguo furrowed her brow and inquired, "What brings you here?" Her voice was chilling, reminiscent of the biting winds that arise when glaciers melt, imparting a sense of foreboding. As if Su Xian's presence was unwelcome. Dongguo glanced at Su Xian before shifting her gaze to Qianren, particularly noting their tightly clasped hands. The previously inscrutable expressions on their faces appeared to fluctuate subtly. In days gone by, Su Xian might have been intimidated by her demeanor, but now, he was no longer the same person he once was. Life and death held no significance for him. He was unyielding, and he harbored no fear. "What are you staring at? I certainly did not come here for you." Shooting a glare back at Dongguo, Su Xian wore a disgruntled expression. He then tugged at Qianren's hand, and in an instant, his demeanor shifted from gloom to brightness. "This is my mother's sister. You may simply refer to her as Auntie alongside me." "Qianren, are you certain you just called her Auntie and not that my ears have temporarily failed me?" It is evident that Su Xian harbors a distinct aversion towards his aunt, while Qianren naturally aligns herself with Su Xian, coldly addressing her as aunt. Without revealing her name or uttering any further words, those 2 brief syllables succinctly convey her stance. Is this truly the consort bestowed by His Majesty? Dongguo's brow furrowed noticeably, her expression tinged with a hint of darkness. How utterly uncouth. With a vacant gaze devoid of any emotional fluctuation, Dongguo let out a cold laugh, then spoke in a low tone. "I initially believed you had become a true prince, yet here you are, still indulging in such folly. Do you not realize that you may one day ascend to the throne?" The mention of the emperor's title significantly intensified Dongguo's tone, revealing her disdain for the world. Upon hearing Dongguo's remarks about her upbringing, Qianren's complexion suddenly turned a shade of purple, her fists clenched tightly, a glint of cold murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Sensing the murderous intent, Dongguo's gaze shifted towards her, but Qianren quickly regained her composure, leaving no hint of abnormality. "Were you just berating her for her lack of upbringing?" Releasing Qianren, Su Xian fixed his piercing gaze upon Dongguo. His blood-red eyes icy cold, his soul power becoming increasingly agitated. No one has the right to lay a hand on his wife. Upbringing, this was a deep-seated pain within Qianren's heart. She could choose to endure, but as her husband, he could not simply let this matter slide. Although he understood that Dongguo meant well, her insistence on imposing her will upon him filled him with an inexplicable aversion. Henceforth, he would carve his own path. Noticing Su Xian's surging soul power, surprise flickered within Dongguo's heart. However, given her soul's sovereign strength, she deemed his challenge somewhat presumptuous. With a face full of disdain, Dongguo coldly remarked, "What, do you intend to strike at me? How ridiculous. You, a soul emperor, dare to stand against me, unaware of the harsh lessons society has to offer. Do you truly believe victory is assured?" With a dismissive gesture towards Qianren, indicating her to refrain from intervening, a glacial light flickered in Su Xian's eyes. Under Su Xian's frigid gaze, a fleeting moment of fear coursed through Dongguo, quickly replaced by a surge of confidence. "Since you wish to fight, allow me to witness your true capabilities." The long sword in her hand transformed into a silver brilliance, embedding itself into a nearby boulder. Her hair billowed, black soul power surged forth, accompanied by the crackling sounds of exploding beans. As the 6 soul rings beneath her feet slowly emerged, a 6-ringed soul emperor. Su Xian's gaze sharpened, and a black card appeared in his hand. Just as he intended to merge it with his body, a sudden voice interrupted. "Qior, although Qinghe is younger, he is still a prince. As a general, how can you be so discourteous?" The voice was gentle and soothing, akin to the refreshing breeze that wafts through a bamboo grove, bringing a sense of tranquility to the heart. Upon hearing these words, Su Xian and Dongguo Bo immediately withdrew their spiritual energy. "Consider yourself fortunate this time. Should I hear you speak ill of her again, do not blame me for lacking respect for you as an elder." With that cold remark, Su Xian departed with Xue, making their way deeper into the Nangong residence. Fortunate? Lacking respect? Dongguo raised an eyebrow and then let out a chilling laugh. "If it weren't for my father intervening, would you have been able to leave with any dignity?" Despite her inner disdain, as she watched Su Xian's retreating figure, a flicker of inexplicable brilliance crossed her eyes, suggesting that she was not overly concerned with Su Xian's rudeness. Chapter 33. This grandfather is truly impressive. In the backyard, a winding path led to a tranquil spot where the aroma of tea wafted among the flowers and foliage. There, an elderly gentleman clad in simple garments savored his hot tea. His hair, a tapestry of dark strands interwoven with silver, bore witness to his years. Yet his visage remained youthful, exuding a warm and approachable demeanor. "Grandfather," Su Xian called out with a smile, hastening towards him. Though Dongguo seemed more captivated by Xue than by Su Xian's arrival, a faint smile graced Dongguo's lips, akin to ripples spreading across water. "I heard yesterday that you have acquired a princess consort. I thought you had lost your wits over the Emperor of Snowy Night. It appears, however, that your vision is commendable. To dare to speak the name of the Emperor of Snowy Night so freely." Dongguo truly stood as a figure of prominence in Tiando City. After all, having such a formidable father-in-law was no small feat. "Hiki," Su Xian chuckled, appearing somewhat foolish as he tugged at Xue's sleeve. "Xue, meet grandfather." Xue promptly understood and offered a respectful bow to Dongguo. "Excellent, excellent." A hearty smile illuminated Dongguo's face, clearly pleased. He waved for Su Xian and Xue to come closer, and they hastened to comply. As the hot water cascaded, the tea leaves swirled in the bowl, and rather than allowing Su Xian to assist, Dongguo poured each of them a cup himself. "Taste the tea I procured from the Luo Empire," he said, lifting his cup. Su Xian took a sip and could not help but express his admiration. The Tiando Empire, situated in the northwest, lacked the climate of the Luo Empire, and thus the tea reflected that difference. Under Su Xian's commercial flattery, Dongguo's face reddened with delight, attributing it to Su Xian's filial piety as he waved his hand to signal him to cease. "Your gazes cannot escape my notice." Dongguo teased with a smile. "You lad, it's been a while since we last met, and your eloquence has only sharpened. No wonder your granddaughter-in-law is utterly captivated by you." Low-key. "I merely rely on my looks. Being too handsome is beyond my control." Su Xian quickly waved his hand, displaying an expression of helplessness. He was not someone who relied on mere words for sustenance. Had it not been for Xue's infatuation with his looks, would she have been so easily conquered? Upon witnessing Su Xian's remarkable self-admiration, Dongguo was taken aback, only to break into laughter. "You certainly have the audacity to say such things, unafraid of becoming a subject of ridicule." After sharing a light-hearted moment, Dongguo, with a serious demeanor, nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "In his youth, that lad Xue was not as handsome as you. Just look at me and your mother. Were it not for the genetics of the Dongguo family, you would not possess such striking features." Su Xian retorted, "Goodness, grandfather, you are cleverly extolling yourself. How shameless." Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Dongguo refrained from immediately inquiring about the purpose of Su Xian and his companion's visit, instead broaching the subject of Dongguo. "Your aunt has always had a nature that is not easily likable. It's not a new revelation that you hold little affection for her. Frankly, I have come to appreciate your mother's temperament far more. In hindsight, I truly regret allowing her to join the Imperial Legion, which has led to her current state." With a deep sigh, Dongguo appeared somewhat melancholic. He had 2 daughters. The elder was happily married and fulfilled as the mother of the nation, which brought him great satisfaction. Yet, his younger daughter, now in her 40s, remained untouched by suitors, causing him considerable distress. In terms of family background, strength, and beauty, Few could rival Dongguo in Tiando City. Yet, she showed no inclination towards romantic pursuits, dedicating herself solely to cultivation and warfare. How can a girl behave in such a manner? With his expression softening slightly, Nangong Yunshan turned his gaze towards Qianren and expressed his apologies. Please do not take offense at what transpired earlier. Qiu has always been forthright, and she did not mean any harm. It's quite all right. I bear no ill will. Qianren responded, hastily waving her hands in dismissal of his apologies, her lingering resentment dissipating considerably. Having Qinghe by your side is indeed a blessing. Nangong Yunshan nodded in satisfaction, offering a word of praise, causing Qianren's cheeks to flush as she discreetly glanced at Su Xian, her eyes sparkling with emotion. Su Xian thought to himself, indeed, grandfather is impressive. This indirect support is truly remarkable. With a warm smile, Nangong Yunshan then turned his attention to Su Xian. Now, let us discuss the matter that has brought you here. You wouldn't come to my abode without a purpose, would you? With a hint of reluctance. Su Xian chuckled awkwardly before revealing his intent. Land. Nangong Yunshan's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Is it not your family that governs the lands of this realm? Shouldn't you be addressing your father, Xue, instead of seeking me out? Well, I may have inadvertently caused him to part with some funds yesterday. Su Xian sheepishly scratched his head, explaining, I reckon it will take him at least 10 days to a fortnight to cool off, which is why I sought you, grandfather. Really? Nangong Yunshan exclaimed, his interest piqued. Please, do tell me what transpired. Concealing the matter of the soul guide device. Su Xian only revealed the incident of deceiving the Snow Knight Emperor out of 3 million. Alas, such a remarkable feat, and yet I must keep it hidden. My heart feels quite heavy. Ha ha. Nangong Yunshan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You executed this splendidly. Your father seldom suffers losses. Yet here he has fallen to you. He patted Su Xian on the shoulder, clearly satisfied, his heart brimming with glee. You once abducted my daughter, and now it seems you two are experiencing some discomfort. Ha ha. How does it feel to be outwitted by your own son? This matter has my full support. The Nangong family may lack in many aspects, but we are certainly affluent. With a grand gesture, Nangong Yunshan readily agreed to Su Xian's request. If your father has any objections, let him come to me. I shall have a word with him. To see Snow Knight displeased brings me great comfort as a father-in-law. It is simply how it is. After all, he only has 2 daughters, and their inheritance will eventually belong to them. It is better that it goes to his grandson than into the hands of that troublesome boy, Snow Knight. Su Xian exclaimed, Wow, indeed, you are my grandfather. I must say, your temperament is just like mine, or rather, mine is like yours. Grandfather is magnificent. With admiration etched across his face, Su Xian was deeply moved. Today, I shall prepare a meal for you to savor my culinary skills. No, no, no. The last meal your mother prepared nearly suffocated me. I wish to live a few more years with these old bones of mine. I appreciate your filial piety, but you need not cook dinner. He hastily waved his hand. His complexion paling at the memory of the last encounter, his body trembling at the thought. Once was enough for that culinary horror. He could hardly endure another. Even if it meant starving, he would rather leap from the city walls of Tiando City than partake in a second serving. Chapter 34. A couple's collaborative effort, arranged. Is this truly your handiwork? Gazing at the aromatic dishes laid out upon the table, Nangong Yunshan appeared utterly astonished, his eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. How could it be that his royal grandson possessed such culinary prowess? He had never heard of this before. Indeed, it must surely be his own grandson. No one else could possibly be this remarkable. Truly, the genetic legacy of the Nangong family is formidable. Oh, it's merely passable. One can manage to eat it. Su Xian replied nonchalantly, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. This is just the beginning. It's not mere boasting in his youth. He had been a student at the prestigious New Oriental Academy in the Xia Kingdom. Aside from those who graduated from the renowned Blue Sky Vocational School, he had never regarded anyone else with such esteem. Observing the audacious arrogance displayed on that face, Nangong Yunshan felt an overwhelming impulse to deliver a punch. Such shamelessness bore no connection to the Nangong family. It must surely be inherited from that rascal Xue. What a calamity! Xiu, come join me for a meal, and let us savor the culinary skills of Qinghe. As Nangong strolled past, Nangong Yunshan was momentarily taken aback, then waved his hand dismissively. He was well aware of the discord between Su Xian and Nangong, yet they were family, and it would be beneficial to ease the tension. Not leaving? Upon noticing that Su Xian remained at the Nangong residence, Nangong furrowed her brow, her gaze shifting to the dishes on the table. She sniffed delicately, her frown deepening. After casting a glance at Su Xian and his companion, she ultimately shook her head. You all enjoy your meal. I have matters to attend to in the army. With that, Nan Gongxiu departed, offering no consideration for Nan Gongyianshan's feelings. Su Xian remarked, no wonder you're still unmarried. Who would dare to marry someone with such a temper? With a somewhat grim expression, Nan Gongyianshan sighed internally, forcing a smile as he observed the two. Well then, let's eat. She is often busy and seldom dines at home. The aroma of the dishes prepared by Su Xian was undeniably delightful, igniting his appetite. Even at his age, he found himself reclining in his chair, reluctant to move after indulging in the meal. After finishing dinner at the Nangong residence, the night had fully descended. Su Xian and Qian Ruxue took their leave. As they departed, Su Xian fervently assured that they would return as a family next time and that he would be pleased to chat with them whenever they found the time, which finally granted him his freedom to leave. The two did not take a carriage but chose to walk back, sending away the escorting soldiers, leaving them alone. The night in Tiando City was enchanting. The Gothic architecture shimmered under the glow of soul-guiding lanterns, revealing layers of depth and a mysterious interplay of light and shadow. As if concealing profound secrets, hand in hand with Qian Ruxue, they wandered aimlessly through the streets, enveloped in the serene yet bustling night. What are you thinking about? Noticing Qian Ruxue's distraction, Su Xian could not help but inquire. After some hesitation, Qian Ruxue finally asked, her expression peculiar, are my aunt and mother truly biological sisters? One is gentle and charming, while the other is as cold as ice. Their temperaments are indeed worlds apart. It was not just her disbelief. Anyone encountering such a contrast would react similarly. Upon hearing her question, Su Xian burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Qian Ruxue pouted, her face serious. Facing her, Su Xian, with arms crossed, found the situation amusing. I once posed this very question to my mother. Would you like to know her response? What did she say? With her hands resting on Su Xian's chest, Qian Ruxue smiled radiantly, her jewel-like eyes sparkling with curiosity. My mother said, you have eyes. Can you not see for yourself? As he recounted her reply, Su Xian mimicked Nan Gongling's eye roll, eliciting a chuckle from Qian Ruxue. The stark contrast in their personalities was so pronounced that it was impossible not to question their kinship. Recalling the appearance of Nan Gongling, Qian Ruxue couldn't help but defend herself. Nan Gongqiu's visage resembled that of Nan Gongling, yet there were subtle differences. The former's features were more chiseled, as if sculpted by a master artisan, with brows sharp as blades and an air of icy beauty, while Nan Gongling exuded a regal elegance, embodying the essence of a refined lady. However, there were similarities between the two, particularly in their lips and eyes, though such details often go unnoticed in comparison to their overall countenance. Ruffling Qian Ruxue's hair, Su Xian chose not to pursue the previous topic, instead smilingly inquiring, where shall we go next? I shall follow your lead. With his wife by his side, returning home seemed out of the question. After all, places like Matsushita, Tanaka, and Watanabe were far more exhilarating than home. Ahem, he had to hit the brakes. The reason for not choosing to return was simply the mundane nature of it. He would rather take Qian Ruxue to explore the city. In this world devoid of mobile phones and computers, and even electricity, nightlife was limited to the entertainment houses and the soul-fighting arenas. Su Xian had visited the entertainment houses a few days prior, finding nothing particularly special worth revisiting. Did he fear Qian Ruxue going on a rampage? No. As a man, he could certainly handle such matters himself. What was a little beating? Who cared about that? As for the soul-fighting arenas, he had read plenty about them in novels, but had never experienced one in person. Qian Ruxue shook her head, her gaze fixed intently on Su Xian. I am unfamiliar with Tiando City. I will heed your guidance. Wherever you go, I shall follow. With her chin resting against Qian Ruxue's forehead, Su Xian wore a warm smile, tenderly embracing her. Then let us go watch the soul fights. Once the entertainment complex is completed, there will be plenty of fun to be had, and I will bring you out once more. Qian Ruxue replied softly. And soon Su Xian led her towards the grand soul-fighting arena. Beneath the glow of the guiding lights, their silhouettes gradually elongated, ultimately merging with the night. Much like their figures, fading into obscurity. The grand soul-fighting arena of Tiando City was the largest in the continent, indeed one of the few of its kind. The arena hosted both ordinary soul battles and life and death duels. The former was more commonly participated in, while the latter was often employed to settle disputes among the nobility. Whether over territory or women, only the victor could emerge alive, rendering it a brutal and bloody affair. Why don't we form a team and participate in a duo soul fight? Su Xian proposed. Watching soul fights from the sidelines was rather dull. It would be better to teach them a lesson in humility. Having crossed over, it would be a waste not to utilize this martial spirit. A mixed doubles match was a must. That might not be wise. My strength is so feeble, with only level 3 soul power. I would only be a burden to you. Qianren quickly shook her head. With her current level of soul power, she had no soul skills. And the arena would likely not allow her to participate. No worries, it's just 2 against 1. Just watch me fight. Su Xian waved his hand imperiously. How could he allow his wife to engage in the battle against the Soul Sovereign? Such an endeavor was far beyond her capabilities. If he did not seize the moment to display his prowess, he might find himself in a position of dependency should she reveal her true strength. Woe is the humble male protagonist, seeking solace online. What if you get injured? Perhaps you should participate in a one-on-one soul battle instead. I will cheer for you from the sidelines, Qianren replied with concern. Given Su Xian's current strength, the odds of victory in a one-on-one battle were high. And she truly did not wish to hinder his progress. Chapter 35. An Honest Heart. Su Xian began to speak, but abruptly halted, realizing the words were rather ominous. He quickly added, as husband and wife, how can we let you watch from the sidelines alone? That simply wouldn't do. Observing Su Xian's unwavering determination, Qianren had no choice but to relent. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. However, you must not take unnecessary risks. It is merely a battle of souls, and not worth the peril. Qianren continued to advise. Upon hearing her words, Su Xian felt an odd sensation. It seemed as though those sentiments were not truly her own. In his recollection, Qianren was a person of formidable strength. Could it be that he had somehow swayed her? The phrasing might be somewhat off, yet the essence remained. Do you not wish for me to be invincible? To triumph over all foes? To become a paragon of heroism? Su Xian gazed at Qianren with an expression that was both perplexed and amused, uncertain whether to feel touched or resigned. To be touched? With her words, it seemed a life of ease was assured. To feel resigned? It sounded as if he were incapable. Perhaps he had been too modest in his demeanor. Clearly, he needed to adopt a more ostentatious approach. Su Xian mused internally, increasingly resolute in his intent to engage in the battle of souls. How else could he showcase his masculinity if not by defeating his opponents? Such disgraceful moments must not be witnessed by others, nor could they be allowed to reach his beloved. Of course, I hope so, Qianren responded without hesitation, adding, yet, above all, I wish for you to live well. Her smile radiated like ripples on water, and with tears in her eyes, she gazed intently at Su Xian, as if he were the sole focus of her world. Ahem, even with a facade as thick as a fortress. Su Xian found himself somewhat overwhelmed by Qianren heartfelt declarations, his cheeks flushed with warmth as a wave of emotion washed over him. Upon witnessing Su Xian's bashful demeanor, Qianren could not help but chuckle. It is indeed my first time seeing you shy. It's rather endearing. As she spoke, Qianren extended her delicate hand and playfully pinched Su Xian's cheek, her clear, autumn-like eyes brimming with laughter. Su Xian mused, I seem to have encountered a rogue lady. Perhaps I should surrender to her? He suggested, come, let us head to the soul-fighting arena. Noticing that Su Xian's gaze had begun to blaze with intensity. As if he might ignite himself, Qianren heart fluttered. She hastily took his hand and led him away, fearing he might tease her in public. Oh dear. To have been playfully provoked, and yet it all passed so easily. How heartless. Su Xian lamented, his voice becoming delicate, reminiscent of a heartbroken maiden, filled with melancholy. Qianren retorted, do you believe that with a single punch I could send a whimpering creature flying? However, it seemed she was unaware of what a whimpering creature truly was. Upon witnessing Su Xian feigning coyness, Qianren face flushed a deep shade of crimson. A mixture of exasperation and bemusement evident in her demeanor. How could there exist such unabashed individuals in this world? Must you not conduct yourself with a semblance of decorum? Qianren chided, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. Oh, but how could I resist when you so carelessly indulged and then attempted to depart as if nothing had transpired? Su Xian murmured, what did you just say? With her cheeks still burning, Qianren felt a surge of indignation, declaring that if he continued in this manner, she would cease to acknowledge him. Cease to acknowledge me? I find that hard to believe. Women may feign disinterest, yet their bodies often betray their true feelings. Very well. I shall cease my teasing. Cradling Qianren exquisitely delicate face, Su Xian smiled gently, unable to resist the urge to pinch her cheeks, mimicking her earlier playfulness. You only know how to toy with me. Why don't you reflect upon your own conduct? Xianren pouted, her expression one of perceived injustice. Her enchanting eyes narrowing in reproach at Su Xian. My apologies, but I am notoriously double-standard. Upon witnessing the adorable, pouting expression of Qianren, Su Xian swiftly embraced her, inhaling her fragrant scent with greedy delight. He leaned in, whispering softly, would you like me to continue teasing you in the future? Qianren's face flushed a deep crimson, and she hurriedly pushed Su Xian away, her beautiful eyes glaring at him, struggling to articulate her thoughts. How embarrassing. She never expected Su Xian to be so audacious, uttering such bold and licentious words. As a girl, she found it utterly overwhelming, her heart aflame with shyness, yet a hint of sweetness lingered within her. Since you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent, Su Xian said with a teasing smile, swiftly lifting Qianren into his arms. Let us be off, he exclaimed joyfully, akin to a child, his face aglow with exuberance as he dashed down the street. Put me down at once. I can walk on my own. Not a chance. I shall not release you. If you do not set me free, I will cry. Cry all you want. It will do you no good. Tianzhou City is my territory. I truly will cry, and you shall regret it. Should I really let you down? You must not. Hurry along. Su Xian mused. It seems that although you deny it verbally, your heart speaks the truth. At the Arena of Souls, Tianzhou City's grand arena boasts a staggering 50 venues, including 49 separate arenas and the main one. Entering the 10th District Arena, Su Xian retrieved 2 masks from his storage ring. Wear this, otherwise, we might be recognized, he advised. There was no issue with a prince attending the arena, as his brother, Xue Qinghe, frequented it as well. However, bringing his wife along could lead to complications, as the nobles in Tianzhou City were well acquainted with him. He could hardly endure the reprimands of Nangong Ling should any embarrassing tales arise. Moreover, being so handsome, he might attract attention from other beauties, which would put him in a difficult position. Ultimately, his stunning wife's beauty was solely for his eyes. He could not bear to expose her to public admiration. Qianren did not refuse, all too eager to don the mask to avoid any unwanted scrutiny. The mask was quite exquisite and remarkably beautiful. Gazing upon the half-makeup golden phoenix mask before her, Qianren's eyes sparkled with delight, and she couldn't help but exclaim her admiration. However, upon holding it, her expression suddenly shifted to one of concern as she curiously inquired, this mask, it seems somewhat unusual, doesn't it? She had discovered that there was a flow of soul power within the mask. This is a defensive mask, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a super Douluo. In the event of danger, you can utilize it, Su Xian elucidated. The full title of the mask is the Emergency Defense Soul Guidance Device, which contains stored soul power that activates an automatic defense mechanism when subjected to a formidable attack. This is an Apex-level 8th grade soul guidance artifact. The reason it is not 9th grade is that it is expended after one use. Of course, this strike must be from a super Douluo. Against a typical title Douluo, it should withstand multiple blows without issue. Withstanding an attack from a title Douluo? Upon hearing this, it was as though thunder had struck, leaving Qianren momentarily dumbfounded. Her lips trembled slightly, and she stared at Su Xian in disbelief, her breath quickening. Where did you acquire this? Even with my soul bones, I could not possibly achieve such a feat. Such a small mask possessing such immense power was astonishing. Coupled with the celestial great herbs and the Taoist Xian technique that Su Xian had previously presented, all of it was beyond her previous experience, leading to an overwhelming sense of suspicion. Understanding that Qianren would want to inquire further, Su Xian observed her curious and bewildered expression and couldn't help but sigh. He had numerous reasons he could provide and could easily deflect her questions, just as he had done with the Snow Knight Emperor. However, he had no intention of doing so. Looking earnestly into Qianren's eyes, Su Xian, with a hint of regret, said, I promised I wouldn't deceive you in the future. Can I wait until I'm ready to share before I tell you more? His gaze shimmered, as if a river of time was swirling and surging, evoking waves of guilt, yet genuine sincerity. At this moment, he was not yet prepared to be completely open, as he remained a traveler from another world, fearing that Qianren might not fully accept this truth. Upon hearing his words, Qianren felt no anger. Rather, she was deeply moved that Su Xian remembered his promise and did not dismiss her questions lightly. He truly recalled the words he had spoken to her. With her eyes slightly reddened, Qianren's face blossomed into a captivating smile, akin to a garden in full bloom. Gently taking Su Xian's hand, she clasped it with both of hers as if cradling a delicate flower, gazing affectionately at the man before her. Then let us speak when you are ready. I shall refrain from questioning you any further. All right. A warmth akin to that of a home surged within Su Xian's heart, leaving her profoundly touched. A knowing smile gracing her lips as she nodded earnestly. Such is the charm of a good wife. She will never make your path difficult, but will silently accompany you. Hand in hand, through the passage of life. I shall place this upon you. With a gentle motion, Su Xian took the mask and delicately adorned Xue with it. The eyes of the phoenix upon the mask seemed to meld seamlessly with her own, while the golden decorative tail feathers nestled into her flowing golden locks, creating a harmonious image. And I shall don one for you. With a playful tilt of her lips, Xue took Su Xian's mask, which depicted a magnificent golden dragon, equally resplendent in its beauty. As Xue extended her hand, Su Xian could not help but gently brush his lips against her palm. How sweet! A sudden tremor coursed through her heart, and Xue shot him a glance, a blend of shyness and helplessness flashing across her features. Once she regained her composure, she adorned him with the Zhuge divine crossbow. If danger arises, wield this, she instructed, knowing that Xue would likely conceal her true abilities. Su Xian retrieved another Zhuge divine crossbow from his storage ring. In battles at the Soul Master level, its power was sufficient to annihilate foes, and more importantly, it did not require immense soul power to operate. Without inquiry, Xue accepted the crossbow and promptly stowed it within her storage ring. Soon after, the pair arrived at the front desk of Area 10 to register for the soul battle. Following a brief registration and testing of some basic information, Su Xian received an iron soul battle badge. However, upon seeing Su Xian's martial soul was a swan, the attendant's expression revealed a hint of surprise. Of course, it was not within her purview to question this matter. Discretion was paramount for longevity, especially since the royal family was one of the owners of the soul battle arena. Yet, when she examined the information filled out by Xue, 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind. What on earth? A level 3 soul power registration? Is this a joke? With such a lack of soul skills, relying solely on brute strength, who could you possibly defeat? Internally flustered, the attendant maintained a polite smile. But the reality was that the minimum requirement to participate in the soul battle was to be a soul master. Perhaps you could join instead? Having anticipated such an outcome, Xue looked at Su Xian with a hint of disappointment. Su Xian exclaimed, "No way. Absolutely not. This is absurd. It's akin to buying a ticket for row 5, seat 20 for yourself, while getting one for row 13, seat 14 for your girlfriend, thinking it's romantic. When in fact it's utterly foolish. The rules of the soul battle arena were set by humans. They merely needed to participate in a 2-person battle. And he could take on 2 opponents." Su Xian remained calm and spoke with a gentle demeanor. The attendant hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing Su Xian produce a gold medal and coins, she immediately understood her course of action. "I will handle this right away." After a series of operations, she swiftly entered Xue's information into the database. Once Su Xian and Xue departed, she promptly reported the matter to her supervisor. Arriving at the 2-on-2 soul battle area, the duo registered for their respective badges and then approached the railing to observe the ongoing battles. On the field, 2 teams were embroiled in an intense clash, both comprised of great soul masters. Their martial souls were the beast martial soul, Earth Bear, and the canine martial soul, Tooth Dog, while the other 2 wielded plant martial souls, Man-Eating Flower and Purple Thorn. The defense and agility-focused soul masters faced off against the control and power-oriented ones, creating a genuinely thrilling contest. The fierce exchange of soul skills ignited the entire audience as the combatants struggled to gain the upper hand. Observing the lackluster combat on stage, Xue felt little engagement or interest. However, her face radiated a cheerful smile as she nestled quietly beside Su Xian. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Just as the 2 were engrossed in the spectacle, a voice of surprise echoed from behind. Su Xian turned to see a young man, perhaps in his 20s, with strikingly handsome features and a tall stature. His short, slightly brown hair was tousled at the front and tied back in a short ponytail. Clad in the distinctive attire of a teacher from the Tiando Royal Academy, he appeared meticulously groomed and disciplined. The peculiarity of the encounter stemmed from the fact that this individual was named Qin Ming. Indeed, he was the most distinguished graduate from Shrek Academy, and a decade later, he stood as the 2nd youngest Soul Emperor on the continent. After graduating from Shrek, he had joined the Royal Academy last year. Despite his youth, he already exuded a remarkable presence. At just 20 years old, he had achieved a level 47 Soul Master rank, earning him respect among the other faculty members. "Mr. Qin, Have you come here to watch the soul battles as well? Su Xian inquired with curiosity. Qingming smiled and shook his head, stating candidly that he was there to train students as the Soul Master competition was about to commence. Su Xian understood at once. Among this year's competing teams, 2 possessed martial soul fusion techniques, and it seemed the academy had entrusted this responsibility to Qingming, indicating their high regard for him. Chapter 37. My apologies. You've mistaken me for someone else. Your Highness, why are you wearing a mask while watching the soul battles? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qingming, unable to contain his curiosity, asked about the mask Su Xian wore. I didn't intend to. Su Xian began, but abruptly halted mid-sentence, struck by the realization. Oh my, I'm still wearing a mask. He pointed at himself, his expression one of shock. You recognized me despite my mask. Even in dramas, men disguised as women go unnoticed. Yet here I am, identified while masked. How am I, the protagonist, supposed to navigate this situation with such clever side characters around? Qingming paused momentarily before chuckling and gesturing toward the token at Su Xian's waist. Your Highness, your insignia is still hanging from your belt. It would be quite difficult not to recognize you. Looking down, Su Xian's expression darkened. The insignia was something he had taken out during registration and had instinctively put back on. Wearing a mask while donning the insignia was akin to a futile gesture, a redundancy that served no purpose. Ugh, this is definitely not indicative of my intellect. Author, please delete this segment. It's utterly embarrassing. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense as Su Xian discreetly tucked away the insignia. What did you just say to me? Su Xian, in a state of confusion, inquired. After a brief pause, Qingming appeared somewhat perplexed by Su Xian's meaning. Your Highness, why are you wearing a mask? Not that sentence, the one before. Su Xian waved his hand, his demeanor quite serious. The previous sentence? With a slight furrow of his brow, Qingming pondered for a moment. The last sentence seems to be my inquiry about why your Highness is here. Yes. Su Xian nodded in satisfaction. That's the one, no mistake about it. I apologize, but you have mistaken me for someone else. My name is not your Highness, nor am I Xue Qinghe. Perhaps you should search elsewhere, Su Xian stated earnestly. Qingming was taken aback, exclaiming, What? Can one retract a released fart? I have been conversing with you for quite some time. And now you tell me you are not Xue Qinghe? Are you jesting with me? Do you think I am easily fooled? With a hint of despair, Qingming lamented, the tricks of the city are too profound. I yearn to return to the countryside. The atmosphere grew awkward for a fleeting moment. Yet it was soon shattered by a burst of laughter. There stood Xue, covering her mouth, struggling to suppress her giggles, her beautiful shoulders quaking, seemingly holding back from bursting into laughter. Excuse me, who is this lady? Qingming thought inwardly, feeling somewhat flustered. However, he also noticed Xue beside Su Xian and felt it would be impolite not to acknowledge her, so he inquired apologetically. Su Xian replied, Well, since my wife has been mentioned, it seems I can no longer hide it. I shall lay my cards on the table. Alas, I am indeed Xue Qinghe, Teacher Qin. You have one. It appears that you are still unaware of the recent accolades. This is the princess consort of the Tiandou Empire, my wife, Xue. As Su Xian introduced her, Xue ceased her laughter and nodded slightly at Qingming, signaling a greeting. Qingming's expression shifted in surprise, and he quickly bowed, realizing his earlier rudeness. I beg your pardon, I did not realize you were the princess consort. I sincerely apologize for my lack of decorum. Over the past few days, he had been engrossed in tactical studies at the academy, paying little attention to the happenings within Tiandou City, and was taken aback by such significant news. Su Xian, not holding any grievances, waved his hand nonchalantly and then inquired with curiosity, Teacher Qin, what is the current strength of the royal fighting team? In the prestigious competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy of the continent, the championship has predominantly fallen into the hands of the Spirit Hall. Previously, the Royal Academy could contend with the Spirit Hall on somewhat equal terms, yet Su Xian is acutely aware that since his mother-in-law Bibi Dong assumed power, she has diligently transformed the Spirit Hall into an unstoppable behemoth. Perhaps, from this year's Soul Master competition onwards, it will be unequivocally the realm of the Spirit Hall. Even Feng Xiaodian and Yu Tianheng, when mentioning the Spirit Hall team, expressed trepidation, succumbing to despair before the battle has even begun. The overwhelming superiority in strength renders even the most talented individuals powerless, for their opponents possess greater genius. Qingming sighed softly, his expression revealing a hint of concern. The Academy is striving to enhance the strength of their team. Currently, the first team comprises 5 Soul Ancestors and 2 Soul Masters, and while their teamwork is commendable, their overall combat capability still requires refinement. Alas, if only the martial soul fusion technique could be executed by the collaboration of the two soul masters, the Academy's chances of victory would significantly increase. However, Qingming finds himself somewhat helpless regarding the martial soul fusion technique, as it is a rare occurrence. It is indeed fortunate for the Academy to have such students, yet regrettably, the explosive power of the fusion technique executed by two soul masters still falls short. In the last Soul Master competition, the Spirit Hall fielded a team entirely composed of soul ancestors, including two at levels 47 and 48. In comparison, the Royal Academy's first team holds no significant advantages. Even with the martial soul fusion technique, the soul masters can only suppress two soul ancestors, and victory is far from guaranteed. Thus, Qingming has resolved to intensify the training for the two, hoping that through combat, they will swiftly ascend to the rank of soul ancestor. They are still somewhat lacking. Upon hearing this, Su Xian could not help but shake his head, underestimating the situation. In his judgment, this soul master competition will undoubtedly witness the emergence of a soul king from the Spirit Hall. Even if the Royal Academy's team consists entirely of soul ancestors, the likelihood of their defeat is overwhelmingly high. Furthermore, it is possible that the Spirit Hall team may also possess a martial soul fusion technique, which would likely lead to an even more resounding loss, plunging them into a state of irreversible decline. As the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, how could he tolerate such a scenario? This is unacceptable. He must recruit a team of beautiful cheerleaders to rally their spirits. Even if they lose the team battle, the cheerleaders must not falter. This is a matter of pride. Regarding the Soul Master competition, Su Xian maintains a hopeful disposition. Victory would certainly be delightful, but failure should not lead to despondency, as it is seemingly destined. Thus, the cheerleaders play a crucial role, providing encouragement to uplift their spirits and prevent utter despair after defeat. Indeed, cheerleaders are of paramount importance. Much like the significance of the phrase important. For those unclear about this statement, one might search for the phrase by Wang Luodan. Alas, for the future of the empire. Su Xian genuinely exhausts his intellect. For the sake of that old man, he must bestow upon him a grand prize. At the very least, a reward of several million is in order. Shaking his head, Su Xian felt overwhelmed by the multitude of concerns weighing on his mind. Of course, he had no desire to watch a cheerleading performance. He was certainly not that type of person, absolutely not. Chapter 38, Dignity, What is its worth? Tonight's fifth duel of the Soul Battle features the Royue team competing against the Xue team. Royue, a newly established group this month, has already achieved an impressive 3 consecutive victories, showcasing formidable strength that cannot be underestimated. Even more enviable is the fact that the Royue team consists of 2 stunning young ladies, whose combat prowess is truly a sight to behold. One can only wonder what delightful surprises they will unveil this evening. After a brief pause, the host, feeling a jolt of trepidation, continued speaking as instructed by the higher-ups. As for the Xue team, they are also a newly formed squad, and we hope they can perform impressively tonight. Under normal circumstances, the host would have playfully teased the new Xue team, but given the current situation, he could only utter this much. Alas, the orders from above had silenced all information regarding the Xue team, leaving him with little else to say. From the viewing platform, noticing Su Xian seemingly preparing to depart, Qingming could not help but inquire, "Your Highness, are you leaving now? Aren't you going to watch any further?" The outcome of this soul battle seemed predetermined, rendering any further observation meaningless. Su Xian waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of certainty that left Qingming utterly perplexed. How could the result be predetermined when the battle had yet to commence? Seeing Su Xian so confidently self-absorbed, Qianrinxue couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow truly never blushed while praising himself. Su Xian departed with Qianrinxue, while Qingming remained silent, continuing to observe the unfolding scene below. Had the Xue duo arrived? Upon noticing the absence of Su Xian and his companion, the host immediately took the microphone to inquire. Just as the words left his lips, a melodious and enchanting voice resonated, followed by Su Xian emerging, hand in hand with Qianrinxue. Ahem. Upon observing Su Xian and his companion, Qingming's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by a fit of intense coughing, his heart filled with exasperation. What on earth? So you are the Snow Love duo? Particularly after recalling Su Xian's earlier proclamation that the outcome was already predetermined, Qingming felt even more speechless. Was this not a veiled assertion of his impending victory? Such unabashed self-admiration, What has become of your dignity as a prince? In the soul-fighting arena, Su Xian surveyed his opponents with keen interest, a surge of excitement bubbling within him. This marked his inaugural experience of a multi-person contest in this foreign realm, and notably, it was alongside 3 women. The implications seemed to align perfectly. The Ruoyu duo consisted of 2 sisters, likely around 17 or 18 years of age. The elder sister, slightly taller, possessed an oval face, her cold yet enchanting eyes exuding a subtle allure, every movement radiating an irresistible charm that tugged at the heartstrings. As for the younger sister, her cherubic face and large azure eyes, complemented by similarly silvery long hair cascading down to her waist, rendered her utterly adorable. Upon their entrance, the pair captivated the audience, eliciting a chorus of gasps and cheers. Nevertheless, when compared to his wife, Xue, they fell somewhat short. The more mature-looking girl stepped forward and declared, Linrua, Martial Soul, Snow Rabbit, Level 33 Agility Type Soul Sovereign. Subsequently, the younger sister, Lin Xue, took a slight step ahead. Her hands clasped gently before her as her sweet and tender voice resonated. Lin Xue, Martial Soul, Snow Bear, Level 31 Strength Type Soul Sovereign. Observing the 2 individuals, Su Xian's expression took on an exceedingly peculiar hue, as a line from a previous encounter suddenly resonated in his mind. Have these 2 little tadpoles gone astray? The elder sister, strikingly beautiful, bore the name Ro, while her martial spirit manifested as an adorable snow rabbit. Are you certain that this name was bestowed upon you, rather than upon your martial spirit? The younger sister, charmingly cute, was named Xue, with her martial spirit embodying a fierce snow bear. Consequently, am I to witness an adorable little loli in a state of frenzy? How could I possibly bring myself to intervene? Alas, it seems I must once again rely on reason to persuade others. Do you harbor contempt for our sisterhood? Upon witnessing Su Xian lost in thought without introducing himself, Lin Ro furrowed her brows, her expression seemingly shrouded in an icy veneer. Su Xian quickly regained his composure, introducing himself as Su Xian, a soul master of the Swan Martial Spirit, holding the rank of a 37th level agile attack soul master. The revelation sent ripples through the crowd. Even Lin Ro and Lin Xue's expression shifted, becoming somewhat grave. A 37th level agile attack martial spirit, the Swan, could he possibly hail from royalty? The host seized the moment, raising his voice to announce, "Dear audience, did you hear that? Su Xian of the Snow Love Duo is actually a 37th level soul master. For levels above Lin Ro of the Gentle Moon Duo, it appears we are in for a fierce contest." As for his martial spirit, he prudently refrained from announcing it aloud, for to do so might invite dire consequences. The masked figure, wielding the Swan martial spirit, had already made his intentions clear. "Come on, let us get started. What are we waiting for? Lin Ro, Lin Xue, we support you. Fear not, defeat this fellow," shouted the audience, their faces flushed with excitement, roaring like a tempest, as if they could scarcely contain their eagerness. Amidst the cacophony, Qin Ming on the viewing platform wore a look of shock, his eyes fixed on Su Xian as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible. How could his strength have escalated so rapidly? Qin Ming thought, bewildered. He distinctly recalled that during the last exhibition, Xue Qinghe had only been a 29th level Great Soul Master. In the span of just a month, he had inexplicably reached the rank of 37th level Soul Master. Was he propelled by a rocket? Truly, it was astounding. Pointing towards Qian Renxue beside him, Su Xian kindly remarked that she would not participate in this soul duel. It would be a contest between him and the 2 of them, asserting that if he were to lose, he would accept defeat. What do you mean by that? Don't think that just because your soul power exceeds ours, you can look down upon us. We do not require your pity, Lin Ro retorted furiously, her countenance as frigid as ice. As soul masters, they too possess their dignity. 2 against 1? They would never stoop to such a tactic. Lin Xue could not help but interject, her tone frigid, her cherubic face puffed in indignation. Alas, these naive girls had yet to experience the harsh realities of the world. Observing the stubborn demeanor of the 2, Su Xian could only shake his head in exasperation. If it were he in their position, he would have effortlessly unleashed his soul skills to dominate the encounter. Fairness? Dignity? What value do such concepts truly hold? Should you choose to strike her, I shall not bear responsibility for any injuries incurred. Before the confrontation commenced, Su Xian could not refrain from issuing a warning. The might of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow is formidable. The 2 soul sovereigns would be unable to withstand its power. Should they suffer grave injury or even perish, it would be of no concern to him. This matter is of no concern to you. Should we lose in a 2 versus 2 scenario, We shall accept our misfortune without placing blame on others, Lin Xue retorted fiercely, her resolute countenance reflecting a stubborn defiance, while the flames of indignation in her eyes intensified. In this day and age, being a good Samaritan is indeed a challenging endeavor. Chapter 39, The Terrifying Soulbone Skill. With the declaration of the battle commencing, Su Xian's first fight was officially underway. Rather than immediately manifesting his martial spirit, he chose to observe the unfolding situation quietly. Given their tendencies, it was unlikely that they would initiate an attack against his regular form, lest they feel it would be an unfair advantage. Lin Ro's martial spirit was that of a snow rabbit. Upon spirit manifestation, her body emanated a soft white glow, her ears becoming pointed and adorned with fluffy white fur. As for Lin Xue, she gained stature, transforming into a plump figure, similarly covered in white fur. Her hands were robust, resembling stout barrels, while her petite facial features, crowded together, lent her an unexpectedly adorable yet fierce appearance. Upon seeing Lin Xue's appearance, Su Xian could not help but be reminded of the character Bu from Dragon Ball, for there was a striking resemblance at that moment. Noticing Su Xian's lack of movement, Lin Ro narrowed her brows and questioned whether he intended to concede without summoning his martial spirit. Concede? A smirk played on Su Xian's lips as a pair of pristine, elegant wings unfurled from his sides, radiating a brilliant white light that ascended towards the heavens, lifting him above the arena. Lin Xue. At the sound of her sister Lin Ro's call, Lin Xue instantly understood, and the yellow soul ring beneath her feet glimmered. Her once robust hands were once again enveloped by a solid, white giant hand. With a thunderous roar, the two hands intertwined before her, perfectly shielding her vital areas. As heavy footsteps resonated through the air, Lin Xue charged directly towards Qianrenxue, intent on testing her solidity. Su Xian's ability to soar rendered them unreachable. Thus their focus shifted solely to Qianrenxue. Thanks to Su Xian's warning, Lin Xue proceeded with caution, promptly activating her second soul technique, dual arm guard, to avert any unforeseen mishaps. This fellow had promised a one-on-two match, yet he had elevated himself into the air. As Lin Xue approached, Qianrenxue felt a deep sense of helplessness. She could not reveal her true strength. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to take out the Zhuge Divine crossbow. Lin Xue. Retreat swiftly. Upon witnessing Qianrenxue draw her crossbow, Lin Ro's eyelids twitched violently, and an ominous aura enveloped her heart. She hastily shouted, gazing upon the Zhuge Divine crossbow. Lin Xue felt a chill run through her heart, an instinctive awareness that this device posed a grave threat to her, even to the point of being lethal. With a decisive stomp, akin to a vehicle suddenly decelerating upon arrival, Lin Xue halted her advance and swiftly retreated. Suddenly, a piercing sound reverberated through the sky, as streaks of brilliant white light descended like meteors. Upon closer inspection, one would observe that amidst the radiant white were delicate feathers, sharper than any blade at that moment. This initial soul technique, Thousand Feathers, was intended by Su Xian to shield Qianrenxue from Lin Xue's assault. However, with Lin Xue's retreat, the aim had shifted towards the two of them. Although Qianrenxue was protected by a mask, rendering her impervious to attacks for years, such an advantage felt excessively oppressive. Moreover, Su Xian harbored concerns about the potential for unforeseen harm to her. Clang. Without further ado, Lin Xue's sturdy palms extended, forming a barrier in front of Lin Ro. The feathers collided with her hands, igniting sparks that dazzled the eyes like exploding stars. Suddenly, Lin Ro's figure vanished from behind Lin Xue, darting towards Qianrenxue with the swiftness of lightning, her second soul ring illuminating beneath her feet. Alarmed, unfortunately, before she could reach Qianrenxue, Lin Ro sensed impending danger. With a defiance of the laws of physics, she executed a diagonal leap, narrowly escaping. Boom! Su Xian threw a punch into the void. Astonishment etched upon his features as the purple glow of his soul ring gradually dimmed. Your soul technique is impressive. You managed to evade my third soul technique, Su Xian remarked in admiration. His third soul ring was derived from a 2,000-year-old peregrine falcon, bestowing him with extraordinary speed. The third soul technique, Long Sky, allowed him to plummet with unmatched velocity, achieving speeds 4 times that of ordinary flight. The likelihood of evasion was virtually negligible, so Lin Ro's ability to avoid it left him astonished. With a sigh of relief, Lin Ro couldn't help but exhale deeply, cold sweat beading on her forehead, her expression growing increasingly grave. Your speed is indeed remarkable. Had it been anyone else, they would have undoubtedly failed to evade. Yet, a subtle pause punctuated her words, and a self-satisfied smile graced her face. My second soul technique, pre-warning, grants a 50 chance of successful evasion, something you did not anticipate. No wonder, upon hearing this, Su Xian comprehended the situation. The peregrine falcon could effortlessly capture a hare, so his speed should have been unquestionable. However, the peculiar nature of her soul technique was somewhat anomalous. A 50 evasion probability, while slightly inferior to Ma Wu's teleportation, was nonetheless exceedingly practical. Boom. A blinding white light suddenly intensified, causing Su Xian's eyes to narrow as he swiftly turned his gaze. Behind Lin Ro, a perfectly round sphere of white energy rapidly coalesced before Lin Xue's mouth, erupting forth with a thunderous force, akin to a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Su Xian. The surface of the snow-white energy sphere appeared rather ordinary, yet within it lay a terrifying power, its calm exterior concealing a perilous potential for explosion. With impeccable timing, Su Xian's eyes subtly shifted, and he could not help but admire the situation. The three were aligned in a straight line, and should he evade, the energy sphere would strike Xue instead. With such prowess and combat awareness, it was no wonder they had achieved 3 consecutive victories in the competitive arena of Tiandou City. Indeed, they were formidable. However, all things must come to an end. Su Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as golden light flickered from his arm, and a colossal golden claw manifested in his palm, perfectly melding with his fingers. With a swift motion, the golden radiance erupted forth, and the sound of tearing paper filled the air. A meter-long golden claw surged forth from the void. As it passed, the very fabric of space rippled as though it would be torn asunder at any moment, its sharp, cold gleam rendering it nearly impossible to behold. Exuding an aura of sheer terror. This is a soul bone. From the observation platform, Qin Ming's pupils constricted sharply, his face etched with horror. Staring fixedly at the golden claw in Su Xian's grasp, it was not only Qin Ming who recognized it. Many in the VIP section also discerned that it was indeed a soul bone, their expressions frozen in astonishment. With a swift motion, the claw pierced through the energy sphere as easily as slicing through thin paper, causing it to detonate. In an instant, shards of ice exploded outward, enveloping the arena in a chilling aura as ice spikes began to rise, swiftly taking form. Lin Xue, quickly take cover. Upon witnessing Lin Xue lost in a trance, Lin Ro's expression turned urgent as she urgently shouted, positioned out of alignment. It was evident to her that the terrifying attack emanating from the soul bone was beyond their capacity to withstand. In an instant, Lin Xue regained her senses. Her gaze filled with dread as she beheld the clawed assault approaching, her heart gripped by an overwhelming fear, even sensing her martial soul trembling. Indeed, her martial soul was gripped by fear. Chapter 40. The man sings of conquest, the woman sings of monstrosity. Boom. The resounding clash erupted on the soul arena, and subsequently, 2 figures were violently hurled away. Although Lin Ro had not been directly attacked, she chose to join in the defense, fearing that her sister Lin Xue might face grave danger. Unfortunately, the power of the soul bone's attack was far too formidable. Even their combined third soul skill proved utterly futile against it. The dark golden fearclaw bear, a dominant soul beast of its kind, was a creature so powerful that even a tidal Douluo of 10,000 years would find it challenging to contend with, surpassing even the forest king, the Titan great ape. The right claw bone represented the most fearsome aspect of the dark golden fearclaw bear, its offensive prowess eclipsing that of other soul bones. It was not merely that a soul sovereign could not withstand the might of the dark golden fearclaw, even a soul sect would falter against it. After all, a millennium-old dark golden fearclaw bear could hunt soul beasts of 10,000 years, wielding an extraordinarily terrifying power. Such remarkable strength. It managed to knock both opponents off the stage in an instant. What a formidable attack! What was that claw just now that wielded such power? Defeating 2 opponents simultaneously. Who could this individual possibly be? As Lin Ro and her companion were sent flying from the soul fighting platform, the spectator stands fell into a momentary silence, only to be subsequently engulfed in a fervent eruption of cheers. Even Qin Ming stood there, dumbfounded, especially when recalling the recent assault, a shiver of trepidation coursing through him. Such terrifying offensive power. As Qin Ming gazed at Su Xian, his eyes quivered slightly, and at that moment, he finally comprehended the meaning behind Su Xian's earlier assertion that the outcome was already predetermined. Even as a level 47 soul master, he had no confidence in withstanding the recent attack, let alone that of the sisters moments ago. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ming looked at Su Xian, and his mind began to stir with possibilities. If only he could join the imperial battle. It seemed that this matter would require the intervention of the esteemed instructor. With a burgeoning plan forming within him, Qin Ming steadied his resolve, exchanged a few words with the 2 students, and swiftly departed from the battle arena. Above the arena, a skylight was ajar, revealing an elderly man with flowing white hair and an ethereal presence, who stood there quietly, his serene and profound gaze flickering with brilliance. When did this young man become so formidable? Observing the figure of Su Xian below, the elder was somewhat astonished, and he couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Xue, I wish for your cousin's visit to the duel arena today to remain confidential. You understand what must be done, do you not?" The elder turned to glance at the woman behind him, his voice wafting through the room like a gentle breeze, accompanied by a sudden chill in the air. "Grandfather, I know what to do," the woman replied with a faint smile, nodding her head, her expression seemingly unperturbed. On the duel arena, Su Xian was blissfully unaware that he had attracted someone's attention, otherwise, he would never have set foot in such a place. The experience and its outcome left him profoundly disappointed. Victorious with such ease, he felt no sense of achievement whatsoever. He would have preferred to bring forth his thousands of Italian cannons, guiding them to perform the dance of the Pure Land on stage, which would have been far more exhilarating. Next time I encounter a man, let him sing conquer. If it's a woman, she shall sing ugly monster. If anyone dares to utter a word of dissent, I shall truly unleash the cannons. As the duel concluded, the victory was claimed by the Xue duo. Ignoring the cheers of the crowd, Su Xian departed the arena with Xue. As for the two sisters, he had exercised restraint, ensuring he did not bring harm to delicate flowers. The hour was late when Su Xian and Xue emerged onto the bustling street once more. "I shall never return to the duel arena. It holds no allure for me," Su Xian remarked, glancing at Xue with a tinge of boredom. Although defeating two opponents simultaneously was impressive, it felt as though something was lacking, leaving him somewhat unsatisfied. "Perhaps it is the acrid scent of love? With your formidable strength, should you not be elated?" Xue's face radiated a charming smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement as they fixated on Su Xian. "Next time, let us together give our opponents a thorough thrashing. That would delight me even more," Su Xian replied, raising an eyebrow in anticipation. "It seems I must diligently train, lest I fall behind you," Xue said earnestly, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Do your best. If you manage to catch up to me, I shall indulge in some playful banter with you," she teased. "Ah, why have my thoughts turned so astray lately? Could it be an overflow of male hormones?" Suddenly, Xue's smile faltered, her expression shifting to one of icy resolve as her gaze darted towards the desolate street behind them. "Let us depart. It is time to return home." Noticing the change in Xue's demeanor, Su Xian maintained his calm composure, gently holding her hand as they strolled onward. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure emerged from nowhere, directly obstructing the path of Su Xian and his companion. The middle-aged man, clad in black attire, possessed triangular eyes gleaming with a greedy ferocity, a hooked nose, and a slight smirk that rendered his sinister visage far from amiable. Su Xian halted, displaying no signs of alarm, before gradually turning to depart with remarkable composure. "Leave behind the soul bone, and I shall grant you a reprieve," his chilling voice echoed in the stillness of the alley. The man made no move to pursue, seemingly confident in his advantage over Su Xian and his companion. "Fool!" Glancing back at the man, Su Xian slowly parted his lips, uttering an exquisitely crafted phrase, and then quickened his pace. "You seek death." The man was instantly enraged, his eyes radiating a murderous intent as he charged directly at Su Xian. 1, 2. Su Xian silently counted, and before he could reach 3, the man abruptly stopped, a look of bewilderment crossing his face as he beheld the swirling blue luminescence surrounding him. From above, a hexagonal pattern rapidly expanded beneath his feet, 6 beams of light shooting upward to form a closed energy barrier that enveloped him within the formation's center. The man's expression shifted to one of terror as his 5 soul rings erupted into brilliance, and in an instant, he transformed into a form resembling a gray wolf. He unleashed a fierce surge of energy from his mouth, colliding with the energy barrier. Alas! The assault dissipated into nothingness as if a stone had been cast into the sea. Before he could comprehend the situation, a wave of energy rebounded from the barrier. The man's pupils constricted sharply as he recognized it as his own soul power, hastily evading the impending threat. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated as the granite street's surface was marred by a crater measuring 2 to 3 meters in diameter, black smoke billowing forth from the depths of the pit. Observing the surrounding array, the man's expression darkened like murky water, his heart quivering with trepidation. Just as he was engulfed in anxiety, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, look who it is. The fellow yearning for a soul bone. How did you find yourself ensnared?" Tapping the energy barrier with satisfaction, Su Xian nodded appreciatively, a cheeky grin adorning his face, almost as if it bore the words "hit me" emblazoned upon it. "You despicable wretch, if you possess any courage, release me." The man snarled, his face contorted in rage. "Fool, if you're so brave, why not step out and bite me? You were barking quite merrily just a moment ago, come out now." The man exclaimed in frustration, "I absolutely detest this." Chapter 41. There are still 500 such arrays. I admit my previous misstep. If you release me, I shall depart immediately. What do you think? As he gazed upon Su Xian's infuriating expression, the man felt an overwhelming surge of anger within him. Yet, considering his current predicament, he could only force a smile and concede, since I was in the wrong. Shouldn't I offer some form of apology? Su Xian, with an innocent smile, replied, "Indeed." The man exclaimed inwardly, "What on earth? Am I the one being robbed, or are you?" Nearby, Xianruxiue's face flushed at the mention of an apology, as if she were reminded of some inappropriate imagery. "Young brother, here are 30,000 gold coins. Consider it my gesture of contrition. What do you think?" The man felt utterly despondent. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have put himself in such a predicament. Now, he found himself in a situation where he had failed to achieve his aim and lost valuable resources in the process. Only 30,000 gold coins? How miserly. Su Xian retorted disdainfully. He had anticipated encountering a figure akin to a notorious bandit, someone oozing with wealth, but was instead confronted with this pitiful being. A soul king with a mere 30,000 gold coins. How could you still dare to roam Tiando City, reduced to the level of a robber? Ugh. The man, feeling utterly insulted, thought, "What the hell? You dare to call me poor? 30,000 gold coins, and you still find it insufficient." Internally, he had cursed Su Xian's family. Yet he maintained a facade of amiability, resembling an honest man. Su Xian exclaimed, "Are you trying to showcase your acting skills here? Do you not know I graduated from New Oriental? The Oscars still owe me 100 little golden statuettes." His eyes were filled with contempt as he waved his hand, revealing a gap in the formation as thick as a ruler. "Just throw it out," Su Xian declared with evident disdain. Upon noticing the gap, despair washed over the man. Under the eaves, one must bow one's head, and he reluctantly presented the black gold card. A sycophantic smile spread across his face as he implored, "My young friend, may I now be released?" "Released? Certainly. I have always been a man of my word." Su Xian responded with righteous indignation, then smoothly altered his tone, continuing, "Not only shall I set you free, but I shall also graciously escort you home. That won't be necessary. Simply releasing me will suffice." Upon witnessing Su Xian's sudden display of innocence and kindness, the man felt an unsettling apprehension within. He quickly waved his hand. Acutely aware of how he had recently fallen into a trap, the individual before him was undoubtedly a cunning and scheming adversary. Su Xian furrowed his brow, taken aback by the man's lack of gratitude for his goodwill. "Very well, it appears your opinion holds sway," he retorted. The man, overwhelmed with frustration, found his voice choked with emotion. "Indeed," Su Xian affirmed with a satisfied nod, subsequently tossing a black wooden box into the fray, where crimson numbers flickered and dwindled. 30. 29. In 30 seconds, the formation would activate. With that, Su Xian swiftly seized Xianruxue and made a hasty exit, leaving the man in a state of utter bewilderment. His eyes fixated on the wooden box, a glimmer of suspicion danced within them, particularly as he sensed the flow of soul energy emanating from within, amplifying his unease. Meanwhile, Su Xian and Xianruxue had already distanced themselves significantly. Su Xian, resolute in his stance against those who would rob soul bones, held no mercy. He could not afford to show leniency to someone who would sever his own limbs. As for stealing wealth, that was an even more ludicrous notion. Wealth was not merely a possession. It was synonymous with life itself. A few thousand gold coins for a soul bone. A handful of coins for a 5th-level soul guiding device. 1 gold coin for a Zhuge divine crossbow. Thus, his current mantra became clear: spare no life, and certainly spare no wealth. Seeing Su Xian reveling in his triumph, Xianruxue could not help but feel a surge of indignation, accompanied by a twinge of regret. The power of that formation was quite impressive, and you wish to discard it just like that? She inquired, exasperation evident in her voice. It could withstand even the full force of a soul emperor's attack, yet now it is simply cast aside? How extravagant. In response, Su Xian nonchalantly waved the black gold card in his hand, stating, "But I have profited from this. That formation only serves to defend against the attacks of a soul emperor, and its effectiveness is rather lackluster. It holds no real value. This formation, known as the 6-star array, was a one-time consumable, worth a mere 20 gold coins in the system. Yet, he had amassed 30,000 gold coins, a remarkable return on investment. Was it not? Through this experience, Su Xian came to realize that earning money was far too tedious. It was far swifter to seize it instead. Perhaps I should carry a few level 9 soul-guided cannons to the papal palace for a stroll? Who knows, mother-in-law Bibi Dong might take pity on me and, in her benevolence, bestow upon me several 100 million gold soul coins as a New Year's gift. A sly smile crept across his face. What a brilliant idea. Yet, why do I feel as though I am courting disaster? This is akin to brandishing a nuclear bomb while attempting to rob a bank in America. Meanwhile, upon hearing that the formation could withstand the attack of a soul emperor, Qianrenxue's eyes immediately turned crimson with fury, her teeth clenched in anger. That formation is a treasure, and you simply discarded it. How could you be so reckless? Wasn't it agreed that I would be in charge here? Noticing the shift in Qianrenxue's demeanor, Su Xian felt a chill run down his spine and timidly inquired, "How many of those formations do you have left?" Qianrenxue, gritting her teeth, demanded, "You must answer me. Is it possible for me to refrain from responding?" Su Xian pondered. "Absolutely not." Qianrenxue firmly rejected, insisting that any valuable items should remain in her possession, lest they be squandered entirely. Upon witnessing Qianrenxue's resolute demeanor, Su Xian took a moment to examine his storage ring and system space before slowly articulating, "There are probably over 500 formations like the one we just encountered." Over 500? Qianrenxue's eyes widened in astonishment, her mind momentarily blank, as if her very soul had been severed from her body, leaving her physically weak and unsteady. "Oh dear, my wife, are you all right? My love." Su Xian hurriedly embraced Qianrenxue, his expression shifting to one of palpable concern. Just then, a sudden eruption of sparks shot into the sky, accompanied by a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the air. Qianrenxue jolted back to reality, glancing towards the source of the fiery spectacle, and immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Her complexion paled, evidently shaken by the overwhelming shock, and she gazed at Su Xian with disbelief. "Did you just say that you possess over 500 of those formations?" "Indeed." Su Xian nodded fervently. "My love, what are you planning to do?" As Su Xian gazed at Qianrenxue, who was extending her hand, a sense of bewilderment enveloped him. "I want it," Qianrenxue declared with unwavering conviction. Su Xian replied, "We're still in the street. Can't we discuss this later?" After a brief moment of misguided thoughts, he comprehended what Qianrenxue was implying, and with a slightly pained expression, he inquired, "My dear, how much do you desire?" Seeing Su Xian so accommodating, Qianrenxue immediately raised 5 fingers, her expression resolute. "Oh dear wife, you are far too greedy, asking for 500 right off the bat." Upon witnessing this, Su Xian was on the verge of tears. It was utterly heartless, for this was his very life at stake. "I would only require 50, truly." Upon witnessing Su Xian's sorrowful expression devoid of any anger, Qianrenxue transformed her previously frosty demeanor, breaking into a sweet smile. "Why didn't you mention it earlier? You made my heart race incessantly." With a delicate flick of her fingers, Su Xian playfully chided her. In Chapter 42, The Birth of the Most Powerful Man. With a sense of trust, Su Xian presented Qianrenxue with 50 arrays of formation discs and scrolls, refraining from any trickery. Indeed, he possessed over 500 defensive formations at the Soul Emperor level. However, he only had 100 at the Soul Sage level, 50 at the Soul Douluo level, and even 20 at the Title Douluo level, though 5 of these were already set within the prince's estate, leaving him with 15. Thus, the 50 Soul Emperor level formations were merely a sprinkling of water, a playful toy for his beloved wife. Alas, he truly reveled in such extravagance. If he weren't so inclined, he would still feel a pang of regret. Now, he felt considerably at ease. "Do you have any other formations there?" Just as Su Xian exhaled in relief, Qianrenxue's voice rang out once more, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him, reminiscent of a wife eagerly awaiting her husband's paycheck. Here, the paycheck signifying money, so do not misconstrue it. Su Xian's expression abruptly stiffened. "Oh dear. Being a good man is too challenging. Dear author, why not grant me a flawed male character instead? With my 7 parts mischief, 3 parts flirtation, and away with words, wooing all the beauties of Douluo would be but a breeze. In return, I could share a couple of warm beds with you. Wouldn't that be delightful?" Upon hearing this, the author clenched his fist and smiled slightly. "I want it all." As Qianrenxue gazed at him with a smile, Su Xian's face was etched with despair, a canvas of hopelessness. "Just tell me, how much do you require? What level are you seeking? I need to brace myself." Qianrenxue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Do you possess even more advanced formations? Initially, she had merely speculated based on Su Xian's tone, but now it appeared there truly were superior formations. What a significant discovery. Mu Ran experienced a thrill akin to uncovering a hidden stash of treasure, giggling softly. Su Xian lamented, "It seems I have fallen into someone's trap." Upon witnessing the delightful expression on Qianrenxue's face, Su Xian felt an overwhelming urge to chastise himself. Indeed, it is said that throughout the ages, wives possess intricate strategies, while husbands endure relentless trials. With a silent nod, Su Xian suddenly yearned for tranquility, though he was uncertain of its whereabouts. In that moment, he simply craved it deeply. Qianrenxue knelt before Su Xian, enveloping him in her embrace, her sparkling eyes fixated upon him as she playfully pouted. "Do you possess any formations capable of defending against the title Douluo? How adorable!" A sudden tremor coursed through his heart. Su Xian instinctively wrapped his arms around Qianrenxue, savoring the tender warmth of the girl he cherished. While others possessed singular treasures, he felt as if he dwelled in a veritable wholesale market. Her starry, water-like gaze remained locked onto Su Xian, shimmering like autumnal waters. With a gaze brimming with affection, Qianrenxue implored, "Then may I have one or two? In case you squander all yours, I still have some left, which might aid you in the future." A warm sensation enveloped his heart. He had not anticipated that this silly girl was contemplating his needs. Truly, she was a frugal and caring partner. "I shall give you 4. To ensure a peaceful 4 seasons, Su Xian declared with a grand gesture, responding with confidence. What absurdity! When it came to gifts for his beloved, he was never one to be stingy. In the future, he resolved to venture to the system's wholesale market and procure dozens more, crafting a heart-shaped arrangement for a romantic occasion. "No need for that. I only require 2. Please keep the rest for your own protection," she replied. Gazing at the 4 formations before her, Qianrenxue offered a gentle smile, selecting only 2 while returning the other 2 to Su Xian. He did not refuse, for with Qianrenxue's strength and status, she posed minimal danger. Unlike him, who always felt the threat of others lurking nearby. With a playful gesture, he traced his thumb along Qianrenxue's delicate lips, raising an eyebrow as if to suggest, "Given the treasures I have bestowed upon you, shouldn't you express some gratitude?" "Certainly not," she replied, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. With a playful twist, Qianrenxue escaped from Su Xian's embrace, her bashful demeanor appearing utterly charming. "I shall return to the manor to rest. You can meander on your own." She cheekily stuck out her tongue, making a funny face at Su Xian before turning and darting towards her residence, bouncing along under the glow of colorful lanterns. Qianrenxue's graceful figure resembled a butterfly dancing amidst a vibrant floral tapestry, a sight to behold. "Not that I'm going to sleep alone," Su Xian mused with a subtle smile, realizing that although she feigned indifference, her heart spoke otherwise. He promptly gave chase. At the prince's manor, there had been no visit to the Moon Pavilion for studies, and thus nothing noteworthy occurred. The affairs of the empire were equally uneventful, as Emperor Xue seemed to have forgotten about Su Xian, almost wishing he would not appear. As for his studies at the Royal Academy, Su Xian had initially believed he could evade them. However, the reality was far from what he had anticipated. Just as Su Xian and Qianrenxue finished their breakfast, a member of the Academy's faculty arrived at the manor. Dreaming Mechanism, the vice chair of the Royal Academy, a level 79 control system battle soul saint, with the martial spirit known as Black Demon. Though of the control system, the Black Demon's peculiarities and swiftness rivaled that of the agile attacker system. Moreover, he was destined to become the Academy's future principal. "Vice Chair Dream, what brings you here so early?" Su Xian inquired, gazing at the elderly man before him, whose kind demeanor belied a hint of malevolence. Su Xian spoke candidly. "I merely came to check on you, having heard rumors of your injury." Dream Divine Machine replied with a smile. Chuckling absently, Su Xian chose not to engage further, instead resuming his sketching on the parchment. "Are we truly playing Tales of the Strange here, being both cunning as ancient foxes?" Dream Divine Machine inquired, perplexed by Su Xian's detached laughter. "What is the meaning of your chuckles?" Upon observing Su Xian's nonchalant demeanor, Meng Xingji sensed a subtle transformation in him, albeit one that was elusive and difficult to articulate, as if it were a reflection of his true nature. Noticing Su Xian's silence, Meng Xingji took the initiative to inquire about his thoughts on the Spirit Hall. "Incredibly powerful. The Empire is no match. Even 1,000 of you would not suffice," Su Xian replied without hesitation. Meng Xingji was taken aback, exclaiming inwardly, "Did you consume gunpowder for breakfast? Your words are laced with its flavor." Exercising restraint, Meng Xinji refrained from losing his temper and instead nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed. With the Haoyan sect retreating, the spirit hall is growing increasingly formidable, its momentum seemingly unstoppable. Shifting the conversation, Meng Xinji fixed his gaze upon Su Xian and asked, "Do you not sense any impending crisis, Your Highness?" In response, Su Xian cast a fleeting glance at him, remaining reticent. A crisis? The most significant peril lay within his own household. Discussing crises with him was absurd. As for the spirit hall, that was merely a concern of his mother-in-law. Though he precariously balanced on two boats, risking capsizing at any moment, as long as he maintained equilibrium, he was the most powerful man on the continent, endowed with both a prestigious background and clandestine strength. The crown prince of the empire, the future consort of the angel god, the prospective son-in-law of the Rakshasa god, the grandson-in-law of the continent's pinnacle powerhouse, the limit Douluo Continent. Chapter 43, The Ultimate Game of Wisdom, Wealth, and Will. Ming, if you have something to say, please do so directly. I have matters to attend to and cannot linger. Su Xian was disinclined to engage in further circumlocution, as the illustrations he was crafting were nearing completion, and he had pressing tasks to accomplish. Then I shall be forthright. We wish for your highness to participate in the upcoming Soul Master competition, representing the Academy, Meng Xinji declared, his eyes gleaming with fervor and anticipation. Did Qin Ming inform you of this? Su Xian raised an eyebrow, his tone growing markedly colder. Rest assured, Your Highness. This matter is known only to the three of us old fellows and will not be divulged, Meng Xinji promptly assured him, internally convinced of the veracity of Qin Ming's words. To his surprise, the crown prince displayed remarkable talent. Achieving the rank of Soul Master at the tender age of 14, already possessing the combat prowess of a high-level Soul Sect. If he could join the Royal Academy's team, their chances in the finals of the Spirit City competition 3 months hence would significantly improve. The Royal Academy had endured 2 consecutive defeats in the 5-year competition, and it was imperative that they not suffer another loss. This was not merely a matter of the Academy's reputation, but a reflection of the entire Tiando Empire's dignity. You wish for me to participate in the Soul Master competition? Su Xian pondered momentarily before resolutely shaking his head. Absolutely not. I have no time for such endeavors. While participating might grant him the opportunity to wield a level 9 fixed soul guidance cannon before the Pope's palace, casting a commanding presence upon the world and extorting others, he had always been a person of humility. Engaging in such shameless actions was beneath him. Moreover, the Soul Master competition prohibits the use of soul-guiding devices, significantly curtailing his potential. If only he could unleash a 7th-level soul-guiding bomb in each match, producing a thunderous roar that would sweep across the arena. What satisfaction is there in fighting barehanded? You strike me, and I return the blow. Don't you realize that the force is reciprocal? It is akin to warfare. While I bring artillery, missiles, and nuclear weapons, you wish to engage in a knife fight? Damn. Am I foolish enough to acquiesce to such a ridiculous request? I would simply deploy my artillery and bombard you with hundreds of rounds. For what purpose are we indulging in trivialities? Upon witnessing Su Xian's refusal, Meng Xinji grew anxious. Your Highness, this matter transcends mere academy affairs. It also pertains to the honor and disgrace of the empire. As a royal prince, you ought to contribute in some capacity. Indeed, I have contributed. I was just contemplating the formation of a cheerleading squad. As he spoke, Su Xian blinked his large eyes, sincerity gleaming within. Meng Xinji, I am at a loss for words. A cheerleading squad? What use is that? The louder the cheers, the more devastating the defeat will be. This is not merely support, but a slap in the face. Is your highness truly so cold-hearted, so unreasonable? With a deep sigh, Meng Xinji suddenly felt weary, profoundly disappointed in Su Xian. This empire does not belong to them, but to the royal family. If even the crown prince exhibits such irresponsibility, what hope remains for the empire? Not at all. It's not that I lack compassion, but rather that I possess clarity. Su Xian shook his head, completing the final stroke of the character Wang in his hand, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Oh? Meng Xinji's eyes narrowed, sensing a glimmer of possibility. Eager to hear more. Very well then. Let me be deemed cold-hearted and unreasonable. I had initially intended to discuss the path of a slacker with Meng Xinji, but now that the item is complete, he could not be bothered to continue the conversation. Shrugging nonchalantly, he declared indifferently, Meng Xinji, what a jest. Your Highness, I take my leave. With a wave of his sleeve, Meng Xinji departed in a huff, leaving without a trace of hesitation. He feared remaining here would overwhelm him with frustration. It is for the best. I too must attend to my important matters. With a deep sigh, Su Xian made no effort to retain him, for he had pressing tasks ahead. This is a game of strategy, intellect, and wealth, leaving no room for distractions. My dear, I have completed the creation. Come and join me. A piercing scream resonated through the air as Su Xian, clutching his meticulously crafted creation, hurriedly departed from the grand hall. 3 minutes later, Su Xian and Qianringshu found themselves seated upon the soft, plush mink fur. Are you intending to perform a divination for us? Gazing at the cards before her, which bore a resemblance to tarot cards, Qianringshu's expression was one of mild disinterest, as she had anticipated that Su Xian would present something truly entertaining. However, these were not tarot cards. They were playing cards, a source of great amusement. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Su Xian patiently elucidated. Playing cards? Qianringshu echoed, momentarily taken aback. She then picked up the card emblazoned with the words Big King, realizing that there was indeed a significant distinction between them. What does this represent? After a moment of contemplation, Qianringshu shook the king card and curiously inquired. Su Xian, feeling somewhat pleased, replied, This is the emperor, adorned with a scepter, representing the largest card among them all. The card below is the queen. Seemingly grasping the essence, Qianringshu's eyes sparkled. So, these cards are ranked by size? Precisely. Su Xian exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to Qianringshu, who smiled joyfully in response. Su Xian continued to elucidate. This represents the ace, symbolizing one, standing above all, signifying the prince. The king stands for the 4 monarchs of the heavenly, whose realms are comparatively smaller, thus not included. The queen represents the queen and concubines, while the jack signifies the nation's generals and military. The remaining cards are arranged numerically from 2 to 10, denoting various ranks of soul masters. The more he explained, the more Su Xian felt a sense of elation, proud of his straightforward elucidation of the game in the Douluo universe. Upon hearing this intriguing explanation, Qianringshu's eyes glimmered with excitement as she clung to Su Xian's arm, playfully urging, Why not just tell me how to play? All right. Let us begin with the simplest game, known as Zhajin. With a sly smile, Su Xian effortlessly pulled Qianringshu into his embrace. She made no attempt to resist, comfortably nestled against him, relishing the warmth emanating from his chest. Soon after, Su Xian commenced his inaugural teaching session in the Douluo Continent. Qianringshu appeared like an inquisitive child, her sparkling eyes brimming with wonder, as if a new world was about to unfold before her. Why do 3 cards with 2 aces or 2 queens fail to outmatch 3 soul masters with an 8? Qianringshu pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. These 3 soul masters each hold an 8, suggesting they can unleash a trinity martial soul fusion technique. Ah, I see. But why can't they still overpower the others? Like those holding 3, 4, and 5? Qianringshu continued. The sequence 3, 4, and 5 forms a straight, symbolizing their strong collaborative spirit. In contrast, 2 aces or queens may lead to internal strife among themselves, Su Xian explained. But why do 3 cards of the same suit surpass the power of a straight? Doesn't that seem unreasonable? Qianringshu queried. Cards of the same suit signify they are in harmony with the same season, enabling them to act collectively. Whereas a straight composed of different suits merely implies a chance encounter, Su Xian clarified. Now, hold on. I've run out of words. Please, no more questions. Oh dear. Su Xian exclaimed, This is quite challenging for me. Thankfully, his quick wit saved him from further quandaries. Chapter 44. A clear defeat. After much effort, Su Xian finally managed to coax Qianringshu into submission, and she now grasped the rules of the game. However, with a playful smile dancing on her lips, Su Xian remarked, Since this is a game, shouldn't we wager something? Otherwise, it seems rather lackluster. What do you wish to stake? Qianringshu inquired, her enthusiasm for such games bubbling beneath the surface. Yet, upon catching the mischievous glint in Su Xian's eyes, she immediately grew wary. Betting money would only strain their relationship. After all, it was all their money, rendering it an unworthy gamble. Su Xian, with an earnest demeanor, began to eliminate options. Qianringshu nodded in agreement. She had no need for money, as he would surely provide for her should she ask. How about this? If you win, you get to kiss me. If I win, I get to kiss you. What do you think? Su Xian's eyes sparkled, his expression calm and seemingly open to negotiation, while Qianringshu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Having spent several days with Su Xian, she was well aware of his cunning nature. I know you're trying to take advantage of me with your roundabout schemes. You were already up to mischief this morning. I absolutely refuse to agree. After a moment's contemplation, Xian devised a counter-proposal. If I lose, I shall grant you one request. If you lose, you must also acquiesce to one of my requests. And you cannot back out. Is it any request? Su Xian raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin gracing his features. Not a chance. We are still young and unmarried. Do not even think about it. Upon witnessing Su Xian's demeanor, Xian immediately discerned the mischievous thoughts swirling in his mind. A blend of shame and anger washed over her, as a delicate blush adorned her fair cheeks. Su Xian, taken aback, gazed at her in disbelief, exclaiming, "What are you thinking? I merely asked you to massage my back." Little did he anticipate that she would misconstrue his intentions. Xian retorted, "I have already removed my trousers, and you dare to say this? You shameless scoundrel." Aware that Su Xian was deliberately acting to provoke her, she felt a mix of indignation and embarrassment. With determination, she pushed herself away from his embrace and forcefully shoved him onto the soft blanket beneath them. With a face flushed with fury, she leaned against him, her hands instinctively resting on his waist. "How dare you tempt me knowingly? Let us see if you dare to do this again." As she began to tickle him, her previously angry expression transformed into one of delight. "Stop. That tickles terribly. Ha. If you don't cease this instant, I shall call for help," she warned, laughter bubbling forth. "Go ahead. Let us see if anyone dares to intervene," he taunted, chuckling. All right, my dear. I concede. I shall never do it again," he laughed. In a delightful switch of roles, they found themselves in a playful exchange. This time, he was atop her, whereas previously, she had held the upper hand. "Am I mistaken?" he inquired, firmly holding her wrists, exuding an air of dominance. "Please, don't. I am ticklish. I admit my fault." Xian pouted, her expression one of feigned innocence. She regretted allowing Su Xian to rise earlier, realizing her mistake now. It was too late. After he had tormented her moments ago, it was only fair that he experience the same. "Stop. I concede," she laughed, tears of joy nearly spilling from her eyes. "If I lose, what would you have me promise?" Su Xian pressed. "I want tea, please. Stop. That tickles," she pleaded amidst her laughter. "Just say it, and I shall release you. I will. If I ever deceive you in the future, you mustn't be angry." Xian giggled, her demeanor blossoming with joy as she playfully squirmed, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Upon hearing this, Su Xian froze for a moment, realization dawning upon him. To his surprise, she was genuinely concerned about such matters. A mysterious radiance flickered in her eyes, and Su Xian was deeply moved. Gently lifting the corners of her mouth like a crescent moon, gazing tenderly at the girl beside her. "Silly girl, you overthink too much." With her eyes slightly reddened, Su Xian embraced Xian and lay down, her nose tinged with a bittersweet ache, yet her heart was enveloped in warmth. You could sense the sincerity and affection emanating from Su Xian, just as Xian was about to assert herself and regain control of the situation. She found herself momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the sudden turn of events. "Ahem, let us engage in a game of doujou." Fearing that Xian might perceive her true feelings, Su Xian hurriedly regained her composure, nonchalantly arranging the playing cards as if nothing had transpired. Upon seeing Su Xian's demeanor, Xian furrowed her brow, an instinctive sense telling her that something was amiss. However, her attention swiftly shifted to the playing cards. As Su Xian shuffled the deck, he continued to elucidate the rules of the game to Xian, ensuring that her victories would not be shrouded in confusion, nor her defeats unclear. Each player began with 100 chips, and losing all signified defeat. The rules were straightforward. Each round required a chip to be placed as the ante. Should one feel confident in their hand, they could raise the stakes or go all in, while a weaker hand could simply be folded. Having concluded his explanation, Su Xian cut the deck and commenced dealing the cards, simultaneously placing chips for Xian. Thus, the first round of the otherworldly game commenced, a spirited contest of Hua, a card game for couples, now underway. I raised 10 gold coins. Before Su Xian could fully prepare, Xian had already tossed her 10 gold coin chips onto the table. Glancing at his own cards, Su Xian's expression shifted dramatically upon revealing 3 aces. "What on earth? Just when I contemplate losing, you present me with this." In his previous card games, he had never encountered such fortuitous luck. "I'll raise 10 more." After some contemplation, he realized he could not afford to appear overly desperate. Thus, he decided to secure a few small victories before allowing her to win. "I go all in." as soon as the words left his lips. Xue confidently pushed her chips forward, her eyes sparkling with delight as she regarded him, causing Su Xian's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. No way. She can't possibly have 2 kings in the first round. He refused to believe it. I fold, you win. Clinging steadfastly to his disbelief, Su Xian relinquished his cards. Otherwise, if he continued, she would undoubtedly triumph in this round, with attendants ready to provide a massage and a wife readily at his beck and call. Winning or losing seemed inconsequential. Yet losing would grant peace of mind to a certain someone, a calculation Su Xian had made with clarity. Higi, I have a pair. And I win. Upon witnessing Su Xian unexpectedly fold, Xue cheerfully reclaimed her chips, simultaneously revealing her hand, a pair of 5s. Su Xian pondered, should I allow my emotions to explode? I'm anxiously awaiting a resolution. A pair of 5s, and you dare to go all in. Truly audacious. Chapter 45. The Mixed Doubles of Emperor and Empress. Part 3. Previously, when Su Xian indulged in alternate history novels, he often observed the protagonists triumphing in their meticulously crafted games. Indeed, in the inaugural round, the hero invariably emerged victorious. However, after today's encounter, Su Xian's worldview underwent a significant transformation. Indeed, he lost, losing 600 chips to Xue. Wait, 600? There were only 200 chips. Where did the 600 come from? He remained perplexed, feigning ignorance. He was simply aware that in every round, Xue would go all in, and he, taking advantage of his weaker hand, would follow suit. The outcome? Well, she still managed to win. Her audacity in going all in was astonishing truly. One's ambition is matched only by the boldness of the earth. Initially, he presumed that Xue had an innate understanding of the game, deliberately trying to intimidate him. Ultimately, it became clear that her actions were entirely reckless. What bewildered him even further was that whenever fortune smiled upon him and he depleted her chips, a fresh stack of golden chips would magically appear before Xue, her large eyes glimmering with an endearing, playful charm. Indeed, she was feigning vulnerability to elicit sympathy. How could he tolerate such a display? While she had been brazen in her all-in antics, now she was posing as a coy little kitten, tugging at his heartstrings. After delivering a stern lesson, Su Xian finally relented and allowed her to continue. Subsequently, they started anew, and ultimately, under his unrestrained generosity, Xue triumphed at last. Oh dear, it had been exceedingly difficult to facilitate her victory. He nearly had his lips bitten in the process. With a cheerful demeanor, Xue's crescent moon eyes sparkled with delight, her joy seemingly surpassing any previous moment. I won. Remember your promise. Rest assured, I, Su Xian, have always been a man of my word, he declared, patting his chest with righteous conviction, asserting that he was not one to be shameless. If he were, surely the author, envious of his marital bliss, had deliberately penned such absurdities to tarnish his reputation. Indeed, it must be so. Your Highness, the Queen requests your presence. Just as Su Xian intended to discuss certain matters with Xue, the voice of the maid, Qinghe, echoed from outside the door. Play at home as you wish. This game should be enjoyed in moderation. Do not become overly engrossed, and do not neglect your cultivation. He playfully pinched Xue's delicate nose and teased her gently, before departing under her flustered gaze. I am not so fond of playing. The palace summoned Su Xian unexpectedly, causing a surge of wariness within him. After all, he had deceived his father out of 3 million gold coins, and the prolonged silence in recent days was indeed suspicious. It was certain that his father was harboring some grand scheme, waiting for his arrival. A sense of foreboding settled over him. Mother, may I inquire as to the purpose of your summons? He ventured, approaching Ling with an air of feigned innocence and curiosity. Is it not possible to invite you merely for a chat? Ling retorted, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Of course, I am at your service whenever you wish. Su Xian replied emphatically. At my service, you say? Ling chuckled, her gaze playful. It seems someone had quite the revelry at the Soul Arena last night. Even Xue was dragged onto the stage to join in. Su Xian exclaimed, What? Who has been gossiping behind my back? Which eye of yours witnessed my joy? I was anything but happy last night. Is there no sense of discretion among you? With a furrowed brow, Su Xian contemplated who might have betrayed him. Firstly, Yixing had not been by their side the previous evening, as one cannot bring a third wheel while enjoying romantic moments. Clearly, she was not the source. Secondly, regarding the Grand Soul Arena, he had presented his badge there. The Grand Soul Arena of Tiando was under royal control, managed by his second uncle, King Xuan, a staunch supporter of his family. During the struggle for the throne between Xue and King Balak, he was one of the most significant allies. However, given his temperament, it was unlikely he would discuss such matters with Xue. Thus, only Qin Ming remained. The previous encounter with Dream Machine suddenly became clear to Su Xian. A conspiracy indeed. It must be that Dream Machine had sought his father for assistance, knowing that Su Xian was currently unyielding. Thus, a subtle maneuver was employed. Astounding. It was clever. Knowing that Su Xian had deep feelings for his mother, Ling, he would not refuse her. Truly, the emperor was cunning. So, mother, are you here to persuade me to join the royal battle team? Su Xian asked, a hint of resignation in his tone. In a mix of partners' combat, he had yet to experience the thrill with Qianren, and here he was, already caught in a dual predicament. Ling shook her head. Not quite. While the Soul Master competition forbids lethal harm, accidents do occur, and as your mother, I naturally cannot allow you to participate. Upon hearing this, Su Xian's eyes lit up. Look, this is the hallmark of a good mother, truly understanding her son. He chuckled. I knew you would never consent. Observing Su Xian's exuberant demeanor, Ling shook her head and remarked that you are exempt from the Soul Master competition. You must still attend the Royal Academy for your studies each day. At not yet 15 years of age, you have already attained the rank of a Soul Master at level 37. While I am uncertain what fortuitous circumstances have contributed to your rapid advancement, such remarkable talent cannot be squandered. Therefore, after spending a few more days with Xue, you shall proceed to the Royal Academy. The future of our empire ultimately rests upon the shoulders of you four brothers. Ling gazed at Su Xian with deep affection, her voice flowing like a gentle stream, bringing him comfort. One cannot help but acknowledge that his father, indeed, had a firm grasp on his sentiments, knowing well that he was susceptible to his mother's sweet words. How cunning. Is there truly no room for negotiation, mother? With hopeful eyes fixed on Ling, Su Xian attempted to resist. Upon hearing his plea, Ling shook her head, her gaze unwavering. Taking a deep breath, Su Xian's eyes sparkled with determination as he asserted, Mother, as the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, it is my duty to bring glory to our nation. Previously, I was narrow-minded and should not have dismissed the kind offer from the Dream God Machine's teaching position. There is no need for further persuasion. I shall certainly participate in this soul duel competition. A true man must stand tall and face challenges head-on, never settling for a life of mediocrity. With unwavering composure, Su Xian lifted his gaze at a 45-degree angle, sighing dramatically, tears brimming in his eyes. Alas, my burdens are great. Yet, a man does not shed tears lightly. With a sweeping gesture, Su Xian strode out of the palace, seeking solace with his beloved wife to mend his wounded spirit. As Su Xian departed tragically, Ling momentarily fell into a daze, only to be amused by his unabashed demeanor. Indeed, it is the Empress who possesses the means. A soft voice of surprise echoed as the Night Emperor emerged, gazing with satisfaction in the direction where Su Xian had vanished. Having endured countless experiences in later years, had he grown so despondent as to forsake his princely aspirations? Let me assure you, such dreams shall remain unattainable. Ha ha ha. Vengeance is sweet, exhilarating. Chapter 46. Ingenious Strategies to Secure the Realm. Alas, as he glanced back at the palace receding into the distance, Su Xian let out a long, resigned sigh. He vowed never to venture into this place alone again. After all, nature has its own way of balancing things, and he would certainly bring Qianren along next time, rendering Ling unable to deceive him. Indeed, a couple's combined strength is essential to overcome such challenges. He was truly outmatched on his own. Contemplating his participation in the Soul Master tournament, Su Xian felt a twinge of helplessness, yet it was undoubtedly preferable to attending the Royal Academy. After all, if he skipped the preliminary rounds of the tournament, given the combat prowess of Team Royal Fight, he could simply step in at the end to tidy up the aftermath. At the very least, he wouldn't have to endure daily lessons at the Royal Academy. Wait, with his level at 30, wasn't he eligible for graduation? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his face paled, nearly causing him to cough up blood. Goodness, he had been ensnared in a trap. He could indeed graduate now, without needing to attend the Royal Academy. How disheartening. After some reflection, Su Xian abandoned the idea of rushing back to confront Ling. Alas, with his father's instigation and his mother's cunning, what could he, as her son, do but accept his fate? Should he feign the role of a rogue before her, denying all responsibility? Apologies, but he was a person who valued his dignity and could not stoop to such behavior. After all, he was dealing with a kind-hearted mother. Had it been his father, Xue, he would not have hesitated for a moment. Deceiving one's father is one thing, but deceiving one's mother seems to invite divine retribution. Xue, I'm uncertain whether I should voice my grievances. This is a classic case of double standards. Just wait, father. There will come a time when you will seek my aid. Casting a glance back at the palace, Su Xian imagined the loathsome figure of the Emperor Xue laughing mockingly at him. Gritting his teeth, he hastily departed. His mother appeared entirely innocent in this matter. He would hold Xue accountable for this debt. We shall see. Longxing City, located in the eastern part of the Star Luo Empire, borders the Tiando Empire. Within the grand hall of the Yu family, an elderly man sat quietly in the main seat. His hair was as short and sharp as steel needles, and his copper-ringed eyes sparkled with vitality. With broad shoulders, he resembled a formidable fortress. This venerable figure was Niugao, the patriarch of the Yu family. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man dressed in plain attire, his face stern and somewhat wooden, with piercing eyes that exuded a chill. Senior, I have conveyed the intentions of the crown prince. May I inquire about your thoughts? Commander Wei stood respectfully below, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure even from mere eye contact with Niugao. Undoubtedly, this was the terrifying presence of a high-ranking soul master. In the depths of Niugao's gaze lay a palpable wariness. Are you certain, Your Highness, that we are merely tasked with the construction of edifices, and not that the royal family seeks to annex our clan, the Yuji? Despite the retreat of the Highness sect and their grievous suppression over the past 2 years, it is inconceivable that they would acquiesce to the empire's incorporation. The brilliance of their former glory is indelible. Senior, I assure you, my words bear no falsehood. Upon my arrival, His Highness had already commanded the recruitment of craftsmen within the city. As for your concerns, with your formidable prowess and the strength of the Li family still present in Tiando City, there should be no cause for alarm. With keen eyes and a sincere demeanor, Captain Wei spoke earnestly. However, when addressing Niugao's apprehensions, his tone faltered slightly, refraining from unwarranted speculation. Indeed, Niugao nodded in agreement. Both he and Titan were sole Douluos, and the Tiando imperial family did not possess a title de law. Thus he felt little trepidation of falling into a trap. Yet, the absence of deceit does not imply viability. Though old Nio may be simple-minded, he is not foolish. The Yuji clan, having once been a vassal of the Highness sect, engaging openly in constructing homes for the Tiando royalty, carries profound implications. What will the other 3 clans think? What will other forces conclude? What will become of the Yuji clan in the aftermath? Will their circumstances improve or deteriorate? After a moment of contemplation, Niugao ultimately waved his hand, prioritizing the uncertain crisis over the desire for the Yuji clan's stable existence. Please convey to His Highness that the requests made of the Yuji clan are beyond our capabilities. We ask for understanding. Upon witnessing Niugao's unexpected refusal, Commander Wei was not taken aback. He promptly retrieved the first scroll from his possession. The Emperor had instructed that should the elder decline, one could act according to the contents of the scroll. After briefly explaining to the bewildered Niugao, Commander Wei proceeded to unveil the scroll, revealing a brilliant strategy. Niugao immediately found himself compelled to acquiesce. Admittedly, the preceding segment was a figment of Wei's imagination. I beg your pardon. Niugao's gaze remained fixed on the scroll, a glimmer of mockery evident in his eyes, eager to observe how this mere adolescent would compel him to submit. As the scroll gradually unfurled, a violet card slipped out, deftly caught in the hands of the quick-witted Commander Wei. Gazing at the purple gold card in his hand, Commander Wei was momentarily taken aback, soon engulfed in bewilderment. What on earth? Where's the clever stratagem? Why is there only a purple gold card? I have a sentiment that I am unsure whether to express. Niugao, with eyes as wide as brass bells, suddenly glared, his expression as dark as the depths of water, his insides already ablaze with fury. How could it be a gold card, and a purple one at that? Damn it! Are we of the Yu clan to be treated as beggars? This is an affront too great to endure. The Yu clan, once resplendent in glory, had even made the lower 4 sects tremble before them. Now, they were subjected to such a profound humiliation. This is intolerable. Consumed by rage, Niugao's originally reddish cheeks turned crimson from fury. Resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, with soul power surging forth like a tidal wave, Commander Wei lamented, "Oh, how can one betray their comrades in such a manner? Shall I truly be left to vent my frustrations, sacrificing myself for the nation?" He gulped audibly, his complexion paling, hastily retrieving a second scroll, hoping for a life-saving plan. Yet, Disappointment awaited him. A black gold card lay within. The atmosphere grew palpably still. Commander Wei exclaimed, "It's a dream. Everything is a fabrication. I must be dreaming." Tears brimmed in his heart as he felt despondent, pulling forth a third scroll. To his astonishment, a red gold card materialized. Commander Wei cursed. "I can hardly believe this madness." Suddenly enlightened, he mused, "The Yu clan has always excelled in construction. If we refuse, His Highness may struggle to find others." Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced. Just as despair enveloped Commander Wei, Niu Gao's voice resonated with conviction, leaving the commander momentarily dumbfounded. "Dear child, do you have many questions?" Chapter 47, Xue's Plan. As the leader of the Yu clan, how could one refuse assistance when others sought aid, especially in a domain where they excelled? Alas, the Yu clan has fallen into dire poverty, having been crushed and suppressed by the Spirit Hall and other forces, now only able to construct homes for lesser families in Longxing City, earning meager sums. They could hardly muster tens of thousands of gold coins. At present, the clan barely possessed 2,000. Were it not for their construction skills, they would be left to endure the harsh winds of the northwest. Even more lamentable was the Qimin clan, which had to rely on assistance from their 3 families just last month. How absurd. A sole Douluo family unable to produce even 1,000 gold coins. Who would dare believe such a tale? This, indeed, reflects the dismal plight of their 4 clans. A scenario both tragic and pitiful. Upon witnessing the commander brandish the black gold card, Niu Gao felt a flicker of temptation. However, upon the sight of the red gold card, he instantly recognized the course of action he must undertake. A craftsman who is not attuned to the needs of others and assists in their constructions is undoubtedly not a commendable artisan. Even though this may provoke reactions and speculations from other factions, and despite the inherent risks involved, for the sake of the future of the construction industry, who else but me shall take the lead? After all, the other factions are already eyeing them with suspicion, and they are not deterred by trivial matters. Architecture is the mission of the Yu clan, and even if it means shattering oneself into pieces, they shall carry on without hesitation. Of course, his motives are not driven by the allure of 100,000 gold coins. Certainly not. He is not a leader of such base character. Did he not just refuse a lucrative transaction worth several thousand gold soul coins? Upon witnessing the once indignant Niu Gao transform into a figure of remarkable benevolence in the blink of an eye, Commander Wei was left utterly astonished. Could it be that esteemed elders are inherently capricious? Nevertheless, with the prospect of returning to report, Commander Wei felt a sense of relief. Given the circumstances, he implored the elder to make haste to Tiando City, as His Highness appeared to be quite anxious regarding this matter. With an air of authority, Niu Gao waved his hand, assuring, "Rest assured, I shall organize a contingent to Tiando City by tomorrow, without fail. Important matters shall not be delayed. Then I shall await our departure together tomorrow. It seems I must impose upon your hospitality for the night," Commander Wei pondered thoughtfully. "Such words are unnecessary, as a guest. You are most welcome, and my Yu family shall not be remiss in our duties," Niu Gao replied, engaging in the customary pleasantries. However, upon noticing Commander Wei's intention to retire for the evening, Niu Gao became suddenly anxious. "Ahem, Commander Wei, have you perhaps forgotten something? What might the elder be referring to?" Commander Wei inquired, perplexed. Seeing the Commander Wei so out of touch, Niu Gao felt a profound disappointment. He could only muster the audacity to point at the golden card and said earnestly, "In matters of business, a deposit must be made in advance. It is the rule." Upon hearing this, Commander Wei immediately understood. After glancing at the 3 golden cards in his hand, "I ultimately decided to present the red card worth 100,000 gold coins to Niu Gao. Since the senior was so generous, I boldly took the initiative to hand over the entire remuneration to him. 100,000 gold coins is indeed a considerable fortune, especially for mere labor costs associated with construction. It was excessive, and Commander Wei was not foolish enough to regard it as a deposit. Otherwise, upon returning, he would be compelled to cover the remaining labor costs himself. Then, he would have to resort to selling his kidneys. Ha ha ha, since Brother Wei is so magnanimous, I shall graciously accept it." Niu Gao, overjoyed, unhesitatingly took the red gold card, his eyes gleaming with a gluttonous light, causing Commander Wei's lips to twitch uncontrollably. "Indeed, it was a brilliant scheme. I am thoroughly impressed. Someone, quickly escort our esteemed guest to the private room for rest." After sending Commander Wei away, Niu Gao hurriedly exited, making his way towards the treasury of Longxing City. He couldn't rest easy without withdrawing the money. Wow, this is at least 100,000 gold coins. Heh. When I meet that old gorilla titan in a few days, I must discuss our monthly incomes. At the prince's residence, after receiving the tender solace from Qianren, Su Xian's wounded spirit finally felt less agonized. Understanding the circumstances, Qianren couldn't help but feel a wave of concern wash over her, though it soon dissipated from her face. Given Su Xian's current capabilities and strength, there was no doubt that he would encounter no mishaps. Participating in the Soul Master competition posed no real threat. If he were to triumph over the Spirit Hall team, that would be even better, allowing him to vent his frustrations before that woman. More importantly, if his grandfather were to witness his prowess, perhaps he would come to appreciate and support him, standing by their side. In such a case, she need not worry about the others from the Spirit Hall taking action against him. If Su Xian were privy to Qianren's thoughts, he would surely be both amused and exasperated by her naivete. Dauluo, what kind of person is he? A man of absolute ruthlessness. Though he refrains from killing Bibi Dong, partly due to his care for his granddaughter Qianren as the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, his interests will always come first. There is a strong possibility that upon seeing him, he would simply find a secluded alley or forest and deal with him directly. Most likely, he would eliminate him outright, ensuring that Qianren could focus on her training without distractions, preparing to inherit the angel goddess legacy. Alternatively, there is the grim possibility of a lifetime of imprisonment, erasing his existence from the continent. Then, once everything is settled, after the Spirit Hall unifies the continent, he would be made to wear bondage leather, serving as Qianren's male concubine. A chilling thought indeed. That old fellow is truly cunning. Mother and the others are only looking out for your well-being. Remaining idle in the residence every day isn't beneficial. Participating in the soul fighting competition would provide valuable practical experience. As Su Xian lamented, the voice of Qianren resonated, and with a playful smile, she gazed at him. Instantly, despair enveloped Su Xian's heart. To his astonishment, his wife insisted he participate in the Soul Master competition. He pouted in indignation, questioning how such a matter could be deemed insignificant. Is there anything in the world more important than accompanying one's own wife? Does she think he is the sort to indulge in extramarital affairs? Tang San, merely 2 years of age, but no engagements. A blush crept upon Qianren's cheeks as she smiled helplessly, remarking that he only knew how to use sweet words to amuse her. However, a true man ought to aspire to greater horizons, rather than languishing in the company of his wife all day, lest he become the subject of ridicule. Thus, she encouraged him to heed his mother's advice and focus on his cultivation. With a teasing smile, Qianren's steadfast gaze shimmered with anticipation. The recent display of Su Xian's abilities had bolstered her confidence immensely. All they required now was time. In the future, she would ascend to the angelic divine position, while he would command the Tiando Empire, together wielding dominion over the entire continent. At that juncture, they would no longer fear any obstacles, allowing them to live in peace. Chapter 48. Never pretending, just truly impressive. In the afternoon, an insufferable fellow arrived at the estate once more. Dust swirled around him as he departed that morning. Yet he returned brimming with confidence and self-satisfaction. His weathered visage, reminiscent of gnarled wood, bore a mischievous grin as Meng Xinji smugly taunted. I knew His Highness would prioritize the greater good and not disregard the Empire's honor. Su Xian retorted, I dare you to believe it. Truly. The old adage holds, those who do not perish in their old age are indeed cunning. Observing the insufferably smug demeanor of Dream Machine, Su Xian felt an overwhelming urge to retrieve an 8th-level soul-guided cannon from his storage ring and unleash it upon his arrogant visage, allowing him to truly comprehend the reasons behind the vibrant bloom of flowers. With a stony expression, Su Xian's tone was decidedly frosty as he inquired, Dream Academy head, do you intend to flaunt your cunning and treachery before me? Your Highness, you jest, Dream Machine replied, obliviously waving his hand in dismissal. This is not treachery. It is merely cleverness. Indeed, how could someone as amiable, courteous, and devoted to the Academy as I be deemed treacherous? Noticing Su Xian's icy glare and silence, Dream Machine directly conveyed his purpose. Your Highness is aware that only 3 months remain until the Soul Master competition. As you are a new addition to the team, it is inevitable that our synergy is lacking. The mere mention of synergy ignited Su Xian's fury. He nearly spat in Dream Machine's face, bellowing, You dare speak of synergy? Knowing it is lacking, why on earth did you recruit me? Dream Machine retorted, What do you mean by recruitment? This is an elite selection, not a rebellion. The once polite and gracious crown prince had unexpectedly resorted to cursing, proving that a bewitching woman could indeed lead to the downfall of a nation. Internally attributing Xue Qinghe's transformation entirely to Qianren, Dream Machine patiently continued. Thus, I have come to suggest that Your Highness join the Academy for training, striving for seamless cooperation with the team before the Soul Master competition. What? A shrill scream reverberated within the Grand Hall, startling the surrounding guards who rushed in. Su Xian snapped back to reality, averting a potential conflict. You want me to train at the Academy? He exclaimed incredulously, pointing at himself with eyes as wide as saucers. He had begrudgingly acquiesced to Nangong Ling's invitation to join the team for one reason: to avoid further studies at the Royal Academy. Now, having already agreed to join the team, he was expected to train as well. What had been the point of his earlier agreement to participate in the Soul Master competition, if not to continue enjoying a peaceful academic life with his beloved in the Academy? This was an intricate scheme, undoubtedly a convoluted trap, one ploy after another. He realized he was still too young and naive. However, while you may possess the stratagem of Zhang Liang, I have my own means of overcoming obstacles. Upon witnessing Su Xian's exaggerated reaction, Dream Machine was similarly taken aback and offered a gentle reminder. Your Highness, since you have joined the team, it is imperative that you participate in training. Otherwise, should any missteps occur in the Soul Master competition, regret will come too late. With a shift in demeanor, Su Xian smirked, his words resonating with conviction. What need is there for camaraderie? Only the weak require such bonds. The strong are forever solitary. Dream Machine, momentarily stunned by Su Xian's audacious proclamation, appeared somewhat perplexed. Are you implying I do not require joint training with them? I shall not falter in the battle, Su Xian asserted with unwavering confidence, his youthful visage radiating authority. Just ensure they take care of themselves. Rather than spending time fostering synergy with me, they should contemplate how to eliminate a few of the opposing team members to ease my victory. With a bold demeanor, he declared, given my prowess, why would I need the assistance of others? Once I absorb the celestial herb and ascend to the Soul Sect, what can even a Soul King do against me? My martial soul is that of a swan, soaring high, inherently positioned in an invincible realm. He reasoned that if his team could eliminate 3 or 4 of the opposing players, he would easily secure victory over the remainder. He was not one to lose face. Even if he triumphed in a 7 versus 7 scenario, he would feel a sense of shame, observing the protagonists from others' narratives, effortlessly conquering formidable foes as though quenching their thirst, effortlessly defeating millions as if squashing ants. Yet here I stand, triumphing against 7 adversaries. In an instant, I find myself at a loss for words. There is no need for me to collaborate. Any cooperation required is solely the domain of my esteemed wife. This embodies the dignity and principles of a man. Of course, it is not that he shirks from training. He simply perceives it as unnecessary. Indeed, it is unnecessary. He is already half invincible, yet he engages with a horde of mediocre souls, while restraining his own prowess, refraining from unleashing his full potential. In a word, collaboration is utterly pointless. Upon witnessing Su Xian's exceedingly arrogant demeanor, Meng Xinji's countenance darkened ominously, and he found himself cursing internally. How outrageous! He had encountered arrogance before, yet never to such an extreme. So, does he believe the rest of the team to be utterly incompetent, with himself as the sole pillar of strength? And what is this about not intending to lose? Is he planning to take on 7 opponents single-handedly? Your Highness, while confidence is indeed a virtue, the Spirit Hall is far more formidable than you presume, Meng Xinji cautioned sharply. I do not underestimate the Spirit Hall, yet you are overcomplicating matters. Su Xian retorted without hesitation, still seething from the morning scheming. Given this, I kindly suggest that Your Highness visit the Academy to substantiate your prowess, compelling a certain individual to willingly step down from the team. Seeing Su Xian's audacity, Meng Xinji felt compelled to make him recognize the reality of his situation. If he believes himself so formidable, then let him compete with the Imperial team and see if he can still boast with such arrogance. Why should others withdraw? This would render their efforts futile. I am not an official member. The Imperial team has reserve members, so adding me would suffice, Su Xian proclaimed with righteous indignation. Upon hearing the first part, Meng Xinji thought he might have been somewhat in the wrong, but upon hearing the latter, he nearly spat blood in disbelief. How could he claim such superiority only to suggest being a reserve now? Is this even a reasonable thing to say? Had his conviction of defeating 7 opponents single-handedly been devoured by a dog? With a slight smirk, Su Xian exuded confidence, declaring that the finals are his battlefield. He had no interest in a semi-final against a bunch of nobodies. Xinghe, I have never encountered someone so adept at posturing. Under his imposing aura, he successfully dismissed Xinghe and secured his position as a reserve ace. It is no wonder so many relish in pretense. The thrill is indeed intoxicating. As his tumultuous heart gradually calmed, Su Xian murmured to himself, finally grasping the truth of the world of pretense. After indulging in it for so long, one might genuinely believe in their own grandeur. The exhilaration comes in waves. Alas, this is the peril of delusion. Unlike him, who has never needed to feign greatness. For he is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 49, Preliminary Planning of the City of Entertainment. Fourth update in the courtyard. A group of young ladies clad in elegant white brocade kipayos stood respectfully on the grass, attentively listening to Qianrenxue's instructions. Su Xian sat quietly to the side, undisturbed by anyone. The girls, ranging from their teens to their early 20s, were vibrant and youthful, pleasing to the eye. However, each face bore an expression uncharacteristic of their age, whether it was fear, confusion, or the demeanor of lambs fallen into a wolf's den. They exhibited a palpable desire to survive, their eyes filled with a poignant vulnerability, their bodies tense with apprehension. They were slaves, their lives no longer their own. Having been purchased by the prince's estate, the less expensive ones were sold for 1 or 2 gold coins, while those of finer beauty fetched no more than 5 gold coins. This was their sorrow and misfortune. Yet, fortunate were they to have entered the Grand Prince's estate today. It is said that the Grand Prince is kind and benevolent. At least they could live in relative safety, not fearing death from a struggle over scraps. Ultimately discarded like a rolled-up mat in the wilderness, their demise is natural as autumn leaves falling. Since you are now part of the prince's estate, you must abide by its rules. As long as you are obedient, you may live here in peace. The reputation of the Grand Prince is well known to you all. Although he is amiable and benevolent, rarely angered by trivial matters, it is imperative that certain protocols are upheld, and you must all be mindful of this. Clad in a flowing palace gown, Qianrenxue gracefully traverses the crowd, her hands resting gently upon her abdomen. Each delicate step she takes radiates an air of nobility and authority, her voice soft yet imbued with an unpredictable intensity. Observing Qianrenxue's deliberate imitation of Nagongling with her adorably innocent visage feigning a serious demeanor, Su Xian couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Despite her somewhat youthful appearance, which bore a hint of fierce cuteness, she indeed resembled a housewife. Subsequently, the young ladies would accompany the matron of the estate to learn court etiquette. Those who qualified earlier would be bestowed with increasingly significant positions and would have their status as commoners restored. Unaware of Su Xian's presence, Qianrenxue continued her demonstration with poise. Upon hearing the possibility of regaining their commoner status, the girls were overtaken by excitement, their previously fearful expressions suddenly illuminating with hope, their bodies trembling with anticipation. Struggling to maintain composure, they were filled with an overwhelming eagerness, their eyes glistening with unshed tears, yearning to rush forward and confirm the truth of this revelation. Yet, the fear of offending Qianrenxue and jeopardizing this long-awaited opportunity kept them silent. Their teeth clenched to suppress any sound. The distinction between slaves and commoners, though seemingly slight, was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth, affecting every aspect of their lives from land to livelihood. Just like them, even if the prince's consort were to take out her frustrations on them with lethal force, she would face no repercussions, for they were slaves, while nobles were held accountable for the deaths of commoners, affording them the right to exist as dignified beings. Observing that the young women could withstand temptation, Qianrenxue nodded with satisfaction. Adhering to the rules was indeed commendable, which would undoubtedly facilitate the matters to follow. Once you have mastered the court etiquette, you shall proceed to learn the subsequent tasks, which will be revealed in due course. Qinghe, please escort them to find the matron, and do keep a watchful eye on this matter. With a tone of earnestness, Qianrenxue concluded her instructions, and Qinghe led them away in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, Qianrenxue excitedly trotted over to Su Xian, clearly having anticipated his arrival. "Husband, shall we continue our game of Zhajinhua?" she proposed, skillfully intertwining her arm with his, her eyes crescent-shaped and radiating joy. Su Xian, on the other hand, felt a sense of unease with the turn of events. This atmosphere feels somewhat amiss. Has my influence led her astray? He mused. Xue, did we not agree to refrain from excessive play? Remember to devote time to earnest cultivation. He feigned annoyance, for he wished not to see Qianrenxue ensnared in the allure of gambling, even if it were merely a game of cards. A little wager may bring delight. But a grand gamble can bring ruin. Even if a grand entertainment establishment were to be established in the future, I shall ensure that principles are upheld. A gentleman appreciates wealth acquired through rightful means. While I may not belong to the dual world, I shall not poison others with vice. My endeavor is to provide amusement, not to sow the seeds of corruption. Are you upset? Upon noticing the unusual expression on Su Xian's face, Xianren pouted her small lips and gazed at him with her large, sorrowful eyes, timidly inquiring. Su Xian numbly nodded, conveying that he was indeed quite upset. Upon witnessing Su Xian's demeanor, Xianren not only felt no fear, but instead burst into laughter. Su Xian exclaimed, "Oh, my fragile little heart aches so much. Xue, you have changed." With a smile, Xianren explained, "Did you not wish to profit from it? Others must understand the rules. So I thought to compile a small booklet for their convenience. Moreover, I am not yet familiar with the rules of the game. So how could I possibly write it without your guidance? Oh, this is what a good wife should be. She must be rewarded." Su Xian coughed lightly and said, "Let us return to our room and organize everything at our leisure." His expression shifted from gloomy to bright as he spoke earnestly. One can tell your intentions are not pure." Xianren shot him a glance, her cheeks slightly flushed. "You have truly misjudged me this time. If I had ill intentions, I would simply say, I am tired and need to rest in my room for a while. How shameless. Come now, there are more card games than just Jiajiawa. Let's take our time to organize everything today," Su Xian said with a serious tone, refraining from further jest. The training of the staff required time, and he needed to compile the game rules, precautions, and regulations promptly to avoid any blunders when the entertainment city opened. Alas, he lamented his burdensome fate, realizing that ill-gotten gains were far more delightful. "What are you dawdling for?" Su Xian asked, puzzled. "I just finished scolding, and I'm exhausted. I need you to carry me." Xianren pouted, playfully tugging at Su Xian's arm, persistently shaking it. "No, what if someone sees us? That would be embarrassing." Su Xian refused. "Would you feel embarrassed? I have never seen that side of you." Xianren scoffed, her lips pursed in defiance. "Ahem, life is hard. So come on then," Su Xian thought to himself, initially wishing to test his own resistance, but it was already quite evident. He half squatted down as he spoke. "Oh my back. Xue, have you gained weight? You are so heavy. If you dare say I'm fat, I'll bite you to death. If you dare to bite, I shall not cook for you tonight." "Humph. You wouldn't dare. Don't even think about it." "Well then, I am tired and wish to return to my room for a rest. This sounds so familiar." Tui, you big oaf." Chapter 50, The Great Mission of the Traveler. The cultivation of the maidens in the city of entertainment is progressing at a leisurely pace. In recent days, Su Xian has been organizing information regarding card games. As for the creation of various board games, he still requires the expertise of professionals. This matter will be greatly aided by the arrival of Niu Gao, the chieftain of the Yu clan. Although crafting board games may seem straightforward, one must not forget that this is a fantastical realm where mental and ocular powers can pierce through all illusions. Thus, he needs materials that can shield against such mental forces. At the very least, they should be able to issue a warning when someone employs mental or soul powers. For this, seeking the assistance of Titan, the leader of the Li clan, would be most appropriate. However, he does not intend to approach him directly. Niu Gao will undoubtedly come, for he is in dire straits. As for Titan, he will eventually come to their table. Despite the relative prosperity enjoyed by the Li clan due to Titan's status as a master craftsman, they too suffer under the oppression of the martial spirit hall. In simple terms, they are also quite impoverished. With his own funds in hand, Niu Gao is convinced he cannot resist boasting to Titan, for as one ages, pride becomes exceedingly significant. By that time, he merely needs to hint at his intentions to forge something, and Titan will surely come running. This is a classic case of feigned indifference to ensnare the prey. Indeed, a bit of military strategy learned from history proves beneficial. However, before that, he feels compelled to undertake a monumental endeavor that will echo through the ages and be remembered for millennia. Indeed, it is to establish a culinary school, thereby showcasing the pride of the New East and promoting the exquisite culinary traditions of China, transforming the world through gastronomy and conquering this Western continent with the art of cuisine. It is clear that the reputation of the New East and the splendor of Chinese cuisine rest upon my shoulders. Shaking his head, Su Xian feels the weight of responsibility pressing down upon him. It is indeed burdensome. In the past, there was the explosive promotion of the excavator school, were to find the best in Shandong, China, which was truly sensational. The latter even helped Xue Qinghe achieve fame in the realm of excavators, making the name of the Blue Sky Academy resonate across 2 worlds. Thus, it is time for the new East to rise, summoning all 5 chefs from the estate. Su Xian approached with a backdrop of music. However, upon seeing their expressions, he was taken aback. The 5 were staring at him with a mix of reverence and resentment. Akin to long-suffering wives in a secluded chamber, their admiration tinged with astonishment, as if witnessing the return of a legendary hero. Particularly, their fervent and eager gazes made him shiver, a chill running down his spine. Were these individuals unwell? He certainly did not share such inclinations. Could it be that the previous Xue Qinghe had overthought things? Today, I have gathered you to impart some new culinary techniques. Soon, new chefs will be joining us at the estate, and your task will be to teach them the art of cooking. Calming his mind, Su Xian spoke with solemnity. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of the 5 glistened with heightened fervor, and Chef Motala's eyes shimmered with tears. Your Highness, rest assured, we shall not disappoint your expectations. Motala exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he stood up resolutely. After speaking, he turned to the others, his gaze suddenly transforming into a cold and serious demeanor, reminiscent of a merciless machine devoid of emotion, and sternly declared, "You must heed the words of His Highness. Anyone who dares to falter will find no mercy from me." In the next moment, Motala turned back to Su Xian with a sincere smile, his face wearing an ingratiating expression that made Su Xian's lips twitch. What on earth is happening today? Why does everyone seem so peculiar? Each one brimming with smiles as if they were flowers eternally blooming. Although Su Xian had indeed dressed in an indescribably handsome manner today, there seemed no need for such exuberance. Unbeknownst to him, the changes within the manor were evident to all, and everyone was aware of Su Xian's recent significant actions, especially yesterday, when Qianrengsha publicly announced that future rewards would include the abolition of servitude. The servants in the manor erupted with excitement. The abolition of servitude meant that from this day forth, they would no longer work for the princess residence without compensation. They could earn wages and lead lives of their choosing. Their fates would no longer be subject to the whims of the nobility, who could easily decide life and death or buy and sell them at will. They were beginning to reclaim their rights as human beings. The other maids and servants of the manor were filled with anticipation, and the chefs felt even more fervently. It was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. A moment of hope. They had endured much hardship, since a few days ago. They had not entered the prince's private kitchen to cook, and had become mere idlers within the manor. To make matters worse, the prince's consort, Qianrengsha, was gradually learning to cook, which for them felt like a death sentence. A useless slave had only 2 fates, to be given away or sold, and none of them wished to leave the princess residence. Fortunately, after enduring the long wait, the crown prince had finally decided to utilize their talents. They were overwhelmed with emotion. With no other option, they vowed to provide exceptional service that would exceed expectations. Come, let me teach you Huayan cuisine today. Observing the flushed faces of the crowd, as if under the influence of an aphrodisiac, Su Xian's expression twitched momentarily. Without further contemplation, he led them directly to the kitchen. Huayan cuisine, one of the 4 great culinary traditions of China, predominantly features aquatic ingredients. This culinary style primarily utilizes the fresh produce from rivers and lakes, akin to the Western preference for poultry and meat. The preparation is meticulous, characterized by elegance and refinement, perfectly aligning with noble tastes. Moreover, its pursuit of authentic flavors, marked by a fresh and harmonious palate, lacks the acidity and spiciness found in other cuisines, making it well-suited to the original taste of the residents of the Tiando Empire, while simultaneously offering delectable delights that tantalize the appetite. This was the very reason Su Xian opted for Huayan cuisine. In his culinary endeavors, Su Xian remained oblivious to the scheming of certain malcontents, particularly those cantankerous old men who were decidedly nefarious. At the Royal Academy, within a bamboo grove, Meng Xinji stood with his hands clasped behind his back, awaiting the arrival of an individual. After a brief interval, a young woman clad in a silver gown approached. Meng Xinji regarded her with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes and stated plainly, "Yu Tianmin, I have summoned you for a particular task." "What is it, esteemed teacher?" Yu Tianmin inquired, her voice cool and laced with curiosity. "I shall gradually divulge the details, but for now, it is imperative that you keep this matter confidential to prevent discord among the team," Meng Xinji replied, deliberately lowering his voice before revealing Su Xian's predicament to her. "So, you wish for me to temper the arrogance of the crown prince?" "Precisely." Chapter 51, Xue, who am I? Your Highness, trouble brews. The second prince is embroiled in a brawl. Just as noon approached, the tranquil existence of Su Xian and Qianren was once again shattered. Releasing Qianren, Su Xian rose from his recliner, smoothing out the creases in his attire, while Qianren, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, hurried into the room. What has transpired? Observing the flustered demeanor of the maid, Su Xian admonished sharply. He had already risked a death sentence for the sake of a semi-friendly exchange with Qianren, and now yet another disturbance arose. Was it impossible for a single day to pass without turmoil? It was merely a matter of daily emotions getting the better of him, and their ages did not permit further developments. Your Highness, the second prince is fighting with the son of Marquis Nalen, the maid exclaimed, her face flushed and breathless. Su Xian retorted, is this not the third incident this month? What on earth does he intend to achieve? Is he aiming to challenge the nobility of Tiando or proclaim himself king over Nanshan? With exasperation, he thought of punishing the troublemaker with a whip. The maid promptly complied, and Su Xian hurriedly followed her out. What has transpired? After a while, Qianren returned to the courtyard, her expression calm. Noticing that Su Xian had vanished, she furrowed her brow but soon dismissed it from her mind. In Tiando City, she felt relatively assured that no harm would come to him. Having nothing pressing to attend to, Qianren decided to return to her chambers for meditation, preferring solitude without interruption. Meanwhile, Su Xian, seated in the carriage and accompanied by the maid, departed the prince's residence. The carriage sped through the streets of Tiando City, the distinctive swan emblem causing onlookers to step aside, their eyes gleaming with curiosity as they watched the carriage glide past. Observing the maid outside the carriage, Su Xian's tone was laced with a hint of coldness. Do you understand why they are fighting? The maid, with an honest demeanor, replied, I do not know. I merely encountered the situation and, fearing for their safety, rushed back to inform His Highness. Upon hearing this, Su Xian felt a sense of helplessness. After all, one would expect her to grasp the unfolding events. Was he not merely flailing about like a headless chicken? If it were indeed due to that young scion of the Nalen family, he would not need to ponder. A swift kick would suffice. To bully his younger brother? One must consider the master when striking a dog. If it were his brother's fault, then he would have to prepare reasonable explanations. For one must ensure that the adversary is convinced before delivering a blow. No, he was not a person who acted with brutish disregard for reason. Xue and his companion exclaimed in disbelief. So, that day you coerced us into cooking by employing reason? Not far from the Martial Soul Hall in Tiando City, a group of soldiers clad in silver armor parted the crowd. At the heart of the throng stood two young men. One was naturally Xue, while the other appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, adorned in noble attire, exuding an air of refined elegance. This was Nalen Xiao, the son of the Marquis Nalen Tianqing and one of the four heroes of Tiando City. Standing tall, Nalen Xiao regarded the panting Xue with an imposing demeanor. Second prince, shall we continue? His tone was light, devoid of arrogance, and his countenance bore a smile that was as gentle as a spring breeze, evoking no animosity in others. With a sharp spit of disdain, Xue clenched his arm, suppressing the trembling pain. Come again, if you dare. Do you think I fear you? His face was etched with contempt, his eyes glowing with fervor, and the tension in his muscles was palpable. The genteel demeanor of nobility vanished in an instant. Boom. A surge of indomitable fighting spirit erupted from his being, enhancing his aura. The three soul rings beneath his feet flickered, as if poised to unleash an attack at any moment. Among his peers, he rarely faced defeat, even against his elder brother, Xue Qinghe, who was a year his senior. Now that he had ascended to the Soul Master realm, he was ready to confront any challenge. 3 years my senior. With a soul power 6 levels higher, so what? The disparity in realm and level never guaranteed absolute strength. He would not yield. With so many witnesses present, how could he back down and maintain his standing in Tiando City? The dignity of a Soul Master sometimes eclipsed even the value of life itself. As the impending clash between the two parties loomed, the city patrol commander appeared as restless as an ant on a hot pan, utterly flustered and at a loss. On one side stood the second prince, renowned as the little tyrant of Tiando City. On the other, the only son of the esteemed General Nalen, one of the 4 pillars of Tiando City. Both figures commanded immense power, one from the royal lineage and the other from the military elite, making it impossible for him to offend either. Alas, the trials of their patrol duties were insurmountable. Aside from bullying the common folk, he found himself bereft of any other recourse. He was too fearful to intervene, too timid to apprehend them, What was he to do? Upon witnessing the fierce battle intent emanating from Xue Qinghe, Nalanxiao narrowed his eyes, feeling a surge of determination within himself. However, just as he was about to take action, an inexplicable sensation washed over him, causing his brow to furrow. With a discerning gaze, he glanced towards the nearby temple and subsequently withdrew his martial spirit, solemnly advising, "Your Highness, it would be prudent to refrain from allowing outsiders to witness the spectacle. Should you wish to engage in a contest, you are always welcome to come to my residence for a spar." With that, Nalanxiao intended to depart, as an uncanny feeling enveloped him, his instincts warning that something was amiss within this place. Yet, Xue Qinghe, fueled by his fervent desire to fight and still reeling from a previous disadvantage, would not allow him to leave so easily. In an instant, his second soul ring flared to life. Boom! Just as he prepared to make his move, a sudden sound of slicing air reached his ears. Turning his head, he beheld a massive net hurtling towards him. With no time to react, nor even a moment to take flight, the enormous net swiftly enveloped him. Whoosh! The energy net constricted at an alarming speed, instantly immobilizing Xue Qinghe and siphoning away his soul power. "Brother, what are you doing?" Terrified and sprawled on the ground, Xue Qinghe's pupils contracted as he beheld the approaching figure, his expression one of utter bewilderment. "I have been attacked. Not only do you not assist me, but you even turn against me? What is this? Am I the one who was picked up, or are you? How heartless can one be?" This is absolutely not the kind of behavior one would expect from a brother. Ignoring Xue Qinghe's outburst, Su Xian's gaze swept over the temple of martial spirits before settling on Nalanxiao. "There are other matters to attend to at home. I shall take my leave." Nalanxiao offered a slight bow to Su Xian, a smile gracing his face, as if nothing had transpired, and nonchalantly made his exit. What a fool! Seeing that Xue Qinghe was still glaring at him, Su Xian felt a surge of frustration and could not help but worry about the fellow's intellect. How could he fall into such an obvious trap? Is he truly foolish enough to do so? Someone apprehend this impostor claiming to be the prince and throw him into the dungeon, so he may experience the warmth of the Tiando prison, Su Xian commanded angrily. The city patrol commander exclaimed, "Impostor prince? I may not be well read, but do not deceive me about the crown prince." Xue Qinghe looked utterly bewildered. What on earth? How am I an impostor prince? So, does that mean he is not me? Chapter 52. Heart like ashes. Xue Qinghe. Third update. "Brother, what are you doing?" Upon hearing that he was to be imprisoned, Xue Qinghe was instantly dumbfounded, wriggling like a caterpillar, his face brimming with indignation. "Oh, it's nothing. The food in Tiando prison has been quite good lately, and since you enjoy eating, it is the perfect opportunity for you to sample it." Su Xian shrugged nonchalantly, maintaining a serious demeanor. Xue Qinghe retorted, "Prison food is delicious? I can't believe you would say such nonsense. You think just because I have studied less than you, I would fall for such tricks?" His face flushed, and his eyes, wide as saucers, bore into Su Xian. "It's not just me fighting on the street. Why am I the only one being captured? Are you truly still my elder brother?" At this moment, Xue Qinghe felt as though his composure had shattered. Not only had he just been beaten, but now, after finally seeing his brother, he was being sent to the dungeon to aid a stranger? What a travesty! Is this the work of humans? What is going on? You take pleasure in upholding righteousness even at the cost of familial bonds, do you? Observing the furious demeanor of Xue Qinghe, Su Xian shook his head with a tsk, and with unwavering conviction declared, "How could I possibly be your elder brother?" Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe froze, as if he had misheard, staring at Su Xian in disbelief. However, the subsequent words plunged him further into despair. "If I were to acknowledge myself as your elder brother, I fear others might believe I possess a low intellect, easily deceived like a fool." Su Xian pronounced with utmost seriousness. Xue Qinghe exclaimed, "Are you implying that I lack intelligence, resembling an imbecile?" With a surge of indignation, he challenged, "If you have the audacity, release me, and let us settle this one-on-one. Are you still unconvinced and require me to elucidate further?" Su Xian, with a disappointed shake of his head, retrieved a magnificent gilded hammer from his storage ring. Its head resembled a barrel, while the handle was as thick as an arm, exuding a menacing aura. With a resounding crash, the hammer struck the solid granite street, causing it to crack and the hammerhead to sink significantly into the ground. He kicked the hammer's handle, which remained unmoved, even humming softly. With a genial smile, Su Xian remarked, "Behold my hammer. What do you think of my craftsmanship?" "Ah. This strike requires no 80, entirely complimentary, with additional offerings such as a pitch-black wooden box, a round ceramic jar, accompanied by resounding drums and the crackle of firecrackers. In summary, it is a comprehensive service. Xue Wuji's lips twitched. I have a saying that I am uncertain whether to voice. His complexion shifted from purple to black, then from black to white, ultimately revealing a bittersweet smile. Hey, elder brother, your fairness in dealings is commendable. I wholeheartedly agree. Conveniently, I have a friend in the prison, and I could visit him to reminisce. Did he believe this was a plea for mercy, a sign of cowardice? No. He was merely moved by Su Xian's profound reasoning. As a prince, violating imperial edicts and engaging in internal strife on the streets of Tiando undermines the dignity of both the empire and the royal family. Over time, a lack of adherence to the law would lead to the downfall of the nation, rendering him unworthy to face his ancestors. Thus, he resolved to reflect upon himself in prison, serving as a cautionary tale for all civilians in Tiando City. A prince who breaks the law must also bear the consequences. In the royal family, one must lead by example for the benefit of the realm. At this moment, he finally comprehended his elder brother's intentions. The pain inflicted upon him was not just physical, but resonated deep within his heart. Indeed, it must be so. Hearing Xue Wuji's words, Su Xian's expression grew colder. So, my directive for you to reflect in prison is merely an excuse for a family visit? Xue Wuji replied, Lu, do not inquire why my eyes brim with tears. For my love for this land runs profound. Her complexion appeared somewhat despondent, and at that moment, a radiant figure materialized before Xue Wuji. With a deliberate gait, embodying the grace of a goddess, her delicate form moved with an ethereal luminosity that illuminated the earth with pure, resplendent light. He has arrived, he has arrived. Approaching with vigorous strides, as if grasping a lifeline, Xue Wuji urgently implored, Third brother, you must persuade eldest brother to spare me this time. Indeed, the visitor was none other than Xue Qinghe, who, upon receiving the news, had hastened over without delay. Upon observing the bound posture of Xue Wuji, Xue Qinghe's lips twitched slightly, and his gaze shifted to the imposing hammer on the ground. Indeed, this could only be his elder brother. No one else could possibly impersonate him. Ignoring Xue Wuji's pleas for help, Xue Qinghe leaned closer to Xue Qinghe and whispered, Elder brother. The situation appears rather peculiar. It seems the adversary is not targeting Nalan Tianqing. We shall discuss this further later. Su Xian shook his head, signaling Xue Qinghe to remain silent, then directed his attention toward the city patrol commander. What are you still standing there for? Place him in the dungeon, and do not release him without my express command. Understood. Upon hearing this, the commander immediately clasped his fist in acknowledgement and was about to assign personnel to escort Xue Wuji away when, unexpectedly, the crowd parted. There, a graceful woman clad in a palace gown approached, flanked by soldiers. Father. Upon seeing the woman, Xue Wuji's eyes lit up with recognition, a warm sensation blossoming within him. Indeed, his father, the emperor, favored him more than his elder brother and third brother, who were rather cold-hearted. With a slight bow to Su Xian and the others, the woman then produced a golden order from her sleeve. The decree from His Majesty stated that Xue Wuji, as a member of the royal family, was to be imprisoned for disturbing the peace, pending further action. What the hell? It felt as if 1,000 galloping horses had thundered through his mind, leaving Xue Wuji in a state of blankness. Whoa, do not inquire about who Qinghe is. I merely wish to quietly lie down for a moment. Like a lifeless pig, he collapsed onto the ground, his eyes vacant as if his soul had been stripped away, leaving behind an empty shell. His once fervent heart felt as if it had been shattered by a hammer, doused with cold water, and ultimately ground to dust. Xue Wuji felt utterly despondent, pondering what had transpired in this world. Had he forsaken it, or had it forsaken him? It appeared that even his father was aware of the situation. Upon hearing the command, Xue Qinghe's eyes narrowed before he relaxed, realizing that in the grand scheme of things, nothing escaped the emperor's notice. Xue Wuji was taken away, and he had initially believed this was the worst outcome. However, upon hearing the cheers of the surrounding populace, he was once again engulfed in confusion. Was he truly so detestable? Meanwhile, noticing Su Xian's intent to depart, Xue Qinghe asked, Elder brother, are you not going to the palace? Su Xian replied, you should be the one going to the palace. Did my second brother provoke you? With a fierce glare directed at Xue Qinghe, Su Xian grasped his heavy hammer and approached, causing Xue Qinghe to hastily retreat. Placing a reassuring hand on Xue Qinghe's shoulder, Su Xian imparted gravely, put more effort into this matter, strive to secure the position of crown prince. Xue Qinghe stammered, with such words, Why do I suddenly feel that the crown princess position has lost its allure? Chapter 53. Father, what an exquisite sword. Was it the work of the martial Soul Hall or the Star Luo Empire? On his way home, Su Xian pondered the underlying reasons behind these events. At that moment, Nayland Tianqing was leading 2 legions, comprising a total of 100,000 men, in negotiations with the Baloch Kingdom and the Star Luo Empire to resolve the border conflicts from earlier in the year. It was plausible that the martial Soul Hall might exploit this situation to incite turmoil within Nayland Tianqing's ranks, thereby plunging the 2 great empires into war and diminishing their military strength. It was precisely this grave thought that had prompted Su Xian to take the drastic measure of imprisoning Xue Qinghe. No doubt, the Night Emperor shared similar sentiments. However, upon reflection, this course of action seemed excessively lenient. 2 teenagers, entangled in a fierce struggle, ultimately crying for their elders to settle the matter? A marquis versus an imperial emperor, what a farce. Xue Qinghe is quite proud, and Nayland Xiao is no fool. He knows the weight of the situation, which is why they just came to a truce. Unless the Nayland family is eradicated by the imperial forces or Nayland Xiao meets his demise, it is unlikely that Nayland Tianqing will entertain thoughts of rebellion. Furthermore, the proximity of the 2 to the Spirit Hall raises suspicions that the latter is instigating trouble, as it would be foolish for them to engage in schemes right at their doorstep. As for the Xinglua Empire, despite its military prowess surpassing that of the Tiando Empire, capable even of annihilating it, the balance between the 2 empires is maintained for a reason. Neither wishes to allow the Spirit Hall to benefit from conflict. Thus, igniting the flames of war would serve no purpose for them, which is why negotiations are taking place. This situation is quite convoluted and taxing on the mind. At this moment, Su Xian wishes he could utter, Yuan Fong, what is your perspective on this? Or perhaps, the truth is singular, but alas, he lacks such formidable skills. The matter at hand pertains to the stability of the borders. One misstep could lead to the spread of war, especially with Nayland Tianqing currently within the territory of the Baloch Kingdom. Uncle Xueming and Father Xueye's failed bid for the throne has led to a facade of cordiality between the kingdom and the Tiando Empire. Yet tensions simmer beneath the surface, with neither side willing to expose their animosity. Should Nayland Tianqing stir chaos, not only would the Spirit Hall welcome it, but Xueming would also find it advantageous. Truly, he is a valuable pawn in this game. Is this fellow devoid of reason, or has he lost his wits? Gritting his teeth, Su Xian harbors serious doubts regarding Xue Qinghe's intellect. Of all the adversaries in Tiando City, why choose to confront Nayland Xiao? This seems nothing short of self-sabotage. Moreover, Nayland's rank far exceeds his own. Is he not inviting trouble upon himself? Indeed, he is asking for it. Resolutely, he decided to redirect his course towards the prison. Gazing at the nearby mansion, Su Xian refrained from entering and spoke decisively. This matter concerns the stability of the empire and the peace of hundreds of thousands, even millions, of citizens. He cannot remain indifferent. Yes, Your Highness. Upon arriving at the Tiando Empire's prison, Su Xian had just disembarked from the carriage when he noticed 2 carriages arriving, flanked by soldiers. Xue Mingdong and Emperor Xueyi emerged from their respective carriages, and the atmosphere immediately turned somber. Your Majesty. The crowd quickly bowed in reverence. Emperor Xueyi paid them no heed, casting a fleeting glance at Su Xian, his expression inscrutable yet tinged with concern, even in the presence of his adversary. He seemed to understand the gravity of the situation. If the Spirit Hall were indeed involved, the repercussions would be far more severe than anticipated. Come forth. He beckoned to Su Xian and the others, striding purposefully into the prison. Remember to conduct yourselves well. As Xue Mingdong hesitated, Su Xian gently patted his shoulder, reiterating his concerns. Alas, he had toiled tirelessly for his brother to ascend to the position of crown prince. Xue Mingdong pondered. Why do I feel a sense of disdain for the throne at this moment? In the prison, within a cell that resembled a luxurious hotel room, a figure stood with their back against the wall, exuding an aura of deep resentment. Their face was clouded with sorrow, as if silently lamenting the trials of existence. Upon hearing footsteps, Xue Qinghe raised an eyebrow and casually approached the dining table. While this grace might be acceptable, losing face was utterly intolerable. The food in this prison is surprisingly delectable. No wonder my elder brother sent me here. His intentions are truly commendable. The prison was eerily quiet, an ideal locale for introspection. However, he could not linger here indefinitely. Ultimately, he would have to return to the outside world. Alas, this marked his first visit to such a place, and it might very well be his last. Perhaps he would find himself reminiscing about it in the future. With his back turned to the cell door, Xue Qinghe contentedly gnawed on a chicken leg, his demeanor relaxed and serene, evoking a profound sense of solitude akin to that of a master. Outside the cell, upon witnessing Xue Qinghe's demeanor, the Emperor of the Night, Xue, wore an expression as dark as ink. This truly is my son. How did I not realize he could be so ostentatious? Su Xian urged, Sure. Please commence your performance of self-destruction and do not cease. Gritting his teeth, the Emperor of the Night coldly commanded, if you find the prison to your liking, I can certainly arrange for you to stay here for a year or more. Hearing this, Xue Qinghe was momentarily taken aback. A wave of immense joy surged within him. Father, I am wronged. He looked at Xue Yi and immediately burst into tears. The Emperor remained unmoved, his gaze sharp and penetrating. You would do well to recount the events in detail. I possess little patience. Startled, Xue Qinghe felt a tremor of fear. He knew that feigning pity would be futile. And thus he hastened to explain. I broke through to Soul Sovereign yesterday. Pausing to gauge Xue Yi's expression, he continued with a hint of disappointment. I happened to encounter Nalan Xiao on the street and wished to spar with him, but to my surprise, he declined. The 4 heroes of Tiando are all outsiders. Now that I have achieved Soul Sovereign, I must bring honor to the royal family and secure the title of the 4 heroes. Father, all of this is for the sake of the royal family. His words were earnest, filled with innocence and regret. Alas, his heartfelt intentions had been misdirected. So, there was no one else inciting trouble? The Emperor of the Night trembled with rage, forcing the words through gritted teeth, his eyes nearly ablaze. For the royal family. I swear, it seems you wish to see our dynasty crumble. Even the bystanders, Su Xian and Xue Qinghe, were left utterly astonished upon hearing these words. Especially when they noticed the glimmer of pride in Xue Qinghe's eyes. It felt as though 1,000 galloping grass-mud horses had thundered past them. Goodness! From where does this sense of superiority stem? Do you not realize you nearly caused a calamity? Has your brain been squeezed to the point of madness, only to be extinguished by your own folly? Indeed. Xue Qinghe nodded, and then he observed the Emperor of the Night, Xue Yi, looking around as if in search of something, prompting him to ingratiate himself by asking, Father, what is it that you seek? With a swift motion, upon hearing this, Emperor Xue Yi gritted his teeth in fury and drew his sword. Father, what a splendid sword it is. Su Xian and Xue Qinghe could only mourn silently for 3 seconds, realizing that the journey to hell was long, and they could not accompany him any further. Chapter 54. Be gentle, don't inflict external injuries. Initially, I thought that my defiance and money-grabbing antics were already perilously close to self-destruction. However, upon witnessing Xue Qinghe, I finally understood that I was still far too young. Look at them. Not only endangering the stability of the empire, but even daring to insult the Snowy Night Emperor as lowly, truly a remarkable talent. Father, my younger brother is still naive and unaware. Please show him mercy. Upon witnessing the Snowy Night, the intent to unsheath his sword and strike down Xue Qinghe surged within Xue Yi. However, Su Xian swiftly restrained him, his gaze filled with deep affection, embodying the essence of brotherly love. As the elder brother, how could he stand idly by while his younger sibling spiraled into chaos? It was simply beyond his capacity to bear. Suddenly, a heavy grunt erupted, and Xue Qinghe found himself unceremoniously toppled to the ground. Su Xian discreetly withdrew his foot. Father, it is all my fault. I failed to keep an eye on him, allowing my younger brother to run amok. If punishment is due, let it fall upon me. With unwavering loyalty, he clutched the arm of the Emperor Xue Yi and delivered another swift kick. Boom. Just as Xue Qinghe had risen, prepared to chastise Su Xian, he was once again sent sprawling, his head buzzing from the impact. Can you be any more shameless? Both Xue Yi and Xue Ming exclaimed in unison. Casting disdainful glances at Su Xian, their eyes filled with contempt. Is this truly what you call brotherly affection? While your words may be gentle, your actions are ruthlessly severe. Caught in the midst of this commotion, Emperor Xue Yi, exasperated and helpless, discarded his sword and rubbed his forehead, feeling a pang of frustration. With a second son devoid of wisdom and an elder son steeped in cunning, how had he come to father such peculiar offspring? Do not misinterpret. It is merely a cramp in my leg, and it has momentarily betrayed me, Su Xian said sheepishly, scratching his head. As a devoted elder brother, how could he ever strike his own sibling? Yet, with the other party approaching his foot, what recourse did he have? Nonetheless, the sensation was undeniably exhilarating, almost addictive. After delivering 2 kicks to Xue Qinghe, Su Xian felt his spirits lifted considerably. Initially, he had presumed that Xue Qinghe had fallen victim to the machinations of the spirit hall. However, It now appeared that this predicament was entirely of his own making. All for the sake of a title among the four giants, he disregarded the frontline situation and engaged in conflict with Nalan Xiao. Pray, is this truly the action of a rational individual? Deceiving me with expressions, deceiving me with sincerity, squandering my mental faculties and precious time. How could I not release my pent-up frustration with a sound thrashing? As Su Xian relentlessly pummeled Xue. Both the Snow Knight Emperor and Xue Qinghe could not help but feel a sense of relief. Their prior concerns had been unfounded, as this individual remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. It was clear that mere restraint would not suffice to quell their indignation. Taking a deep breath, the Snow Knight Emperor suppressed his inner fury. From this day forth, you shall reflect upon your actions within the confines of your cell, without my express permission. You shall remain there. With that final admonition, the Snow Knight Emperor departed, fearing that continued exposure to Xue Qinghe might provoke him to act violently, especially given that another unscrupulous and cunning individual was present. As he watched the Snow Knight Emperor leave, Su Xian raised an eyebrow at Xue Qinghe, who promptly understood the unspoken message. Turning his gaze towards Xue Qinghe, he felt a stirring of temptation. After all, Xue Qinghe had consistently flaunted his bravado in front of him, and he had long wished to teach him a lesson. However, it was his own restraint and rationality that had previously held him back. But now with a sinister chuckle, the two turned their attention to Xue Qinghe, their faces adorned with amiable smiles as they slowly approached him. Xue Qinghe's complexion turned ashen. Disregarding his indignation at being struck, he retreated in sheer terror. What do you want? Stay back. If you come any closer, I won't hold back. Dear brother, I thought you were fond of a good brawl. Today, we shall indulge you in some practice, Xue Qinghe declared. Stand still and let us teach you a lesson, or this matter will remain unresolved. Clenching his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles reverberated ominously as Su Xian and Xue Qinghe cornered Xue Qinghe against the wall. They could tolerate his lack of intellect. It fostered a sense of superiority. However, to be both dim-witted and provocative was an entirely different matter. Do not overstep your bounds. I have ascended to the Soul Master level, Xue Qinghe protested, but before he could finish his sentence, Su Xian and Xue Qinghe forcefully pinned him to the ground, his face making intimate contact with the floor. Release me. What the hell are you two ruffians doing, stripping off my clothes? Suddenly, Xue Qinghe felt a chill run down his spine as he noticed his shirt being removed, causing him to tense up in alarm. No way. These two wouldn't dare. Oh no. Help. Assault. A wave of dread washed over him as he struggled fiercely, his piercing screams echoing through the dungeon. Shout all you like. It only excites me further, Su Xian retorted with a shudder, hastily stuffing Xue Qinghe's sock into his mouth to silence him. Brother, this shirt is too short. Let us remove his pants and bind his hands, Su Xian suggested. Very well, Xue Qinghe agreed eagerly, displaying not just understanding of the situation, but also a keen sense of practicality. In an instant, Xue Qinghe's trousers were stripped away, effectively restraining him. Xue Qinghe exclaimed in disbelief. You two won't get away with this. As Su Xian and Xue Qinghe prepared to bestow a thorough and affectionate beating upon Xue Qinghe, the sound of footsteps abruptly resonated through the air. Upon witnessing the return of the Snow Knight Emperor, Xue Qinghe felt as if a savior had arrived. Eagerly, he twisted his body, emitting soft sounds in hopes of capturing the Emperor's attention. Father, Xue Qinghe began to explain, only to see the Snow Knight Emperor cast a fleeting glance before picking up his sword with no hint of hesitation, turning away once more. Xue Qinghe lamented silently within. The heart of a child is heavy with sorrow, yet words escape him. Upon witnessing the Snow Knight Emperor retrieve his longsword and depart once more, Su Xian and Xue Qinghe remained momentarily entranced, struggling to regain their composure. Before the two could fully collect their thoughts, the Snow Knight Emperor hastily returned, rushing towards Xue Qinghe. As the Emperor of Snowy Night approached, Xue Qinghe, having endured the tumultuous ups and downs of life, was instantly overcome with tears. He realized that his father still held affection for him. But wait, father, you ought to untie me with your hands, not use your feet. This is all wrong. If I do not give you a proper beating, my anger will never subside. Suddenly, the Emperor of Snowy Night delivered a forceful kick directly to Xue Qinghe's backside, uttering a stream of curses that left Su Xian and another bystander utterly bewildered. When your mother arrives, do not inflict any visible injuries that might cause her distress. Therefore, exercise utmost caution to ensure that he learns a valuable lesson, the Emperor warned. The Emperor's presence was fleeting, and before departing, he left behind a succinct yet profound remark. Su Xian and Xue Qinghe exchanged glances, acknowledging, "Father, you truly are a master." Hearing this, Xue Wuji's face turned ashen, tears streaming down his cheeks as he gazed pitifully at Su Xian and his companion. "Brother, for the sake of our bond, could you perhaps be a little gentler?" "Fear not, we shall be gentle," Su Xian replied with a smile, then took a blanket from the bed to cover Xue Wuji's body. Su Xian affirmed that when it came to brothers, they always meant business. Before long, the anguished cries of despair echoed through the prison. "You really are hitting me. Damn it, I will not let this go. Be gentle, be gentle. Where are you kicking, my third brother?" Chapter 55. How lonely it is to be invincible. Inside the prison, as Snow Wujia huddled in the corner, her disheveled garments and alabaster skin marred by crimson streaks, she bore an uncanny resemblance to a woman who had suffered grave injustice. Su Xian could not help but feel a twinge of pity. However, to speak candidly, he had indeed derived a perverse pleasure from the earlier altercation, a hint of addiction creeping in. "My dear sister, despite the thrashing we administered, it is ultimately for your own good," Su Xian remarked, unable to restrain himself. You might think that he would solely rely on reason to persuade her. However, you would be mistaken. He was indeed capable of rational argument, albeit the latter was far too cumbersome to articulate, while the former proved far more expedient. If she resisted, then he would simply beat her into submission, quite straightforward. Snow Wujia shot him a scornful glance, tears cascading down her cheeks. "For my own good? I thank you for that," she retorted. "Who was the loudest in their cries when you were beating me? How dare you utter such words?" At that moment, Xue Qinghe's lips twitched involuntarily, and he discreetly took 2 steps back. "Elder brother, please, commence your performance. I shall remain a silent observer," he quipped. "What, do you not believe me?" Upon witnessing the gaze of Xue Wuji, Su Xian felt a profound ache in his heart. In this day and age, it seems that even the truth is met with skepticism. Are you aware that Nailan Tianqing is currently negotiating with the Xingluo Empire? Engaging in conflict with Nailan Shao at this juncture would only present an opportunity for others to exploit. Should you provoke Nailan Tianqing into rebellion, countless lives within the empire could be ensnared in turmoil because of your actions. Therefore, my father and I deemed it necessary to confine you, considering the greater good of the empire, to prevent you from making further misguided choices. After speaking, Su Xian covered his eyes with his right hand, his expression a blend of sorrow and indignation. Upon hearing this, Xue Wuji's dim eyes suddenly sparkled with a flicker of understanding as he contemplated the gravity of the situation. Slightly raising himself, with tears welling in his eyes, he turned to Xue Qinghe, asking, "Brother, is what the eldest brother said truly the case?" Xue Qinghe responded, "Damn it, did I not say I was merely here to observe? Why am I being dragged into this?" Su Xian retorted, "Honestly, you still doubt my words?" With a sidelong glance at Su Xian, Xue Qinghe candidly affirmed, "Indeed, what the eldest brother stated is true. The situation at the front lines is paramount. We cannot afford any disturbances at this critical moment." Observing the cooperation of Xue Qinghe, Su Xian continued, "Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you nearly caused? Just moments ago, you had the audacity to insult the emperor as being despicable. Had I not intervened, the emperor would have undoubtedly punished you severely. Though I may have kicked you twice, the pain inflicted upon you resonates deeply within my heart." Speaking earnestly, Su Xian wiped his eyes, and in an instant, they reddened, followed by tears cascading down his cheeks. Alas, a momentary lapse in restraint has proven more potent than an onion. Xue Wuji exclaimed, "When did I ever insult the emperor as despicable? Boo-hoo. I am indeed more wrong than Doi. I had thought it was merely a trivial contest, never anticipating such grave consequences." With a forlorn expression, his features contorted in dismay, Xue Wuji dabbed at his sorrowful tears, overwhelmed by melancholy. It seemed he was the only one unaware of the true circumstances. What a lamentable fate. Thus, Su Xian gently urged, "Now tell me, considering your reckless disregard for the lives of the common people and the foolishness of your actions, do you not deserve to be punished?" "Indeed," Xue Wuji nodded tearfully. "Alas, such an innocent child. I would feel remiss if I did not take advantage of him." Upon witnessing the rapid manipulation of Xue Wuji, Su Xian could not help but feel a sense of ennui. Given this fellow's intellect, there was indeed little to derive in terms of accomplishment. It was no wonder that, in the original narrative, he met his demise in the backdrop of the story. Such an outcome was not without its own justifications. As the conversation progressed, Su Xian's countenance hardened, and the authority befitting an elder brother surged forth in an instant. "So, after our earlier encounter, do you still believe yourself to be wronged?" Xue Qinghe silently shook his head, yet deep within, an unsettling sensation lingered, though he could not articulate why. Meanwhile, witnessing Xue Qinghe's rapid disillusionment, Xue Mingdong could not help but admire Su Xian's cunning nature. Truly, as the elder brother, his audacity was unparalleled, a lofty standard that left others in the dust. He had effectively kept the second brother firmly under his thumb. Xue Mingdong pondered, why does this statement seem somewhat peculiar? Clearing his throat, he continued. Let us not stray from the topic. If we were to assess Xue Qinghe's actions, would he be at fault? Certainly. However, was it necessary for the elder brother to exhibit such wrath? Could it be that he was still harboring grievances from the last visit to his residence? Combining both old and new grievances? A shiver ran down his spine. Enough. Acknowledging one's mistakes is the hallmark of a good child. You should remain here for a while. After all, you mentioned that the food is delightful and the surroundings comfortable. Consider it a period of seclusion. With a heartfelt pat on Xue Qinghe's head, and under his bemused gaze, Su Xian departed the prison. Truly formidable. Yet, it did evoke a certain loneliness. Perhaps it was time to return home and find solace in the company of his beloved wife. As Su Xian left, the prison fell into a profound silence. Turning toward Xue Mingdong, Xue Qinghe asked blankly, Third brother, what are you still doing here? Clearing his throat, Xue Mingdong replied, I allowed the elder brother to leave first. Otherwise, the carriage and retinue would be unable to proceed. His face remained unflustered, his breath steady. It was not fear but a mere adherence to the venerable tradition of respecting one's elders. Disregarding Xue Qinghe's reckless actions, Su Xian simply returned to the estate in a carriage. What was amiss? Upon entering, Su Xian sensed an unusual atmosphere. This was not a matter of foresight but rather an instinctual awareness inherent to a man. Upon entering the grand hall, 3 pairs of eyes immediately focused on him. Causing the corners of Su Xian's mouth to twitch, he seemed to have pinpointed the source of his ominous premonition. Elder brother, you're back, exclaimed Xue Qinghe, her cherubic face alight with joy as she bounded toward him, wrapping her arms around his leg, her bright eyes squinting into crescent moons, filled with delight. Kur, why are you out of the palace today? Does your aunt know? Su Xian inquired, lifting her into his arms and playfully pinching her cheek. With wide, glimmering eyes fixed on him, Xue Qinghe clarified, Mother permitted me to visit elder brother. I did not sneak out. My dear Kuo is the most well-behaved. As Su Xian provocatively teased Xue Qinghe, he stepped into the grand hall. She has come to seek you. You may handle the situation as you see fit. Xianren also approached, her expression wooden as she took Xue Qinghe, casting a discontented glance at Yu Tianmin. A sour scent wafted through the air, causing Su Xian to momentarily pause, his face a mask of innocence as he regarded Xianren. While it was true that Yu Tianmin possessed a striking beauty, he maintained a clear conscience regarding their relationship. Surely, he couldn't be expected to harbor jealousy every time a beautiful woman graced their residence, could he? He was not the kind of man who would be unfaithful. No. Tonight, he would ensure she understood him intimately. Chapter 56. Why must you force my hand? Upon scrutinizing Yu Tianmin, Su Xian couldn't help but be dazzled. Her beauty was undeniable. Her features were strikingly elegant, her eyes long and alluring. Exuding an air of both aloofness and authority, her skin radiant and flawless. Her curvaceous figure embodied a mature and voluptuous allure, and the delicate collarbone beneath her neck appeared as though it were crafted by divine hands. Her long legs, partially concealed by a high-slit skirt, were mesmerizing, making it difficult to look away. It was no wonder that Yu Tianmin was hailed as the most beautiful woman of the Royal Academy, perhaps even surpassing Xianren in beauty. Of course, this was merely due to Xianren current disguise. In her true form, even if Xianren were to blossom fully, she would not be able to rival Yu Tianmin. A smile can topple cities, another can topple nations. This phrase could not be more fitting when applied to the original Xianren. Thus, Su Xian's principle was to disregard any beauty that did not eclipse his wife. Xianren, what a jest! He was a man they could never hope to possess, having just exhausted himself in a scuffle. Su Xian was disinclined to dance around the topic with Yu Tianmin and spoke candidly. Did Mingxinji send you? At his words, Yu Tianmin nodded slightly, then spoke with a voice as smooth as a stream formed by melting ice, yet imbued with a chilling undertone. The formation of the battle team is already set. To be frank, I do not agree with your inclusion, Your Highness. Although Ming Jiaozi claims you possess formidable strength, the disparity between the Soul Sovereign and Soul Sect will be magnified in a team competition. This year, I do not wish for my team to lose. Do you understand? As she concluded, Yu Tianmin's gentle gaze transformed, becoming as frigid as ancient ice. devoid of any courtesy, even toward the Grand Prince of the Empire. Xue Qinghe, 22 years old, level 48 Soul Sect, captain of the Royal Combat Team, was fully capable of graduating from the Royal Academy given her age and soul power. Yet, she remained, driven by the desire to vanquish the Spirit Hall team in the quintennial Soul Master competition and erase the humiliation of their previous defeat. Understanding her sense of responsibility, Su Xian felt a surge of gratitude, almost compelled to rush forward and clasp her hands. "You don't want me to join the team?" he exclaimed incredulously. "You believe I desired this predicament? It is merely a consequence of the machinations of your education committee. That wretched old man, Dream God Machine, is truly malevolent. I previously found the original work quite reasonable, unaware of his cunning nature. It is said that age only amplifies deceit, and indeed, he embodies this notion. Why is he so obstinate now, disregarding his own future happiness?" Su Xian blinked his wide eyes, gazing at her with innocent anticipation. "Xue Qinghe, I wholeheartedly concur with your sentiment. Perhaps you should converse with Dream God Machine and spare me from joining the battle team, lest I become a hindrance to you all. Look at me. I am merely a soul master. If it comes to blows." Before Su Xian could finish his thought, a pair of delicate hands rested upon his shoulders. He noticed Qianren smiling softly at him. "Husband, are you weary? Shall I give you a massage?" Su Xian's complexion paled slightly. "My dear wife, could we refrain from such antics? I am striving to secure time at home with you." Understanding Qianren's intentions, he felt a tinge of helplessness. It appeared she was resolutely determined to have him participate in the Soul Master competition. Did she intend to introduce him to his mother-in-law, Bibi Dong, or perhaps Douluo? If he were to visit her family as the husband, he must offer his support, especially since no dowry had been provided. Moreover, he would much prefer the comfort of a bed over a cold floor, particularly if it meant sharing the warmth with someone special. The choice was evidently clear. Clearing his throat, Su Xian reorganized his thoughts, the feeble and playful demeanor vanishing in an instant, replaced by an air of seriousness. "Xue Qinghe, it seems you have forgotten that matters concerning the Royal Academy are dictated by the Empire. You are merely the captain." Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe's expression turned icy. Her gaze fixed on Su Xian with an odd intensity. "How dare you speak such words and expect to retract them without shame? Are all men so shameless?" Beside them, Qianren's massage grew gentler. Su Xian's expression relaxed as he fixed a determined gaze on Xue Qinghe, exuding an air of rebellious dominance. "Ah, it seems that a day without boasting renders one's blissful life untenable. I had intended to interact with you all as a mere mortal, but it appears that is no longer feasible. You believe your 48th level battle Soul Sect is formidable, do you? To me, it is but a trivial matter." With a slight smirk, Su Xian regarded Xue Qinghe with derision. He harbored no fear of facing 1 against 7, particularly under the cover of night. Confidence is admirable. Yet it seems the prince has ventured into arrogance. It appears someone ought to remind him of his place. Xue Qinghe coldly fixed her gaze on Su Xian, her soul power surging like a relentless tide. As their eyes locked, sparks ignited between them, and an atmosphere thick with tension enveloped the scene. 3 minutes later, at the Soul Combat Arena behind the prince's mansion, 2 figures stood resolutely atop the platform. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying away fallen leaves, infusing the air with a sense of chilling ferocity as if countless blades danced around them. With unwavering determination, Su Xian declared, "In this battle, the victor takes all. The defeated must bow. If I triumph, I shall become the captain of the Royal Combat Team, and you will all heed my command." "Agreed," Xue Qinghe replied without hesitation, confident in her impending victory. "However," she added, "if I win, you must comply with the Academy's arrangements, even if it means training as a reserve." Unfazed by Su Xian's domineering gaze, Xue Qinghe stood tall, her icy demeanor devoid of any emotion. Su Xian nodded affirmatively and gestured for her to take the first move, saying, "As you are a lady, I shall allow you to strike first." A cold light flickered in Xue Qinghe's eyes, feeling a raw sense of humiliation. As a Soul Sect, it would be dishonorable for her to initiate the attack. She gritted her teeth and insisted, "Your soul power is lower than mine, so you should go first. I do not wish for anyone to dispute the outcome. Let the contest begin." Su Xian responded, "All right, the script has unfolded, and I am quite pleased with your performance. Since you insist I go first, I shall not hold back." With a smirk, he retrieved 3 capturing cannons from his storage ring. With a thunderous boom, 3 enormous nets lunged toward Xue Qinghe. Subsequently, a figure resembling a mummy appeared on the ground, emitting a heavy groan. "Why must you force my hand?" Su Xian lamented, shaking his head as he blew away the smoke from the cannon. I offered you a chance. Yet you failed to seize it. Do not blame me. Chapter 57. The shamelessness continues. You are shameless. Upon being released from her restraints, Yu Tianmin's face darkened. Her once bright autumnal eyes now ablaze with fury. Her gaze bore into Su Xian as if her very stare could slay him 1,000 times over. She never anticipated that this soul battle would conclude in such a manner. Although her martial spirit was not human, his actions were undeniably contemptible. Have the courage to fight honorably. What is this underhanded trickery? Anger, defiance, and resentment swirled within her, leaving Yu Tianmin feeling utterly humiliated and at a loss for words. This is not shamelessness. It is a lesson I am imparting, a brutal reality check. Su Xian shrugged nonchalantly, stating, history is always written by the victors. My apologies. But it appears that I have emerged victorious. If you have the courage, release me, and let us duel once more. With eyes wider than lanterns. Yu Tianmin was filled with indignation, her teeth clenched, and blood could faintly be seen oozing from her gums. I could let you go, or I could engage in another round, Su Xian said, pausing slightly, a wicked grin plastered on his face as he looked at Yu Tianmin, his gaze brimming with malice. Another round of what? Yu Tianmin's heart quivered, and she hurriedly inquired. As long as you admit that you cannot bear the loss, we shall commence anew. Su Xian replied nonchalantly. Yu Tianmin retorted, you're the one who cannot handle defeat. Your entire family cannot handle it. A loss is a loss, and remember, the captain of the royal battle team will be my husband henceforth. At that moment, Qianruxua stepped onto the fighting spirit platform. Her gaze towards Yu Tianmin filled with mockery and triumph. After speaking, Qianruxua paid no mind to Yu Tianmin's menacing glare and joyfully embraced Su Xian's arm. Husband, you are truly remarkable. A tactile sensation akin to budding blooms surged forth, causing Su Xian to instinctively shiver, and he quickly waved his hand at Qianruxua. We must keep this low-key. You can tell me all about it tonight. As he spoke, he cast a suggestive glance at Yu Tianmin, feigning shyness. For there were others present. Yu Tianmin exclaimed, damn, what a sudden advance. One might injure their waist. Staring at Su Xian, her face flushed crimson. A mix of embarrassment and astonishment washed over her, as if she were encountering him for the very first time. What nonsense are you spouting? I shall ignore you. With cheeks as red as freshly plucked cherries, Qianruxua fiercely pinched Su Xian's soft waist, her eyes glaring in reproach. She then dashed away with Xue Qinghe. She certainly has a fierce grip. Su Xian winced as white vapor escaped from his face, promptly rubbing his lower back, feeling somewhat relieved. Alas, this wife of mine is growing bolder. If this continues, chaos will ensue. A wave of inexplicable melancholy surged within him, and Su Xian suddenly felt a pang of sadness. He had traversed into this world far too early. Had he awaited the onset of the original plot, he could have showcased his treasured skills to establish his marital authority. Reflecting on it now, it was merely a wistful thought. Such a pity. However, as he pondered, Su Xian sensed something amiss. If he had arrived later, he would have been Qianruxua, a man's heart in a woman's form. What a truly superficial predicament. A chill ran down his spine, feeling utterly isolated. Was this fellow truly unwell? Observing Su Xian lost in thought, his expression shifting like the weather, Yu Tianmin felt an inexplicable urge to distance herself from him. However, alas, she found herself unable to do so. What are you staring at? Noticing the peculiar look in Yu Tianmin's eyes, Su Xian immediately understood she was mocking him. He glared back, indignantly exclaiming, who cares? Yu Tianmin promptly turned her head away in disdain. Su Xian muttered, another native, not from the northeast, I presume. What's the matter? If you can't handle losing, just say so. I'm not one to deny you a chance. Observing Yu Tianmin's contemptuous demeanor, Su Xian retorted sharply, you're the one who can't handle defeat. Though reluctantly accepting the reality, Yu Tianmin shot him a fierce glare. I concede. Each word seemed to be forced out through clenched teeth, her gaze seething with ire directed at Su Xian. Oh, are you still unwilling to accept it? Su Xian raised an eyebrow, derisively responding, did you skip a meal? Speak up, I didn't hear you. With veins bulging on her forehead, Yu Tianmin's expression turned icy. Her teeth gritted as she reiterated, I said I lost. That's more like it. I commend your bravery for speaking your mind, Su Xian replied, thoroughly satisfied. Easily securing his position as the captain of the Imperial battle team. From now on, the arrangements for the competitions will be at my discretion. Yu Tianmin exclaimed. Which of your eyes witnessed me speaking from the heart? Not only deceiving others, but now even yourself. What a farce. I've already admitted defeat. Let me go, she lamented. Rest assured, I keep my word. With that, Su Xian retrieved the capturing device, drawing the energy net back. Suddenly, Yu Tianmin leaped forward, kicking directly at Su Xian with a mixture of anger and triumph. Although she had conceded, it didn't mean the matter was settled. At such a short distance. Let us see how you evade this. A smirk adorned her lips as she envisioned Su Xian's cries of agony, feeling a surge of exhilaration within. But could reality truly align with her expectations? As if provoked, a crimson aura erupted from Su Xian's body, and before Yu Tianmin could comprehend the situation, she was sent hurtling away. Blood trickled from her lips as she gazed in horror at Su Xian, her mind swirling in chaos. However, the subsequent scene left her even more bewildered. Ouch, my stomach, it hurts so much. Su Xian clutched his abdomen, his expression contorted in pain, seemingly unable to endure any longer as he slowly collapsed. Yu Tianmin could only stare in disbelief. Little one, do you have a multitude of questions? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, 3 energy nets erupted once more. The scene was chillingly familiar. Yu Tianmin exclaimed in frustration, damn it. Once again. She found herself ensnared in the same predicament, facing the same fate, and uttering the same exclamation. She collapsed once more, her gaze fixed on Su Xian, who appeared unfazed as he nonchalantly stowed away the soul-guided cannon, then flashed her a playful wink. Such demeanor bore no trace of suffering. You shameless fiend. Yu Tianmin's composure shattered, her eyes burning with rage. Shameless? Apologies, but the true shamelessness lies ahead. Su Xian smirked, then clutched his abdomen, feigning pain as he cried out. Help! Is there anyone? I have been injured by an assassin. An assassin? I wish to strike you across the face. Yu Tianmin's expression darkened, resembling one steeped in ink. A mix of indignation and despair, tears welling in her eyes. Please, I implore you to act humanely. Chapter 58. Will you not consider compensating me? Thunderous sounds echoed. Within mere seconds, the arena was besieged by the military guards of the princess residence, leaving no avenue for escape. The spears glinted with a chilling light. The soldiers' expressions as frigid as ice, exuding an air of lethal intent. Yu Tianmin found herself ensnared, her visage mirroring that of the earlier snow, devoid of hope. My dear husband, are you unhurt? Xue tossed Snow-ku to others for care and rushed toward them, alarmed upon seeing Su Xian writhing in agony on the ground. As 2 soldiers attempted to assist him, Su Xian abruptly broke free and collapsed into a warm embrace. Cough, how splendid, he exclaimed. Xue, please help me back. My body aches terribly. With a swift motion, he wrapped his right arm around Xue waist, his face pale, as he lamented. Do not move. I shall take you back at once. Seeing Su Xian's pallid countenance, Xue felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, her tears welling up as she hurriedly embraced Su Xian and departed. As Yu Tianmin watched Su Xian depart, she suddenly found herself struggling, her expression turning frantic. The news of the crown prince's assassination would undoubtedly cause an uproar if it were to spread. Even more infuriating was the fact that she had not even laid a finger on that individual. She was entirely innocent, though she did not know Doi. She felt her plight was even more unjust than Doi's. In the courtyard, a loud crash resonated as the bedroom door burst open. Qianringsha hurriedly cradled Su Xian and brought him to the bedside. Just as she intended to lay him down, an overwhelming force struck, causing her to tumble onto the bed. To be precise, she fell into Su Xian's embrace. Upon witnessing Su Xian's mischievous grin, Xue instantly comprehended his intentions. Ah, you dare to deceive me again. She pouted, her small fists raised in indignation. Despite her anger, the worry that had once graced her features quietly vanished, replaced by a smile of relief at the corners of her mouth. Suddenly, she found herself grasped by Su Xian, who pulled her forcefully into his embrace, their bodies aligning as she lay completely upon him. Shoo, keep your voice down. We mustn't let anyone overhear, he cautioned, gazing into her eyes. With her delicate form nestled against him, Su Xian felt a wave of emotion stir within him. He gently covered her mouth with his fingers, offering a tender reminder. Her face flushed a deep crimson at an observable pace, and her heart raced uncontrollably, dissipating all remnants of anger. As she felt his hands wrap around her waist, Qianringsha shot him a reproachful glance, yet she did not resist. What are you planning this time? She inquired, her hands resting upon his chest, her curious eyes sparkling. Su Xian remained silent, instead lost in admiration of the enchanting figure before him, his gaze filled with sweetness and infatuation. Her clear, bright eyes and gracefully arched eyebrows exuded an effortless elegance, while her long lashes quivered slightly, hinting at her shyness. The flawless complexion of her face bore a gentle blush, and her golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, embodying a blend of innocence and grace, reminiscent of a celestial being. With a smile that radiated charm, she was utterly captivating. What held Su Xian's rapt attention most were her lips, delicate and inviting like the petals of a rose. The slight upturn at the corners of her mouth radiated playfulness and allure, a charm that was both enchanting and tantalizingly out of reach. Yet, at this moment, the distance between them was less than a mere inch. Noticing the intensity of Su Xian's gaze growing more fervent, Xue felt her heart flutter wildly. In a playful yet flustered manner, she pinched the soft flesh at his waist, exclaiming with a blend of indignation and shyness, "I have yet to settle the score for your previous deceit, and now you dare to plot again." Coughing to clear his mind of impure thoughts, Su Xian regained his composure and, after a brief moment of awkwardness, revealed his intentions. "Ah, you certainly hold a grudge." Xue chuckled, understanding his plans, while internally sympathizing with his misfortune. "What can I say? It was you who allowed Yu Tianmin to trick me." Su Xian shrugged, feigning innocence. As a thought struck him, he cautioned, "Ensure this matter remains discreet. Do not alarm the emperor. We shall resolve it privately." "Of course," she replied without hesitation, though her eyes gleamed with mischief. Su Xian's expression shifted to one of concern. "But what is it you intend to offer to keep my silence?" With a playful wink towards Su Xian, Xue cheerfully inquired, "Money is such a mundane matter. As a married couple, we should employ the methods befitting our union." Su Xian resolutely shook his head. Methods of a couple? Xue's expression was filled with confusion. Before she could gather her thoughts, her delicate face was already drawn closer, leaving her momentarily dazed, as if time had frozen. After a brief moment, Xue finally regained her senses and, blushing with indignation, pushed Su Xian away. "You deceived me earlier, and I have yet to settle that score with you. How dare you bully me again? Just watch how I teach you a lesson." With that, she seized a soft pillow and began to pummel Su Xian. "Ouch! If you keep hitting my hand, it will be rendered useless," he protested. "I don't believe your nonsense. You're trying to trick me again. Just look, my hand has a mind of its own and is moving erratically." "Ah, you have no shame. Let go of me," she exclaimed. "I want to let go, but my hand is uncooperative," he replied. "Shameless. Release me at once." "Not a chance." Resigned, Xue lay atop Su Xian, her cheeks flushed, a serene and sweet smile gracing her face, as she helplessly reminded him, "If you don't let go soon, news of the assassination attempt in the mansion will spread." "All right, you win." Upon hearing this, Su Xian generously released Xue, even remembering to scratch his waist, which elicited a delightful laugh from her. "Remember, whatever compensation you owe, you must give me half," she asserted, her face stern and uncompromising. "Don't you have millions? Is the mansion's expenditure really that high?" Su Xian questioned, bewildered. "That's different. That was given to you, but this is what I earned through my own efforts." Xue shook her head, her stubborn lips slightly curled, her eyes sparkling with excitement and exhilaration. "Humph, I don't care how the money comes. I'm just making it for the mansion." Su Xian exclaimed. "So, your skill is to con me? You're impressive. I thought I was shameless. But I've met my match today." He gave Xue a thumbs up, feeling a sense of despair as he empathized with those he had previously deceived. "Oh dear. What a pity. Isn't that what I taught you? Remember, not a single gold coin less." Xue arched an eyebrow, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Su Xian pondered. "Why does the prospect of earning gold coins suddenly seem less appealing? Have you considered letting me repay you in kind? I'd be quite willing." Bah. Chapter 59. At least 15 people, come and challenge me if you dare. With the arrangements made by Xue, the news of Su Xian's assassination attempt has not spread. The atmosphere within the estate is now filled with determination as everyone seeks opportunities to prove themselves, eager to escape their servitude, naturally. No one would dare to speak of it. Initially, Su Xian believed that after his confrontation with Dream Machine, the latter would temper his approach. To his surprise, the following day, a beautiful woman was sent to placate him. Little did he know that he was once renowned in the Sun Kingdom as the knightly conqueror. Did they think a single beauty could sway him? This was an affront to his dignity. Thus, to impart a lesson on the old fellow, Su Xian felt it was necessary to ensnare him once more, ensuring he understood the proper number of emissaries to send in the future. No, wait. It was to make him realize that in a contest with him, he was but a mere triviality, and in the end, he might have to rely on others to contribute towards his funeral expenses. Wouldn't it be wiser to save some money for a peaceful retirement? Alas, there are few young individuals like him who genuinely consider the welfare of the elderly. Xue, prepare some purple grapes and tomato juice for me, Su Xian commanded imperiously, confident in his expertise at manipulation. Upon hearing this, Xue could not help but mourn for Dream Machine, wondering why he had chosen to provoke such a character. Did he not see that he had already been subdued by this troublesome individual? Sighing inwardly, Xue silently vowed that when it came time to distribute gold coins, she would not allow a single laugh to escape her lips. Meanwhile, at the Royal Academy, Dream Machine leisurely savored fragrant tea in his courtyard, a look of contentment gracing his face as he awaited good news from Tianmin. Although he had heard of Su Xian's exceptional capabilities, he remained confident that Tianmin would prevail, for their martial souls and spiritual power were not on the same level. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus, a top-tier beast martial soul, and a level 48 battle spirit master. There was no way she could lose. The younger generation had become increasingly arrogant, and perhaps a lesson was indeed warranted. Reflecting on Su Xian's audacious claim of taking on 7 opponents, Dream Machine shook his head in amusement. He thought, not to mention 7. He could not even defeat this one. He could already envision Su Xian returning with his tail between his legs, compliant and ready for training, which made Dream Machine chuckle. After all, how formidable could his tongue be when he ultimately fell before him? Did he think the title of Vice Chairman of the Royal Academy was merely for show? What a delightful turn of events! Just then, a servant rushed in, appearing quite flustered. "Master, the Crown Prince has sent someone to see you," he announced. Upon hearing this, Dream Machine's eyes sparkled with excitement, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Truly, it was a testament to the quality of his teachings that his students were making such an impression. Ah, how thrilling! Cough, cough, cough. I got too excited and choked. Quickly, bring him in. With a grand wave of his hand, Dream God Machine wore a beaming smile, reminiscent of a triumphant general returning from battle, exuding an aura of authority and dominance. The servants exchanged astonished glances, but upon meeting Dream God Machine's piercing gaze, they promptly retreated in compliance. Shortly thereafter, a man dressed as a servant entered the courtyard. Although he appeared rather ordinary, his eyes were particularly small, possessing the furtive characteristics of a rat. "My lord, dire news. The Crown Prince has been attacked." Upon encountering the Dream Machine, the man was suddenly overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he hurriedly crawled to the Dream Machine's side, grasping tightly onto its leg. The Dream Machine could have effortlessly evaded, yet at that moment, his mind was blank, his very soul feeling as though it had been siphoned away. Assassination? His lips quivered, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. A perilous aura of death looming over his heart. An assassination? Aimed at him? Good heavens! Could it possibly be her? His complexion turned ghostly pale, his mind buzzing, barely managing to steady himself against the table. No way. There must be some misunderstanding. With a sudden kick, he pushed the man away and, in a state of panic, dashed toward the prince's residence. He could not believe that Tianmin from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family could ever commit such a foolish act. Indeed, there had to be another explanation. It must be said that the Dream Machine was a commendable teacher, still worrying about Tianmin. However, he could never have imagined that he was the mastermind behind this assassination, unwittingly leaping into a trap. As Su Xian would put it, he was simply a fool with wealth, lacking any sense of achievement in being deceived. At the prince's residence, in the back garden, a fierce battle was underway. Su Xian, facing 2 opponents, showed no signs of faltering. Casting a glance at Qian Ruxue and Qin Yao, he smirked, his eyes brimming with pride. He knew he could handle 2 adversaries without issue. After all, how could he earn a reputation for nothing? Taking a bite of a purple grape, he declared. "As for this game, I shall be the landlord. You 2 have no objections, do you?" "No objections." Qian Ruxue and Qin Yao exchanged glances at the cards in their hands, shaking their heads in dismay, sensing yet another impending loss. "Hee. I bet 500 gold soul coins. My big brother will win." Xue's eyes sparkled as she cheerfully pushed a pile of coins towards Su Xian. Although she was unfamiliar with the game's mechanics, her intuition told her that this time, she was bound to profit. "With money, I can buy so many delicious treats." Gazing at the 500 gold soul coins before him, and then at the splendid hand of cards he possessed, Su Xian felt a sudden loss of enthusiasm. He gently patted the little head of Xue Qinghe, lamenting with a sorrowful expression, "When you grow up, you will undoubtedly be a wealthy woman, never having to worry about marriage." He sighed, initially believing that playing Do Di Zhu would offer him the thrill of victory, and a way to pass the time. Instead, he found himself winning every round, yet still having to part with his coins. What a perplexing situation. These hundreds of gold coins were hard-earned. Even a single gold coin is still currency, despite the fact that he had over 10 million on him. Noticing something amiss, Su Xian turned his head out of curiosity. He saw Qianren pouting with displeasure, her eyes filled with hope as she gazed up at him. His heart softened instantly, leaning his head against Qianren's shoulder. He smiled and affectionately nudged her cheek. Just as he was about to say something, Qianren gently pushed him away. "Be serious, Cour is still here," she reminded him. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Su Xian retorted, "Who was just pretending to be pitiful and seeking comfort. And now you push me away? Humph. Women, truly deserving of being my wife." He added with a grin, "Well, once they are gone, I shall behave less seriously." As he spoke, he playfully pinched her soft, elastic cheek. Qianren's face turned crimson, her anger mixed with shyness as she shot him a fierce look. Qinghe interjected, "I didn't hear anything. I'm merely enjoying this dog food in silence, though this fare is rather unpalatable." Nearby, Xue Qinghe, with her sparkling eyes, glanced from Su Xian to Qianren, then quietly moved her little treasure trove back. Her instincts told her that something was off between her elder brother and sister-in-law, and this round seemed fraught with risk. Su Xian exclaimed, "Sister, that hurts. Do you think your elder brother is the type to sacrifice fairness for his wife?" Chapter 60. Look, I'm spitting blood. In the courtyard of the prince's residence, joyous laughter echoed. Thanks to Su Xian's leniency, the strengths of Qianren and Qinghe had significantly increased, and they were not easily defeated. Apologies, but with a hand of 8,910, I have only one card left. Su Xian raised an eyebrow, feeling rather pleased as he addressed Qianren. Furrowing her brow, Qianren instinctively checked the bomb in her hand and the number of cards on the table, her expression revealing a conflict. She was the landlord this round. She could not afford to lose. Royal flush. Upon glancing at the two cards in her hand, Qianren decisively cast aside both the king and the little king. 3 queens against a 5. Her bright eyes swept over the two, her countenance a blend of sternness infused with a hint of dominance. "No," Su Xian interjected. Clearing his throat, he quickly coughed as he noticed Qinghe's movements. "What are you doing?" Observing the sidelong glance from Qianren directed at Qinghe, she grew suspicious, believing the two were conspiring, and promptly admonished them. "It's nothing," Qinghe replied, shaking her head naturally, while discreetly signaling Qinghe with her eyes where Qianren could not see. "Neither do I want it." Understanding immediately, Qinghe smiled and shook her head, feeling a twinge of envy towards the princess consort. Yet, some things were beyond the aspirations of a mere maid. Sequence 34,567. Only one card left. Gripping her card tightly, Qianren's eyes sparkled with excitement, her face flushed with exhilaration. Naturally, Su Xian could not intervene. After all, his wife was too formidable. As for Qinghe, she too shook her head after receiving Su Xian's subtle cue. Being able to play a game with a prince and princess consort, complete with wins and losses, was already a tremendous honor. She knew she must temper her demeanor. Hee. With a 2, I win. Seeing that both had opted out, Qianren immediately discarded her card, seemingly fearful they would change their minds. Alas, I'm left with just a 2, and you've won. How dull. As Su Xian and the others reveled in their game, a carriage hastily approached the streets of Tiando City. Upon arriving at the prince's residence, Xue wasted no time. His expression grave, he rushed inside, and after inquiring with a maid, made his way to the backyard. His heart was tormented, akin to being fried in hot oil, as he feared something might have happened to Su Xian. Otherwise, he would find himself in a predicament that no amount of cleansing could rectify. After all, Tianen was the one he had summoned to temper Su Xian's spirit, which made him the principal culprit in the scenario. What if Tianmin's actions led to his downfall? Truly, he would be the one to bear the brunt of the consequences. How distressing. However, upon reaching the backyard, his unease only intensified. I've won again. Hurry and pay up. Of course, it's not as if I lack funds. Your Highness, if I lose again, I shall be out of money. No worries. Your losses will count under my name. Just settle it later with the accounts office. Thank you, Your Highness. With excitement and surprise lighting up his face, Su Xian gathered the coins from the table, his exuberant demeanor leaving Xue utterly bewildered. What on earth? Are you under attack? I can't believe I fell for your trickery. After silently inquiring about Su Xian's family, Xue's heart immediately became vigilant. His intuition warned him that this was certainly not a favorable development. Upon witnessing the dream machine unexpectedly appear in his bowl, Su Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He confirmed with a glance that this was indeed a fool with an abundance of wealth. "You may take Kua downstairs. Things may become rather bloody from here on," he said, waving dismissively at Qinghe, his demeanor unfazed by the arrival of the dream machine. Indeed, there are instances of deception that require no theatrical flair. It suffices that the opponent feels uneasy. "All right," Qinghe nodded, her gaze falling upon the slumbering Xue Qinghe, clutching a bulging golden pouch in her hand. And she couldn't help but chuckle. "Your Highness is truly adorable." Fortunately, as a soul master, she was unbothered by such trivial weight. As Qinghe departed, the dream machine snapped back to reality, approaching Su Xian and his companion with an expression of bewilderment. "Your Highness, were you not attacked?" His mouth slightly agape. He stared blankly at Su Xian. "Indeed, I was attacked. Did you not see my current state of anguish and fury, forcing me to resort to gaming to soothe my wounded spirit?" Su Xian blinked innocently, maintaining a serious expression. "You have no idea, that female assassin was remarkably formidable, nearly costing me my life." As he spoke, Su Xian pressed his left hand against his chest, feigning pain, while his right hand deftly pinched a grape and brought it to his lips. "Ah, such sweet grapes. My heart aches," the dream machine exclaimed. "How can I possibly believe you?" Cursing under his breath, he lamented, "Could you not display a modicum of decorum? At least pretend to be earnest and show some respect for my intelligence." Upon hearing of the female assassin, combined with Su Xian's current demeanor and the mysterious disappearance of Tianmin, the dream machine realized he had been thoroughly duped once again. "Assassin? I'll give you a face full of it." He was acutely aware of how clearly he had been manipulated. "Your Highness, Tianmin is certainly not an assassin. She was sent by me to test her strength." "There must be some misunderstanding," the dream machine retorted, frustration evident in his voice. "Oh, so it was the intent of the dream sect, was it? I had thought she was here to assassinate me." Su Xian feigned enlightenment, a smile gracing his lips. "Perhaps we should release her, Your Highness. I can confront her directly," he suggested. Upon witnessing Su Xian effortlessly evade the assassination, Mengxinji was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Su Xian would pursue him relentlessly on this matter. Could it be that he had overthought the situation? The matter of being injured by the inexplicable orders of the dream chair must surely warrant some discussion. Su Xian's expression hardened as he solemnly reminded, "Your Highness, it appears you are unscathed. Is that not so?" He knew Su Xian would cling to this issue, prompting Mengxinji to take a deep breath and patiently inquire further. "Wait." Su Xian waved his hand dismissively. In this day and age, who truly frets over a mere pint or two of blood? He lifted a glass of freshly squeezed tomato juice to his lips, yet did not swallow. "Bah!" He spat it out, pointing at the splattered blood on the ground. His eyes innocent as he asked, "Dream chair, do you see? I've coughed up blood. How can this not be serious?" Mengxinji exclaimed, "What the hell? Your Highness, this is blatant slander." His eyes gleamed with fury as he shouted, "Oh, slander? That is quite the term you've conjured. But fear not. I shan't shamelessly slander you. What can you possibly do to me?" Su Xian continued, "Dream chair, should you persist in this manner, I may find myself calling for an assassin once more." With an exasperated gesture, Su Xian picked up a purplish-red grape and brought it down upon his forehead, causing blood to flow profusely. Mengxinji exclaimed, "It seems I am beginning to understand the nature of these assassins. This is utterly excessive." Chapter 61. Are you threatening me? Your Highness, all my actions are for the honor of the Tiando Empire. Do you not fear that such behavior may dishearten the students of the Royal Academy? With bloodshot eyes, Mengxinji could no longer contain himself, erupting in a furious roar. He had devoted his heart and soul to the Royal Academy, tirelessly coming here time and again for the glory of both the Empire and the institution. This was all for the Empire. Observe the audacious actions of the Crown Prince, brazenly declaring a deer to be a horse before my very eyes, shamelessly orchestrating my downfall. How much can one endure before it becomes intolerable? Upon witnessing the sudden fury of the dream god machine, Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, and then he gently led Qianruxue to a quieter corner. "My dear, it seems we have had our fun, haven't we?" Su Xian hesitated to say. "This is none of my concern. It is all your doing." "I merely handle the distribution," Qianruxue mischievously replied, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief. Su Xian exclaimed, "Goodness! My dear, you truly are heartless." With a despondent expression, he lamented, "You have changed, becoming quite wicked." Feeling a sense of despair, he sighed, lamenting that his own wife seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. With a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, Xianruxue teased, "Well, you always bully me. Now you realize your mistake, don't you?" "Mistake? I beg your pardon. On this matter, there is no room for negotiation." He pinched Xianruxue's cheek playfully and retorted fiercely, "I shall continue to tease you. You will never escape from it. You have no sense of cherishing the delicate." Xianruxue's neck flushed crimson, her heart fluttering at Su Xian's words. Instinctively, she swatted his hands away, blushing and scolding him shyly. Gazing at Xianruxue, whose eyes sparkled and long eyelashes trembled in rhythm with her heartbeat, her face flushed with a charming shyness, Su Xian found himself momentarily at a loss. His wife's exquisite beauty was a source of torment for a man. Suppressing the desire that surged within him, Su Xian gently embraced Xianruxue, resting his head on her shoulder, inhaling the subtle fragrance of orchids that wafted into his senses. A mischievous smile crept across his lips as he raised an eyebrow at her, lowering his voice playfully. "So, you have been eagerly anticipating my tender affection. Why not let me hold you as we drift into slumber tonight?" As Su Xian feigned innocence while enjoying his advantage, Xianruxue glared at him with fury. Her fair complexion flushed with embarrassment and anger, resembling a blooming rose, vivid and dripping with color. Her eyes, filled with indignation, were fixed on Su Xian, and she felt mortified to the core. Although she consistently refused to let him embrace her before sleep, every time she awakened, he would be wrapped around her like an octopus, shamelessly claiming she did not allow it. Regardless of the circumstances, she was still a young girl, unmarried, and ought to maintain a semblance of modesty. With such blatant behavior, was her stance not sufficiently clear? Humph, that annoying rogue. "I shall not permit you to share my bed tonight. Let us see how you cope." While Su Xian and Xianruxue engaged in their playful banter, Meng Xinghe was in a far less favorable position. His face, initially red, turned a shade of deep purple and then black, as his inner turmoil spiraled into expletives. "How outrageous. My emotions are erupting like a tsunami, and you lot should have given me an explanation first. To leave me here while you indulge in flirtation is utterly intolerable. Here I am, Meng Xinghe, risking my life for the empire, only to find myself in such a disgraceful predicament. Truly, the heavens are unjust." Coughing twice, Su Xian sensed the turbulent aura emanating from Meng Xinghe and quickly attempted to calm him. "Dream Master, there is no need for such agitation. It was merely a jest." Meng Xinghe retorted, "A jest? Do you truly believe I could find humor in this? I am half undressed, and you jest with me?" Taking a deep breath, he fixed a cold gaze upon Su Xian, his anger still simmering. "Why have you summoned me, Your Highness?" Like an enraged lion, Meng Xinghe's voice was low yet crackled with impending fury. Su Xian shrugged, casting a peculiar look at him. "Did I not mention? I was attacked. What? Were you not jesting?" Meng Xinghe's mind momentarily faltered, struggling to comprehend. Did His Highness not just claim it was a joke? His confusion was palpable. "Oh." Su Xian finally understood, waving his hand. "When I mentioned spilling tomato juice, that was a jest. However, the rest is entirely true." Meng Xinghe exclaimed, "What the hell? So you insist that I conspired to assassinate you? Why then, did you even mention it as a joke? Do not glare at me. It was you Tianmin who launched a sneak attack after conceding. Had I not reacted swiftly, that tomato juice on the ground would indeed have been my blood." Su Xian replied, feigning innocence. "You Tianmin lost." Meng Xinghe hardly registered the rest of Su Xian's words. His pupils dilated in disbelief as he stared at him. Yu Tianmin is a level 48 Battle Soul Master, yet he was defeated by a level 37 Battle Soul Sovereign? Surely, this is a jest. Is it possible that he has become so formidable? If only Yu Tianmin were aware of Meng Xinghe's intentions, she might very well explode on the spot. Strong? What nonsense. It's merely a web of deceit. She is utterly defenseless against it. Taking a deep breath, the astonishment within Meng Xinghe even overshadowed her anger, causing her tone to soften considerably. "Your Highness, even if Yu Tianmin were to launch a stealthy attack, would it truly qualify as assassination?" Upon hearing this, Su Xian could not help but chuckle coldly. "Pray tell, what constitutes an assassination according to the esteemed Dream Sect?" At this, Meng Xinghe was rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. "Your Highness, perhaps you might consider how to show leniency towards Yu Tianmin, given her affiliation with the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family." Aware that Su Xian intended to pursue his argument relentlessly, Meng Xinghe felt a twinge of helplessness but knew she must highlight Yu Tianmin's sensitive background for Su Xian to contemplate the implications carefully. "Are you threatening me with the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family?" Su Xian's eyes narrowed, coldly fixing his gaze upon Meng Xinghe. He was known for his preference for gentle persuasion over forceful tactics. His earlier concession had been made in jest. He had chosen to respect Meng Xinghe's age and contributions. Otherwise, he would not have hesitated to cast her aside. As for the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, what significance did they hold? With his 2 9th-level fixed soul-guided cannons, he could easily obliterate them. Were it not for his inherently kind nature, he could have easily rampaged across the entire continent by now. Seeing Su Xian remain utterly unafraid, Dream Machine was momentarily taken aback. This defied his anticipated script. My dear fellow, that is the blue electric tyrant dragon family, one of the top 3 sects. Your Highness, are you truly this bold? Does your father, the Emperor, know of your audacity? If the Snowy Night Emperor were to hear Dream Machine's words, he would undoubtedly shake his head in disbelief. He was blissfully unaware and deemed it none of his concern. Urgent matters aside, do not disturb me. Chapter 62. Is there not a hint of noble bearing? Your Highness, I do not intend to issue a threat, merely a reminder. Uncertain of Su Xian's erratic behavior, Dream Machine pondered for a moment before stepping back. Rather than reminding me, you ought to consider how you will compensate me. With a cold gaze fixed upon Dream Machine, Su Xian stated unequivocally, compensation? What compensation? Dream Machine was momentarily startled, utterly perplexed. How had the conversation shifted to compensation? How absurd. It is no wonder you shall never attain the position of Dean. Bah. Observing the Dream Machine, Su Xian felt a profound disappointment. It was evident that this old man was oblivious to the merciless laws of society. With a piercing gaze, Su Xian, embodying an air of sagacity, reminded him. Although Yu Tianmin had no intention to assassinate, she nearly inflicted grave harm upon me, and she was sent by you. Do you not think you should bear some responsibility for this matter? Your Highness, is it not true that no harm was actually done? Dream Machine retorted, a twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his irritation. Indeed, I was unscathed, Su Xian conceded with a nod. Initially, he had contemplated inflicting a wound upon himself to elicit some blood. But he soon realized that such a trivial endeavor was hardly worth the effort and ultimately abandoned the notion. However, after a brief pause, Su Xian's expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness. Not being injured does not absolve one from compensation. I have refrained from escalating this matter out of respect for your position within the Dream Sect. Each year, individuals who claim to have no ill will towards my father, the Emperor, end up buried in the mass graves. What difference does it make whether one is injured or not? Dream Machine exclaimed, is there a difference? Of course. There is a significant distinction. Others may have intended to assassinate, and whether His Majesty is wounded or not, there is no escape. But this situation is different. Yu Tianmin never intended to assassinate. She was likely driven by a moment of anger. The gravity of the term assassination is purely a product of your rhetoric. With a heavy sigh, Dream Machine came to a stark realization. He had likely been manipulated into sending Yu Tianmin to confront him. And this individual was deliberately making things difficult for him. Goodness, must one be so petty? Where is the grandeur befitting the crown prince of the Tiando Empire? Where are your virtues of kindness and humility, which have endeared you to the populace? Enough. Just tell me plainly what you wish for me to do, Dream Machine said, utterly exasperated, relinquishing any pretense of resistance. Naturally, you shall compensate me. Am I to expect flesh in return? Su Xian replied brusquely. Dream Machine nearly spat blood in disbelief. What the devil? I would never consent to such a grotesque proposition. His chest heaved with indignation, and his face flushed with anger. Yet, considering that monetary compensation was the least burdensome of consequences, he found himself able to accept it internally. How many gold coins does your Highness desire? Dream Machine inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Please hold on. I need a moment to deliberate. Upon witnessing the sudden concession of the Dream Machine, Su Xian could not help but smile, and soon began to contemplate the amount of gold coins the Dream Machine possessed. As a Soul-Delaware and the esteemed head of the Royal Academy, his monthly offerings amounted to around 40 to 50,000 gold coins, which translates to 500,000 gold coins annually. Having held his teaching position for a decade, that sums up to a staggering 4 to 5 million gold coins. My goodness, he must be swimming in wealth. After accounting for his expenditures, he likely still possesses at least 1 million coins. An idea sprouted in Su Xian's mind, his lips curling into a smile, projecting an air of amicable negotiation. It appears to be an unintentional oversight on your part. Thus, I shall offer you a friendly price of 99. The Dream Machine was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. The figure was simply too trivial. A trip to Qinghe courtyard. He scoffed at the notion of visiting such a place. Merely a visit to a hotel to converse with a few wayward young women and guide them towards becoming true ladies would cost nearly the same. Observing Su Xian's beaming countenance, Dream Machine seemed to comprehend that this was a subtle invitation to save face. The strategy of raising one's ire only to later feign generosity. All in an attempt to cultivate a rapport with him. Your Highness, your political maneuvering is indeed commendable. However, it is regrettable that I have already unraveled your cunning scheme. You merely seek to win my favor to bolster your ascent. Yet I shall dangle my support just out of reach and relish your frustration. 99 is far too paltry a sum. Though Yu Tianmin's actions were unintentional, they nearly led to your injury. Thus, I propose 1,000 instead. Dream Machine chuckled amiably, for 99 gold coins felt too meager to present. It would be utterly humiliating. Upon hearing this, Su Xian was taken aback, his excitement palpable as he clasped Dream Machine's arm fervently. Truly, the esteemed Dream Chair speaks of 10 million gold coins. What a display of affluence. I had thought you possessed merely over 1 million gold coins. Hence your insistence on 99,000. I now realize I misjudged your wealth. Dream Chair, you are indeed a person of substance. Fear not. I shall keep your embezzlement a secret. Gripping Dream Machine's arm tightly, tears welled in Su Xian's eyes, his face alight with fervor. It was his first encounter with such an overt gesture of generosity, and he lamented the loss of his innocence in such a joyous manner. Such a benevolent soul. He could handle 100 of them without feeling overwhelmed. 99,000. 10 million. Dream Machine's pupils contracted sharply, and his demeanor turned pale as he vehemently retorted. Your Highness, what do you mean by 99,000? Did you not mention 99 gold coins? How did it become 99,000? Furthermore, when have I ever embezzled? Please refrain from making baseless accusations. Upon hearing this, Su Xian's expression darkened, his face shadowed with suspicion. Was Dream Chair attempting to renege on the agreement? Just 99 gold coins? How dare you regard me in such a light? To suggest such a meager compensation is an affront to my dignity and the royal family. We are all members of the elite. Do you not feel ashamed to discuss amounts under 100,000? I am embarrassed for you. As he spoke with increasing agitation, Su Xian felt a profound sense of betrayal, his eyes nearly ablaze with indignation. 99 gold coins? Am I jesting with you? Being among the upper echelons, should one not display a semblance of dignity? How could one discuss a sum of one without reference to thousands? Alas, this old man has indeed turned his back after donning his trousers. Su Xian felt a deep pang of disappointment. I shall employ this tactic in the future. There is no alternative. It is effective. Observing Su Xian's furious demeanor, Meng Xinji was momentarily taken aback, as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. Did he just say 990,000 gold coins, rather than 99? Goodness! How is one to play such a game? Do you believe I could curse you into a life devoid of friends? Nobility? Who dares to label me as such? I am, indeed, but a destitute soul. While I could manage 99 gold coins, 990,000 is simply out of the question. Absolutely not. Chapter 63. Saving water is everyone's responsibility. After half an hour of intense negotiations, Meng Xinji, upholding a spirit of amicable dialogue, graciously paid Su Xian 500,000 gold coins with sincere enthusiasm for learning. Upon his departure, he was beaming, as if he had just received divine wisdom, his very soul cleansed. The previous remarks were all spoken in jest. Yet there lies a grain of truth within. This is what Meng Xinji would tell his grandson 2 decades hence. By then, the continent would have welcomed an ordinary deity, heralding a new era. It is termed ordinary precisely because, at this moment, he is merely dividing spoils with his beloved wife. He remains but a common man, not a lofty god. Here are 2 golden cards, one for each of us, shall we? After glancing at the similar figures above, Su Xian handed the one with the higher numbers to Qian Ruxue, who cheerfully accepted it without any hesitation. Her delicate face, a charming shade of rosy pink, sparkled with curiosity as her starry eyes shifted. By the way, when did you set up these formations in the manner? The recent scene of Meng Xinji being overwhelmed by the layers of formations was still fresh in her mind. She had not anticipated that Su Xian had installed such defenses in the residence. Fortunately, she was not a villain. Otherwise, of course, it was on the day you moved in. Since I planned to keep a cherished one in a golden house, I had to ensure the manor was secure. Su Xian replied, a smile gracing his lips as he gently caressed Qian Ruxue's soft, supple face. keeping a cherished one in a golden house. A sweet warmth enveloped Qian heart like honey, causing her lips to involuntarily curl into a smile, while her ears flushed with warmth. Humph. This guy must think of me as a pet to be raised. The thoughts of women are often peculiar, shifting in an instant. In a heartbeat, her momentary delight vanished. And she feigned anger, her large eyes fixed intently on Su Xian. Honestly, with such a vast palace, how many are you planning to hide? How many would I conceal? That depends on the choices I have. Of course, you, my wife, have the final say. Su Xian replied without hesitation, his gaze unwavering as he looked into Qian clear eyes, which faintly reflected a breathtaking figure, like a clear spring flowing through one's soul. Qian felt a subtle tremor within her being, her smooth, delicate skin blooming with a gentle crimson hue from within. Her large, glistening eyes sparkled with barely concealed joy, shyly avoiding Su Xian's gaze. Clutching her palace dress tightly, the proud and rational demeanor she once held seemed to dissipate, her face flushed with embarrassment, rendering her momentarily devoid of rational thought. You did say that there could only be one lady of the manor. Her lustrous, ruby-red lips parted slightly as Qian voice became soft and tender, as if it could melt Su Xian's heart. A gentle breeze, sweetened with honey, enveloped them. Warm yet intoxicatingly delightful, making one feel almost entranced. Of course, I have never deceived you, Su Xian declared resolutely, stroking Qian golden, alluring hair. At his words, Qian instinctively nodded, her face radiating a blissful smile. Suddenly, she shyly lifted her head, stealing a glance at Su Xian from the corner of her eye, and burst into laughter, shattering the tender, affectionate atmosphere. What is the matter? Su Xian raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure creeping into his voice. After finally lifting the mood, we should now indulge in some gentle intimacy. Why are you laughing? You see, you have a purplish mark on your forehead. One might think you were actually struck. Qian could not help but chuckle as she tenderly retrieved a white silk handkerchief from her sleeve, intending to clean up Su Xian. The thought of a prince displaying such a robed demeanor made her smile, filling her heart with an inexplicable sense of wonder. In the past, such a personality would have been utterly detestable to her, yet now, it had transformed into someone she cherished. How ironic it seemed. But what was it that she truly liked about him? His shamelessness? His unscrupulousness? His lewdness? Or perhaps his audacity? As she scrutinized Su Xian, a sense of confusion clouded her eyes. She could not fathom why, but the mere desire to be in his company brought her joy and warmth. What are you doing? Qian asked, her brow slightly furrowed as Su Xian grasped her hand. Don't use the handkerchief. Use something else, he replied with utmost seriousness. Something else? Qian face reflected her bewilderment. Su Xian gestured with his mouth, a mischievous grin playing on his lips as he fixed his gaze on her, his eyes burning with intensity. No. Qian face flushed crimson as she promptly rejected his unreasonable request, preparing to leave. However, Su Xian would not permit her to depart so easily. He pulled her into his embrace. Are you sure you don't want it? It's grape juice, quite sweet. Indeed, he tempted. Absolutely not. You're all sweaty. It's definitely not sweet. Qian reiterated her refusal. Well, then, I suppose I could take a bath. Would that be acceptable? Su Xian took a step back, then, with a swift motion, carried Qian towards the bath. Why are you dragging me to bathe with you? Let me down, she protested. This is merely a way to conserve water. Besides, it's getting late. We might as well wash together. I don't mind. So why should you? Qian of course you don't mind. Your heart must be dancing with joy. Bah, truly shameless. Observing the blushing and hasty retreat of Qian Su Xian felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Indeed, individuals from other realms seem to lack regard for the conservation of water resources, a rather undesirable habit. With the disturbances from the dream god machine now absent, Su Xian had been enjoying a leisurely few days, either accompanying Qian in playful activities within the estate or training the chefs. Xue had become utterly enchanted by the culinary delights of the household, stubbornly refusing to leave even when the imperial concubine Yang arrived, ultimately resulting in Su Xian having to remain. The 6-year-old boy, Xue also came to the estate, sharing Xue's fondness for food. However, Su Xian promptly sent him away. It was unavoidable. The inner courtyard was filled with women, and having a young boy there was simply too conspicuous. Moreover, this lad dared to compete with Xue for treats, causing her to cry incessantly, which led Su Xian to decide against keeping him around. After all, the original text depicts someone who had once been an emperor, Indulging him from a young age would not do. Self-reliance must be instilled from childhood. For days later, Commander Wei returned, accompanied by over 100 members of the Yu family. Having heard of the first prince's straightforward nature, Niu Gao felt he had finally met someone worth his admiration. With a hearty smile, Niu Gao opened his arms wide, eager to embrace Su Xian, who instinctively stepped aside. Startled, a fleeting moment of awkwardness passed, and Niu Gao cheerfully inquired, "I wonder what kind of architecture your Highness envisions. Rest assured, since I have accepted a substantial fee, I shall certainly deliver. I assure you, whatever your Highness wishes to construct, my Yu family can accomplish it," Niu Gao proclaimed with confidence. Upon hearing this, Su Xian's expression hardened as he hesitantly asked, "May I inquire how much you received from me? Your Highness does not wish to retract the 100,000 in compensation, does he?" That would be absolutely out of the question. Niu Gao's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance. Su Xian responded, 100,000. The third golden opportunity. Good heavens. Wei Changfeng, you reckless spendthrift. How could you not negotiate? Wait a moment. I have pressing matters to attend to. Taking a deep breath, Su Xian's eyes burned with fury as he stormed outside. Shortly thereafter, a furious roar echoed. Wei Changfeng, you spendthrift, repay me my gold coins. Niu Gao, bewildered, questioned, "Who am I, and where am I?" Thankfully, the money had been securely placed in Longxing City. Indeed, foresight had served him well. Chapter 64. Life is a play. All dependent on performance. Tell me, how on earth did you spend 100,000 gold coins? Are you foolish? With a sword in hand, Su Xian glared menacingly at Wei Changfeng, his eyes ablaze with rage, wishing he could strike him down with a single blow. That was, after all, 100,000 gold coins, enough to purchase dozens of 9th-level soul-guiding devices from the system mall. He had thought himself extravagant. But now he realized the true spendthrift was this fellow. Given the current predicament of the Yu family, establishing an entertainment venue with a service fee of 30 to 40,000 gold coins would suffice, leaving no room for refusal. However, to my astonishment, 100,000 gold coins were squandered entirely. How could this happen? I bestowed upon you a card worth 100,000 gold coins, and you recklessly threw it all away without a hint of negotiation? Do you not feel any remorse when spending my money? 100,000 gold coins. This was his ultimate bargaining chip to ensure that Niu Gao would not decline. In other words, it represented his final threshold. Concealed beneath it was a ticking time bomb. Cross the line, and it would detonate immediately. To offer such a sum to the Yu family is to incur a grievous loss, a notion he finds intolerable. The additional 50,000 gold coins given in vain, when converted to system currency, amounts to an astounding 500 million. 500 million! I am genuinely tempted to cleave you in two for your extravagance. Gazing at the sword in Su Xian's hand, Wei Changfeng instinctively swallowed hard and began to ponder how to respond. If he were to reveal the truth directly, confessing that he had been intimidated by the ingenious schemes, and subsequently exposed all three of them, it would inevitably lead to the revelation of the base price to Niu Gao. In such a scenario, it was likely that he would either meet a grim fate or suffer financial loss. However, if he were to lie and be unmasked, given the current temperament of the crown prince, it would be unwise. Thus, he resolved to speak the truth. Ahem, your highness, you may not know this, but when I first presented the initial scheme, I was utterly captivated by your brilliance. In light of the circumstances surrounding the Yu family, employing monetary temptation is undoubtedly a masterstroke. Enamored with your astute intellect, I was unable to restrain myself and opened the remaining two schemes as well. Your highness, I am to blame for my overwhelming admiration, as I was eager to witness your subsequent ingenious ideas, which allowed Niu Gao to seize the opportunity. I have squandered your resources, and I am truly deserving of the gravest punishment. As he spoke with increasing fervor, Wei Changfeng's eyes welled with tears, embodying a visage of remorse so profound that it left Su Xian utterly astonished. I never anticipated that you would act so foolishly out of your admiration for me. It is truly touching. Do not idolize me. I am merely a legend, one that you cannot aspire to emulate, nor should you attempt to mimic me. I am simply an actor, beyond your capacity to replicate. Sighing, Su Xian mused, while others are inebriated, I remain alert. While others are muddied, I stand clear. Indeed, life can be as solitary as snow. After indulging in his self-reflection, Su Xian's expression turned serious, the previous display of emotion fading away. His clear gaze now bore a hint of disdain as he raised an eyebrow at Wei Changfeng. All right, enough of your theatrics. Does pinching yourself not hurt? Upon hearing this, Wei Chanfeng froze, instinctively retracting his hand, staring at Su Xian in bewilderment. Although he maintained a facade of calm, inside he was in a state of turmoil. His ruse had been abruptly unveiled, and the other party was a prince. What was he to do? Help was urgently needed. Wei Chanfeng, I previously thought you were quite earnest. It seems you possess quite the talent. With a smile gracing his lips, Su Xian patted Wei Chanfeng's shoulder. His disdainful look now infused with a touch of admiration. The ability to fabricate tales with a straight face and even deceive oneself into playing a role was a rare talent. Indeed, life is but a performance, reliant entirely on one's skill, and individuals like him are few and far between. He was not merely praising himself, but stating a fact. Alas, to showcase his talents before me is akin to performing before an expert. It is a miscalculation of one's own worth. While he may modestly refrain from mentioning his deserving of an Oscar, one must use their imagination. Spare me the flattery. Simply deposit 50,000 gold coins into the treasury. Su Xian asserted without a hint of doubt. What, were you frightened by your own astonishing strategy? I believe you are simply intimidated by the golden card. Utterly unaware of what lies within your own cunning arsenal. Thus, you hastily revealed it, seeking a solution. How shameless of you to claim it was due to your own prowess. This audacity indeed speaks volumes of your character. In this era, what is most scarce? Talent. It just so happens that the city of entertainment is in dire need of such audacious, theatrical talents. Su Xian had no reason to withhold his forgiveness. Upon hearing these words, Wei Chanfeng, despite feeling a pang of regret, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although 50,000 gold coins seemed substantial with his cultivation level, it would take him less than half a year to earn such an amount, especially given the lucrative opportunities within the prince's estate. Not bothering to dwell on Wei Chanfeng any longer, Su Xian swiftly returned to the grand hall. The esteemed bull, Bu Gao, was still waiting for him. This was hardly a fitting way to treat a guest. As he entered, laughter echoed before his arrival. Su Xian, brimming with excitement, strode in with enthusiasm. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I have the utmost confidence in the craftsmanship of your esteemed clan. Securing your assistance for 100,000 gold coins is undoubtedly the most advantageous deal in the world. With a grand wave of his hand, Su Xian exuded an air of extravagance, as if a torrent of wealth had suddenly surged forth from his being. There was no turning back. The money was already spent, and he had to maintain his facade, otherwise, others might perceive him as a fool. Good heavens, does your conscience not ache? Observing Su Xian's imposing and domineering demeanor, Niu Gao's lips twitched involuntarily, and his expression darkened considerably, leaving him at a loss for words. Moments ago, Su Xian had rushed out in a fit of anguish, demanding compensation, clearly vexed by what he perceived as exorbitant prices. Now, he stood there, extolling their virtues, as if he were a fool. It was nothing short of blatant humiliation. Had it not been for the spirit of craftsmanship, he would have simply walked away. In any case, refunds were out of the question. Your Highness is indeed overly complimentary. However, the construction expertise of the Yu family is undoubtedly unrivaled across the continent. The pricing is fair, and we shall not disappoint your Highness's expectations. After slightly organizing his thoughts, Niu Gao managed a smile and hastily assured him. Su Xian, fair pricing? Are you truly oblivious to the reality? When told you are overweight, you still puff up in indignation. Do you grasp the essence of humility? Casting Niu Gao an exasperated glance, he realized the matter was beyond his control. After all, the losses were not coming from his own purse. Senior Niu Gao, here are the blueprints for the entertainment city I intend to construct. Please examine them closely. With that, Su Xian retrieved the plans from his storage ring and handed them over to Niu Gao, as the commencement of the entertainment city would hinge upon his expertise. Oh, it's merely an ordinary building. This is a trivial matter. I had anticipated your Highness wished to create something akin to a castle. Upon examining the blueprints, Niu Gao felt an overwhelming sense of ease, perceiving the financial prospects as remarkably favorable. Aside from its peculiar style, the undertaking presented little challenge. Alas, must one not encounter a task endowed with greater difficulty? Chapter 65, Snow Wuching, My Trials Are Great. The location designated for the city of entertainment lies within the eastern part of Tiando City, a region characterized by its bustling prosperity. The land was a gift from his maternal grandfather, Nangong Yunshan, ostensibly presented to his granddaughter-in-law, Qianrenxue, in a place like Tiando City, where every inch of land is precious. The allocation of a 1 square kilometer plot speaks volumes of the Nangong family's considerable wealth. With the arrival of the Yu family, the The city of entertainment was poised for immediate construction, a responsibility entrusted to Niu Gao. As the craftsmen in the city had long been assembled, eagerly anticipating this day. As for Su Xian, he remained in the manor, overseeing the overall operations, tending to his health and rejuvenating his spirit. The rear courtyard. Observing Su Xian reclining in his chair, leisurely fishing, Xue smiled gently and inquired, "Are you truly so unconcerned about entrusting matters to them? Do you not fear any mishaps? Of course, professional matters should be left to professionals. My presence would only serve to muddle the directives. I would be of no assistance," Su Xian replied calmly. The construction of the entertainment city is not overly complex. It is not a formidable fortress, merely an ordinary high-rise built by the Yu clan, which is rather an extravagant use of resources. It seems you are merely seeking to be idle, constantly conjuring excuses, Xue teased, her lips curving into a playful smile. Is it appropriate to speak of your husband in such a manner? I sense your bottom may be feeling a bit restless. Su Xian retorted with a sidelong glance at Xue, feigning indignation. You dare. Instinctively creating some distance, Xue's cheeks flushed crimson. Her sparkling eyes narrowing at Su Xian as she exclaimed in irritation, "You know how much I loathe being provoked." Su Xian's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he stated with unwavering resolve, "Umph. I shall ignore you then." At his words, Xue's heart quivered. She was acutely aware of Su Xian's underlying intentions. In a mix of anger and embarrassment, she tossed out a parting remark and attempted to depart. In the blink of an eye, the figure seated in the chair vanished. Wrapping his arm around Xue's delicate waist, Su Xian leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Now that you wish to leave, have you not considered whether I would permit it?" A wave of warmth enveloped her, akin to soft fur brushing against her earlobe, causing Xue to feel a delightful shiver, her face blooming with color. Instinctively recoiling, she turned her bashful gaze back at him, chiding, "You must let me go. I am quite fatigued and wish to rest." "Very well, I shall accompany you to rest," Su Xian responded, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he lifted Xue effortlessly. "What are you planning?" "I will not acquiesce," she protested, a mixture of embarrassment and indignation coloring her tone. "What are you imagining?" "I am simply bored," Su Xian replied with mild irritation, then laid back in the chair, inviting her to nestle beside him. The chair was generously sized, sufficient for two to relax, adorned with a plush blanket. Its S-shaped design allowing for both sitting and reclining, a most convenient arrangement. This is a design by Su, crafted specifically for the enjoyment of couples. "Rest if you are weary. I will keep watch over you," he assured, arranging a comfortable position for her at his side, a smile gracing his features. Initially thinking Su Xian would tease her again, Xue finally felt at ease. After casting a tender glance at him, she leaned against his shoulder, resembling a docile golden-haired kitten, her face alight with a gentle smile that warmed the heart. Seemingly recalling something, Xue added, "Mother mentioned wanting to find you a tutor so you may study under him, lest your talents go to waste." "A tutor?" Upon hearing this, Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, and then a particular individual sprang to his mind. Indeed, when it comes to demeanor and presence, he resembled Xue Qinghe the most. It was likely that he had been too carefree lately, and the elders wished for him to learn from Ningfengji, subtly guiding him to alter his habits. Though referred to as a teacher, it was, in essence, a veiled gesture of goodwill and an attempt to draw him closer. Ningfengji held a high status. Yet he was not a support-type soul master, and it was unlikely that he would impart his knowledge freely. Rather, it resembled a serene teacher-student exchange. "I regard you with the respect of a disciple, and you treat me as an honored guest. Nevertheless, this teacher must be revered. For the great cause of the empire and the balance of the continent, he could not afford to decline." Indeed, it was not merely Ningfengji's wealth that attracted him. Did his mother mention that he was from the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, Ningfengji? Su Xian inquired, his breath quickening. "How did you know?" Upon hearing this, Xue immediately lifted her head, her gem-like eyes brimming with curiosity. She had just left the palace and had not disclosed this matter to anyone. It was a guess. "Of course, with my intellect, such a deduction is but a trifling matter," Su Xian replied with a nonchalant shrug. "I don't believe it." Xue resolutely shook her head. Such matters were not easily deduced with accuracy. Glancing around, Xue lowered her voice and hesitantly inquired, "You wouldn't have, perhaps, place someone within the palace, would you?" Su Xian exclaimed, "Am I truly perceived as such a despicable and sinister individual in your eyes?" The pain in his heart was palpable as he gazed at Xue. "Do not question me. You already know the truth within your heart," Xue playfully retorted. sticking out her tongue. Indeed, I am genuinely pure and charming. Your discernment is commendable, Su Xian quickly concurred. Upon hearing this, Qianren Xue's expression froze. Her gaze fixated on Su Xian, contempt nearly spilling from her countenance. Dear wife, you truly wound me deeply. Su Xian lamented. Well, it is true that I have someone in the palace. His name is the third young master of the Tang family. He shrugged, responding with an air of resignation. Sigh. What can I say? For a time traveler, the original author is the greatest informant. He speaks no falsehood. Indeed, he found himself still remarkably innocent. Yet there were those who simply would not believe him. What could he do? Upon hearing that name, Qianren Xue immediately understood that Su Xian was spinning tales, and she lost interest in pursuing the matter further. Stretching lazily, Qianren Xue nestled against Su Xian and drifted back to sleep. Having played late into the night with this fellow, and having just entered the palace, she desperately needed to catch up on her rest. Upon witnessing Qianren Xue close her eyes, Su Xian extended his right hand to embrace her shoulder, lazily resting his head upon the chair, reveling in the exquisite sensation of blooming flowers. Your Highness, this is not good. After a brief moment, Qin Yao hurried over, her face etched with panic, as if a calamity had befallen them. However, upon seeing the state of Su Xian and Qianren Xue, she immediately softened her tone, fearful of disturbing their tranquility. Hush, she gently urged, allowing Qianren Xue to lean against the chair, while Su Xian rose to his feet. What has transpired now? Su Xian inquired, furrowing his brow and lowering his voice. The entire Nayland family has been murdered, Qin Yao replied, her complexion pale and filled with dread. At these words, Su Xian's expression shifted to one of peculiarity. Could it be that he truly possessed the ominous gift of prophecy? Internally, he began to mourn for Xue, who had an uncanny knack for attracting trouble, emerging from prison only to encounter such dire circumstances. Oh dear brother, you must save me. Before Su Xian could gather his thoughts, a distraught Xue approached briskly, tears cascading down his cheeks like a string of broken pearls. Just out of prison, and I am already embroiled in such a predicament. It is truly overwhelming. Chapter 66. Does investigating a case not require funds? Dear brother, you truly have a knack for courting disaster. With a heavy heart, Su Xian patted Xue shoulder, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the unfortunate fellow. Alas, a foolish man has stirred up trouble. Can one truly lay blame upon him? Akin to a madman committing a crime? Yet, his misfortune was undeniable. Released in the morning, and by evening, the Nayland family had encountered this calamity. It seemed that he could indeed find solace in prison once more. While Su Xian could easily discern that someone was conspiring against Xue, others, particularly Nayland Tianqing, would not share this perspective. Once the news of the Nayland family's massacre spread, the borders would surely become tumultuous, with the family annihilated in a fit of rage. Who could predict what actions he might take? It was akin to his mother-in-law, Bibi Dong. It would be astonishing if she did not turn dark. Brother, you must save me. I swear I did not commit this act. Gripping Su Xian's hand tightly, Xue tears flowed freely, his heart-wrenching expression appearing utterly pitiable. Dear brother, perhaps it would be wiser to confess. 18 years from now, you may still emerge as a free man. With a heavy heart, Su Xian patted the back of Xue hand, his eyes glistening with compassion and sympathy. Xue, confess? I am innocent. What nonsense is this? To think that Su Xian would just at such a moment left Xue feeling desolate, teetering on the brink of despair. Oh dear. Is this truly what a brother is for? My situation is dire. Enough. A grown man should not weep. Let us discuss what has truly transpired. Upon witnessing Xue imminent outburst of despair, Su Xian hastily gestured to quell his emotional turmoil. He harbored an aversion to witnessing others weep, particularly grown men, as it stirred an uncomfortable sense of unease within him. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Xue promptly divulged the alarming news he had just received. It appeared that the entire Nayland family had been brutally slaughtered, sending shockwaves throughout the city of Tiando. To exacerbate his distress, it was reported that a chilling message had been inscribed in blood on the wall, declaring, "This is the fate of those who offend me." Good heavens! This was an implicit accusation directed towards him, and to make matters worse, his belongings had been discovered at the scene. He found himself grappling with the unsettling thought that perhaps he had unwittingly instigated this vengeful act. Yet, he was truly innocent. After listening to Su Xian's explanations a few days prior, he had come to a profound realization and had maintained a respectful distance from the Nayland family. While he relished the thrill of combat and had certainly made enemies, He had never resorted to clandestine retribution, always preferring honorable confrontations. This was nothing short of a blatant frame-up, and he felt a heavy burden of unspoken anguish. As he absorbed the unfolding narrative, Su Xian's expression grew increasingly peculiar, igniting an impulse within him to suggest that this individual be apprehended. "Brother, you don't suspect me of being involved, do you?" Noticing the peculiar shift in Su Xian's gaze, Xue Qinghe's lips twitched in alarm as he exclaimed, "No, absolutely not." Su Xian immediately shook his head. But just as Xue Qinghe began to feel a sense of relief, Su Xian's subsequent remarks cast a shadow of doubt over his existence. "With your intellect, you could hardly orchestrate such a masterful scheme, let alone eliminate a soul sage of the Nalan family," Su Xian stated with unwavering conviction. Xue Qinghe retorted, "Damn it. I truly appreciate your recognition. What is it?" It seemed he had disturbed someone, as Xue groggily opened her eyes to find Xue Qinghe in a state of despondency. Confusion clouded her mind. "It's nothing, merely a trivial matter. Please, continue your slumber." Su Xian waved his hand with a smile. Xue Qinghe's countenance darkened. "A trivial matter, you say? This concerns the very life and livelihood of your younger brother. Is it not more significant than your sister-in-law's rest? Have you no sense of humanity?" Observing Su Xian's nonchalance and then glancing at Xue Qinghe's despondent demeanor, Xue's drowsy eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. An instinct whispered to her that a significant issue was at hand. Had something monumental transpired? Xue approached, her gaze fixed on Su Xian. "What is it?" she inquired. "Nothing much, just that the Nalan family is in turmoil," Su Xian replied with a hint of resignation. The Nalan family? At this revelation, Xue's heart tightened, and she instantly comprehended that only such a matter could induce such alarm in Xue Qinghe. Moreover, it appeared that the situation was quite grave. As if a thought struck her, Xue's pupils dilated sharply, her expression dimming as a sense of disquiet enveloped her. At that moment, a squadron of silver-armored soldiers burst into the residence, unmistakably the royal guard, led by Commander Xue Qinghe. By the Emperor's decree, seized the second prince, Xue Qinghe. No one is permitted to interfere. Upon glancing at Su Xian, Xue Qinghe's gaze was fixed upon Xue Qinghe, sharp and predatory. With a fierce roar, the two captains immediately restrained Xue Qinghe. Surprisingly, Xue Qinghe did not resist. Instead, he surrendered willingly, his demeanor remarkably tranquil. The phrase "the greatest sorrow is the death of the heart" perhaps encapsulates his state of being. "Please wait a moment." Upon witnessing Xue Qinghe's intention to take Xue Qinghe away, Su Xian promptly intervened. "Your Highness, I merely wish to speak with him. Is that not permissible?" As Xue Qinghe was about to respond, Su Xian interrupted him, and after a moment's contemplation, he gestured for his men to release Xue Qinghe. Once they were aside, Su Xian's expression grew serious. "Rest assured, I will undoubtedly come to your aid, but you must be forthright with me for me to assist you." Moved by Su Xian's words, Xue Qinghe clutched his arm tightly, his voice trembling yet resolute. "Brother, you need not worry. I shall leave nothing unspoken." "Excellent." Su Xian nodded in satisfaction and proceeded with his inquiries. "Regarding your personal jade pendant, who had access to it without your awareness? Are you implying suspicion towards those within my household?" Xue Qinghe's eyes flickered, immediately grasping the implication. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Su Xian interrupted him with a firm hand to his forehead. "Just provide an answer. There is no need for superfluous dialogue." Su Xian snapped. Aside from a few personal maidservants, it seems unlikely anyone else had the opportunity," Xue Qinghe replied earnestly. "Are you certain there are no acquaintances who may have inadvertently come into possession of it? I have just been released from prison. How could that possibly happen?" Su Xian responded, "An unexpected twist. Setting that matter aside," he continued, "upon your return home, did you notice anything amiss? For instance, any unfamiliar faces within the estate?" "Unfamiliar faces? There seems to be no one out of the ordinary. Everyone appears normal." Upon hearing this, Su Xian's mind began to formulate a theory. It was likely that Xue Qinghe's residence had been infiltrated by spies. After all, with the presence of Xue, it would be as effortless for the spirit hall to place an informant there as drinking a glass of water. "One last question. Where have you concealed the gold cards in your estate?" "Not under the bed." "Brother, why do you ask this?" "Oh, just a casual inquiry. After all, funds are necessary for an investigation." Xue Qinghe protested. "I am not very well read, and perhaps a bit naive. Do not deceive me." Chapter 67. The Arrival of the Great Brother. Watching as Xue Qinghe was taken away, Su Xian felt an overwhelming sorrow. Having such an unfortunate and foolish younger brother was indeed a blessing earned over several lifetimes. The title of the first scapegoat in Douluo was truly well-deserved. If he were to perish like this, who would he find to take the blame next? Xue. This fellow was cunning and harbored many ulterior motives, making him difficult to deceive. As for Xue, playing the fool and eventually ascending to the throne, his mind was quite sharp, and it would be challenging to fool him a second time. With Su Xian's explosive temper, he was bound to encounter numerous troubles in the future. In the absence of rational persuasion, Xue must make a grand entrance, embracing his role as the scapegoat and charging forth. Moreover, he had just managed to extract the little treasure trove from that guy, and now he was captured again. Hiki, rest assured, during your time in prison, I shall cover your meals, and I will also spend your money to prevent its devaluation. Alas, I am simply too benevolent. This is not good, truly not good. Combining these thoughts, Su Xian felt both a duty and a necessity to rescue him. However, he first needed to retrieve the money from his estate. After indulging in these thoughts for a moment, Su Xian snapped back to reality and noticed Xue lost in thought beside him. He immediately approached her. As a wife, some matters should not weigh too heavily on your mind. I will handle everything. Wrapping his arms around Xue's waist, Su Xian gently reminded her. It was entirely normal for Xue to be worried, considering it was her own brother on one side and her future dowry on the other. He was indeed in a difficult position. Monologue. Xue. Damn, not only are you coveting my body, but you also have your eyes on my power. How despicable and shameless. Humph. I will make sure you sleep on the floor. Upon hearing this, Xue's heart trembled as she looked up at Su Xian's sincere gaze, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. However, after a moment's thought, she quickly reassured herself. He could not possibly know her true identity and was likely referring to Xue. Do you have confidence in capturing the culprit? Xue feigned calmness as she inquired. Not at all. Su Xian shrugged and replied candidly. What a joke. He only watched dramas and anime. He couldn't summon Renjia or Conan. As an ordinary person without an omnipotent system, how could he have any assurance of success? All he could do was treat this like a last-ditch effort. At least if Xue were to meet his end, he wouldn't be overwhelmed with regret. Xue, damn. Do you hear the nonsense coming out of your mouth? Hearing Su Xian's honesty, Xue couldn't help but chuckle, her internal worries somewhat alleviated. You stay put in the estate. I have matters to attend to. Gently ruffling Xue's small head, Su Xian spoke with a smile. Make sure to return early. I wish to share my culinary skills with you. Xue's expression shifted slightly, her watery eyes fixated on him, revealing a hint of concern within. All right, but before I sample your cooking, I must first taste the sweetness of the chef. Upon hearing this, Su Xian was taken aback for a moment, then playfully pecked her cheek. Indeed, you are quite sweet. So it seems your cooking must be delightful as well. With a mischievous grin, he waved goodbye to Xue and, seizing the moment while she was still lost in thought, swiftly made his escape. Such a fellow. Watching Su Xian depart, Xue felt helpless and, in her frustration, stamped her foot, yet a smile involuntarily graced her lips. In the imperial palace, within the study, Emperor Xue paced back and forth, his countenance as dark as a stormy sea, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, foreboding and terrifying. The Marquis of the Grand Empire had been annihilated. A blatant declaration of war against the empire. Deep down, Emperor Xue was acutely aware that this atrocity could only have been orchestrated by the Spirit Hall. The ability to silently eliminate everyone, including a soul saint, could only be attributed to them. No other faction possessed such capability. After all, other sects remained outside of Tiando City, and there were no grievances between the empire and the top 3 sections. The only potential aggressor, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, held minimal likelihood of involvement. Spirit Hall, do you truly believe the royal family is easy prey? Emperor Xue ground his teeth in fury, his face darkening to a purplish hue, veins standing out on his fists. Though enraged, he found himself in a state of helplessness. The annihilation of the Nalan family not only implicated the front lines, but also pointed fingers at Xue, forcing him into a corner. If he could not swiftly identify the true culprit, not only would the borders be compromised, but the other nobles would also be engulfed in fear. If the empire could not protect its nobility, how could they safeguard the royal family in the empire? Without the support of the nobility, compounded by turmoil at the borders, the royal family would truly be on the precipice of peril. Although a viable solution to the problem existed, he was resolute in not resorting to it unless absolutely necessary. After all, even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. Your Majesty, You must save Wujia. He is your own flesh and blood. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed, and Ling stumbled into the room, her expression frantic and disordered. At that moment, she was merely a concerned mother, not the exalted queen revered by all. Upon sighting Ling, the Emperor of the Snowy Night felt an acute pang of concern. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Ling's graceful stride faltered, and she collapsed to the ground. The Emperor's heart raced as he hurried to catch her, witnessing her visage contorted in agony as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Intensifying his distress, someone quickly summoned the royal physician. Fetch the royal physician for me. In an instant. His roar echoed through the palace like the growl of a ferocious tiger. Unbeknownst to Su Xian, the turmoil within the imperial palace. He had already arrived at the palace of Xue Wujia. However, no sooner had he dismounted from his carriage than he encountered the very person he wished to avoid. Qiu, his aunt, a veritable ice queen. It made sense, of course. Her presence ensured that his father would remain at ease. What brings you here? Upon the arrival of Su Xian, Qiu's brows furrowed immediately, and she swiftly intercepted him. At this moment, the Snow Wujigong Palace was besieged by a formidable battalion, and even the inhabitants of the estate were prohibited from exiting. As the eldest prince, it would be prudent for Su Xian to avoid any association with this matter, lest it be misconstrued as his orchestration. I wish to enter and take a look, Su Xian declared, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Qiu. The emperor has decreed that no one is permitted to enter. What is your purpose for wanting to go inside? Qiu retorted darkly. To investigate, of course. Am I to enter merely to take advantage of the chaos? Su Xian replied with irritation. You investigate. At his words, Qiu paused, regarding Su Xian with a look of disdain. You have yet to grow up, and you wish to emulate others in solving cases? Su Xian exclaimed. Can your tongue be any more venomous? Chapter 68. The investigation commences. Alas, dear brother, it is not that I lack effort, but rather that I am devoid of motivation. Observing Qiu, Su Xian felt a deep sense of helplessness. It seemed they were destined to clash, as every encounter with her led to misfortune. Even more perplexing was the fact that she was his aunt. Had it been anyone else, he would have unleashed a vigorous reprimand without hesitation. To confront both the female and male protagonists so boldly, such a person would inevitably meet a grim fate. No wonder she remained single, unable to abandon that foolish individual. Su Xian took a step back and inquired, have all the suspects in the residence been apprehended? All individuals in the residence have been detained and are unable to leave. Awaiting the emperor's next command, Qiu replied candidly. I understand. Su Xian nodded in response, choosing not to prolong the conversation with Qiu as he directed the carriage toward the palace. As Su Xian watched Qiu depart, he returned to his post with an air of nonchalance, his stature upright and poised like a javelin, his piercing gaze deterring all who dared to meet it. Upon arriving at the royal palace, Su Xian was swiftly met with the news of Ling's illness, prompting him to hasten towards the inner palace. Father, mother, are you all right? Observing the pallid and wan visage of Ling upon the bed, Su Xian felt a pang of anxiety gripping his heart. Rest assured, your mother merely experienced an overwhelming fright, he reassured, for even the Emperor of the Snowy Night was too preoccupied with the affairs of Wuji to reckon with Su Xian. His expression equally laden with concern, hesitating as he pondered how to address the situation. If my father trusts me, I could investigate this matter, Su Xian mused, his gaze fixed intently upon the emperor. With a slight raise of his brow, the emperor inquired, astonished, do you possess the confidence to do so? I must caution you. This issue cannot be prolonged. It requires swift resolution, lest chaos ensue. Although the distance between Tiando City and the Barak Kingdom is considerable, news typically travels within a matter of days, and through special channels, even more swiftly. The flames of discord cannot be contained. And although I have dispatched individuals to the borders, who can predict what Nalan Tianqing might do? To be candid, I lack certainty, yet I shall exert my utmost efforts. Su Xian replied earnestly. Very well, this is my token, manage it as you see fit. After a moment of contemplation, the Emperor of the Snowy Night retrieved a jade pendant from his sleeve and handed it over. Currently, the other nobles within the city are in a state of alarm. And given the peril to the princess' life, no one is willing to wade through this murky water. Nodding seriously, Su Xian accepted the token and then produced a plant from his storage ring. This is dragon's leaf, which has the efficacy of strengthening the foundation and rejuvenating vitality. It would be beneficial for your mother to consume some. You mischievous boy, always thinking of your mother when you have something good. The emperor shot Su Xian an exasperated glare, yet his face was adorned with a smile of gratitude as he carefully accepted the dragon's leaf. I shall take my leave now. After casting a lingering glance at Nangongling, Su Xian addressed the emperor before turning to depart. You have 3 days. After that, I shall demand accountability from Tiando City. Suddenly, the emperor's voice resonated once more as he fixed his unwavering gaze upon Su Xian, his eyes brimming with expectation. Su Xian paused for a moment, solemnly nodding in acknowledgement, secretly committing this to memory. Accountability? To eliminate Xue Wuji? Or perhaps to find a scapegoat? In any case, bloodshed seems inevitable. With a silent sigh of resignation, Su Xian felt the weight of his responsibilities grow heavier. In the palace of Xue Wuji, a voice echoed. What brings you back this time? Upon witnessing Su Xian's return, Nangongqiu's expression turned stern as he spoke in a commanding tone. This matter is now under my complete authority. I shall proceed inside. With no time to engage in a verbal spar with Nangongling, Su Xian presented his token to the gathering and strode resolutely towards the inner sanctum. I said to stand aside. Do you not comprehend? As Nangongqiu attempted to obstruct him, Su Xian's expression darkened, and his gaze, devoid of any warmth, swept over her like a glacier that had endured the ages. A sudden, biting cold wind swept through, causing Nangongqiu to tremble inwardly, her countenance filled with bewilderment as she regarded Su Xian, feeling an unfamiliarity that was unsettling. Ignoring her, Su Xian strode directly into the manor, leaving Nangongqiu in a daze. The manor, both inside and out, was under the strict control of soldiers, with guards stationed every 5 paces in the corridors, while the servants moved about in trepidation. As he rummaged through the small treasury of Xue Wuji, Su Xian summoned an elder from within the estate. The elder, known as Xue Qinghe, belonged to the lineage of the Xue family. Although he should have been addressed as grandfather, the familial connection had become somewhat distant, leading him to serve as the steward here. Your Highness, you must save the second prince. I have watched him grow. He could never have committed such an act. Xue Qinghe's voice trembled, his aged face etched with worry and sorrow. He made to kneel before Su Xian, but was swiftly halted by Su Xian's hand. After a moment of reassurance, Xue Qinghe understood Su Xian's intentions and, thumping his chest, vowed to cooperate, though his eagerness to sacrifice himself made Su Xian fear he might inadvertently harm himself. Lin, I need you to investigate these 2 matters for me. Leaning closer to Xue Qinghe, Su Xian confided the tasks he wished to assign. The incident involving the jade pendant was orchestrated by someone within the manor, and even if he were to leave, he could not escape the citywide lockdown of Tiando City. Whether he fled or remained, flaws would inevitably surface, and Su Xian sought clarity to inform his next steps. Rest assured, I know what must be done, Xue Qinghe replied, his countenance darkening at the mention of a traitor within the estate, his desire for vengeance palpable. Proceed discreetly. Do not alarm the snake by stirring the grass. Su Xian cautioned. Understood, the elder affirmed. Without further delay, Su Xian boarded a carriage and, under Nangongqiu's scrutinizing gaze, set off towards the eastern part of the city. At that moment, within a residence bearing the name Dongguo, an elderly man with flowing white hair and an ethereal presence lay upon a bed. His body bound in white cloth, indicating severe injuries. Yet, his complexion radiated vitality, and he bore a subtle smile, seemingly unperturbed by his condition. Standing beside him was another elder, his expression utterly impassive, features rigid, cheeks sunken, and his disheveled green hair a stark contrast to the other. Though he appeared ordinary, only a truly formidable soul master would comprehend the terror he possessed. Dongguo Bo, a titled Douluo. Old Han, I recall once saying you would die before me. I never anticipated it would come to pass so swiftly. Observing the elderly man on the bed, Dongguo Bo let out a mocking click of his tongue, a smirk playing on his face. Ah, come on. I'm still alive, aren't I? The old man retorted with irritation, though the sudden movement seemed to aggravate his wounds, causing him to inhale sharply in pain, yet he refrained from vocalizing his discomfort. Come now, if it hurts. Just let out a few sounds. I want to ridicule you. Dongguo Bo jested, a slight smile curling the corners of his stiff lips. Curse you. The old man spat. You certainly know how to deliver cold comfort. Do you think I lack shame? Chapter 69. Do not blush. I cannot afford to offend you. Father, His Highness has arrived and wishes to pay his respects. A middle-aged man's voice rang out from outside, accompanied by a knock at the door. Dongguo Bo and the old man exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with intrigue. After a moment's contemplation, the old man suddenly chuckled. I suspect he is here regarding the poison, seeking you out intentionally. Indeed, Dongguo Bo, with his hands clasped behind his back, exuded an air of aloofness as he nodded in agreement. Although Nalan Jun was directly killed, the majority of the Nalan family succumbed due to the poison that diminished their capacity to resist. No one in the entire Tiando city possessed a better understanding of poison than he did. And there is this heavily injured old man before me. However, he brought this upon himself. With a moment's reflection, Dongguo Bo resolutely declined, his cold and domineering voice resonating from within the room. Tell that brat I am currently unavailable to see him. At this, the outsider, Gudu Wu, was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat helpless against Dongguo Bo's notorious temperament. After all, he was a prince. It seemed rather unreasonable to refuse him entry. I say, you old poison master, can't you allow me some satisfaction in avenging myself? Gudu Wu's departing footsteps echoed, and the old man glared at Dongguo Bo with indignation, his pallid complexion reflecting both pain and anger. You brought this injury upon yourself. Do not forget, the scorpion poison originated from you, Dongguo Bo retorted, casting a sidelong glance at the old man. Blast it, can I be blamed for this? I merely sold the poison. The old man erupted, as if someone had stepped on his tail. If not for the searing pain in his body, he would have undoubtedly leapt to his feet. Is that so? Is there anyone else in Tiando City with such poison? Dongguo Bo inquired coldly. Cough, cough. Is that a compliment directed at me? Indeed, it must be. Outside the door, upon hearing that Dongguo Bo would not receive him, Su Xian's expression darkened, dripping with disdain. Damn it. So you're the mighty titled Douluo, are you? Do you not realize that when the sky falls, it is always the taller ones who get crushed? If it were not for your family's influence in Tiando City, I would make you taste the bitterness of an Italian cannon. Your Highness, I sincerely apologize. My father is simply of this nature. Upon observing Su Xian's pallid complexion, Dongguo Wu reluctantly performed a courteous bow before turning to depart. A brisk autumn breeze swept through under the radiant sun, prompting Su Xian to involuntarily shiver. No, I am the protagonist. How can I be met with such a cold reception? He pondered. Must I resort to yet another round of ostentatious face-slapping? He reminded himself to advocate for composure and to refrain from anger, absolutely essential. Just as Su Xian contemplated how to entice the old rogue Dongguo Bo to emerge and greet him, a melodious voice, as lovely as a lark, resonated from behind. Who are you, and what are you doing in front of my house? Yinner refrained from speaking carelessly. This is His Highness. Before Su Xian could turn around, a reprimanding voice had already sounded. Turning his head, he beheld a graceful young woman standing before him, holding the hand of a girl approximately 8 or 9 years old. Su Xian's expression stiffened, his gaze fixated on the girl, pondering her thoughts. The girl possessed an oval face, her youthful innocence not entirely faded, yet she emanated a sense of aloofness and detachment. Her petite figure hinted at a lithe elegance, suggesting she would grow into a beauty in the future. However, her half-emerald green eyes appeared somewhat peculiar. My apologies, Your Highness. Yinner did not recognize you earlier. It was indeed discourteous. Noticing Su Xian's focus on her daughter, the woman swiftly offered her apologies. Are you His Highness, Xue Qinghe? Dongguo Yin blinked her bright green eyes, her flawless face suddenly flushed with a rosy hue. As she curiously inquired, Su Xian thought, what the hell? A 9-year-old girl blushing? Doesn't she realize how misleading that might be? A 3-year starting point. Death penalty is no loss. I can't afford to provoke. I am already devoted to someone. Dear child, do not let my handsome visage lead you astray, for my wife would surely take offense. There is no need for such concern. It is entirely normal for Miss Dongguo not to recognize you. Su Xian promptly regained his composure, smiling and waving his hand dismissively. Since you have come to the Dongguo residence, why not come inside for a while? The woman gently nodded, then smiled invitingly. Seating is unnecessary. Su Xian quickly shook his head, having just been met with a cold shoulder. He felt it would be shameless to barge in now. Surely, it would require Dongguo Bo to personally offer an apology and make amends first. An arrangement must be made. I perceive that Miss Dongguo seems somewhat unwell, as if she may be poisoned. Shifting his focus back to Dongguo Yin, Su Xian's expression turned grave. What? Upon hearing this, the woman's face drained of color, her legs trembling slightly, clearly startled by the revelation. Gazing at Su Xian, the delicate and ethereal eyes of Dongguo Yin Xue shimmered with anxiety, her lips pressed tightly together, causing her beauty to fade in an instant. Your Highness. This matter is not to be trifled with. The woman's expression was tense, her voice involuntarily tinged with a hint of indignation. She had but one daughter, and that daughter was her entire world. It was my mistake. This poison may well be hereditary. If I am not mistaken, it is likely connected to the toxic arts practiced by the esteemed Dongguo elder. Su Xian kindly corrected her. The moment these words left his lips, the woman's complexion grew even paler. If it were hereditary, did that not imply that her future children would also be affected? Mother, are you all right? Upon witnessing the woman's legs give way as she collapsed, Dongguo Yin was taken aback and hurriedly supported her, her face a mask of terror and concern. Dongguo Yin's eyes were rimmed with red, and tears shimmered within, poised to spill forth, clearly shaken by Su Xian's words. Madam, do not fret. This poison is not insurmountable. If detected promptly, it is but a minor issue. Upon witnessing the woman's sudden and intense reaction, Su Xian hastily offered her words of comfort. At his words, the woman's eyes radiated with an intense brilliance as she sprang to her feet, grasping Su Xian's sleeve with urgency, inquiring, "Does your Highness imply that there is a solution?" Indeed, Su Xian nodded affirmatively, then feigned a sigh. I had initially sought out the esteemed Dongguo to negotiate this matter, but alas, it appears he holds me in little regard. We were turned away before even crossing the threshold. He gestured towards the grand entrance, a look of disappointment etched upon his face. It was disheartening that someone as well-meaning as he could be denied entry. Alas, the heart aches. Upon hearing this, the woman found herself at a loss for words. It was no wonder Su Xian's countenance had been so grim. The situation was indeed grave. Please wait here, Your Highness. I shall go consult with the elder. She replied apologetically before hastily ushering Dongguo Yin into the manor. The gravity of the matter left her unwilling, even fearful, to gamble on the notion that Su Xian was merely speaking in jest. I shall await their summons. 3 minutes later, before the Dongguo residence, a peculiar atmosphere enveloped the scene. The 4 members of the Dongguo family fixated their stares upon Su Xian, their expressions a tumultuous blend of anger, astonishment, and confusion. Yet each conveyed a distinctly different impression. Young man, should you dare to utter baseless claims, do not blame me for taking your life. Dongguo Bo's gaze turned icy, his pupils morphing into serpentine slits as a torrent of soul power surged forth. He had just meticulously examined Dongguo Yan's condition, revealing no abnormalities. A chilling gust swept through, penetrating to the very marrow, causing Su Xian to involuntarily shudder. Soon, a more harrowing sensation enveloped him. As if he were adrift on a solitary vessel amidst a tempestuous sea, beset by monstrous waves that threatened to obliterate him. The feeling of being at the mercy of life and death, utterly helpless, sent a shiver down his spine, deepening his understanding of the formidable power wielded by a titled Douluo. Faced with the 4 menacing gazes, Su Xian felt a profound sense of helplessness. He was, after all, a person of good character. Must they be so vigilant against him? If the esteemed elder would not believe him, he need only observe the expressions of the 3 others to discern the truth, he stated candidly. Upon hearing this, Dongguo Bo and Dongguo Wu were momentarily taken aback, their eyes darting between the other 2, filled with uncertainty. At that moment, Su Xian's voice rang out again. The elder has long cultivated the arts of poison, which is why both his eyes and hair have taken on a verdant hue. Conversely, your son, Dongguo Bo, has not delved as deeply into his training, resulting in only his eyes being emerald, while his hair exhibits a blend of green interspersed with violet. As he spoke, Su Xian gestured towards Dongguo Yin, offering her a faint smile before continuing. Observe Dongguo sister. Her eyes have already taken on a verdant hue, yet her hair remains violet. This is indicative of someone who has only recently embarked on their cultivation journey. Upon hearing this, the 4 were momentarily stunned. The Dongguo couple stared blankly at Dongguo Bo, a chill of dread coursing through them. They had initially believed these changes were merely the result of the enhancements brought about by the verdant-scaled serpent martial spirit. Now, however, the reality was indeed terrifying. Raising his gaze slightly, Su Xian noted the shocked expressions on the faces of the 4 and understood that they had been convinced. He then swiftly unleashed his ultimate technique. With a piercing gaze, Su Xian fixed his attention squarely on Dongguo Bo, stating, "If my deductions are correct, Senior, it seems your body may already be afflicted, especially on the night of the full moon. The experience must be quite unbearable." Boom. The moment those words left his lips, it was as if a thunderclap had resonated in their minds. Dongguo Bo's complexion changed dramatically. This was his secret, one that not even his son, Dongguo Wu, was privy to. "This is not the place for such discussions. Let us proceed to my study," he replied, his expression swiftly regaining its composure as if nothing were amiss. However, the earlier shift in Dongguo Bo's demeanor did not escape the notice of Dongguo Wu and his wife, nor Dongguo Yan. The three felt an overwhelming sense of weakness and fear wash over them. Could it truly be that all of this was real? Dongguo Yan's face turned pale, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. A mere 9-year-old girl could hardly bear such a shock, with tears welling in her eyes. Dongguo's mother felt her heart wrench in agony, tenderly cradling Dongguo Yan's head, wishing she could bear the burden in her stead. Do not worry, Yar. The prince has discerned this, and surely he possesses a solution, Dongguo Wu quickly reassured her. It seemed that the esteemed elder did not hold me in high regard just now. Perhaps we might revisit this matter when the elder is in a more amiable mood? Su Xian shrugged, responding with a hint of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Dongguo Bo's expression darkened immediately, his teeth clenched as he glared at Su Xian, wishing he could rend him asunder. Under the weight of 3 piercing gazes, Dongguo Bo felt immense pressure, especially when he beheld his granddaughter Dongguo Yan. Her tear-streaked face exuding an air of pitiful innocence, stirring guilt and sorrow within him. Young man, allow me to apologize. Would that suffice? Dongguo Bo ground out, his face contorted with rage. Su Xian nodded in satisfaction, but then, with a hint of regret, remarked, Senior, your sincerity appears somewhat lacking. Is it too much to add a word of courtesy for your guest? Do not fear, Yinner, your grandfather will save you. Dongguo Bo's eyes reddened as he clenched his teeth, a murderous intent brewing within him. Just as he was about to speak, the voice of his daughter-in-law echoed in his ears. Upon witnessing the tender and pitiful sight of the mother and daughter, Dongguo Bo felt his heart soften considerably. With an inward sigh of resignation, he gazed at Su Xian, his emotions a tumultuous blend of love and hate, and spoke with a voice that bore a hint of stiffness. Your Highness, since you have arrived, let us converse within the estate. At these words, a knowing smile spread across Su Xian's face, his smug expression provoking in Dongguo Bo an urge to deliver a punch. Damn it, how utterly insufferable. Is this truly the demeanor of the crown prince? The group made their way to the study, where Dongguo Bo, unable to contain his impatience, directly inquired, Your Highness, you may now unveil your means of resolving this matter, yes? He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, as he too felt utterly powerless. And he certainly did not wish for his 9-year-old granddaughter to be ensnared in such a predicament. Once these words were uttered, the gazes of the 3 individuals converged upon Su Xian, filled with both urgency and anticipation. Not so fast. You ought to first listen to my conditions. Su Xian waved his hand dismissively. Gritting his teeth, Dongguo Bo gestured for the others to remain silent, saying, Your Highness, do share. And as long as it is within my capacity, I shall not decline. Excellent. Now this is what a good grandfather should be like. The first condition is regarding the Nalan family. I require your assistance in getting to the bottom of that matter, Su Xian stated with a smile. Consider it done. Dongguo Bo replied without hesitation, leaving Su Xian quite taken aback. Wait, aren't you going to deliberate over this at all? Su Xian asked, somewhat incredulously. In his recollection, Dongguo Bo was known for his capricious and unruly nature, generally disinterested in trivial affairs. No need for that. Speak of your second condition, Dongguo Bo responded grandly, confidence radiating from him. In a while, I shall be attending the Soul Master Tournament in Wuhan City, and I would appreciate your presence there to lend some prestige. Su Xian replied with a curious expression. Do you take me for a mere muscleman? Dongguo Bo's expression turned icy as he bellowed. No, no, no. It is purely for the sake of appearances. You need not intervene, especially since you wouldn't stand a chance against the other titled Douluos. Engaging in battle would only be a recipe for embarrassment. Su Xian hastily waved his hands, adopting the demeanor of an earnest young gentleman. He was to meet his future mother-in-law, and he needed to present himself with a certain assertiveness. Though Dongguo Bo was dubbed the weakest title Douluo in one-on-one combat, he still held that title. As for engaging in a fight, he was far too inexperienced. It would be better for Su Xian to handle it himself to avoid tarnishing his own reputation. Merely for appearances? A mere pawn? How dare you? With a thunderous roar, Dongguo Bo's composure shattered. Boom! A surge of green toxic mist erupted from his body, swirling forth like a tempest. Father! No! Upon witnessing the abrupt actions of Dongguo Bo, Dongguo Wu and his spouse were instantly taken aback, prompting them to exclaim urgently. Dongguo Bo, startled by their voices, felt an unsettling premonition within, but alas, it was too late to retract his attack, as the fierce toxic mist was poised to envelop Su Xian in an instant. Suddenly, a brilliant purple light erupted, as if the toxic fog had encountered its nemesis, halting abruptly. The purple radiance swiftly diminished, along with a faint white glow that vanished entirely, revealing Su Xian, seemingly unscathed, standing before everyone. Old poison, if you wish to engage, let us choose a secluded spot another day. I can indulge you leisurely. Su Xian remarked with a glimmer of mockery in his gaze. Were it not for his desire to avoid creating a ruckus in Tiando City and the matter concerning Xue Qinghe, he would have certainly pressed Dongguo Bo into submission at that moment. Dongguo Bo, taken aback for a fleeting moment, quickly regained his composure. His countenance turning as impassive as a still pond, his eyes sharp as blades. You, a mere soul sovereign, dare to challenge me? How utterly foolish. Your tongue may be sharp, but I hope you do not find yourself begging for mercy on that day, Su Xian shrugged, offering a seemingly benign warning. Dongguo Bo, unfazed by the retort, regarded Su Xian with a condescending expression, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. What a jest! Were it not for my need of you, do you truly believe you would have a future? Dongguo Bo dismissed Su Xian's bravado, perceiving it as mere bluster, unworthy of his consideration. How could a dignified title Douluo be bested by a sole sovereign? Such thoughts were absurd. Oh, you are indeed aware of your need for me. Otherwise, I might have thought I was the one imploring you, Su Xian quipped, raising an eyebrow in sardonic amusement, before waving his hand dismissively. Enough. It seems you have little interest in resolving this matter, so I shall take my leave. As Su Xian turned to depart, his nonchalant demeanor elicited visible discomfort among the four present. Stay right there. A sharp, furious roar reverberated through the room, accompanied by a violent gust of wind that sent the room's decorations askew. The force of the gale nearly unbalanced Su Xian, who turned to face Dongguo Bo, retorting angrily. You think you can command me to stop? Who do you think you are? Were it not for the fact that we are in Tiando City, do you truly believe I am afraid of you? Dongguo Bo was taken aback, visibly incensed. You dare refer to yourself as I've for me? How audacious. Father, I beseech you. For the sake of the Douluo family, please bear with it, Dongguo Wu interjected urgently, sensing an imminent clash between the two. This matter was of utmost importance to their entire clan, even affecting future generations. How could they allow a quarrel to escalate? Upon hearing Dongguo Wu's plea, Dongguo Bo glanced at Dongguo Wu and Dongguo Yan, a complex expression flickering across his previously furious visage. Humph. Gritting his teeth, Dongguo Bo suppressed the surging emotions of anger and rebellion, causing the brilliance of his emerald eyes to dim. Observing this, Dongguo Wu let out a sigh of relief and approached Su Xian with a face full of forced smiles. Your Highness, my father has this temperament. I kindly ask that you extend your respect and tolerance, considering my father's formidable status as a title Douluo. Dongguo Wu, deeply apologetic, gestured towards Su Xian in a courteous manner, his expression blossoming with a smile. It would be best for us to sit down and discuss matters thoroughly. As for the two conditions proposed by your Highness, our Dongguo family is in full agreement. Might I inquire if there are any other requests you wish to make? In contrast to the obstinate and unyielding nature of Dongguo Bo, Dongguo Wu's demeanor was far more polished and amiable, likely due to his noble title. Indeed, Dongguo Wu exhibited considerable social grace, and one could only surmise that luck favored him in encountering me. Otherwise, his lifespan might have been considerably shorter. With a playful pat on Dongguo Wu's shoulder, Su Xian expressed his admiration, even raising an eyebrow at Dongguo Bo with an air of provocation. However, at this moment, the attention of the four members of the Dongguo family was not directed towards this interaction. Your Highness, do you imply that I have but a few years left to live? Dongguo Wu trembled, his face paling and devoid of color, like a thunderclap on a clear day. Both Xue, Dongguo Wu's wife, and Dongguo Yan turned ashen, staring at Dongguo Wu in shock. Even Dongguo Bo, a title Douluo, shuddered, his body turning cold as if he might collapse. Indeed, with a sense of satisfaction, Su Xian patted Dongguo Wu on the back, casting a sidelong glance at Dongguo Bo, his heart brimming with mirth. Ha ha ha. The fate of your entire family rests upon my shoulders. Go on, if you dare. Observing the blood-soaked appearance of Dongguo Wu, Su Xian slowly elucidated. Your father has mastered the art of poison. For now, he possesses the strength to suppress the toxic eruption. However, you have been tainted by poison since your mother's womb, and its potency has intensified. If you continue down this path, it is likely that your life will soon be extinguished. In the original narrative, Dongguo Bo's grief over the loss of his kin was indeed precipitated by a toxic outbreak, the death of his son awakening him to the realization that this poison would bequeath its legacy to future generations. Hence, when confronted by Tang San, even a titled Douluo like him had to relent. After all, he had but one granddaughter left. Upon these words, an eerie silence enveloped the study. Dongguo Bo and his three companions exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say, their pallid faces reflecting their dread. No one understood the terror of the biphosphor serpent's poison better than they. Should it truly manifest, there would be no hope of salvation. Your Highness, can you save my father? Tears welled up as Dongguo approached, her eyes, like springs, fixed intently on Su Xian, imbued with both fear and hope. Fear not. Young lady, although your grandfather may not possess the finest character, your father is indeed a commendable man. I could never stand idly by, Su Xian replied with a smile, while slyly adding salt to Dongguo Bo's wounds. Dongguo Bo retorted, damn it, your grandfather has the worst character. Is it that you find discomfort in my silence? He glared at Su Xian, his chest heaving with anger. Once your conditions are laid out, will you not reveal the solution to me? Who said I had finished stating my conditions? Su Xian shot back, his emotions surging as he launched into a vehement tirade against Dongguo Bo. Look at your mindset. You think I am wrong for criticizing your character? The lives of your son and granddaughter hold no more value to you than a mere errand? You may be willing to risk your own life, but is it so easy to dismiss the lives of your granddaughter and son? Or do you believe you can withstand the poison, as their troubles do not concern you? Agreeing to these two simple conditions should be enough for you. Oh, old poison master, though your martial spirit is a serpent, is your heart as cold? As he spoke, Su Xian clutched his chest in agony, feeling a profound heartache. What a jest! Are these two conditions truly conditions? One must not be so selfish. Upon hearing this, Dongguo Bo's complexion turned a shade of dark purple, his body trembling violently as he struggled to articulate a response. Noticing the dubious expressions of Dongguo and the others only intensified his inner turmoil, leaving him chilled to the bone. He is certainly not that kind of person. Alas, greetings to everyone. Welcome to 7 Cats for Reading Novels. Chapter 72, The Poisoned Dr. Xior. Under Su Xian's unwavering arguments and strong denunciations, Dongguo Bo finally recognized his misjudgment and once again presented 3 conditions to Su Xian. Indeed, family is of paramount importance. Everything else pales in comparison. What are a few conditions, after all? I, Dongguo Bo, have always cherished my son and granddaughter. Indeed, what are a mere few conditions? He, sobbing, was not truly weeping, merely feeling an overwhelming surge of tears that he wished to use to moisten his eyes. Now you may speak of the method, if you please. His eyes bulged like those of an old cow, the emerald irises glowing with a fierce red hue. As Dongguo Bo growled menacingly, his gaze was filled with ferocity, fixated intently on Su Xian. Had his glare possessed lethal power, Su Xian would have been reduced to mere ashes. By the heavens, I have never felt so constrained. Threatening my family's lives is one thing, and I could bear that. But to deliberately incite discord within the family over a few conditions, claiming that I disregard their lives? How could a person commit such an act? There is no doubt that this penchant for unjust accusations is a hereditary trait of your royal family. Investigating the annihilation of the Nalan family and venturing to Soul City. Was there anything simple about it? Do you truly believe it is as easy as pie? What further plunged Dongguo Bo into despair was that Dongguo and the others actually believed it. What in the world? Are you truly a family, or are we? Of course, I am a person who has always kept my promises. Upon witnessing the fiery gaze of Duke Dongguo, Su Xian's lips curled into a subtle smile as he nodded. The Dongguo family, burdened with the venomous lineage of the Bailin snake martial spirit, inevitably ingests toxins during their cultivation. Coupled with their mastery of poison techniques, it has resulted in the Duke harboring toxins within him since birth. As one's cultivation level ascends, the concentration of these lethal toxins increases, and the offspring bear an even greater burden, akin to an ancient poison master. Pausing momentarily, Su Xian clasped his hands behind his back and gazed upward at the vaulted ceiling of the pavilion, speaking thoughtfully. The Dongguo clan cannot forsake their cultivation. Their soul power and poison have become inseparable. Thus, the most prudent approach is to transfer the toxins acquired through cultivation elsewhere. Transfer? Duke Dongguo's expression hardened at these words. Seemingly realizing he had been led astray, his frustration erupted as he retorted, "If I cannot even expel the poison myself, what makes you think they can? Are you mocking me intentionally?" Sighing, Su Xian shook his head in exasperation, the smugness of his demeanor inciting Duke Dongguo's ire. "Young?" the Duke bellowed. "I am old enough to be your grandfather. I never claimed it could be expelled entirely, unless your family ceases to use poison. I was referring to transferring it into soul bones." Ignoring Duke Dongguo's indignation, Su Xian turned his attention to Dongguo and Dongguo Yin, lingering particularly on Dongguo Yin for a moment. With such alterations to the narrative, if Dongguo Yin were to possess a soul bone, would the Shrek 7 monsters still emerge victorious in the future? It appears that I must venture to the Eye of Ice and Fire to introduce some challenges into the extraordinary journey of the 7 freaks. Haha, I am a good person and must remain humble, indeed. Meanwhile, upon hearing Su Xian mention the soul bone, the eyes of Dongguo Bo instantly brightened, almost bursting with the impulse to slap his own thigh. Goodness, how had he not discovered this method before? This truly is a monumental loss. Reveling in the radiant brilliance and the astonished looks, Su Xian could not help but feel a sense of pride. It feels exhilarating to cheat fate and traverse realms. Indeed, it is a stroke of genius. The old man was so preoccupied with detoxification that he failed to consider this approach. Just then, an ancient voice suddenly echoed from outside the door, and the study door was pushed open. "Old fellow, are you tired of living?" As the elderly man, Han, stumbled his way inside, Dongguo Bo expressed his irritation with a sharp remark. He then subtly gestured to Dongguo, who promptly rushed over to offer assistance. "I know better than anyone whether I live or die," Han retorted with a hint of annoyance, his gaze swiftly shifting to Su Xian. "What was that thing you had on you just now?" In an instant, his murky eyes sparkled with intensity, and the pallor of his aged face flushed with color, resembling a fervent devotee who has just beheld the divine. Gazing at the elderly man, Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, then incredulously inquired, "Who exactly are you?" In his recollection, it appeared that Xue Qinghe had never encountered this individual, nor had he heard of any acquaintances or relatives of Dongguo Bo. The old man chuckled softly, his demeanor remarkably calm as he introduced himself. "I am Su Han. As for my reputation in the realm of soul masters, I can barely claim the title of Poison Master." Upon hearing this, Su Xian's pupils constricted in astonishment, though internally he was elated. Goodness! With the 2 titans of the poison world present, the matters concerning the Nalan family are bound to simplify considerably. Though merely a soul sage, the Poison Master instilled fear and aversion within the Soul Master community due to his expertise in poison crafting, to the extent that even soul Douluos were reluctant to engage him in battle. Moreover, he was revered in the Soul Master realm for the formidable detoxifying abilities of his Shuelian martial spirit. The Poison Master, being the first support-type Soul Master on the continent, had the capability to rival Soul Masters of equal rank. Indeed, he could be considered the foremost among them. "It seems that the prince is aware of my humble self." "It is truly an honor," Su Han remarked with a smile. "Senior Poison Master, you are far too modest. Your name is known throughout the continent." Su Xian hastily gestured dismissively. "Not at all." Upon observing Su Xian and Su Han engaged in fervent conversation, exuding an aura of deep camaraderie, the inner turmoil of Dongguo Bo reached a boiling point. How outrageous. I am still the poison Douluo, while he is merely a poison doctor. Does he not possess the discernment to recognize that I am the one he ought to revere? Might your Highness enlighten me as to what it was that emanated from you earlier, causing the poisonous creatures to recoil in fear? Su Han's eyes gleamed with curiosity. His interest piqued. It's merely a medicinal herb, devoid of extraordinary effects, capable only of resisting myriad toxins, Su Xian replied nonchalantly. As Su Han's gaze sharpened, his breath quickened with anticipation, he fervently inquired, "Might I see it?" At this, Dongguo Bo's expression shifted, but Su Xian simply shook his head. No. In an instant. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over Su Han, rendering him momentarily speechless. "What? You want to even let me take a look?" With a flicker of determination, Su Han pressed on. "How about this? I will resolve matters concerning the Nalan family for you, and in return, you will grant me access to that herb. What do you say?" The recent emergence of the fragrant and exquisite essence had not only agitated the poisonous creatures under his care, but had also set his martial spirit, the snow lotus, trembling. A treasure, undoubtedly a treasure, which is why he had disregarded his injuries to rush over. Upon hearing that Su Han could address the Nalan family's issues, Su Xian's eyes lit up. However, upon hearing the request, he hesitated. The potency of the fragrant essence was far too formidable. He would prefer to carry it himself forever than part with it for a mere promise. Just as the two were at an impasse, Dongguo Bo's voice suddenly cut through the tension. "The culprit behind the Nalan family's plight has already been apprehended by me. Your first request has been fulfilled." As he spoke, Dongguo Bo offered Su Han a subtle smile, his eyes gleaming with pride and cunning. "Haven't you always proclaimed your unmatched prowess in poison? since I have not acquired this treasure. Do not expect to obtain it easily." Enraged, Su Han's eyes blazed crimson as he shouted and charged forward. "You old scoundrel, I'll have it out with you." Crash. Sound of a fall. Ouch. My back. Someone help me. The crowd murmured in response. You truly are something else. Chapter 73. Dongguo Bo, you impoverished fool. At the entrance of the Dongguo Bo residence, a figure stood momentarily still, suddenly assailed by a chill wind that made Su Xian shiver instinctively, jolting him awake. Wasn't the case already resolved? Gazing at the figure lying on the stretcher, Su Xian was suddenly enveloped by a surreal sensation. Turning back to the Dongguo family with a look of utter bewilderment, he had come seeking assistance to investigate a case, and yet, how had it transformed into a resolution so swiftly? Could it be that as a man, his pace was simply this rapid? A chill ran down his spine. Next to Su Xian, on the stretcher, lay a man clad in a black brocade robe, his complexion a sickly green, the sort that glistened unnaturally. His body twitched slightly, as if he were enduring excruciating torment. This man was named Fan Jianxiang, a sensitive assault-type soul Douluo, rumored to have joined the Spirit Hall, although the Spirit Hall would vehemently deny it at present. Indeed, this individual was the one responsible for the troubles plaguing the Nailin family. The poison afflicting the Nailin family had been procured from the poison master, Su Han, by him. However, his misfortune struck when he encountered Dongguo Bo while attempting to eliminate Su Han and destroy the evidence. With the prowess of a soul Douluo, he managed to endure for a mere minute under the effects of their poison. Alas, this was his current state on the stretcher. Had he not been so formidable, he might have already succumbed. Sighing, Su Xian shook his head in resignation. Sometimes, an abundance of luck could be a torment in itself, as it deprived one of the satisfaction that comes from overcoming challenges. Ah, satisfaction, my foot. I am still languishing in this prison. And you speak of satisfaction as if your conscience is untroubled. Snow Wujia interjected. You all wait here. I have matters to attend to. After contemplating, Su Xian re-entered the Dongguo residence, realizing that amidst his earlier merriment, he had yet to perform a charitable act. As a good person, it was his duty to offer assistance in times of crisis, a principle befitting a virtuous young man of the 21st century. However, having already provided such aid, one could hardly expect him to bear the costs alone, for after all, he was merely a budget transporter of the system. Life could be succinctly described in 2 words: impoverished. In the study, Dongguo Bo and his companions were deep in thought over the matter of soul bones. Even Dongguo Bo, a titled Douluo, found himself with a headache. Their family suddenly required 3 soul bones. That was indeed 3 soul bones. Despite his esteemed status, he had not found a suitable soul bone for himself, possessing only one. He could not afford to choose just any soul bone, for once attached, it would be a lifelong commitment. What are you doing back here? Just then, Su Xian burst through the door once more. Upon seeing him, Dongguo Bo could not suppress a cold huff of annoyance. Oh, I heard that you require soul bones, so naturally, I have come to discuss business, Su Xian said earnestly. The faces of the 4 men darkened immediately. Heard? Is that what you call it? Continuing to play along? Dongguo Bo's eyes suddenly gleamed as he suppressed his inner fury and asked urgently, Are you implying that you have soul bones? Upon the utterance of those words, the gaze of Dongguo Wu and his companions swiftly turned, fixated upon him with rapt attention. Naturally, for it was nothing less than a soul bone. In response, Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, dismissively waving his hand as he spoke with an air of arrogance. These items are exceedingly inexpensive. A 10,000-year soul bone fetches merely a few hundred gold coins, while one of 100,000 years is only about 1,000. Even the most extravagant external soul bones do not exceed a few thousand gold coins. Alas, the supply is rather limited. He possesses merely over 50 pieces, and they will soon be depleted. Even if you possess soul bones, they likely do not align with our needs. Dongguo Bo remarked with a glint of cunning in his eyes, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Are you attempting to provoke me? Su Xian replied, casting a sidelong glance. The most effective response to provocation and taunting is to deliver a resounding slap to the face, rendering any further words unnecessary. This is a 30,000-year black mamba serpent's torso soul bone. This is a 50,000-year amethyst rattlesnake skull. And this, 100,000-year ice extreme belly serpent's torso bone. Su Xian nonchalantly retrieved the soul bones from his storage ring, his casual demeanor reminiscent of extracting mere copper coins, leaving Dongguo Bo and his companions momentarily astonished. Such is the extravagance that comes with being well-equipped. As I gazed at the 3 soul bones concealed within the study, The atmosphere became palpably tense, with the four individuals nearly widening their eyes in astonishment. 3 soul bones, comprising a skull and a trunk bone, all of serpentine origin. Good heavens! Was this crafted specifically for them? Even the stoic Dongguo Bo found his eyes reddening, his breath quickening, and an inexplicable impulse surged within him. Ahem, take it easy. It's just 3 soul bones, not a monumental affair. Noticing Dongguo Bo's avaricious gaze, Su Xian hastily concealed the soul bones, for it was evident that the old man intended to seize them. How brazen! As the soul bones vanished, the quartet momentarily fell into a stupor before snapping back to reality. Dongguo Wu and the others instinctively turned their eyes toward Dongguo Bo, their gaze shimmering with anticipation, as if urging him to make a decision. There was no alternative. After all, these were 3 soul bones. Dongguo Bo narrowed his eyes, his expression inscrutable as he scrutinized Su Xian, clearly contemplating something. Ultimately, he relinquished thoughts of violence and theft, as his instincts warned him that something was amiss. Speak up, what do you propose? Though he found Su Xian rather displeasing, Dongguo Bo, under the circumstances, had no choice but to acquiesce, his voice laced with resignation. Simple enough, just pay for them. Su Xian shrugged and replied. Although Dongguo Bo owed him 3 favors, which could potentially lead to him emptying his coffers, Su Xian was not one to be excessively greedy. Those 3 favors were to be reserved for pivotal moments, such as persuading him to endure a 9th-level soul-guided artillery shell in a suicidal assault. In summary, the capabilities of the soul bones were not beyond reckoning. He considered himself an honest merchant, never engaging in unscrupulous dealings. Pay for them. Upon hearing this, Dongguo Bo and his companions were momentarily taken aback, their expressions filled with incredulity as they stared at Su Xian, clearly unprepared for such a turn of events. How much do you intend to offer for the 10,000-year-old ice extreme viper trunk bone? Dongguo Bo's focus sharpened, his gaze fixed intently on Su Xian, the fervor in his eyes seemingly capable of melting him away. Not much, just 15 million gold coins. Su Xian replied with a slight smirk. Upon hearing this, Dongguo Bo's brows furrowed. While the price seemed reasonable, the stark truth was that he could not possibly produce such an amount. Dongguo Wu and the others, aware of their family's financial situation, held their breath, not daring to interrupt Dongguo Bo. Might it be possible to extend credit? Suddenly, Dongguo Bo's face flushed, and he meekly inquired, Su Xian, what? Are you serious? You can't even muster over 10 million gold coins? Chapter 74. Could it be an attempt at robbery? Observing the crimson hue that adorned the elderly face of Dongguo Bo, Su Xian felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth, as if 1,000 alpacas were galloping through his mind. Good heavens! Here I am, with my trousers down, and you inform me of your financial inadequacy. How is it that a distinguished titled Douluo cannot muster a mere 10 million gold coins? Why not seek a tofu to collide with instead? Observing the horrified expression on Su Xian's face, the corners of Dongguo Bo's eyes twitched incessantly, his heart heavy with a mix of frustration and anger that he found difficult to express. It was indeed a tormenting experience, lacking the support of a major sect. He had always walked a solitary path, and the constant need to suppress the toxins had compelled him to expend precious medicinal resources. How could he possibly possess wealth comparable to others? How much money do you have now? Su Xian asked, letting out a resigned sigh as he took a step back. About 10 million, Dongguo Bo replied, his voice softening despite his usual imposing demeanor. Upon hearing this, Su Xian's expression darkened. Then let's forget it. If you are interested in the other 2 soul bones, we can continue our discussion. 10 million gold coins? Although he had acquired it from the system for merely 1,500 gold coins, he could not afford to sell it at such a low price. This meant he would incur a loss of 5 million gold coins. When converted, 5 million gold coins equated to over 300,000 10,000-year soul bones. If he resold them, it would signify a significant loss. Damn it, 4 to 500 billion gold coins, he thought, realizing that this misstep could result in a lifetime of regret. Thus, selling at a reduced price was out of the question. Dongguo Bo sighed deeply, at that moment comprehending the true value of money. How much do you intend to sell the 50,000-year purple crystal rattlesnake skull for? He inquired, taking a step back. 8 million gold coins. Su Xian responded promptly. All right, I shall purchase that soul bone. Dongguo Bo gritted his teeth and affirmed, though he had exhausted his gold coins. With his capabilities, he could certainly earn back the lost funds. A missed opportunity for a soul bone could never be reclaimed. Then, Su Xian's lips curled into a sly smile as he rubbed his thumb and index finger together, the implication unmistakable. Here you go, Dongguo Bo replied. expressionless as he retrieved 2 red gold cards from his belt. Upon receiving the gold cards, Su Xian's smile widened as he examined the amount, discovering an additional 10 to 20,000. Without hesitation, he accepted the cards. "This soul bone is now yours," he said cheerfully, handing over the 50,000-year relic to Dongguo Bo. He then produced the 30,000-year soul bone, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he suggested, "If you could gather some funds, perhaps you could manage to produce an additional 5 million? Su Xian blinked innocently, exuding an air of thoughtful consideration, leaving Dongguo Bo and his companion speechless. "Are you emerging from a money pit?" Dongguo Bo responded, shaking his head in dismay. He truly could not muster 5 million. Yet he was reluctant to miss out on this soul bone, uncertain if Su Xian would sell it to another. "For 5 million gold coins, I will purchase this soul bone." As Dongguo Bo grappled with his thoughts, a familiar voice suddenly echoed once more. The poison doctor, Su Han, re-entered the room. His expression remained impassive as he cast a glance at Dongguo Bo, seemingly still preoccupied with their earlier exchange, before finally turning his attention to Su Xian. "This is 500,000 gold coins. This soul bone is mine," Su Han asserted decisively, producing a gold card without hesitation. As a poison master, he could earn money from selling toxins, curing ailments, and trading medicinal herbs. In essence, he was far from financially constrained, possessing even greater wealth than the title Douluo. Dongguo Bo truly, the esteemed poison doctor, was nothing if not magnanimous, and Su Xian couldn't help but admire him. Maintaining his composure, Su Xian accepted the gold card. "Then the soul bone shall belong to you, esteemed poison doctor." He prepared to hand the soul bone directly to Su Han, only to be abruptly intercepted by Dongguo Bo. "Hold on." Dongguo Bo glared at Su Han fiercely. "What do you want with the soul bone, old man? Don't make me turn against you." The scarcity of serpent-type soul bones was well known. Serpents lacked limbs and typically only yielded trunk and skull bones. This soul bone was of paramount importance to the Dongguo family. As a longtime friend, knowing that this matter pertained to his family's very existence, how could Dongguo Bo not be enraged? While the competition over the fragrant and exquisite items was merely a light-hearted jest between old friends, the significance of the soul bone was entirely different. "Step aside. I will turn against you if I must." Su Han dismissed Dongguo Bo's hand with indifference and directly seized the soul bone. "I am not as heartless and cold-blooded as you, Dongguo Bo." He shot a disdainful glare at Dongguo Bo before approaching Dongguo Yin. A warm smile spread across his face as he gently took Dongguo Yin's arm. "Little Yin, Grandpa Su is giving you the soul bone as a gift. Just remember not to learn any bad habits from your grandfather. That old man is not a good person." Su Han seemed to harbor some lingering resentment, once again taking a jab at Dongguo Bo. Yet Dongguo Yin now held a black soul bone in her possession. Upon witnessing Su Han bestowing a soul bone upon Dongguo Yin, not only was Dongguo Bo taken aback, but even Su Xian was equally astonished. After all, such a soul bone was valued at 5 million gold coins. How could one simply give it away? Old man Han felt a sudden twinge of discomfort, while Dongguo Bo found himself at a loss for words, caught in a web of conflicting emotions. "Stop right there. This matter is far from settled." Su Han shot a sidelong glance at Dongguo Bo, his eyes brimming with unbridled resentment. His obstinate and proud demeanor bore a certain endearing quality reminiscent of a mischievous old child. "Yinner, do not forget to express your gratitude to your grandpa Su Han," urged Xuya gently as she noticed Dongguo Yin lost in thought while cradling the soul bone. "Thank you, Grandpa." Dongguo Yin promptly snapped back to reality. Her strikingly clear eyes filled with gratitude as they gazed at Su Han, her expression akin to that of someone unexpectedly struck by fortune. Xuya and Dongguo Wu regarded Su Han with appreciation, their eyes slightly glistening with unshed tears, overwhelmed by their gratitude. "My back still aches a bit, so I shall take my leave," Su Han remarked, clearly unaccustomed to such emotional displays. With his cane in hand and a hand resting on his waist, he slowly made his exit. "Father, perhaps you should." Dongguo Wu hesitated to offer assistance, but seemed to reconsider and retreated to Dongguo Bo's side, whispering something. Upon hearing this, Dongguo Bo furrowed his brow, his expression shifting through a spectrum of emotions as he appeared to grapple with an internal struggle. "Very well." He finally sighed, a hint of resignation in his tone, as if he had made a firm decision. "Wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, Dongguo Bo vanished in an instant. "Dongguo Bo, you wouldn't have sent him to steal money, would you?" Su Xian's expression turned to one of shock, though his eyes sparkled with excitement. Dongguo Wu snapped back. "What the hell? Steal money? Does the Dongguo family have no shame?" Chapter 75. Father. You scolded mother. After a brief wait at the Dongguo residence, Dongguo Bo finally returned, his demeanor complex and difficult to describe. Here is 15 million gold coins. Now, hand over the soul bone, he stated flatly, producing a diamond gold card with an impassive expression. Wait, you didn't steal this money, did you? I cannot accept stolen funds, Su Xian questioned, his vigilance evident as he swiftly tucked the diamond card away. Dongguo Bo exclaimed, damn. I have never encountered such brazen audacity. Hand over the soul bone. He barked, his irritation palpable. The 15 million gold coins had cost him a significant favor. The memory of Ning Fengji's ostentatious display of wealth only added fuel to his indignation. Bah. So what if you have money? Having wealth is nothing to boast about. Keep it for yourself. Su Xian casually tossed the soul bone aside, treating it as if it were mere refuse. This sight caused Dongguo Bo's eyelids to twitch, prompting him to hastily catch it. Could you not be a bit more careful? Dongguo Bo scoffed. Su Xian shrugged, seemingly indifferent, and was about to depart when, all of a sudden, he appeared to recall something and turned back. Witnessing Dongguo Bo cautiously stow away the soul bone, Su Xian was left speechless. Was he truly the sort to pilfer? Su Xian licked his lips nonchalantly and remarked, I have been working on an entertainment city recently. Once it is completed, there will be a treasure auction held. You may come and see. A treasure auction? Dongguo Bo's expression momentarily froze, and he blurted out. You wouldn't happen to have more soul bones, would you? Be discreet. We're just getting started. Su Xian waved his hand dismissively, his face betraying a sense of pride, leaving Dongguo Bo utterly baffled. Goodness. 3 soul bones already, one of which is a 100,000-year-old bone. How could you possibly have more? Dongguo Bo exclaimed, overwhelmed. As a titled Douluo, I possess only 1 soul bone. Forgive me for feeling rather envious. To be honest, I genuinely feel like robbing you. Dongguo Bo stated earnestly, his eyes fixed intently on Su Xian. Upon hearing this, Dongguo Wu and the others became tense, holding their breath in silence. Suddenly, Dongguo Bo let out a sigh. My instincts tell me that if I were to act, it would likely lead to my own misfortune. At this proclamation, Dongguo Wu and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disbelief, as if they had just heard the greatest joke of their lives. A dignified titled Douluo, afraid of a mere soul master? Ignoring their astonished reactions, Dongguo Bo focused on Su Xian, the earlier scene of their proposed duel replaying in his mind. He shook his head slightly, increasingly convinced of his suspicions. This young man must have a formidable titled Douluo backing him. Otherwise, he could not possibly possess so many soul bones. Could it be him? A figure suddenly flashed in Dongguo Bo's mind, causing his heart to tremble. But he quickly dismissed the thought, knowing that individual would unlikely support the Tiando imperial family. Robbery is ill-advised, especially when it involves theft. Su Xian replied with utmost seriousness. Well then, I must take my leave. You should earn more money, old poison master, lest you allow the external soul bone of the emerald scale serpent emperor to be auctioned off to someone else. Waving goodbye to Dongguo Bo with a smile, Su Xian was suddenly enveloped in a surge of light, whisking him away. External soul bone, clenching his fists tightly. Dongguo Bo gazed in the direction Su Xian had vanished, his eyes igniting with an intense flame of ambition. Dongguo Wu was also taken aback, swallowing hard before hesitantly warning. Father, if there truly are external soul bones, we may not be able to bid on them. With a sudden crash, it felt as if a torrential rain had drenched him, followed by a chilling wind that sent shivers down Dongguo Bo's spine. Why are you telling me this? The fire of desire that had ignited within him was abruptly extinguished as he smacked Dongguo Wu on the forehead and barked in irritation. Damn it. It is truly astonishing how some individuals never cease to bring up irrelevant matters. Do they not realize that he is currently in dire financial straits? However, the allure of the external soul bone of the Azure Phosphor Serpent Emperor is overwhelmingly tempting, and he cannot afford to relinquish it, even at the cost of his life. Is it possible that I, a dignified titled Douluo, must resort to robbery to survive? A sudden thought surged within him, causing Dongguo Bo to shiver with apprehension. He, a distinguished titled Douluo, would never stoop so low, even in poverty. Yet, the prospect of swift wealth through robbery seemed enticing, if he disguised himself. Surely no one would recognize him. This peculiar notion took root and began to flourish within Dongguo Bo's mind, spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, Su Xian accompanied Fan Jinxiang to the imperial palace, where he recounted the details of the case to the Snow Knight Emperor. Upon hearing that Su Xian had solved the case so effortlessly, the emperor felt as though 1,000 alpacas were galloping through his mind. Good heavens! Such extraordinary luck is almost excessive. The emperor experienced a tumultuous mix of joy and envy, waving his hand dismissively. Very well, I shall handle this matter. You may return now. Return? Upon hearing this, Su Xian became incensed. Father, I have undoubtedly contributed significantly to the royal family. Will you not reward me in some way? The Snow Knight Emperor raised an eyebrow, instantly becoming wary. And what is it that you desire? Ahem. Perhaps you could generously bestow upon me a mere 100 million gold coins. My demands are not extravagant, Su Xian replied with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, the emperor, with a stoic expression, rose from his throne and pointed at it, proclaiming, Come, I grant you this throne. My request is simple. You need only honor me with 100 million gold soul coins each year. Father, it is still broad daylight. Why are you speaking such nonsense? Su Xian's pupils constricted in surprise. To become an emperor? Do not even dream of it? And 100 million gold coins annually? Surely, you jest. The Snow Knight Emperor slammed his palm on the table, bellowing, If you are aware that it is not yet dark, then why do you persist in speaking such foolishness? Ah, quite impressive. You have indeed learned the art of persuasion, Su Xian remarked with a teasing glint in his eye. But, my dear father, were you not just cursing mother? Ahem. The Snow Knight Emperor's anger momentarily froze, a look of fear flashing across his face as he waved his hands. You misheard me. I said nothing of the sort, merely jesting with you. Oh, so it was a jest? Then let us resume our discussion regarding my reward, Su Xian prompted earnestly. By the heavens, a reward? Do not push your luck. I have yet to settle the matter of the 300 million gold coins from last time. The Snow Knight Emperor's eyelids twitched as he shouted in fury. Father, you were just joking while cursing mother, Su Xian reminded him with a straight face. The Snow Knight Emperor responded, What else do you know besides this? Chapter 76, An irresistibly charming countenance, has been handed over to the Snow Knight Emperor, and it is believed that the curtain on this chaos that has instilled fear in the city of Heaven-Do is about to fall. Indeed, as soon as Su Xian returned to his residence, the emperor's decree had already begun to spread like wildfire throughout the city. The essence of the announcement was that the perpetrator of the Nayland family's tragedy had been captured. The motive stemmed from enmity with the Nayland family and the royal family, leading to the massacre of the Nayland Marquis's residence, with the blame cunningly placed upon the second prince, Xue Qinghe. Now that the murderer has been apprehended, peace has been restored to Heaven-Do City. Strangely, Su Xian's contributions were not mentioned in the edict, which instead expressed gratitude towards Dongguo Bo. With the capture of the culprit, everything seemed to settle, and the spirit hall appeared to be completely uninvolved, seemingly detached from the incident. Although it was clear to all who was orchestrating this, the Snow Knight Emperor could only swallow his anger. Even if, at death's door, were to identify the spirit hall as the instigator, what significance would that hold? Once the matter escalated, the royal family would find themselves in a predicament. Should they impose severe punishment on the spirit hall, their authority would be undermined in the eyes of the common folk. Conversely, if they truly targeted the spirit hall, how would the situation resolve? War? Their royal family lacked a title de law, and even with the assistance of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, they would still suffer losses. Thus, the Snow Knight Emperor had no choice but to remain silent. However, silence does not imply indulgence, and it is likely that he would secretly undermine the spirit hall. Yet, such matters were of no concern to Su Xian. The emperor had his own strategies. In short, he was devious. In the pavilion, Su Xian was animatedly boasting about his remarkable exploits to Qianren, finding joy in sharing his fortunate encounters, for luck is indeed a part of one's strength. You are quite fortunate to have captured the murderer, Qianren remarked, her lips curving into a slight smile that seemed to carry an undertone of bitterness. By the way, the poison Douluo must have yielded you some assistance. You must have employed various tactics, she continued. Although she had never met the poison Douluo, she had heard of his eccentric and reclusive nature, making interaction with him challenging. Despite the prince's prominent title, it held little weight against a title Douluo, who would not assist the royal family without due cause. I sold him some soul bones and made a bit of profit, Su Xian replied casually. Pouring some tea for Qianren, brewed from medicinal herbs known to nourish and enhance beauty. You still possess soul bones? Qianren inquired, her red lips parting in disbelief, her delicate face glowing with surprise. First, there were the celestial herbs, followed by formations, then a defensive mask, and now soul bones. Could it be that she was destined to become a wealthy wife devoted to family? Indeed, I have quite a few, but you may not find them of use anymore. Su Xian nodded. However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, he immediately realized he had misspoken. With the possession of a legacy soul bone, He indeed had no need for additional ones. Qianren instinctively nodded, only to quickly awaken to the realization and began to shake her head. Pouting with her soft and delicate lips, Qianren feigned indignation as she glared at Su Xian, exclaiming, "How can I possibly cultivate now without the need for a soul bone? If you require them, feel free to select a few for yourself. Let us proceed to the study." With a tender smile, Su Xian then took Qianren's slender hand, leading her to the study. With a swift motion, the floor was instantly adorned with a multitude of soul bones, around 50 in total. Qianren exclaimed, "I must be dreaming. Yes, I must certainly be dreaming. Otherwise, pinch me to see if it's real." Gazing at the scattered soul bones, Qianren was momentarily bewildered, her eyes vacant, as if her very soul had drifted beyond the clouds. How delightful! In response to such a request, Su Xian felt compelled to arrange for it immediately. He seized Qianren's delicate cheeks, beginning to tease and play with them. There was no denying it, her visage was simply exquisite. Her skin, as flawless as jade, exuded a pure, ethereal beauty, especially when complemented by her striking azure eyes, resembling a sprite, both delicate and enchanting. Each time Su Xian beheld Qianren's face, an inexplicable urge surged within him, as if he longed to cradle it in his hands, fearing it might be shattered by a mere gust of wind. Simultaneously, his curiosity about her true appearance deepened, pondering just how breathtakingly beautiful she truly was. Regrettably, Qianren showed no inclination to reveal her true self. So he resolved to preserve the surprise for her, otherwise her parents might very well suffer from heart ailments. Perhaps it was best to wait until after their marriage, when they had children, ensuring that no complications would arise. "Let go quickly, you're hurting me," she exclaimed, playfully swatting Su Xian's hand away. Upon seeing his mischievous grin, Qianren couldn't help but feel a surge of vexation. "You asked me to pinch you," Su Xian defended himself. "You have such a stern expression," she retorted, full of indignation. "If I'm to pinch, then let it be," he replied cheerfully. "Now, I happen to have something for you." Gently ruffling her hair, Su Xian took her hand and led her to a magnificent soul bone before them. Before them lay a pair of external soul bone wings. "Your martial spirit is a white goose, isn't it? With these, you will be able to soar," Su Xian declared. "External soul bones?" Qianren was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the pristine, crystalline wings, her heart racing with excitement. Douluo had once informed her that she would possess a soul bone set in the future, with the only missing piece being the external soul bone. Never did she imagine she would encounter one so soon. "Are you truly giving this to me?" Qianren asked in disbelief, her gaze fixed on Su Xian. "Of course. You need not worry about me. I have another set of external soul bone wings for myself, so keep this one for yourself," Su Xian replied candidly. Qianren's martial spirit was that of a six-winged angel, inherently swift. With the addition of the external soul bone wings, her agility would undoubtedly be enhanced. Su Xian had chosen the white spear falcon for her, while he kept the peregrine falcon for himself. Although the latter was swift, it paled in comparison to his own martial spirit, the swan. One word: useless. Upon witnessing Su Xian unexpectedly bestowing the external soul bone upon herself, Qianren found herself at a loss for words. While her heart swelled with warmth, an undeniable sense of trepidation also gripped her. "Is there perhaps a sense of uncertainty in your gratitude that necessitates my guidance?" With a playful smile gracing his lips, Su Xian pulled Qianren into his embrace, his gaze brimming with mischievous intent. Upon witnessing Su Xian's smile, Qianren found herself lost in thought, when suddenly, her lips curled upward as she delicately rose onto her toes to approach him. In that moment, Su Xian's pupils dilated, and the exquisite sensation, reminiscent of peeling a soft-boiled egg, surged through his central nervous system, rendering his mind utterly blank. After several heartbeats, Su Xian regained his composure, unable to restrain himself as he embraced Qianren from behind, as if he wished to meld her essence with his own. Thus commenced his fervent pursuit. Accompanied by the sounds of heavy breaths, both their faces flushed as if intoxicated. Minutes later, Qianren languidly reclined against Su Xian's chest. The blush on her cheeks still vibrant, her countenance resembling a luscious peach, capable of yielding droplets with the gentlest touch. Her crescent-shaped eyes narrowed in delight, and her dainty, pert nose nestled against Su Xian's body, adorned with a sweet, enchanting smile that transcended beauty. His hands tenderly caressed her silky golden tresses, and Qianren's expression softened further. radiating a tranquil charm akin to a serene autumn stream, shedding the chaos of the world. Gently lifting her head, a hint of complexity danced in her eyes as she pondered why he treated her with such kindness, questioning whether he feared deception. "Stay still, lie down," he instructed. Sensing her restlessness, with a playful pat on her head, she pouted, yet ultimately complied and settled down. "You still haven't answered my question." Observing Su Xian's relaxed demeanor, seemingly oblivious to her presence, Xue, in a fit of dissatisfaction, reached out to gently scratch Su Xian's abdomen as a reminder. "Stop playing around. If I have been deceived, so be it. Am I to blame you?" Grasping Xue's fingers, Su Xian placed them upon his chest, his eyes still blissfully closed, as if entirely indifferent to the situation. Seeing Su Xian's utterly defenseless expression, Xue was at a loss whether to laugh or feel anger. Yet the delight on her face betrayed her thoughts. This foolish man. Deeply moved, she felt an increasing sense of guilt, especially regarding today's events with the Nayland family. She was acutely aware that the spirit hall was behind it and feared that the rift between them would only deepen, leading to irreparable consequences. It might be better to address it now. After a moment of internal struggle, Xue swallowed nervously and spoke softly. "Actually, my name is not Xue. I am a member of the spirit hall. You promised to forgive me, didn't you?" As the last two words fell from her lips, it felt as though all strength had been drained from her body, leaving her limp in Su Xian's embrace, the back of her gown dampened. Holding her breath, the world around them seemed to fall into a profound silence, chillingly still. A cold wind swept through, penetrating her very soul. While listening intently, Xue instinctively wrapped her arms around Su Xian's waist, as if this was the only way to find a semblance of warmth. Unfortunately, after a while, there was still no response. Confused, she lifted her gaze, only to find Su Xian sleeping soundly, resembling a dead pig. "Xue, you." Her face flushed crimson, a surge of anger bubbling within her. She had been terrified moments ago, and this man had the audacity to fall asleep, rendering her words meaningless. Lazy and oblivious. This was his own doing. She bore no blame. Pouting in indignation, Xue lay back down quietly, letting out a long breath. Realizing how frightened she had truly been, the matter with the Nayland family had come to a close, and Su Xian leisurely spent time at home with Xue while also continuing to attend to affairs in the city of entertainment. Xue Qinghe had come to express his gratitude, though his face bore a pained expression, hesitating as if he had already learned about his recent misfortunes. Su Xian kindly reassured him, promising that the culprit would be found within 20 years, after which Xue Qinghe departed with a somber expression, perhaps reflecting the trust that exists between brothers. One day, warm sunlight cascaded down, enveloping everything in a gentle embrace, illuminating the lake's surface with a myriad of colors. With his hands crossed behind his head, Su Xian reclined on the grass by the lake in the back garden. His eyes squinted slightly, occasionally glancing at Xue, who was playfully splashing in the water, a look of contentment gracing his features. Everyone believes that traversing realms is splendid, and now he too felt a sense of it, indeed. It was delightful. "Husband, look at that fish. It's so adorable. Why don't you try to catch it?" Xue exclaimed, pointing to a golden carp in the lake. Her voice filled with enthusiasm. "Are you sure it's the fish that's adorable, and not the sweet and sour carp?" Su Xian teased, tilting his head slightly with a smile. "Aren't they all just carp?" "They are equally adorable," she replied, blinking her large eyes mischievously. "All right, you are beautiful. What you say is always right." Su Xian remained silent. "Shall we have sweet and sour carp for lunch?" Xue exclaimed joyfully. "You should continue to practice simple dishes, otherwise, I fear I may lose my sense of taste one day." Su Xian hurriedly waved his hand, vividly recalling the scene of his culinary debut. He had no desire to continue being the test subject for her cooking. "Are you implying that my cooking is unpalatable? Then you shall prepare your own meals from now on." Xue approached him angrily, looking down at Su Xian. Let's teach you how to make sweet and sour carp today." Su Xian replied helplessly. "Hige, let us quickly catch that fish." Xue smiled brightly. "All right." While Su Xian accompanied Xue at the lakeside fishing, Nangong Ling was escorting a distinguished guest to the estate. The newcomer donned a flowing white robe, leaning on a scepter, exuding an air of refined elegance and composure, with strikingly bright eyes that seemed to peer into one's soul. Upon learning of Nangong Ling and Ning Fingji's arrival, Su Xian and Xue promptly set aside their fishing rods and hurried to the grand hall. "Xue Qinghe, come quickly to greet Master Ning," Ling beckoned to the two. "Greetings, Master Ning." They offered a slight bow, yet Su Xian's gaze wandered over Fengji, his eyes shining with increasing brilliance. "Just look at that outfit adorned with flowing emeralds and jade, the dazzling crystalline crown, and the scepter encrusted with white diamonds. Goodness! This is the attire befitting a wealthy noble. There is no doubt about it. We must redistribute wealth to benefit the common people." Noticing Su Xian's peculiar expression, Fengji's brow furrowed slightly, as if sensing the gaze of a hungry wolf upon him. Ling seemed to sense something amiss as well, and quickly interjected, "Ahem, Qinghe, this is a teacher specially arranged for you by the Empress. You will learn and cultivate under Master Ning from now on." Disciple pays respects to the teacher. Without hesitation, Su Xian placed his right hand over his heart and bowed earnestly. "Do you think he is here for the wealth of the 7 treasures glazed tile school? No. He is here for the enduring peace of the empire. It's merely a matter of apprenticeship, regardless of the trials ahead. For the sake of the empire, I, Su Xian, shall resolutely forge ahead." Seeing Su Xian agree so readily, Ling was slightly taken aback. Hadn't he always wished to remain at home, accompanying Xue and avoiding the rigors of study and cultivation? Why was he so agreeable today? "Very well, Your Highness, consider me as your first disciple. It is indeed an honor to be able to guide you." Observing Su Xian's decisiveness, Master Ning's face broke into a genuine smile, devoid of any pretense. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect and the Heavenly Empire had always supported each other. By becoming the tutor of His Highness, he could further strengthen the bond between the two, yielding nothing but benefits. "You jest, Master. It is I who should feel honored. The name of the Master resonates like thunder, and my admiration flows like an unending river, akin to a surging flood that cannot be contained," Su Xian replied fervently. Upon witnessing Su Xian's fervent demeanor, Ling's expression appeared somewhat peculiar. "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss," Xue remarked. "I have ascertained with my gaze. This is certainly the one destined to be deceived." Chapter 78. Learning is the source of wealth. Teacher, I perceive that the communication between Tiando City and Qibao City is rather inconvenient. Perhaps I should reside in Qibao City for a time to better absorb your teachings. Noticing the subtle shift in the expression of Master Ning, who had been flattered by his words, Su Xian felt a surge of delight within. Though he maintained a serious facade, "Your Highness's suggestion is indeed reasonable." Having just taken on a disciple, it seemed somewhat inappropriate for him to return to Qibao City so soon. Fengji pondered momentarily before turning his gaze towards Ling with a smile. He was not in a position to decide. After all, Su Xian was a prince. Moreover, he was exceedingly curious about the methods Su Xian employed to persuade the esteemed Dongguo Bo to seek a loan from him. Indeed, Fengji had long been aware that it was Su Xian who visited the Dongguo family, as such an action by a titled Douluo could not escape his notice. According to his intelligence, only Su Xian had entered Dongguo Bo's residence that day, and it appeared that he did not see him leave. The circumstances surrounding this matter piqued Fengji's curiosity immensely. "Feel free to go. I shall speak with your father, and he will undoubtedly have no objections," Ling assured him. Had the Night Emperor known Ling's thoughts, he would have been profoundly moved. This was the essence of true partnership. Objections? No. He would be utterly opposed to that. He currently wished to distance himself from this troublesome son. Otherwise, he would surely be driven to despair. Nodding, Su Xian's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he regarded Fengji. "In that case, if you are returning today, I would be glad to accompany you. Learning fills me with pride, drives me to madness, and brings me joy. No one shall hinder my pursuit of knowledge." Indeed, he could hardly contain his eagerness. Countless gold coins seemed to rain down upon him, each proclaiming him as their master. How could he forsake these treasures? Su Xian vowed to ensure that these coins realized their true potential. "This matter is not urgent. There is little else happening within the sect. I can return tomorrow without issue." Seeing Su Xian's enthusiasm, Fengji couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort within, though there remained an inexplicable oddity. "Then I shall accompany the teacher tomorrow," Su Xian promptly declared. "Very well," he added, sending Fengji off like a dutiful child. Turning his gaze towards Ling, who stood immovably as if she had no intention of departing, he inquired, "Mother, do you require anything further? Honestly, are you concocting some mischievous scheme?" Ling fixed her expressionless gaze upon Su Xian and asked, "By heaven's virtue, I genuinely intend to pursue my studies. I never imagined that you, my mother, would doubt my sincerity." At this, Su Xian felt a pang of heartache, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He was earnestly engaged in acquiring the essential lessons of life. How could the art of deftly transferring another's wealth from their pocket to his own be deemed a nefarious plot? You would do well to remain prudent. The relationship between the Qibao glazed tile school and the royal family, while not intimately close, is nonetheless one of partnership. It is imperative that this alliance is not severed. With a tone laden with gravity, Nangong Ling imparted this caution before taking her leave. Even when Xianren urged her to stay, she chose not to intrude upon the two. Seeing Nangong Ling so concerned, Su Xian felt a stir of emotions. Yet it was a pity that she did not comprehend the current situation. Where were the so-called allies? It was merely eternal interests at play. Who could truly predict what the future holds? Nonetheless, the Seven Treasures glazed sect was indeed a veritable treasure trove, wealthy enough to rival nations. Therefore, if a few million or even a billion were to go missing, it would likely go unnoticed. After bidding farewell to Nangong Ling, Xianren approached Su Xian. Her expression tinged with anxiety. Do you truly intend to visit the Seven Treasures glazed sect? Are you worried that I might leave you alone in the mansion to guard an empty house? Observing the worried expression on Xianren's face, Su Xian took her hands gently and teased with a smile. Of course not. Who would care? Avoiding Su Xian's fervent gaze, Xianren pouted and turned aside, her stubborn demeanor remaining irresistibly charming. I have heard that the Seven Treasures glazed sect is home to many beautiful maidens. What if, before Su Xian could finish his thought, Xianren's sharp eyes swept over, her expression as cold as the biting winds of winter. If you dare to glance again, do you believe I will make you sleep on the floor forever? If I sleep on the floor, you must accompany me. It all depends on your willingness. Su Xian replied, his cheek brushing against Xianren's delicate face, his eyes brimming with affection. Despite having been bombarded by Su Xian's sweet words countless times, Xianren found it difficult to withstand the intense heat in his gaze. Her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson. Are you willing or not? Su Xian asked, tightly embracing her waist, locking her hands to prevent any escape, gently swaying her side to side with a mischievous grin. Let me go. This is no way to force someone, Xianren protested, her face aflame as she struggled, but her efforts proved futile. Who told you to always want me to sleep on the floor? You deserve a lesson. With that, Su Xian's hand swiftly patted Xianren's rear before returning to its hold, firmly securing her in place. Ah, that felt quite nice. I might be getting addicted. A soft moan escaped Xianren's lips, her face burning even hotter, resembling a blossoming flower, as she glared at Su Xian with a mix of embarrassment and fury. Quickly tell me if you are willing, or I might just strike again, Su Xian threatened playfully. You wouldn't dare, Xianren retorted, revealing her small tiger-like teeth in indignation. Do you believe I want to bite you? Her body swayed slightly, overwhelmed by shyness, her skin flushed like the dawn's blush, glaring at Su Xian with fiery eyes. Are you willing or not? Su Xian persistently inquired, his fingers poised to act. You. Xianren's face was a deep shade of red, feeling helpless against Su Xian's charm. Uncertain of why she was so fond of this fellow who seemed utterly oblivious to the tenderness of a woman's heart. Fine, I agree. Rolling her eyes at Su Xian. Fearing he might act again, Xianren surrendered. Now we're getting somewhere. Tomorrow, will you accompany me to the Seven Treasures glazed sect? You agree, right? Su Xian asked with satisfaction, nodding. Wait, what? Xianren paused, her eyes widening with surprise. You plan to take me along? A glimmer of joy flashed in her eyes as she stared at Su Xian. What kind of couple separates? If I don't take you, who will I bully in the future? Su Xian raised an eyebrow playfully. Humph. Then I want to go with you. Pouting her small face, Xianren displayed a slight temper, her expression a blend of adorableness and stubbornness. Stop fooling around. Go pack up your things. We must set off tomorrow. Su Xian earnestly reminded her, completely disregarding her antics. With an affirmative nod, Xianren instinctively began to leave to gather her belongings. However, after taking a couple of steps, she suddenly halted, as if sensing something amiss. Wait, why am I going to pack my things? What is the matter? Su Xian inquired with curiosity. Nothing, she replied. Chapter 79. I am merely a porter of gold coins. During dinner, as sweet and sour carp was just served, the two simpletons made their entrance together. Observing Xue and Xue Mingtong, Su Xian found himself questioning whether the two had secretly placed spies within his residence, given their uncanny punctuality. Xue appeared utterly exhilarated, as if under the influence of a stimulant. Brother, are you truly embarking on your studies at the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect? Although Xue Mingtong remained silent, his gaze mirrored that of Xue Wuji, albeit with a more subdued expression. Xue Wuji, having been deceived in the past, seemed eager to maintain a distance from Su Xian. As for Xue Mingtong, it was likely that he still harbored ambitions regarding the throne, hence his visit to gauge the situation. Of course, he might genuinely have come to bid farewell, yet Xue Wuji's exuberance made it difficult for Su Xian to entertain such thoughts. As he gazed upon the boundless snow, Su Xian's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. Just at that moment, when he was in need of someone to shoulder the blame, a professional appeared. "Ah, Wuj," he remarked, "I believe you might benefit from a visit to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. After all, remaining at the Royal Academy may hinder your broader perspective." Su Xian spoke with an air of wisdom beyond his years. "My dear brother, I find the Royal Academy quite splendid," Xue Wuji retorted, his body shuddering at the mere thought, as he hastily waved his hand in dismissal. What a jest! He would rather face dire consequences than set foot in the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. He still yearns for many more days of bliss. Seeing the intense aversion displayed by Xue Wuji, Su Xian couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Why is it that, despite being brothers, there seems to be a lack of mutual trust? Alas, it appears that in the future, he will need to resort to cunning tactics to deceive him, as it is unlikely he will fall for anything straightforward. Well then, let us sit down together and share a meal. Upon witnessing the two simpletons standing there, silent and immobile, Su Xian spoke with evident irritation. In an instant, two figures flashed by, and Xue Wuji and his companion had taken their seats. Sitting upright with an air of remarkable composure, "Someone, swiftly fetch me a set of utensils," commanded Xue Wuji with authority. "2 sets," Xue Mingtong added succinctly. Su Xian muttered under his breath, "Damn it, they have indeed come to mooch a meal." Aware that Su Xian intended to visit the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, Fei brought Xue Qinghe to the residence. "This girl insists on accompanying you, and as her mother, I find myself unable to dissuade her," Fei said, stroking Xue Qinghe's little head with a look of helplessness. "Ever since she has stayed here for a few days, her tongue has grown sharp, and she clamors daily to leave the palace." Upon hearing that Su Xian would depart from Tiando City, she wept incessantly. "Truly, I am left with no choice but to bring her along." Perhaps in her eyes, I, her biological mother, pale in comparison to her half-brother, Su Xian. "Kur, are you crying again?" Upon noticing the redness in Xue Qinghe's eyes, Su Xian knelt down and gently caressed her cheeks, playfully teasing her. Xue Qinghe pouted her small lips and, with a stubborn retort, replied, "Not at all." Observing the adorable demeanor of Xue Qinghe, Su Xian could not help but be amused. He playfully inquired, "Would you like to visit the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect?" Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe initially opened her mouth to respond but hesitated, glancing up at Fei with a face full of grievance, as if to lament, "My mother won't allow me to go." Fei exclaimed, "Oh, my child, have you learned to manipulate your mother?" In response, Su Xian continued with a smile, "If you truly wish to go, I shall speak to your aunt and arrange for you to accompany us. How does that sound?" "Yes, yes." Without a moment's hesitation, Xue Qinghe eagerly released her grip on Fei's hand and hurried to Su Xian's side. Seeing Xue Qinghe like this, Fei helplessly shook her head, feeling a pang of sorrow within. Alas, this daughter has been raised in vain. Su Xian smiled gently, saying, "Aunt, if it eases your mind, I can take her along. After all, Xue is going as well. Moreover, Ning Rongrong and Kuo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School are of similar age and can keep each other company. It is not beneficial for Kuo to remain in the palace every day." Upon hearing Su Xian's words, Fei could find no grounds for disagreement, and thus, she allowed Xue Qinghe to stay the night, while she returned to the palace to prepare her belongings. The following morning, the three of them set off in the royal carriage towards Seven Treasure City. The distance from Seven Treasure City to Tiando City is not particularly far. A journey of 2 hours is sufficient to reach it. Although Seven Treasure City does not possess the same grandeur and liveliness as Tiando City, it thrives due to the influence of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, with various enterprises flourishing within. The group soon arrived at the residence of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and were settled into the luxurious guest quarters. Corruption, indeed, is rampant. Gazing at the myriad gemstones embedded in the room, with even the floor laid out in jade, Su Xian was thoroughly astonished. How could it be that the emperor's wealth is said to encompass the world? Such claims are utterly deceptive. There is but one solution. We must seize the riches from the tyrants and abolish the exploitation of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. restoring the hard-earned money of the common folk. Indeed, I shall now seek to uncover the location of the sect's treasury, indulging in the thrill of transporting gold coins. Yaoer, please tidy up here while I take them out for a stroll. With a brief instruction to Qin Yao, Su Xian led Qianren and Xue Qinghe on a leisurely exploration of the seven treasures glazed sect. Nestled amidst the mountains, the seven treasures glazed sect enveloped the entirety of Seven Treasure Mountain. The formidable walls, standing 50 to 60 meters high, separated the inner sanctum from the outer disciples' quarters. The outer area served as the residence for outer disciples, while the inner sanctum housed the core disciples. The architecture harmoniously blended with the undulating terrain, appearing to float amidst the trees from a distance. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would find the buildings remarkably flat, almost as if constructed upon a plain. As a prince and a disciple of Ning Fengji, Su Xian enjoyed the highest privileges, residing within the core architectural complex atop the mountain. The trio's presence attracted considerable attention, for such was the allure of their charm. With a stunning beauty on his right and a perfectly chiseled young child on his left. Alongside Su Xian's own royal good looks, they epitomized a picture of familial bliss that evoked envy in countless onlookers. In a future age, this might be dubbed as ostentatiously flaunting affection in public, a perilous endeavor indeed. Do you think they are a family? It seems so heartwarming, remarked one observer. The girl bears a resemblance to the young man. I truly admire that fellow. What a beast he is, exclaimed another. Oh my, if you don't mention it. I wouldn't have noticed. That girl appears to be 3 or 4 years old, while the boy seems to be no more than 15 or 16. How scandalous. Noticing the peculiar expressions and barely audible whispers from those around him, Su Xian's brow furrowed. This was his first visit to the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Could it be that his reputation had already spread like wildfire? Yet, he considered himself a modest individual. Could they not temper their reactions? With a resigned shake of his head, he realized that being excessively conspicuous was not necessarily a positive trait. Ah, they must be envious of me. At that moment, a sweet, youthful voice chimed in. Are you new here? Could it be Ning Rongrong? Before me stood a girl clad in a flowing white dress, her skin as pale as snow, resembling an ethereal sprite. Su Xian tentatively inquired. It was not that Su Xian was lacking in vision. Rather, Ning Rongrong was merely 2 years old, presenting a stark contrast to her animated depiction. Her skin was as delicate and smooth as cream, her round face exuding innocence, with clear, expressive eyes that seemed to speak 1,000 words. Adorned with 2 playful buns atop her head, she appeared as an adorable princess straight out of a fairy tale. Do you know me? I don't believe I have seen you before, she asked, scratching her head and pouting adorably. Su Xian thought to himself, indeed, in the world of Douluo, beauty matures early. She is merely 2 yet speaks so fluently. Miss, this is the Empire's esteemed prince, a newly accepted disciple of the master, the nearby maid whispered respectfully. Bowing slightly to Su Xian, a disciple of my father, does that make you my junior brother? Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had stumbled upon an amusing revelation, glancing at the maid for confirmation. The maid found herself momentarily at a loss for words. But Ning Rongrong took it to heart. With uncontainable enthusiasm, she waved her tiny fists and feigned indignation, declaring, Little junior brother, I shall protect you. If anyone bullies you, tell me, and I will teach them a lesson. She attempted to pat Su Xian on the head, but realized her diminutive stature rendered that impossible. So she settled for patting his thigh instead. Su Xian was taken aback, exclaiming internally, What on earth? Are you a jester sent by monkeys? A little child claiming to protect me? Good heavens. Though you may become a wealthy heiress in the future, you are only 2 years old now. How have I, a noble prince, found myself in such a pitiable situation? Equally embarrassed was Ning Rongrong's maid, her face flushed, yet suppressing laughter, struggling to maintain decorum. Nearby, Qianren couldn't contain her amusement, her shoulders shaking with mirth. Brother, Kura will protect you in the future as well. At that moment, a voice filled with defiance erupted. Snow Ku, with her tiny fists clenched in a vigilant expression, glared at Ning Rongrong, as though fearing her beloved toy would be snatched away. Su Xian thought, wait, why has the atmosphere shifted so dramatically? What about my feelings? Let us discuss this when Kura has grown up. Despite the chaos, he felt a sense of comfort knowing she was his sister, gently ruffling Snow Ku's little head. Snow Ku nodded resolutely. Upon witnessing someone attempting to seize her belongings, the newly arrived junior disciple, seemingly indifferent to her plight, incited a surge of indignation within Ning Rongrong. With hands firmly placed on her hips, she exclaimed with feigned ferocity, "I am the esteemed young lady of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, and my word holds sway here. This junior disciple belongs to me, and there is no need for your protection. My brother is a prince, and I am a princess. Who requires your safeguarding?" Xue Qinghe, unyielding in her response, retorted with equal fervor, "I care not. Here, my authority reigns supreme, and you must heed my commands," Ning Rongrong asserted with brazen audacity. Upon witnessing two adorable little girls poised for a confrontation, Su Xian felt as though 1,000 alpacas were galloping through his mind. While he could accept a dispute between two beautiful young women, even if he were to be caught in the crossfire, he would not feel entirely at a loss. However, the prospect of two kawaii little girls squabbling was a different matter entirely. He could already envision the scene, a moment of cherished affection, swiftly discarded into the muck. Oh, such is the fate of a mere plaything. As he momentarily drifted in thought, Xue Qinghe and Ning Rongrong had already begun to roll up their sleeves. And had it not been for someone restraining them, a delightful skirmish among the little darlings would have surely ensued. Enough, no more antics. Su Xian's expression suddenly turned serious as he admonished them with a feigned sternness. With that, Xue Qinghe's flushed face trembled, tears welling in her eyes as she presented a heartbroken and aggrieved demeanor, obediently making her way to Su Xian's side. Ning Rongrong's complexion also paled, and then, biting her pink lip, she began to protest indignantly. "How dare you raise your voice at me? Do you believe I won't have my father teach you a lesson?" Her fiery gaze bore into Su Xian, her expression a mixture of fury and indignation. Never before had anyone dared to shout at her, and she found herself affronted by such humiliation. Despite her anger, Ning Rongrong's words seemed to float like cotton candy, and combined with her little adult-like demeanor, even the most steadfast heart would be softened by her charm. Amused, Su Xian reached out to ruffle Ning Rongrong's hair. Indeed, the little enchantress was already beginning to reveal her true nature. "Let go of me," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, shaking her head vigorously as she swiftly extricated herself from Su Xian's grasp, her expression now even more incensed. Heh. Upon witnessing the indignant and embarrassed demeanor of Ning Rongrong, Su Xian could hardly suppress his amusement. Gazing at the time, it was nearly noon. Su Xian swiftly scooped up the pouting and sulking Xue Qinghe, playfully teasing, "Cour, it is time for us to return. Your elder brother has prepared delicious food for you." Upon hearing the mention of delectable treats, the furious and pitiful expression on Xue Qinghe's face vanished in an instant. Wiping away the tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes, she eagerly nodded, her excitement palpable, with a playful raise of her eyebrows towards Qianren. The latter immediately clasped Su Xian's arm, and the trio departed together. They had seen all that the seven treasures Liuli sect had to offer. With only a few forbidden areas remaining inaccessible, it was reasonable to presume that the treasury lay hidden within those restricted locations. But Su Xian remained unhurried, choosing to act under the cover of night. As Su Xian walked away, completely disregarding her presence, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of anger and vowed to ensure her father would administer punishment. However, recalling Xue Qinghe's earlier exuberant and cat-like demeanor, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity about what delectable treat could inspire such excitement. No, that fellow's culinary skills must be lacking. The little chubby princess had likely never experienced the exquisite cuisine of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, which explained her current enthusiasm. Indeed, that must be the case. Seemingly struck by a sudden inspiration for revenge, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled as she eagerly pursued him. Upon returning to the courtyard, Su Xian instructed Qianren to keep an eye on Xue Qinghe while he retreated to prepare a meal. Alas, his palate was rather discerning. Unable to acclimate to other foods, your elder brother advised you to indulge less in sweets. Upon witnessing Xue Qinghe indulging in her candied hawthorn, Qianren couldn't help but chuckle, playfully reminding her, "Sister-in-law, you are also enjoying some, so why point fingers at me?" The delightful sweetness, intermingled with the crisp fragrance of fruit, danced in Xue Qinghe's mouth, her sparkling eyes narrowing into crescent moons as her cheeks puffed adorably. She mumbled in response, savoring the treat. At this, Qianren's expression stiffened, momentarily unsure if she should set down the candied hawthorn in her hands. This flavor is indeed delightful. I wonder how he came up with it. It's quite delicious." She licked her lips and swallowed, taking another bite, her face radiating joy and contentment as she playfully retorted, "You and I are not the same. Dear sister, you are still young, and eating too much will lead to cavities." "I don't care," Xue Qinghe declared resolutely. continuing to munch away with determination. Seeing this, Qianren could only shake her head in resignation, conceding that she could not outmatch the little girl's stubbornness. She would leave it to Su Xian. Moments later, a tiny figure slowly made her way in. Wow, these candies are delicious. I should ask father to bring back more. Clutching a heap of sweet treats in her arms, Ning Rongrong strutted in proudly, her face beaming with delight as she nibbled on snacks along the way. Embodying the very essence of a little foodie. Chapter 81. The adorably naive little loli. What an odd scene this is. Su Xian had just finished preparing the meal when he stumbled upon this peculiar sight, causing his expression to twitch. Goodness, this is quite the eyesore. On the soft carpet, Ning Rongrong, with an armful of snacks, gazed intently at the candied hawthorn in Xue Qinghe's hand, her eyes glistening with desire as she swallowed repeatedly. Can I trade you some of these for just one stick? She pleaded. Her eager eyes filled with anticipation as she circled around Xue Qinghe with a mix of grievance and determination. No, I'm tired of those. They aren't even tasty. Xue Qinghe retorted, pouting her lips in disdain. However, noticing Su Xian's return, Xue Qinghe hurriedly concealed the candied hawthorn behind her back, her little face flushed with embarrassment. Kur, didn't I tell you to refrain from indulging in sweets before dinner? Su Xian expressed his discontent. I only had 2. The rest were all eaten by sister-in-law. Xue Qinghe replied, her expression serious as she defended herself. Coughing, Qianren nearly choked at this remark, glaring at Xue Qinghe in indignation. This child, speaking such blatant truths. Hearing this, Su Xian cast an oddly amused glance at Qianren, who immediately lowered her head in bashfulness. Ah, another little glutton has joined the household. Su Xian smiled silently, knowing that with Qianren's cultivation, even if she indulged, it would not affect her health. Thus, her cravings were purely driven by desire. What on earth is going on with them? Xue Qinghe and the others exchanged glances, prompting Su Xian's curiosity. Is it not that candied hawthorn? He inquired. Qianren could not suppress a chuckle and proceeded to recount the events. It turned out that Ning Rongrong had brought a plethora of snacks, seemingly eager to flaunt them before Xue Qinghe. However, Xue Qinghe paid her no mind, relishing the delectable candied hawthorn. Ultimately, driven by curiosity, Ning Rongrong began to pester her incessantly, resembling a child in her persistence. Upon hearing this, Su Xian was amused. The unattainable always seemed the most desirable. This phenomenon is not only true for adults, but is even more pronounced among children. Xue Qinghe had long grown weary of palace desserts. For although the 7-treasure glazed tile school was affluent, its culinary offerings paled in comparison to those of the imperial court. The candied hawthorn, with its tangy flavor, served to stimulate the appetite and aid digestion, making it an enjoyable treat for Xue Qinghe in the short term. Ning Rongrong's attempts to trade her ice cream for Xue Qinghe's candied hawthorn were futile. Xue Qinghe was not so naive. Kur, do share a skewer with her. It's time for a meal, Su Xian said with a smile, gesturing to Xue Qinghe. Upon hearing the word meal, Xue Qinghe's eyes sparkled with excitement. She vigorously nodded, then thrust the candied hawthorn she had hidden behind her back into Ning Rongrong's hands before dashing over eagerly. Holding the candied hawthorn in her hands, Ning Rongrong momentarily froze, feeling that its allure had diminished, yet her small lips still sank into the treat. So sweet. Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons, and her face radiated an abundance of joy. Miss, the master and madam must be anxious. We should return, the maid urged with a worried expression. You may go back first. I shall linger here a while longer, Ning Rongrong replied nonchalantly, waving her hand dismissively. Stealthily, she tiptoed toward the dining table, her instincts guiding her to perceive that the delights here were even more enticing. Upon noticing Ning Rongrong approaching, Xue Qinghe, seated in her chair, instinctively covered her pocket with a wary expression. What do you intend to do? I have already given you my candied hawthorn, and there is nothing else, she remarked. In response, Ning Rongrong remained silent, her petite legs bouncing with determination as she gazed longingly at the dining table. Alas, her height proved insufficient, rendering her unable to reach it. Upon witnessing the adorable yet foolish demeanor of Ning Rongrong, Su Xian and Qianren exchanged knowing smiles, remaining silent. Su Xian felt a tinge of regret for not having a camera at that moment. Otherwise, even a single photograph could be worth a fortune of 1,000,000 gold coins a decade later. Very well, if you wish to dine here, then let us partake together. As Ning Rongrong began to clamber onto the chair, Su Xian promptly embraced her and lifted her onto it. I want a chicken leg too, she pouted, glancing at Xue Qinghe, who was savoring a chicken leg. One can't help but wonder how the Ning Rongrong of 10 years hence would perceive this scene. Contemplating her haughty demeanor, Su Xian felt a tinge of anticipation. He served some dishes for Ning Rongrong and asked Qin Yao to attend to the two of them, while he took a seat beside Qianrenxue. "You seem to have a fondness for children," Qianrenxue remarked, thoughtfully serving Su Xian some of his favorite dishes. Observing Xue Qinghe and Ning Rongrong, she smiled knowingly. Children may have many demands, yet they are the easiest to please. Unlike adults, whose singular desire often remains unfulfilled, leading them to insatiability, Su Xian stated earnestly. "That is indeed true," Qianrenxue conceded, nodding instinctively. Much like her mother, whose sole ambition was for the spirit hall to reign supreme, yet achieving this required numerous conditions and demands. Seeing that Qianrenxue had not grasped his point, Su Xian forced an awkward smile, opting not to elaborate. Yet, the conversation had taken flight. How could they slow down now? "In the future, we shall have our own children, will we not?" Su Xian declared with heartfelt sincerity. Though a smile graced his lips, his gaze remained earnest as he regarded Qianrenxue. Boom. It was as if a depth charge detonated in the ocean of her heart, causing Qianrenxue's body and spirit to tremble, her thoughts thrown into disarray. "Just eat your meal. How can you silence your mouth?" she quipped, shoving a piece of meat into Su Xian's mouth, her flawless cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a burning flame. "All right, let us eat," Su Xian replied meaningfully, savoring the delicious food he had prepared, a look of contentment adorning his face. "By the way, do you prefer boys or girls?" he whispered, lowering his voice. Qianrenxue, mortified and furious, shot him an indignant glare. "Ahem, let us focus on eating, shall we?" Su Xian hastily waved his hand, obediently beginning to eat, instantly transforming into a docile child, leaving Qianrenxue exasperated. After Xue Qinghe, the little lowly, Su Xian had once again acquired another little lowly. Indeed, food was the true means of connecting with children. This dish is delicious. It feels so different," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, devouring her food with abandon, exhibiting none of the grace of a noble lady, but rather resembling a little glutton. Even Ning Fingxi, who had sought out this gathering, was taken aback upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's demeanor. However, after sampling a few dishes, he found himself at a loss for words. Alas, he had initially intended to invite Su Xian for dinner, to foster acquaintance with the other members of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. It seems he must retreat and reconsider his plans. Chapter 82. The Absurdity of Royal Bloodlines. In the stillness of the night, the pure white moonlight cascaded from the heavens, illuminating the room through the window. On the bed, the opaque purple curtains had been drawn, creating a stark contrast with the darkness outside. Within, under the glow of the soul-guiding device, the atmosphere appeared strikingly bright. "What is this object?" Observing the aquamarine, luminous triangular object in Su Xian's hand, Qianrenxue inquired with curiosity. "This is the Han Hai Qian Kuanzhao, an artifact of the sea god, which I procured from that old man," Su Xian replied, lowering his voice. "The sea god." Upon hearing these two words, Qianrenxue's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Su Xian was equally startled by her sudden exclamation and promptly covered her mouth. "Dear wife, please keep your voice down," he implored, his face betraying a hint of anxiety. After all, he was about to embark on an audacious heist. While one could brazenly carry out such an act, it would inevitably provoke the wrath of the titled Douluo, which contradicted both his principles and royal status. He had always advocated for amicable prosperity. If he were to rob openly, would this laying hen, which laid golden eggs, continue to do so? Robbery, too, required strategy, just as a cunning bandit would allow the common folk to cultivate their fields. One must not only refrain from overtly seizing, but also exercise restraint in their endeavors. Regardless, after the auction, the majority of the wealth belonging to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would eventually be his, rendering the urgency of a day or two moot. "Perhaps I shall temporarily procure 50 million, he contemplated. Upon hearing this, Qianrenxue nodded vigorously, her gaze still filled with curiosity and seriousness. Fixated on the Han Hai Qian Kuanzhao in Su Xian's grasp. "Watch me closely. If anything unforeseen occurs, do not panic, understand?" he cautioned, his tone grave as he locked eyes with Qianrenxue. He recalled that there had been some mishap when Tang San had attempted to recognize this artifact, though the specifics eluded him, save for the fact that it was the sea goddess doing. Alas, if only the system could be exchanged for something. "I could have acquired a copy of Douluo Continent to ascertain the situation," he mused. "Rest assured, I am well aware of what I am doing," Qianrenxue replied earnestly. nodding with utmost concentration as she focused intently on Su Xian. This is a dragon grass leaf, which aids in recovery, and this is an 8th rank ginseng king, also remarkable for its restorative properties. To ensure safety, Su Xian produced the remaining half of the dragon grass leaf and a single 8th rank ginseng king, handing them over to Rinxue. Seeing Su Xian's grand demeanor, Rinxue's expression grew increasingly anxious. Her gaze lingered on Su Xian, as if contemplating whether it would be better to refrain from proceeding, for he currently possessed ample gold coins and could afford to forego this venture. Do not worry. Nothing grave shall transpire, he reassured her, gently patting the back of her hand. He then continued to jest, have you forgotten? I promised you that until I wed you. I would never. Before he could complete his sentence, Rinxue swiftly covered Su Xian's mouth, her face filled with trepidation, fearful that he might utter that particular word. I forbid you from saying such things, she declared with unwavering clarity in her eyes. Warmth surged within Su Xian as he playfully pinched Rinxue's cheek. Taking a deep breath, he shifted his focus to the vast sea and universe shield before him. This formidable artifact was acquired from the Snowy Night Emperor, and it ought not to be tarnished by dust. If memory serves, it appeared that this item recognized its master through blood. With a swift motion, Su Xian sliced his fingertip, allowing a droplet of blood to fall onto the shield. Then he waited in silence. Rinxue held her breath, her gaze fixed intently on the shield. 1 second, 3 seconds, 15 seconds, half a minute. Unable to contain herself any longer, Rinxue finally raised her head, her expression laced with doubt. Are you certain this is how it is used? You aren't mistaken, are you? Su Xian, too, began to harbor doubts. He distinctly recalled that this artifact required blood for its allegiance. Why was there no reaction thus far? Could it be that the sea god's consciousness was dormant, or perhaps in a state of autumnal slumber? Damn it, is there no sense of professionalism? I may not desire the sea god's position, but at the very least, a response would be appreciated. Just as his thoughts concluded, a creaking sound pierced the air. Su Xian remarked, I have a feeling I should refrain from expressing my frustration. Realizing someone had entered, both Su Xian and Rinxue's expressions turned serious, their demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. Slightly parting the bed curtains, Su Xian peered towards the entrance. A small figure stealthily tiptoed in, her demeanor timid, as if the slightest sound could frighten her into a panic. What could she possibly be doing here? Upon seeing Ning Rongrong, Rinxue was momentarily taken aback and lowered her voice to inquire. I am uncertain. Let us observe further, replied Su Xian. Outside, Ning Rongrong moved about quietly, glancing around as if searching for something elusive. Didn't Xue mention that fellow had an abundance of delectable treats? Yet, I see none, she mused, scratching her head. With a slight pout, her expression betrayed a blend of indignation and disappointment. After another thorough search, discovering nothing, Ning Rongrong, in a fit of frustration, decided to depart, resolving to inquire with Xue Qinghe the following day regarding the whereabouts of the items. As they watched Ning Rongrong depart, Su Xian and Rinxue exchanged glances filled with bewilderment. Goodness, what had they thought was afoot? It turned out she was merely sneaking a snack. Good grief. You are the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Could you not uphold a modicum of dignity? Given her tender age, managing to slip in here could indeed be considered a feat, Rinxue teased. Although there were no guards within the courtyard, there were certainly some outside. It was no small accomplishment for Ning Rongrong to reach this place. Who could fathom how she arrived? Su Xian shrugged in boredom, drawing the curtain and once again contemplating the Hai Qiankuan cover. It was certain that it must recognize its master through blood. Was it simply due to his own bloodline? Could it be that his lineage fell short? His eyes narrowed, as if a realization struck him, and Su Xian's expression shifted dramatically. No, it cannot be. He shook his head vehemently, unwilling to accept this unsettling truth, though his countenance remained increasingly troubled. Tang San's blood contained the dual essences of Tang Hao and the Blue-Silver Emperor, coupled with the efficacy of the celestial herbs. It seemed to have ties to his 4 soul bones as well. Thus, it was the interplay of bloodline and potential that truly dictated the outcome. However, he was not without merit. Bloodline, a supreme royal lineage. Celestial herbs, he had absorbed 2. Soul bones, 1 external soul bone. Soul power, with a bit more energy absorption. He was on the verge of breaking through to level 40. Well then, it appeared that in every aspect, he was at a disadvantage. The royal bloodline was indeed a farce, and a subpar bloodline was somewhat justifiable. I shall refrain from cursing. A mere venting will suffice. Goodness. It seems that one's origin truly matters in this crossing. What a vexation. Author's note. Indeed, you are not mistaken. This book has once again been published. Ahem. Let us get down to business. Yes, it is time for the sob story segment. Xianren, my dear husband, our home is devoid of rice. Why has no one subscribed or rewarded us yet? Su Xian, what on earth? You spendthrift. I have bestowed upon you so many gold coins. And you dare tell me we are out of rice? Xianren, it is precisely because there are too many gold coins that our granary is overflowing, leaving no space for rice. Su Xian, so, we are left with nothing but gold coins to eat? Ahem. Su Xian raised his eyebrows. My dear wife, this is the moment we should play the pity card. Our household is bereft of gold coins, is it not? Xianren immediately nodded in agreement. Su Xian, satisfied, declared, excellent. Go fetch a broken bowl. While we have the daylight to spare, let us teach everyone how to beg for a living. A minute later, Xianren returned with a battered bowl in hand. Observing the golden bowl in Xianren hands, Su Xian felt utterly speechless. My dear wife, he remarked, with such a demeanor, not even a beggar would feel sympathy for us. Xianren, pouting in discontent, retorted, but this bowl is indeed the most dilapidated in our household. Filled with indignation, Su Xian proclaimed, I declare our attempt to elicit pity a complete failure. No sooner had he spoken than a slipper flew through the air, sending him crashing to the ground. The author, wielding an axe with a fierce expression, advanced menacingly. Make sure to sell your plight well. If your grades suffer, do not blame me for what follows. With a significant glance at Su Xian, the author continued. Su Xian gasped, what an outrageous demand. You're forcing me into a corner. Whimpering, he pleaded for subscriptions. Chapter 83. The Great Power of Displaying Affection. Hereditary traits come from one's parents, and Su Xian found himself unable to enhance them for the time being. Thus, he resolved to improve in other aspects. Wait a moment. I will absorb an external soul bone and then reassess. With a wave of his hand towards Xianren, he retrieved the wing of the heavenly feather falcon. This soul bone, having existed for over 50,000 years, harbored terrifying energy and would provide a significant boost to his attributes. The last time, Su Xian had chosen the dark golden terror claw, intending to utilize its bone as a medium to absorb other soul bones while also facilitating their evolution. After all, it was the least aged among the soul bones he possessed. Upon witnessing Su Xian's unwavering determination, Xianren was momentarily taken aback. Before responding, then absorb it. The earlier you assimilate the external soul bone, the greater the enhancement it will provide. Once you obtain your fourth soul ring, they too will improve accordingly. Nodding earnestly, Su Xian commenced the absorption of the external soul bone, while Xianren stood guard beside him to avert any unforeseen mishaps. The Tianyu Yuan, though formidable, did not compare to the dark golden terror claw, lacking both its ferocity and energy. Once absorbed, it was swiftly subdued by the overwhelming power of the dark golden terror claw, with the excess energy flowing into the latter's soul bone. On the couch, Su Xian's right palm shimmered with a golden glow, flickering like a beacon, revealing a faint outline of a claw. In harmony with this, a radiant white light emanated from his back, enveloping something as Su Xian's swan martial spirit was also awakened. At 3 a.m, Su Xian finally completed the absorption of the external soul bone wings. However, to his surprise, only one wing had manifested on his back instead of two. The pristine wing exuded a sharpness, its smooth contours surpassing those of a swan's, with tightly packed feathers devoid of the irregularity typically seen in swan wings. Even the tail feathers were firmly anchored in place, neither excessive nor deficient. It appeared that this external soul bone had seamlessly fused with his martial spirit. Unable to restrain herself, Xianren reached out to touch the now tangible shoulder, her eyes brightening at the sight. It seems so, she remarked. Su Xian nodded, feeling both the martial spirit wings and the soul bone wings coexist as one, rather than a mere fusion. It seemed the external soul bone had transformed his martial spirit to meet its requirements. In addition to acquiring a new soul bone skill, Su Xian sensed a significant enhancement in his dark golden terror claw soul bone. Let me try this Hanhai Qiankuan shield once more. Keep an eye on me, he instructed, releasing a drop of blood onto it. All right. Yet, there remained no response, prompting Su Xian to feel a surge of frustration. Damn it, see God. Are you discriminating against royal bloodlines? As the ruler of the oceans, can't you show some respect to the rulers of the continent? This is blatant regional discrimination. His ire ignited. Su Xian's eyes blazed with intensity. He detested having his patience tested. So, this is your divine will, sea god? Very well. You have successfully stirred my fighting spirit. Xue, you should rest. Tonight, I shall subdue this entity. Su Xian declared with fervor. I'll keep watch over you, after all. I'm not tired, she replied. Xianren shook her head, her gaze pure and clear, devoid of any impurities, yet tinged with a hint of concern. Then it shall be a labor for you. She reached out and embraced Xianren, and Su Xian felt a warm sensation enveloping him, suddenly. He wished to hold her forever, never letting go. Sensing Su Xian's emotions, a slight smile graced Xianren's lips, her face radiating a serene and blissful expression, as if all worries had faded away. After a while, Xianren gently nudged Su Xian. All right, let go now, or else dawn will break. Just a little longer. This matter is not urgent. Su Xian insisted stubbornly. Just for a moment, you promised, she replied. 15 minutes later, observing that Su Xian remained unresponsive, seemingly asleep, Xianren's face was filled with helplessness, leaving her no choice but to let him hold her. You two little rascals are truly infuriating. Suddenly, a deep, exasperated male voice resonated, and the vast oceanic barrier began to emit a shimmering azure glow. Abruptly, it struck Su Xian's forehead, causing him to faint instantly. Damn it. I merely wished to assess your potential, and here you are flaunting affection. Have you considered the feelings of a single old man? Husband, are you all right? Startled by the voice, Xianren turned to see the oceanic barrier on Su Xian's forehead, her face paling in shock, especially upon noticing the blood gushing into the barrier. Panic surged within her. Despite her efforts, she could not remove the barrier. Surely, you are a descendant of that angelic goddess? I mean no harm, so rest assured. The voice of the sea god echoed once more, sharp as an arrow piercing Xianren's mind, his powerful words imbued with an irresistible might, evoking a sense of submission. A golden shadow flickered behind her, abruptly awakening Xianren. Realizing the identity of the voice belonged to the sea god, she still felt a twinge of unease and administered the dragon grass leaf to Su Xian. As for the method of consumption, of course, orally, the 999 sugar-free kind. Time passed, and eventually, Su Xian awoke languidly, his head throbbing painfully as if struck by a fist, his body feeling utterly drained. Ah, the oceanic barrier. Suddenly recalling something. The weariness in Su Xian's eyes evaporated, and he attempted to rise, but found himself firmly restrained, his back only inches from the bed. As he gazed at Xianren, who was tightly holding on to him, her ethereal visage gently resting against his arm, her slumbering form appeared so naturally sweet and serene. Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and lay down beside her. What need have I for the vast expanse of the universe's protection? What purpose does a bicycle serve? In this grand world, my wife reigns supreme. Indeed, he too felt a wave of fatigue, deciding it best to indulge in a little more slumber. Truly, exhaustion enveloped him. A respite of a day or two seemed essential, lest he be unable to regain his senses. With his arm naturally cradling Xianren, Su Xian closed his eyes once more, his expression tranquil, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his lips. The sea goddess consciousness, MMP. This truly pierces the heart. I have gone offline. Chapter 84. The Making of a Wealthy Woman. When Su Xian and Xianren finally awoke, it was already midday. Roused by the persistent calls of Xue Qinghe, after ushering Xue Qinghe outside, the two began to freshen up. What transpired last night? How did I end up unconscious? While adjusting his attire, Su Xian curiously pondered aloud, struggling to recall the events of the previous night. You might want to take a look at the mark on your forehead, Xianren suggested, arranging her hair accessories as she gazed into the mirror. My forehead? Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, then moved behind Xianren. Through the mirror, he indeed discovered a blue diamond-shaped mark adorning his forehead. The vast expanse of the universe's protection. Upon seeing this, Su Xian's eyes sharpened, an overwhelming surge of joy flooding his heart. Wow, this treasure has finally submitted to me. It truly lives up to my expectations. From now on, all endeavors will be far more convenient. For instance, sneaking into the homes of widows, infiltrating the chambers of affluent women, or stealthily lounging in the beds of beautiful maidens. Cough, cough. I mustn't forget my virtuous disposition. I would never stoop to such shameless behavior. With a mere thought, a blue silhouette raced towards him, landing steadily in Su Xian's hand. It seemed that it had indeed recognized him as its master. Observing the Hai Qian umbrella in Su Xian's hands, Xianren couldn't help but smile. If Su Xian were to inherit the divine position of the sea god, and she the divine position of the angel god, their union would indeed be unparalleled. Well, this evening, a visit to the treasury of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School might be in order. Su Xian raised an eyebrow and replied, "Is this what they call a relentless thieving heart?" Xue covered her mouth, chuckling teasingly. "Of course, how else would I steal your heart?" Wrapping his arms around Xue, Su Xian leaned closer to her face, gazing into her eyes through the mirror. "Humph, I know you only speak sweet nothings. I have no desire to hear such words from you. Even if you don't wish to hear them, you shall listen for a lifetime, shall you not?" By noon, having tidied themselves up, Su Xian and Xue were ready to meet the couple, Ning Fengji and his wife. The banquet from the previous night was primarily a gesture of courtesy from the empire, a mingling of powers, yet Ning Rongrong's mother had not made an appearance. As for now, it was merely a visit to greet their teacher's wife, a formality dictated by propriety, deserving of due respect, particularly given their royal background. Such matters could not be treated lightly, and gifts had long since been prepared. Upon entering the grand hall of the courtyard, an eye-watering scene unfolded before them, prompting Su Xian to shake his head in exasperation, utterly speechless at the sight of the two little girls, Xue Qinghe and her companion. They were each adorably perched on their small bottoms, thoroughly engrossed in their play. As I observed the polished diamonds and rubies being tossed back and forth between the two individuals, colliding with the walls and floor, producing a series of delightful sounds, I felt a sudden twitch of disbelief. Goodness, these two are indeed extravagant. While others play marbles with mere glass, you dare to use diamonds and rubies. How astonishing. He. I've struck again. This one is mine now. Gazing at her own marble that had once again struck true, Xue joyfully dashed over, pocketing the diamond that rightfully belonged to Ning Rongrong, her face radiating delight. Humph. This time, I shall not be defeated. Ning Rongrong, with a serious expression, withdrew a sapphire from her pocket and placed it on the ground. Subsequently, she bent over, her gaze intensely fixed upon the two marbles, softly muttering to herself, Miss. Su Xian interjected, "Do not tell me this is Ning Rongrong and the royal princess Xue. My heart can scarcely bear it. Why not teach Xue to play?" "Surely you need not fear Annie's reproach," Xue chuckled. "Children are naturally inclined to play. They will mature in time." Without a hint of embarrassment, Su Xian then approached Xue and inquired, "My dear, where did you acquire that splendid ruby?" Yang Fei, having no son, showered Xue with affection. However, such a translucent, polished ruby must be worth at least tens of thousands of gold coins, far too precious for Xue to use as a toy. "It was given to me by Sister Rongrong. She said it was for playing at sparrows," Xue replied, her eyes meticulously studying the ruby in the distance. Her head not turning, Su Xian exclaimed, "What the devil? Playing sparrows with that?" Suddenly, he found himself questioning the meaning of life, wishing only for silence, devoid of words or desires. As Su Xian gazed upon Xue, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at the sight of a wealthy woman in the making. Xue, slightly older than Rongrong by 5 months, had already reached the age of 3, and her marble playing was purely a means of generating income. Indeed, a staggering amount of gold coins could be earned in just a second. Without disturbing Xue's path to prosperity, Su Xian departed the grand hall with Xue, not far away in the garden, for figures engaged in casual conversation, particularly a silver-haired elder whose expression was marked by indignation. "Fengji, why haven't I seen that little clever girl, Rongrong, around these past few days? Where has she gone?" Douluo inquired, tapping his fingers on the table out of boredom. "She must have gone off to play." Ning Fengji replied with a slight smile, displaying no anger, which only served to irritate Douluo further. "That is hardly an answer. Rongrong is barely over 2 years old. Apart from playing, does she have any business with cultivation?" Nearby, a noblewoman clad in a purple gown smiled gently, savoring the floral tea she had brewed from her own garden. The woman possessed an elegant and serene beauty, with slender brows and bright eyes, exuding an aura of kindness and gentleness. Unlike Nangong Ling's noble and graceful demeanor, she resembled a tranquil spring, poised and unhurried. Her name was Wenxian, Rongrong's mother and Ning Fengji's wife. The royal princess Xue has arrived, and she is of similar age to Rongrong. They are likely to get along splendidly, Wenxian explained with a smile as she set down her cup. However, upon mentioning the phrase getting along, she paused noticeably, and the 3 men present understood its implications. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo exchanged knowing smiles, with the former teasingly remarking, "So she is a princess. No wonder Rongrong can play with her so well." It seems she has found a worthy companion. At this remark, the three were instantly amused. And Ningfeng Ji awkwardly cleared his throat. It was inevitable. The other children of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School both feared Rongrong's status and could hardly withstand her spirited nature, daring not to engage with her. Only a royal princess would be able to match her playfulness. Sir and Madam, the esteemed guests have arrived, a maid announced as she hurried in, her demeanor somewhat formal. Understood. Ningfeng Ji nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to Wen Zian. This is my newly accepted disciple. You did not have the chance to meet him yesterday. Come, let us greet them together. As he spoke, Ningfeng Ji raised an eyebrow, glancing at Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo. If you two have the time, it would be beneficial for you to offer your guidance as well. I believe you are more suited for it than I. Indeed. Chapter 85. I cannot strike from the heart. Teacher, Sword Douluo is a senior and a distinguished title Douluo. It would be unnecessary for him to take action, lest we disturb the harmony. Within the grand hall, upon hearing the proposal to engage in combat with the Sword Douluo, Su Xian immediately shook his head in earnest protest. What a jest! I am but a soul sage, not a Douluo. How could I possibly contend with the title Douluo? He thought to himself, grappling with his own self-deception. I am woefully inadequate, wielding merely a swan martial spirit and lacking even a soul bone. Wait, if I were to unleash my martial spirit, would not the external soul bone wings be revealed as well? No sparring, not even at the cost of my life. I only bled out last night. I am far from recovered, and I cannot engage in battle. Fear not, it is merely a commonplace sparring session. It will afford me the opportunity to observe your martial spirit's application and the synergy of your soul skills. Ningfeng Ji replied, smiling gently at Su Xian's humility. Rest assured, I shall only employ the strength of a soul sage in our contest. You may showcase your abilities to the fullest, declared the Sword Douluo. Observing the two, Su Xian found it exceedingly difficult to refuse. However, in life, certain matters must be faced head-on. Alas, it is indeed necessary to decline. Teacher. To be frank, the opportunity to spar with the title Douluo is an unparalleled honor and a rare chance. Such an opportunity is both precious and fleeting. It is not that I lack appreciation for it, but rather that circumstances compel me. With eyes as clear as crystal, Su Xian spoke earnestly. Oh. Ningfeng Ji raised an eyebrow, while Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo turned their gazes toward him, curiosity evident in their expressions. Meeting the stares of the three, a fleeting yet imperceptible pain crossed Su Xian's visage. I encountered some issues during my cultivation last night, and my body is still weak, making it quite inconvenient to continue using my soul power. Upon finishing, he coughed, leaving even himself uncertain whether he spoke truth or falsehood. Upon hearing that Su Xian had encountered problems in his training, Ningfeng Ji's expression grew grave. Approaching Su Xian and scrutinizing him closely, Ningfeng Ji's inner doubts were swiftly resolved. No wonder he felt something was off about Su Xian. It turned out his pallor bore a sickly hue. You are severely depleted in vital energy, and it is indeed unwise for you to engage further. His sharp gaze seemed to slice through Su Xian, prompting Sword Douluo to nod in agreement, cautioning him. The essence of swordsmanship relies on the unity of spirit, energy, and mind, and it was evident to him that Su Xian's current state was amiss. Rest assured, teacher and seniors, I am not gravely affected. A period of rest will suffice. Otherwise, I would not have arrived only at noon. I simply overslept. Forcing an awkward smile, Su Xian explained. In that case, you should return and rest. Put your cultivation on hold for now. It is of no concern. As a teacher, Ningfeng Ji did not press the issue, instead showing care by suggesting Su Xian take a break. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave. After a slight bow and seeing Ningfeng Ji nod with a smile, Su Xian departed alongside Qianren. Watching Su Xian's figure vanish, Ningfeng Ji turned to Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo, speaking thoughtfully. For some reason, I sense something amiss, although he is indeed not in good condition. His previous demeanor indicated a strong reluctance to spar, as if he were concealing something. Sword Douluo replied, his posture straight and imposing, exuding a formidable presence even while standing still, particularly with his remarkably bright eyes. Indeed, what you say aligns with my thoughts. As they walked, Qianren gazed at Su Xian, sighing, sometimes, I cannot discern whether you speak the truth or falsehood. Regardless, what I say to you is always the truth. Is it not? Su Xian chuckled, his gaze imbued with sincerity. Who knows? She pouted slightly, and Qianren replied, a hint of disbelief in her tone. You'll find out soon enough. Unfazed, Su Xian casually responded, then led Xue back to his secluded residence. The two little ones were still engrossed in their play upon the ground, seemingly intent on battling until dawn. However, it was evident that Xue Qinghe's small pouch was nearing its limit. Su Xian chose not to interrupt their merriment. Having a companion of equal standing who posed no threat was indeed a source of great joy for the royal family, so he allowed them to continue their frolic. After all, the victor would be from his own household. Given Ning Fengxi's and Sword Douluo's fondness for Ning Rongrong, they would hardly concern themselves with such trifling gems. Perhaps possessing wealth instills a certain audacity. Thus, if he were not to take advantage of them, whom else could he possibly deceive? His conscience bore no twinge of guilt in that regard. I shall return to my room to rest. If you are weary, you may do the same, he stated after lingering in the courtyard for a while. Suddenly feeling a wave of drowsiness, Su Xian gently nudged Xue's shoulder and spoke. Last night, due to the effects of the Haohai Qianquan shield, he had indeed suffered considerable depletion of his vitality. Even after consuming some dragon grass leaves to recuperate, he still felt somewhat feeble. With significant undertakings planned for the night, it was imperative for Su Xian to conserve his energy, allowing his body to fully absorb the benefits of the dragon grass leaves. By evening, he would likely be restored. You're tired, so why not just sleep? Why push me? Xue retorted with irritation. Ahem, I merely thought that holding you might expedite your recovery. Su Xian raised an eyebrow, responding playfully. Xue, do you think I am so easily fooled? Fine, I shall return to my room. Gazing into the piercing white eyes of Xue, Su Xian shook his head and then languidly made his way towards the bedroom. As Su Xian departed, Xue felt a waning interest and could not help but succumb to a wave of drowsiness. Despite having rested for merely 9 hours, she found herself still weary. Stifling a yawn, she retreated to her chamber to rest, overwhelmed by fatigue. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, it was the second night at the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. The night sky was adorned with a crescent moon, casting a serene tranquility over the school. The once inaudible sounds of birds during the day now resonated with clarity in the stillness of the night. Should anyone approach, simply press this device. It contains my voice. Before his departure, Su Xian entrusted Xue with a soul guide device, which held a recording of his voice to prevent any undue commotion that might arouse Ning Fengxi's suspicions. Be cautious. As she witnessed Su Xian set forth, a hint of concern lingered on Xue's countenance. Rest assured, with the vast sea and universe shield, there is nothing to fear. Even if discovered, I still possess the soul guide and formations, Su Xian reassured her, subsequently unveiling the vast sea and universe shield to envelop his form. Upon witnessing Su Xian's abrupt disappearance, Xue was taken aback, sensing an unusual presence above her. Just as she contemplated moving away, the familiar voice resonated, followed by the emergence of a face. Stay obediently in the room. I shall return shortly. Chapter 86. The Open Path and the Hidden Maneuver. Su Xian refrained from directly investigating the forbidden areas, as the Seven Treasures glazed sect likely had set up various traps and formations due to its profound heritage. Particularly with Ning Fengxi, he might very well employ a strategy of misdirection, rendering Su Xian's efforts futile. Thus, he deemed it necessary to strike a blow to rattle the tiger, compelling Ning Fengxi to divulge the location of the Seven Treasures glazed sect treasury. Arriving at the outer city of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, Su Xian extracted several pangolin-like devices from the system space. Brother, tonight, the success rests upon your shoulders. He vaguely set the positioning for the underground exploration soul guide and then, with a determined bite of his teeth, retrieved some rubies and diamonds from his storage ring, placing them in the pangolin's mouth. One must invest to reap rewards. He initially invested nearly 100,000 gold coins, and then chuckled. Ahem. I am merely a transporter of gold, not a thief. Indeed, he had never resorted to stealing. He relied solely on his acting skills to deceive others. With a rapid dive, the pangolins plunged underground towards the direction of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, while Su Xian concealed himself within the vast expanse of the Qianquan shield, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. The sound of the exploration soul guide was faint, especially during the excavation, making it nearly imperceptible to an ordinary person, even though Su Xian was aware that they were directly beneath him. The members of the Seven Treasures glazed sect remained blissfully unaware, enveloped in a serene tranquility. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of soul power erupted, and a black-haired elder shot upwards like an arrow, stabilizing in the sky. Title Douluo, Bone Douluo. With Bone Douluo's release of soul power, The Seven Treasures glazed sect was thrown into chaos, and even Ning Fingji, who was crafting figurines in his chamber, rushed out in haste. He was quickly joined by the equally startled Sword Douluo, who whisked him into the sky. "What is the matter, old bone?" Sword Douluo inquired, with Ning Fengji regarding him with curiosity, his handsome features betraying a hint of fatigue. "There is movement underground. Something peculiar lurks beneath." Bone Douluo's expression turned grave. His martial soul allowed him to traverse space freely, making him acutely sensitive to disturbances in that realm. "There is undoubtedly something strange beneath." "Underground?" Upon hearing this, both Ning Fingji and Sword Douluo's expression shifted. The latter immediately unleashed his mental energy, probing into the underground activity. "Indeed, there is something. It appears to be in constant motion, with a count of 7 or 8 entities," Sword Douluo replied solemnly. "Bone uncle." Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji immediately turned his gaze towards the Bone Douluo, who nodded knowingly. In an instant, the martial soul, the Bone Dragon, was unleashed, only to swiftly vanish again. After a brief interval, the Bone Dragon reappeared, clutching a writhing object in its jaws, its tail flicking comically. "Is that a pangolin?" Upon removing the soul guide, the Bone Douluo's expression darkened considerably. He had anticipated something far more significant, only to discover that it was merely this creature, a monumental blunder indeed. Ning Fingji seemed to discern something, pointing decisively and exclaiming, "This is not a pangolin. Look at what it is holding in its mouth." Upon hearing this, both the Bone Douluo and the Sword Douluo were taken aback, also sensing something amiss. The pangolin appeared to have a metallic exterior, crafted with remarkable realism. And within its jaws, glimmering with a crimson hue, lay a ruby. Boom. At that moment, the pangolin began to emanate a red glow, followed by a violent eruption of sparks. A wave of danger surged forth, and the Sword Douluo's gaze sharpened, immediately enveloping Ning Fingji with his soul power. True to his title, the Bone Douluo swiftly conjured a protective shield of soul power, encasing the pangolin. Boom. A deep, resonant explosion echoed as the protective shield was engulfed in flames, accompanied by a cacophony of violent collisions, followed by a billowing cloud of black smoke. With a swift motion, the Bone Douluo dispersed the smoke, revealing that the once innocuous pangolin had been reduced to a heap of scrap metal, a truly pitiful sight. Ning Fingji reached out to retrieve the ruby from the debris, his expression turning icy. "Bone uncle, please capture all the remaining pangolins." "Very well." The Bone Douluo did not hesitate for a moment. In the blink of an eye, the task was accomplished. Alas, each pangolin had exploded, leaving behind only gems and diamonds. Gazing upon the gems and diamonds, Ning Fengji's countenance shifted between shades of blue and purple, cloaked in a brooding silence. Though he uttered no words, those who merely stood quietly nearby could sense the tempest brewing within him. Ning Fingji was precisely such a person. The more he feigned tranquility, the more ferociously his anger would erupt, spiraling out of control. Much like a swordsman who conceals his blade within its sheath, remaining poised and restrained, yet when unleashed, his strike leaves the world in awe. Let us proceed to the Seven Treasures Pagoda. With a thunderous roar, the three individuals hastened deeper into the forbidden grounds. The presence of so many metallic pangolins signified that someone coveted the wealth of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. If the Seven Treasures Pagoda had indeed been unearthed, the consequences would be dire. "My valiant comrade, fret not. I shall undoubtedly seek justice on your behalf." Gazing at the scrap metal strewn across the ground, Su Xian felt a profound sorrow. "Not for any other reason, but because of your valiant sacrifice, I am determined to secure sufficient compensation for you." As the three departed, Su Xian's gaze turned resolute, and he immediately followed suit. The exhilarating sensation of being allowed to enter the treasury was simply delightful. In the heart of the Seven Treasures glazed sect stood a magnificent 7-story tower, crafted entirely from azure glass, radiating brilliance even under the cloak of night. Yet, curiously, the tower was invisible from the sky or afar, shrouded in darkness. Only as one approached, gazing either straight or upwards, did its dazzling splendor reveal itself. Surrounding the Seven Treasure Tower were the vigilant soul master guards of the sect, exuding an air of formidable authority. Upon the arrival of the sect master and the two titled Douluos, an elderly man clad in white swiftly appeared, accompanied by a woman who appeared to be his wife. "Is there something amiss outside?" Ning Xin asked with curiosity. "Third uncle, someone has infiltrated our sect through the underground to commit theft. I must enter the tower to investigate." Observing the elder, Ning Fingji offered a slight nod and a gesture of respect before speaking candidly. "Theft?" Upon hearing this, Ning Sanqing's expression turned grave. He refrained from unnecessary words that would squander time and promptly granted Ning Fengji passage. Boom. Arriving at the entrance of the Seven Treasure Pagoda, Ning Fengji produced a token. And suddenly, the pagoda erupted in resplendent brilliance, as if undulating waves danced upon its surface, only to return to tranquility in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, Ning Fengji summoned his martial soul, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, with 7 soul rings shimmering in harmony above it. The 2 towers merged into a singular entity, and the grand entrance of the Seven Treasure Pagoda gradually swung open. Su Xian exclaimed, "What the? A password lock and a fingerprint lock I can endure. But this martial soul lock, how on earth will I ever gain entry again?" Chapter 87. The protagonist is meant to be deceived. Gazing upon the scene within the Seven Treasures Pagoda, Su Xian was momentarily rendered speechless. Goodness! The dazzling brilliance of jewels and gold was enough to blind his pure golden eyes. This wealth was simply astounding. At the center of the pagoda, there lay a veritable mountain of gold coins, towering nearly 20 meters high. 20 meters. Good heavens! If it were to topple, it could truly crush someone to death with its weight. Surrounding the base, various jade and pearl necklaces were scattered haphazardly across the ground, resembling mere refuse. Yet they piled up to a height of at least 1 meter. Moreover, within the openings of the pagoda, a myriad of treasures lay quietly, many encased in exquisite boxes. Yet the soft, lustrous glow emanating from them was unmistakable. Truly, these were treasures of the highest order. Upon witnessing these items, Su Xian's eyes reddened, filled with an overwhelming desire to immediately relocate them into his own spatial realm. Alas, they are all mine. Upon witnessing the Seven Treasures Pagoda, Ning Fengji could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. "Bon uncle, I implore you to follow the trail of the pangolin and see if we can uncover the miscreant," he spoke, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. His tone as frigid as ice. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, one of the top 3 sects, is not a place where just anyone can create disturbances. If they dare to come here, then let them remain forever. Bon Douluo did not utter another word, promptly attending to the matter. His expression was equally grim. With both of them, the titled Douluo, stationed at the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, it is audacious for anyone to provoke them. This is a blatant disregard for their authority. One word encapsulates their resolve: action. As he watched Ning Fengji and the others depart, and the Seven Treasure Pagoda was sealed, Su Xian let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately, he set down a concealed array around him to prevent any commotion from disturbing others. Indeed, the act of transporting gold coins was best conducted discreetly. Yet, I simply cannot contain myself any longer. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Su Xian delivered a powerful kick towards the mountain of gold coins. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and a cascade of gold coins rained down from the heavens, resembling a torrential downpour. Now it appears much improved. Observing the collapse of the small mountain, it no longer appeared insurmountable. Su Xian felt a refreshing clarity as the oppressive weight of gold diminished in an instant. With no urgency, he leisurely strolled within the Seven Treasures Pagoda, intending to discover the esteemed treasures of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Rising into the air, Su Xian ascended to the pinnacle and retrieved the top 3 boxes. In that moment, a wave of subtle fragrance enveloped him, and he felt a warm surge coursing through his body as if all fatigue had vanished. Following the alluring scent, he opened the first box to reveal a heart-shaped mushroom adorned with cloud-like patterns. Its blood-red, crystal-clear fronds were encircled by a golden edge, exuding an intoxicating aroma that was hard to resist. Is this the mythical 10,000-year spirit herb? Su Xian's pupils dilated sharply, and his breath quickened. Good heavens! This was a healing marvel on par with the legendary 9-rank Ginseng King. Without a moment's hesitation, he stored it in his system space. This treasure does not belong here. I shall liberate you from this prison. After securing the herb, he opened the other 2 boxes. One contained a soul bone, and the other, an unknown artifact. Never mind. Even thieves have their ethics. I shall leave these behind. With a disdainful pout, he returned the items to their boxes. He had plenty of soul bones and an abundance of soul guide devices. With these acquisitions, he would have to expend effort to conceal them. While he still had a heap of unsold goods, it was best to focus on his gold instead. Shaking his head, Su Xian's gaze fell upon the gold scattered on the ground, and he couldn't help but smile. With a wave of his hand, a significant portion of the gold vanished, revealing hidden jewels and exquisite artifacts beneath. Flicking his fingers, a brush materialized in his grasp. I must leave some memento like a monkey marking its territory. With a powerful punch, the gold in the center of the Seven Treasures Pagoda was instantly scattered, exposing a smooth surface suitable for writing. In the battle with the Pope, Hao suffered grievous injuries. Thus, I resort to this desperate measure. One day, I shall make you pay, Tang Hao. After finishing his inscription, Su Xian felt something was still amiss. He rummaged through his storage ring and produced a Haotian sect token, tossing it onto the ground. Then, he retrieved a flask of wine and poured it out, blurring the writing beneath, ensuring it would be unrecognizable. Only then did he feel reassured. Indeed, all of this is the doing of Tang Hao, and has nothing to do with me, Su Xian. First, the Haotian sect token is present. Second, the reckless and valiant nature is clearly crafted by Tang Hao, the master artisan. Do you not see how Tang San has inherited his father's legacy, with sets of concealed weapons? Third, Tang Hao is indeed injured and in need of the 10,000-year spirit herb. Given his infrequent appearances, he must bear the blame. Thus, their suspicions were indeed justified. It had nothing to do with themselves. The protagonist of the original work is merely a pawn. After all, who could blame them for having traversed this realm before me and still being younger? If not you, then whom shall I deceive? As for Tang San, Su Xian harbored little affection. He appeared steadfast in his feelings, clear in his likes and dislikes. Yet he was also a selfish individual with double standards, hardly deserving of any exaltation. Given that Haotian sect and the Tang family were destined to stand in opposition to the Spirit Hall, they were, by all means, enemies. Moreover, there was the matter of Qianren, whom he would need to seek out in due time. It was nothing more than a heart-to-heart conversation, teaching him the ways of society. Having tidied everything up, Su Xian once again took out a valiant warrior and subsequently dismantled the surrounding formations. Clang, clang, clang. The sparks from the excavation flew, and the sharp sound of cutting resonated instantaneously within the 7 treasure tower, startling the guardians outside. Sir, there is commotion inside the tower. The guard's face was filled with alarm as he gazed at Ning San, whose countenance darkened instantly, commanding him to inform Ning Fengji. Damn it. As he gazed upon the 7 treasures pagoda, Ning San Province's eyes blazed with indignation. But he found himself at a loss and had no choice but to summon Ning Fengji to unlock the tower's entrance. A minute later, 3 figures reappeared at the tower's threshold. Upon hearing the commotion within, Ning Fengji's expression darkened ominously. Damn it. Do they truly believe the 7 treasures glazed sect is so easily trifled with? Without further ado, Ning Fengji opened the tower door, and the sight that met his eyes nearly caused him to spew blood in shock. The once towering mountain of gold coins had completely collapsed, leaving a chaotic scene where the coins appeared pitifully diminished, as if they had been plundered. Immediately seal off the sect. His thunderous roar reverberated. As Ning Fengji's eyes widened in disbelief, his veins pulsing with rage. Scanning the area with his spiritual energy, he noted that even the sword Douluo's expressions were grim, astonishingly. There was only a pangolin inside, with no other individuals present. Alas, I departed as quietly as I arrived, merely waving my sleeve to carry away untold wealth. He sighed inwardly, observing the open entrance as Su Xian drifted away like a phantom. Chapter 88, Nalan Tianqing, the coup. While Su Xian leisurely returned to his residence, the 7 treasures glazed sect erupted in turmoil. However, midway through the chaos, it abruptly fell silent. Ning Fengji decreed that this matter must not be disclosed, and publicly, it would be left unresolved. Yet, he was now bereft of a bone Douluo by his side. There was no alternative. The situation involved Tang Hao, and regardless of its veracity, it could not be openly discussed. After all, the stakes were too high. Furthermore, the theft at the 7 treasures glazed sect had occurred right under the noses of 2 titled Douluos, which was a severe blow to their pride. Did the 7 treasures glazed sect and its 2 titled Douluos not care for their dignity? Though their patience was wearing thin, they had no choice but to endure. Otherwise, they would become the subject of ridicule. Su Xian, however, remained unconcerned with their plight, for this incident was orchestrated by Tang Hao and had no bearing on him. Upon Su Xian's return, Qianren immediately approached him, her expression fraught with worry. You're finally back. With all the noise outside, I feared something had happened to you. What could possibly happen to me? The Sea of Stars shield is indeed quite handy, Su Xian replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Maintaining the Sea of Stars shield required substantial soul power, but fortunately, he had his milk bottle to keep it concealed. It seems you've amassed quite a fortune, Qianren remarked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity about the treasures within the 7 treasures glazed sect's vault. Indeed, the 7 treasures glazed sect is remarkably wealthy. The treasures within the pagoda are countless, and the gold coins piled up like a small mountain. leaving me utterly astonished, Su Xian mused. So, Xue inquired with a smile. So, I brought back a small mountain of gold to prevent the 7 treasures glazed sect from being burdened by their excess wealth. Su Xian spoke with utmost seriousness. Xue rolled her eyes, unable to believe that Su Xian could be so honest. You only took the gold coins and nothing else? She questioned incredulously. Am I truly such a greedy person? Su Xian, slightly annoyed, noticed Xue staring at him with disbelief, her expression betraying skepticism. His face flushed. And he finally admitted, the rest were merely jade items, corals, and jadeite, which I deemed unnecessary to bring back. So I only took the gold coins and the 10,000-year-old spirit grass. Xue remarked. You truly have a way with words. Upon hearing about the 10,000-year-old spirit grass, her pupils dilated in astonishment and excitement. This substance was not only a miraculous healing agent, but also an exceptional antidote. While it could not bring the dead back to life, it could certainly revive someone as long as they had breath left. It was invaluable, a true treasure beyond measure. Even more precious than an 8th-grade ginseng king. Even the spirit hall did not possess such a rarity. Who would have thought it would be found in the 7 treasures glazed tile sect? Don't you think you should share some with me? She said, her big eyes blinking playfully as a mischievous smile crept across her face. In that moment, Su Xian saw a reflection of himself in her expression. Ah, woman, your name is Greed. Su Xian replied with mock exasperation. My dear wife, I realize you have taken a turn for the worse. Only knowing how to rob me these days. He playfully pinched Xue's cheek, feeling a pang of heartache. Once, a pure and innocent girl stood before him, and he had failed to cherish her. Now, having led her astray, he was filled with regret. There is no greater sorrow in this world than this. If heaven granted him another chance, he would have simply told her 3 words. You are beautiful. Truly, she was his wife, and they shared the same character. Was it wrong to deceive oneself? It must be right. Would he rather deceive others? Absolutely not. What a dream that would be, confirming their bond with a knowing glance. He thought, this is someone I can spend my life with. Alas, there was no escape, for he only knew her, and she was still his spouse. Xue smiled sweetly. I have no money to give, nor will I part with my life. Tonight, you may do as you please, and I shall not resist. With a determined expression, Su Xian seemed to have made up his mind, which left Xue speechless yet blushing. With a playful tone, she asked, Are you being serious? Of course, a man must honor his word, Su Xian declared with conviction. 3 minutes later, weren't you the one who said you wouldn't resist? Xue glared at Su Xian, firmly pinned to the bed, her small face a mixture of anger and grievance. Who said anything about pulling out the nails? Why can't I change my mind? Su Xian retorted, standing his ground. Xue exclaimed. I have a saying that I don't know whether to share or keep to myself. Seeing that Xue showed no signs of remorse, Su Xian felt a surge of frustration. Look at what you've done to my face. It's covered in rouge, and you still have the audacity to blame me. With a sudden exclamation, Su Xian's words elicited a burst of laughter from Xue, who, upon seeing the comical expression on his face, could not contain herself. You find this amusing, do you? Just wait. I shall draw a turtle upon your visage, and then you shall think twice before mocking me. Su Xian retorted with a grin as he retrieved the brush he had used moments prior, the ink still fresh. He commenced his artistic endeavor unabashedly. Stop, please. Cease at once. Xue protested vehemently. Shout all you wish. Let us see if anyone comes to your aid when your voice is hoarse from calling. Su Xian chuckled darkly. Goodness. Ouch, that hurts. Release me, or I swear I'll bite. Xue exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she threatened him. Let go of me first. No, you first. Due to his recent ailments, Su Xian had refrained from seeking guidance from Ningfengji over the past few days. Meanwhile, Ningfengji, preoccupied with matters concerning the 7 treasure tower, appeared indifferent to Su Xian's plight, likely conducting a covert investigation. Thus, Su Xian had been spending his time in the company of Xue and her companions. Initially, he had come with earnest intentions to learn. But fate had taken an unexpected turn. It seemed the heavens were unjust. Why must it be so arduous to pursue knowledge? He lamented. Moreover, to Su Xian's astonishment, there had been no whispers regarding the theft at the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Were it not for his eyewitness account of the assailant's heinous acts at the scene, he might have believed nothing had transpired at all. He had anticipated a few tranquil days at the sect, free from the interruptions of his foolish younger brother and the scheming of his cunning father. Unfortunately, calamity struck without warning as the most improbable events unfolded. Indeed, Turmoil had erupted at the borders. Reports from the front lines indicated that Xue had instigated a rebellion, seizing control of Mo City and advancing towards Tindo City. This cannot be true. Xue has no motive for such treachery, Su Xian pondered incredulously. The perpetrator behind the Nalan family's misfortune had been identified. And even if Xue were aware of the situation, there was no justification for his insurrection. After all, this affair bore no connection to the imperial family. My husband, shall we return to Tindo City? Xue inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. Indeed, we must return, Su Xian replied without hesitation. Think of the lives at stake, and the innocent people in the border regions. Despite his usual indolence, now bearing the identity of Xue Qinghe, certain matters could be overlooked, yet some responsibilities could not be ignored. Chapter 89, Snowy Night. Do you not acknowledge my existence? Time hurried by, and so did their departure. Fengji, aware of the empire's dire situation, did not attempt to retain Su Xian. After a brief farewell, Su Xian, accompanied by Xue, prepared to set forth for Tindo City. Sister Xueca, may I come to visit you in the future? The small face was filled with reluctance, and Rongrong's gem-like eyes were fixed intently on Xue Qinghe. A mix of sorrow and eager anticipation evident in her gaze. If you go to Tindo City, you can find me at the royal palace. Xue Qinghe, with a downcast expression, also felt a pang of sadness. She had finally found a little wealthy companion to play with, who appeared adorably naive and easy to persuade. To her surprise, their parting came so swiftly. As she spoke, Xue Qinghe seemed to recall something and retrieved a wooden box from her belongings. Inside, there are 3 candied hawthorns that I specially hid for you. Reluctantly, she extended the box towards Rongrong, biting her pink lip as if enduring immense pain, as if she had carved a wound in her own heart. Thank you, Sister Xue Qinghe. Upon hearing about the candied hawthorns, Rongrong's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly accepted the box. After a brief moment of contemplation, as if struck by an idea, Rongrong began rummaging through her own belongings, ultimately producing a cat's eye jade that resembled a genuine marble. Meanwhile, Su Xian observed the exchange between Xue Qinghe and Rongrong with a peculiar expression. To an outsider, it might appear as if they shared a deep sisterly bond. While those unaware might mistakenly think Xue Qinghe was engaging in a scam, selling candied hawthorns at an exorbitant price. As she watched Xue Qinghe acquire another cat's eye jade in the blink of an eye, Su Xian couldn't help but admire the girl. Alas, she is still quite young. If only she were a bit older, once the entertainment city is completed, he could confidently entrust its management to her. Qinghe, it's time to go. Su Xian called out with a smile, waving at Xue Qinghe. I'm off then. Don't forget to come play with me when you have the chance. She pouted with a hint of resentment directed at Ning and Rongrong, reluctantly boarding the carriage. The 3 of them set off towards Tindo City. In the grand hall of the imperial palace, the main branch of the royal Xue family and the heads of the major branches gathered to discuss matters concerning Xue. 100,000 troops are not an excessive number, especially considering that the empire has around 800,000 soldiers at its disposal. Quelling the rebellion is merely a matter of time. It appears that merely dispatching 200,000 troops would suffice. However, the situation is far from simple. The affairs of the Nalan family are, in essence, a grand conspiracy. The adversary will not easily allow Xue to be vanquished so effortlessly. At the main seat, although Xue's countenance bore a hint of displeasure, he remained remarkably composed. Your Highness, royal brother, I trust one need not elaborate further. You are undoubtedly aware of the intricacies at play. Observing Xue and Xue Qinghe, Xue spoke with a heavy tone, pausing intermittently to gauge their thoughts. Royal brother, although there are reasons behind Xue rebellion, if we allow him to grow unchecked, it will spiral out of control. Xue Qinghe replied anxiously. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uncle Xue sipped his tea in silence, seemingly indifferent to the matter at hand. Observing Xue's calm demeanor, Xue raised an eyebrow and subsequently echoed with a prolonged tone, expressing deep concern. The current situation was fraught with unpredictability, and ordinary individuals left him uneasy. After all, Xue held immense authority within the military. Should the leader harbor any ulterior motives, the consequences could be dire. With a sigh, the great Emperor Xue remarked, If you harbor doubts, brother, I am willing to lead the troops myself. Xue immediately expressed his stance, but before he could finish, he was met with a firm rejection from the great Emperor Xue. Absolutely not, he thundered, filled with indignation. You gave birth to Liner merely half a month ago. This venture is perilous beyond measure, and I shall not permit you to go. Brother, as a member of the royal family. It is my duty to contribute to the imperial cause, Xuan replied, his emotions intensifying. His eyes sparkled with determination and stubbornness, as if he was fully prepared for whatever lay ahead. For the empire, even if it means perishing on the battlefield, what does it matter? Absolutely not. Brother, Xuan insisted resolutely. I have made up my mind. If you refuse to consent, I will command the troops of my fief to march. Impudent. You dare disregard my command. The great Emperor Xue's anger flared, but his peripheral gaze fell upon Xuan, who remained unyielding. This prompted a sense of urgency within him. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe was similarly tormented with anxiety, fearing that the great emperor might disregard previous agreements and truly allow Xuan to lead the forces. Such a scenario would spell disaster for him. Given Xuan's capabilities and leadership experience, the difference between going forth and courting death was negligible. For heaven's sake, uncle, speak up. As the silence enveloped the scene, the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar, with Xue and Xue Qinghe at a loss for how to proceed, fearing that their performance might spiral out of control without a proper conclusion. The old man, however, awaited the continuation of their act, eager to witness how they would ultimately deceive him, questioning why they had chosen to halt. Upon noticing the two had come to a halt, Xuan cast a fleeting glance in their direction, sipping her fragrant tea while indulging in playful banter. Ahem. Realizing that Xuan had seen through their frivolities, both Xue felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, being rather thick-skinned, Xue quickly regained his composure. Well, esteemed uncle, I find myself compelled by circumstances beyond my control. If you do not intervene, this matter may prove quite challenging to resolve. Thus, I must intrude upon your tranquil days and request your arduous assistance, Xue remarked with a sly smile. Indeed, those who reign often harbor dark hearts. Much like your father, Xuan retorted with a hint of annoyance. Xue, upon hearing this, could only awkwardly smile in response, refraining from any display of discontent. Alas, the weight of their familial hierarchy bore down upon him, and Xuan, a formidable soul fighter, stood as the most powerful within the royal faction. Very well. Allow this old bone of mine to handle the matter. You two should focus on nurturing your own branches and leaves, he concluded. Upon witnessing the playful demeanor of the Snow Knight Emperor, Xuan cast him a glance filled with profound helplessness and regret, and with a sigh, responded. Then I must extend my gratitude to my esteemed uncle. Upon seeing Xuan's agreement, the Snow Knight Emperor swiftly rose, his countenance brimming with excitement. Indeed, a sovereign must embody the demeanor befitting their station. Otherwise, one might be accused of relying on age to assert authority. Upon witnessing the snow-laden knight, Xuan promptly halted him. Just as he intended to depart for preparations, an irreverent voice suddenly echoed through the air. If Uncle Heir were to embark on a campaign, might I accompany him to witness it? Thereupon, Su Xian gracefully stepped into the hall, his countenance adorned with a warm smile, leading one to believe he had encountered some delightful news. Upon witnessing Su Xian's return, the Emperor of the Snowy Night momentarily froze, but upon recalling Su Xian's earlier words, he could not help but erupt in anger. How absurd! Do you think this is child's play, facing off between two armies? Su Xian, however, paid no heed to the Emperor's ire, and instead fixed his fervent gaze upon Xuan, seemingly seeking his counsel. Why do you wish to go? Xuan inquired, his face betraying no emotion as he regarded Su Xian. I wish to see for myself. Su Xian replied resolutely. Very well, Xuan responded after a brief pause, the two words he uttered appearing as a solemn assurance. After casting a glance at the Emperor, he departed without delay. Su Xian waved dismissively at the Emperor and followed suit, unperturbed. The Emperor fumed. Damn it. Do you think I don't exist? Chapter 90. Explosive Soul-Guided Cannons. Care for a taste? Having lingered in the bustling city of Douluo for too long, Su Xian found himself somewhat bored. It would be far more invigorating to venture out, perhaps to enjoy a honeymoon with Xue. Naturally, he also intended to teach a few individuals along the border a lesson, playing the role of a hero. Opposing the Empire? Without a doubt, I shall purge them all. Mercilessly. It was fortuitous that his Italian canon had yet to find an audience. They had conveniently come to him. No one shall escape the explosive soul-guided cannon. Moreover, there was another pressing reason for his eagerness. Upon entering the Grand Hall and learning that his great-uncle Xue intended to head to the border, Su Xian's initial instinct was that his great-uncle was in grave danger. 10 years hence, if his great-uncle, a Soul Douluo, had not made an appearance, it was highly likely he had met his demise. Given his age, it was improbable he would simply pass away of old age. Something untoward must have occurred during that decade. What if, hypothetically, he were to fall victim to the Wuhuan Hall this time? What would become of his beloved wife? Thus, in order to secure a harmonious future for their children, it was imperative for him, as a father, to eliminate any obstacles in their path. Returning to the estate with great enthusiasm, before Su Xian even made his appearance, a clamor had already erupted in the courtyard. Wife, prepare to pack your belongings. In a few days, we shall embark on a journey. Journey? Upon hearing this, Qianren eyelids flickered, disbelief etched across her features. Given the current circumstances, how could they dare to travel? Were they not afraid of being denounced? Suddenly struck by a thought, Qianren's expression sharpened as she approached, scrutinizing Su Xian with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Her demeanor shifted as her countenance grew serious, her gaze fixed on Su Xian, brimming with concern. Are you planning to go to Mo City? Indeed. The border concerns the lives of so many. I must go and see for myself. Su Xian affirmed with a nod. Noticing Qianren's anxiousness, he hastily attempted to reassure her. Fear not. Nothing will go awry. I forgot to mention. Your husband is quite formidable. This strength is not merely a display of prowess akin to a knight of 15 bouts. It is a true testament to his genuine capabilities. Typically, he remains understated, refraining from boasting about his abilities, yet the time has come for him to reveal his hand. There is no alternative. Wealth has endowed him with formidable power. Regardless of the multitude of tactics at your disposal, you remain merely a soul master, susceptible to being utterly overwhelmed. What will you do if you encounter a titled Douluo? Seeing Su Xian's confidence, Qianren mistakenly believed he had become arrogant and quickly admonished him. Don't be hasty. I shall present you with something for you to experience. Upon noticing the rosy hue on Qianren's delicate face, filled with restlessness, Su Xian gently patted the back of her hand and subsequently retrieved a card from his storage ring to present it to her. As she gazed at the card bearing merely the numeral 7, devoid of any other markings, Qianren was enveloped in confusion. What is this? She inquired. Su Xian's lips curled into a subtle smile. This is a cultivation repository, capable of allowing the user to unleash power equivalent to that of the creator. The 7 inscribed on this card signifies that you can possess the strength of a soul sage. However, since the soul rings and martial souls remain unaltered, the combat prowess may be slightly diminished. Very well. This is not merely a cultivation repository, it is a cultivation experience card, which can comprehensively elevate the user's soul power, physique, and mental acuity to a certain level. Yet, as Su Xian indicated, due to the unchanging nature of the soul rings and martial souls, even if one were to utilize the Soul Sage experience card, they would only be able to employ the 3 soul skills they currently possess, resulting in a potential drop in combat effectiveness. Additionally, there is a time constraint. Such a wondrous treasure exists? Upon hearing this, Qianren's pupils dilated in astonishment. As if a portal to a new world was gently unveiling before her, her worldview once again being reshaped. She had only heard of divine inheritances, never of the possibility of inheriting a soul master's cultivation. How many of these do you possess? With her gaze fixed intently on Su Xian, Qianren felt an overwhelming urge to grasp them, her bright eyes gradually tinged with crimson. If she were to directly inform him, given the quantities Su Xian typically produced, it would certainly amount to dozens. Could it be that there exist cultivation repositories for titled Douluos as well? A shiver ran down her spine at the thought, and she inwardly rejoiced that they were already married and fond of one another. Otherwise, had she been ruthless, she might not have even known how she met her demise. What are you up to now? Su Xian's expression tightened, suddenly feeling the tension of his pants loosening, as if his private stash of wealth was about to be forcibly surrendered. Didn't you say something about seizing from the rich and distributing to the poor? Qianren raised an eyebrow, gazing at Su Xian with innocent curiosity. Not what I meant. I intended for you to rob others, not me. Su Xian exclaimed in exasperation. How impoverished do you think I am? I have merely over 50 million gold coins. Is that truly worth robbing by someone as beautiful as you? It hardly seems so. By the way, how many of these do you actually have? Qianren wrapped her arms around Su Xian's, asking playfully, her gem-like eyes fixed on him with unbridled curiosity. The delightful sensation stirred a flurry of emotions within Su Xian, his cheeks flushing slightly as he awkwardly replied, Ahem, not many, just about 20. Do you have any at the title Douluo level? Qianren pressed, her lips curving in anticipation. Only 4. If I share 2 with you, would that suffice? Upon witnessing the sparkle in Qian Ringshu's eyes, having transformed into a devoted aficionado of treasures, Su Xian could not help but smirk. Instinctively, he pinched her tender, cherubic face and conceded with a sigh. Alas, he felt as though he had fallen into a trap. Indeed, the spirit hall had not sent Qian Ringshu to supplant him, but rather to ensnare him with her allure. Gradually, he would find himself ensnared in the throes of love, unable to extricate himself, ultimately depleting not only his wealth, but also his very essence, leading to his own demise. Subsequently, should Qian Ringshu become with child, their offspring would bear the spirit of an angel, thus ensuring the spirit hall a new heir, perpetuating its legacy. How terrifyingly ingenious! The very thought is chilling. With such appearances, such a spirit, and such a future, could Qian Ringshu truly seduce him? Does he not possess a modicum of self-awareness? The author, in jest, might well say, "You should keep that thought to yourself. You are far more perilous than I." Seeing Su Xian's selflessness, Qian Ringshu's face beamed with delight. However, she merely wished to gauge Su Xian's attitude and did not genuinely desire the card. After all, given her status, coupled with the defensive mask and formation previously bestowed upon her by Su Xian, her ability to safeguard herself was more than sufficient. Now, are you not at ease? Seeing the smug and delightful expression on Qian Ringshu's face, Su Xian was well aware that it was her feminine whims at play. He gently ruffled her small head and said in a mock-serious tone, "This time, I shall go too, correct?" Qian Ringshu nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "No, it is too perilous outside. It would be best for you to remain in Heaven-Do City," Su Xian asserted with utmost seriousness. "But didn't you just say we would go on an adventure together?" Qian Ringshu asked, her face a picture of bewilderment. "No, it is far too dangerous." "What if we encounter a tidal Douluo?" Su Xian pouted and shook his head vigorously. "Isn't it you who will protect me?" Qian Ringshu's expression faltered, and she instinctively blurted out her thoughts, but was suddenly filled with indignation midway through her sentence. "Oh, so you are bullying me again," she exclaimed, baring her teeth and pouting her little face, glaring at Su Xian with mock ferocity, realizing he was mimicking her speech. "I am not," Su Xian adamantly denied. "You are." "I absolutely am not." "You are." "I am not." "You are." "At this moment, I have no son." "You do." "Indeed, I do." Su Xian chuckled mischievously, glancing at Qian Ringshu's belly. Qian Ringshu responded with a shocked expression. "What? I seem to have fallen into your trap again." Chapter 91. I, Su Xian, come to collect a debt. In the imperial palace, upon hearing that Su Xian intended to venture to the borders, Ling turned pale with fright and rushed directly before the Snow Knight Emperor, unleashing a torrent of invective upon him. Observing the indignant expression on Ling's face, the Emperor of the Snowy Night appeared utterly aggrieved, his demeanor reflecting a profound sense of disillusionment. It was not he who had sent the young man forth. Why then was he subjected to such ire? Just moments ago, he had been humiliated in the grand hall by an elder and a youth, one being his own uncle and the other his son. Now, upon returning to the inner palace, he faced the queen's scorn. Oh, the burdens of an emperor are truly overwhelming. Wasn't Qinghe supposed to be studying at the Seven Treasures Glazed sect? How could he possibly venture to the borders of his own accord? Upon hearing the emperor's account, Ling regarded him with skepticism, her eyes piercing like daggers. "I am at a loss as well," the emperor lamented. As soon as he returned, he went directly to the palace hall, and his uncle permitted him to go. "What could I do? This is unacceptable. The borders are far too perilous at present. I must persuade him," Ling declared, her face etched with urgency and dread. As a mother, she could not afford to rest easy, and with that, she resolved to visit the residence of Lu Xian. "You must not." Upon witnessing Ling's impulsiveness, the Snowy Night Emperor promptly intervened. "Why?" Ling's countenance darkened, her gaze seemingly ablaze with fury. It was likely that this matter had already circulated among the other nobles. If she prevented him from going now, onlookers would perceive him as cowardly. What then would become of him? Yet I cannot stand by and watch him take unnecessary risks. "You are his father. Can you just watch idly?" Ling's expression remained obstinate as she exclaimed in anger. Understanding that Ling was merely swept away by her emotions, the Snowy Night Emperor spoke gently. "Rest assured, he is not being sent to the battlefield. He will merely observe from a distance, experiencing the harsh realities of war. Besides, with the Emperor's uncle by his side, there will be no issues, and Xiaomei will accompany him as well. You need not worry." Although he offered comfort, the Snowy Night Emperor harbored his own concerns. However, knowing that Su Xian possessed means of self-defense, such as the soul-guided cannon, gave him greater solace. As he considered various aspects of the situation, upon hearing his words, Ling calmed somewhat, contemplating her next steps before departing the inner palace to speak with her sister and Su Xian. Concurrently, Su Xian left his own residence. The journey to the border promised to be anything but tranquil. Without a top-tier fighter, how could he uphold his dignity? It was absurd to think he would need to intervene in a conflict involving a Soul-They or a title-They. As the illustrious crown prince of the Tiando Empire, he had no need to soil his hands in such matters. Thus, he resolved to entrust such tasks to capable subordinates. Dongguo Bo would be ideal. It would be a perfect opportunity to enhance his combat awareness. As the weakest title Douluo, he would surely take delight in battling alongside others of his kind. Returning to Dongguo Bo's residence, Su Xian approached the firmly shut door and, without hesitation, delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, the door flew open, shaking the very ground beneath him. Who dares to jeopardize their life by kicking down the Dongguo family's door? Immediately, the butler rushed out, brimming with indignation. However, upon recognizing Su Xian, the fury on his face dissipated at a remarkable pace. The butler then adorned a beaming smile, exuding warmth. Your Highness. What brings you here on this fine occasion? Is old poison present? Su Xian inquired directly. At the mention of that name, the butler's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely been turned into mincemeat. However, given that this was the crown prince and the master had instructed to accord him the highest respect, the butler pretended not to hear and maintained his cordial demeanor. The master is currently in seclusion. If your Highness has matters to discuss, I can relay your message immediately. Yes, go summon him and inform him I seek his presence. Nodding slightly, Su Xian entered without a hint of hesitation, treating the place as if it were his own abode. The situation was unavoidable. The Dongguo family was currently destitute, and as their principal creditor, he had to possess such an awareness. The steward promptly acknowledged him and hastened towards the inner courtyard, while Su Xian was escorted by the servants to the grand hall. Within the hall, Dongguo Wu was engaged in discussion with a middle-aged gentleman. Upon noticing Su Xian's arrival, he promptly rose to greet him. Unexpectedly, His Highness graces our humble abode. I apologize for my delayed reception. Please forgive me. Dongguo Wu's face was adorned with a broad smile, his eyes betraying a barely perceptible excitement. I have had the honor of meeting His Highness. The middle-aged gentleman in splendid attire quickly bowed, not daring to show any negligence. Su Xian smiled and nodded, then turned his gaze to the middle-aged man, realizing that the head of the Feng family was present as well. He had heard that the Feng family had produced a prodigy with innate full soul power, yet he had never had the fortune to meet him. Your Highness's concern is truly an honor for my son, Feng Wuyo hastily replied with a smile, pride evident in his eyes. Indeed, such a Qilin child. The head of the Feng family must invest considerable effort in his education. Gazing at Feng Wuyo's resolute and imposing visage, his sharp eyes exuding the ferocity of a wild beast, Su Xian smiled subtly, laden with profound meaning. Indeed, Feng Wuyo is none other than the father of Feng Xiao.They. Had it not been for Tang San, Feng Xiao.They would undoubtedly be a genius among geniuses. Although he may struggle against the Spirit Hall's forces, his future achievements would certainly be remarkable. With innate full soul power, a mutated martial spirit, and the creation of his own soul skills, he possesses immense potential. Unfortunately, to speak candidly, he is an unabashed sycophant, willing to serve as a mere tool for Huo Wu while shamelessly vying for her favor. Such an exceptional man is a rarity. Naturally, since the prince has matters to attend to, I shall take my leave, and I will visit the Dongguo family another day. Feng Wuyo nodded with a smile, and then exchanged a knowing glance with Dongguo Wu before departing with a courteous grin. Once Feng Wuyo's figure vanished, Dongguo Wu, filled with curiosity, inquired if the prince had any specific business during his visit. I am here to seek out the old poison. I shall elaborate once he arrives. Su Xian shook his head, genuinely intrigued by Feng Wuyo's visit, candidly stating, I wonder what the head of the Feng family seeks from you. Oh, it is nothing of great significance. He merely wishes for his son to apprentice under my father, the so-called Qilin child that the prince mentioned. Dongguo Wu replied with a hearty laugh, exhibiting no hidden agenda, as if to convey the sincerity of the Dongguo family. I see. Su Xian nodded in understanding. To be accepted as a disciple by a title Douluo is an unparalleled honor, and it would undoubtedly garner the support of a title Douluo. One must admit, Feng Wuyo harbors grand aspirations. Alas, in the original narrative, Dongguo Bo would not acquiesce. However, given the current financial struggles of the Dongguo family, The allure of external spirit bones might sway Dongguo Bo, influenced by the financial prowess of the Feng family. Hiss, should I charge a fee for my good deeds? Chapter 92. Old man, do you wish to exploit me? After a while, Dongguo Bo entered, his expression tinged with irritation, seemingly as aloof as ever. I plan to venture to the border. I am in need of an enforcer. Su Xian stated candidly. Upon hearing the term enforcer, Dongguo Bo's face twitched, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. How dare he suggest that I, a dignified titled Douluo, should serve as an enforcer? Do you believe I would cleave you in two? Aware of the 3 conditions he owed, Dongguo Bo suppressed his outrage and furrowed his brow, asking, what is your purpose at the border? He was currently in seclusion to purge poison and had no time to squander on other matters. Father, it is as follows. Noticing Dongguo Bo's ignorance of the border situation, Dongguo Wu hastily stepped forward, succinctly relaying the information to Dongguo Bo. Oh, so you have come seeking protection from this old man? Upon hearing this, Dongguo Bo raised an eyebrow, his expression revealing a sense of pride. He finally felt the superiority that came with being a titled Douluo. I can protect you, but that comes with a condition, he replied coldly, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Protect me? Su Xian was taken aback. Did I ever ask you to protect me? Really? You bask in a little sunlight and suddenly you shine. If I gave you a bonfire, would you try to eclipse the sun? Can't you just understand the role of a bodyguard? Or did your language arts teacher also teach physical education, leaving you incapable of distinguishing between a bodyguard and a thug? What do you mean by that? Seeing Su Xian's disdainful expression and peculiar gaze, Dongguo Bo's brow furrowed, his voice turning icy. Nothing much, just that you seem rather narcissistic, old poison. I specifically wanted you to be a thug, not a protector. Su Xian retorted sharply. Without allowing Dongguo Bo a moment to respond, Su Xian continued, a thug is someone who I direct to deal with those I find unpleasant. You should make them unrecognizable to their own mothers. As he spoke, Su Xian shook his head in disdain, his gaze filled with contempt. Though you may be the weakest among titled Douluos, unable to match the others, you are more than capable of teaching a soul master or soul sage a lesson. Rest assured, this time I am not asking you to simply stand by as decoration, but rather to engage in genuine combat. How does that feel? A sense of honor? Perhaps? With that, Su Xian blinked his large eyes, looking at Dongguo Bo with eager anticipation, as if seeking gratitude from him. Dongguo Bo, honor? I would feel more honored if I just took you down right now. What kind of attitude is this for someone who is seeking help? The weakest titled Douluo? Bullying soul masters and soul sages. Just the thought of it ignited Dongguo Bo's fury, his soul power boiling like magma. The pressure of a titled Douluo descending upon Su Xian like a whirlwind in an instant. Oh, so you want to fight? Upon noticing the commotion stirred by Dongguo Bo, Su Xian raised an eyebrow, a white mask suddenly materializing upon his face, which then radiated a brilliant light, effortlessly countering the oppressive soul power emanating from the titled Douluo. Perceiving the resistance, Dongguo Bo arched an eyebrow, casting a penetrating gaze at Su Xian's mask, and subsequently intensified his soul power. Initially, Dongguo Bo believed he could instill fear in Su Xian. However, as he amplified his soul power to its fullest extent, he discovered that his energy could not even graze Su Xian. What an extraordinary mask! With a sudden flash of insight, Dongguo Bo dissipated the pressure, his expression darkening as he scrutinized the mask adorning Su Xian's face. What is this object? Dongguo Bo inquired, puzzled. Oh, it merely serves as a barrier against the overwhelming force of a titled Douluo's soul power, Su Xian replied with a nonchalant shrug. His gaze icy as it fixed upon Dongguo Bo internally, he vowed that once he departed from Tiando City, he would ensure Dongguo Bo comprehended the harsh realities of life. This emergency-grade 9th-level defensive soul guide consisted of merely 5 pieces in his possession. Could Dongguo Bo afford the cost of damaging one? Alas, Xiao Bo, you truly are incorrigible. Noticing the malevolent glint in Su Xian's eyes, Dongguo Bo furrowed his brow, but dismissed it. After all, he was a dignified titled Douluo. How could he possibly fear a mere soul master? Having committed to the 3 conditions, he would not retract his words. He was determined to uncover who stood behind Su Xian. Cough, cough. With a calculated strategy forming in his mind, Dongguo Bo's fury remained unabated as he retorted. It is a profound humiliation for this esteemed titled Douluo to be reduced to a mere henchman. Proceed. Seeing Dongguo Bo attempting to put on an act, Su Xian calmly uttered 2 words, intrigued to discern what Dongguo Bo was contemplating. Therefore, I must firmly decline this matter. You should propose an alternative request. Observing Su Xian's nonchalance, Dongguo Bo's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed with righteous indignation. With a prolonged sigh, Su Xian refrained from further discourse and turned to leave. A mere enforcer, capable only of intimidating through superficial prowess, could manage to contend with Soul-Delà and Soul Sage at best. Should a title Douluo arrive, it would be a different story altogether. What pretense of invincibility is this? Pathetic. One ought to consider their own worth. If it weren't for the title Douluo insignia adorning you, which serves as a formidable frivolities, I would rather lead a pig into battle, relishing the opportunity for a feast. Is this truly your departure? Shouldn't you be beseeching me further? Upon witnessing Su Xian's abrupt departure, Dongguo Bo was left utterly bewildered. The unfolding events deviated entirely from his expectations. Initially, he had hoped that Su Xian would graciously utter a few kind words, allowing him to broach the subject of the external soul bones. Now, what on earth was happening? Hold on. As Su Xian was about to step out of the grand hall, Dongguo Bo, in a state of great inner turmoil, hastily called out to him, "You little rascal! You wish to play with me?" The corner of Su Xian's mouth lifted slightly as he slowly turned around. "Old poison master, it seems you have made a wise choice. Rest assured, when I act as your enforcer, you shall not find yourself at a disadvantage. Perhaps in the future, you may even be grateful to me, or even take pride in this matter." Su Xian spoke with utmost seriousness, provoking Dongguo Bo to the point where he wanted to strike him. How can it be that I, a dignified title Douluo, am reduced to acting as an enforcer without any benefit, and yet take pride in it? Good heavens! Have you ever spoken a single coherent word? If you wish for my agreement, you must also agree to sell me the external soul bone of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King. Dongguo Bo, weary of the roundabout conversation with Su Xian, made his intentions clear without further ado. Impossible. Su Xian immediately rejected the proposition, surprised to find Dongguo Bo scheming over the external soul bone. What kind of joke is this? You can't just say you'll sell it to you. Why not ask me to give it to you instead? Given the current financial state of the Dongguo family, what difference would it make if I simply gifted it to you? Their gazes locked, with Su Xian equally glaring at Dongguo Bo, refusing to back down. The Dongguo family was currently so impoverished that they could barely scrape together 100,000 gold coins. There was no way he would sell it for such a paltry sum. Humph. This old man just wants to take advantage without paying. Chapter 93. Good Brothers. Loyal and righteous. Do you take me for a fool? Upon hearing Su Xian's words, Dongguo Bo erupted in fury, immediately countering with a shout. What I mean is, at the auction, I am willing to offer the highest bid. At that time, you will hand it over to me. Do you understand? Do you think I, Dongguo Bo, am the kind of person who tricks others? If I want something, I take it directly. Why would I engage in such lowly, roundabout methods? Of course, this is contingent upon my ability to seize it. Ah, I see now. Rest assured, given the bond we share, I will certainly keep it for you. Upon hearing this, Su Xian's eyes sharpened, and he patted his chest in a show of camaraderie, responding with unwavering loyalty. Upon hearing Su Xian's affirmative response, Dongguo Bo raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of curiosity within. Nevertheless, it could be considered a fortuitous turn of events. With sufficient gold coins, he could indeed acquire the external soul bone, and Su Xian's assurance provided a commendable guarantee. Thus, regarding the matter you proposed, I, the old man, shall acquiesce. Although it stirred a sense of embarrassment, Dongguo Bo ultimately conceded. Acquiring the external soul bone would significantly enhance his prowess. It would be better to leave the title of the weakest title Douluo to that enchanting figure from the Chrysanthemum Pass. After delivering a brief remark, Dongguo Bo promptly turned and departed, seemingly disinclined to remain in the company of Su Xian, whose words were less than savory. Watching Dongguo Bo depart, Su Xian felt a sense of delight within. The highest bid was secured, wasn't it? I wonder if there were any shills at the auction. Oh, young Bo, you remain too inexperienced. He chuckled ominously. Yet, who should he enlist as a shill? Frowning, Su Xian left the Dongguo residence, lost in thought. Xue Qinghe's physique surely could not withstand Dongguo Bo's torment. A more formidable ally was essential. The legendary Guy Shilong would be an excellent choice, but alas, his financial resources are limited. How troublesome. Have you heard? Marquis Nalen has amassed troops and begun plotting rebellion, sighed one bystander. Indeed. Who could have anticipated such treachery from the once gallant Marquis Nalen, who devoted himself to the empire? Another lamented. I believe it stems from the Nalen family's issues. Although His Majesty has clarified everything, let us not dwell on it. We can only hope this turmoil does not escalate too severely, for it is we common folk who will suffer the most. I initially planned to venture into the Stardow forest, but it seems prudent to wait until the conflict concludes, he continued. Shh, keep your voices down. We do not wish to attract misfortune. Seated within the carriage, Su Xian overheard various discussions echoing through the streets. The palpable anxiety mingling with deep sighs of concern stirred a complex feeling within him. However, as his carriage rolled past, the street fell silent, the oppressive air thick with fear of the monarchy. This was surely the sentiment of Tiando City at this moment. Inside the carriage, Su Xian shook his head, reflecting on how he had only witnessed scenes of war in television and films. He never anticipated encountering such reality. Yet, his emotions now were starkly different. Previously, he admired the heroes portrayed in dramas, fleetingly acknowledging the sufferings of the common people. But now, a heavy weight pressed upon his heart. As a prince, he possessed the power to alter this grim reality. Thus, he chose not to shy away from his responsibilities. Brother, are you truly heading to the border? Just as Su Xian pondered, a fervent voice broke through his thoughts. Lifting the curtain, he saw Xue Qinghe in the opposite carriage, causing Su Xian's expression to darken. Given the gravity of the situation, how could his father allow him to remain free, frolicking about? Su Xian scolded. If not for your foolishness, would we have encountered such great trouble? Suddenly, Su Xian found himself regretting his decision to rescue this individual from prison. It would have been far better for him to remain incarcerated, thereby sparing others from harm and shielding innocent citizens from his potential misdeeds. Observing Su Xian's fury, Xue Qinghe's countenance also fell, his features contorted in distress as he refrained from retorting. Upon hearing the news of Nalin Tianqing's rebellion, he was utterly petrified, plagued by a profound sense of guilt. It was his momentary whim that had plunged countless souls into dire straits. A burden of sin so weighty it left him gasping for breath. Brother, if you venture to the border, might you take me along? I too yearn to join the journey, he implored, his gaze fixed earnestly upon Su Xian, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he beseeched. Observing the poignant sight of Xue Qinghe, Su Xian felt a twinge of emotion within. However, the battlefield is no child's play. While intentions may be noble, the borders cannot withstand any further upheaval. Do you seek to exacerbate the predicament you've already created? I insist that you remain in Tiando City. With a resolute heart, Su Xian delivered his admonition without reservation. It was already challenging to explain his presence at the border to Nangongling, and should he bring along an additional burden, any misfortune that might befall them would render his explanations even more convoluted. In summary, he was utterly determined not to allow Xue Qinghe to accompany him. Let us depart. In the midst of Xue Qinghe's despair and indignation, Su Xian commanded the driver to leave, disregarding Xue Qinghe's presence entirely. Just because you want to let me go, doesn't mean I want to go on my own. As Su Xian disdainfully departed, Xue Qinghe's gaze sharpened, and he inwardly seethed, exclaiming vehemently, before the troops march, provisions must be prepared. The mobilization of the army necessitated some time, hence the date of departure was set for 3 days hence. Lady Nangongling had also attempted to persuade him, but ultimately relented. After much negotiation and ensuring that Qianren would send a letter every 2 days, he felt somewhat reassured. The construction of the entertainment city was progressing fervently, yet at this juncture, Niu Gao sought him out, without any indirect approach. Niu Gao's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he stated plainly, Your Highness, I have heard that the entertainment city requires the creation of various attractions. I happen to have a good rapport with the Li family. Why not let them take a stab at it? The entertainment city had already yielded him substantial wealth, even garnering the envy of the old gorilla titan. There was no alternative. For those adept in construction, there were ample ways to save costs while ensuring superior quality. In a word, the profits within were considerable. Although Titan was a master craftsman, his situation in the heavenly dual city was far from the comfort of the Dragon Rising city, and his daily expenditures amounted to a staggering sum. Upon learning of Niu Gao's newfound fortune, Titan also wished to partake in the prosperity, as such a grand entertainment city required numerous creations. Securing this project would yield a remarkably lucrative return. Just the thought of Titan's envious and jealous demeanor brought a smile to Niu Gao's face, filling him with pride. Indeed, it was their construction prowess that made the Li family the most profitable. They should have been ranked first among the 4 clans from the very beginning. They could certainly come, as I have already designed the blueprints, complete with specifications. Regarding the Li family, Su Xian felt relatively at ease, as these creations were originally intended for them. However, let me make it clear, if upon my return from the Barak Kingdom, they have not completed the tasks, do not blame me for being unforgiving, Su Xian warned sternly. Rest assured, Your Highness, if they cannot deliver, The Li family is willing to provide triple compensation. Niu Gao assured, thumping his chest confidently. The Li family was extraordinarily capable, especially the old gorilla titan, who was remarkably impressive. This task was indeed a trivial matter for them. Well then, I shall draft a guarantee for him. No need for words, my good friend. There's no need for thanks. Titan grumbled. Thank you for your esteemed regard. I wonder if I should even express my thoughts on this matter. Chapter 94. The Dominant Speaker, Xuan. All matters that needed addressing had been meticulously arranged by Su Xian. By the time he returned, the entertainment city would likely be nearing completion, allowing for a seamless inauguration. Time passed leisurely. 3 days later, Emperor Xue personally saw off the Grand Army, which departed from the heavenly dual city in a magnificent procession, heading towards the Barak Kingdom to quell the rebellion. Xuan led the charge, with Su Xian acting as the military supervisor, comprising a total of 3 legions and a force of 150,000 troops. At the forefront stands the heavily armored infantry legion, followed closely by the light infantry, while the flanks are occupied by a mixed cavalry contingent comprised equally of heavy and light cavalry. Viewed from above, the army of 150,000 appears as a formidable steel beast, its gleaming armor and long spears, swords reflecting the sun's brilliance, akin to the bared fangs of a ferocious predator poised to rend its adversaries into oblivion. The sound of military horns echoes, deep and resonant, as dust billows from the rear, resembling a swirling tornado, within which countless tales of blood and steel lie buried in the golden sands. At the heart of the army resides the mobile central camp, its inflated command tent resembling a colossal tank. Su Xian, serving as the commanding officer, remained behind after absorbing Xue's tactical arrangements. Qinghe, how did this old fellow manage to bring you here? His gaze scrutinized Dongguo Bo, incredulity etched upon his features. Su Xian was well aware of Dongguo Bo's notoriously irritable temperament, as they were of similar age and had crossed swords on numerous occasions. The analogy of a foul and unyielding stone in a latrine aptly described him. Upon hearing Xue's teasing remarks, Dongguo Bo retorted sharply, Old man Xue, I did not come here for your sake, so what are you so proud about? Indeed, it is for my grandson's sake that you came. Feel free to revel in it, Xue encountered without hesitation, his demeanor unperturbed by Dongguo Bo's status as a titled Douluo. Curse it. Dongguo Bo's expression darkened, a tempest of fury brewing within him. Old man Xue, if you possess the courage, step outside and engage in battle. I shall make you search the ground for your teeth. If you have the ability, suppress your cultivation to that of a soul Douluo, and I shall teach you a lesson, Xuan replied, the corners of his mouth curling in a smirk, entirely unfazed. This verbal sparring was a spectacle, drawing the attention of Su Xian, who watched with great amusement. Typically, when encountering Xuan, one would see a sagacious and composed strategist. Should he don a halo, he would appear as an ethereal being destined for transcendence. It was only now that Su Xian realized that his great-uncle Xuan was equally adept in the art of repartee, holding his ground against the titled Douluo without faltering. Impressive, dear grandfather. Please continue. I am but an observer. Old man Xue, you truly lack shame. Dongguo Bo's face flushed with anger, his fists clenched tightly, his countenance rife with disdain. The thought that he was not a match for the old man, yet was being compelled to suppress his own cultivation, seemed utterly unjust. It was as if he believed that if he were to restrict his abilities, he could indeed best Xuan. Alas, he inadvertently spoke the truth. Under equal circumstances, Dongguo Bo was undeniably inferior to Xuan. The royal swan martial spirit bore purifying qualities, enabling it to counteract external detrimental effects. In a fair match, Dongguo Bo's poison would hold no sway. He simply could not defeat Xuan. Although the elder was advanced in years, he still possessed all his teeth. With a slight arch of her brows, Xuan wore a triumphant smile, revealing her teeth as she provocatively taunted. Dongguo Bo's complexion fluctuated between shades of purple and green. His teeth clenched tightly as he struggled to suppress the fury bubbling within. His gums were crimson with rage, his chest heaving as if on the verge of explosion, and his eyes, cold and indifferent like ice, fixed intently on Xue, and typically a man of few words. Dongguo Bo found himself utterly outmatched by the loquacious Xuan, rendered speechless and only able to glare at her with a burning desire to see this old rogue vanquished by his gaze. Grandfather, Senior Dongguo, perhaps it would be wise to temper your words. We are all friends here, and it is unnecessary to let matters escalate to such a degree. Observing the escalating tension between Xuan and Dongguo Bo, Xue Qinghe, seated nearby, could not suppress her urge to intervene, fearing that the two might truly come to blows. Considering your advanced age, I shall refrain from holding a grudge against you, Dongguo Bo declared, taking a deep breath before casting an angry glare at Xuan. With a swift flick of his sleeve, he exited the grand tent, leaving his destination shrouded in mystery. Upon witnessing the departure of Dongguo Bo, Xuan shook her head and withdrew her smile. Rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. Gazing at his granddaughter, Xuan responded with a smile. His expression seemingly relieved, and he appeared much more at ease. Although he and Dongguo Bo were in Tiando City, they had not seen each other for quite some time. The old friends cherished their bond, and their verbal sparring was merely a playful exchange, never escalating to genuine conflict. Observing Su Xian in a state of utter boredom, Xuan waved his hand at Xue Qinghe and said, "All right, you need not linger here with this old fool any longer. Go and meet your sister-in-law with Qinghe." Upon hearing this, Su Xian had no objections, and Xue Qinghe nodded with a smile, subsequently departing alongside Su Xian. Was it the case that cousin needed to oversee the battle soul arena? What prompted her to come along this time? Gazing at the elegant and graceful woman in imperial attire beside him, Su Xian was struck by her beauty and spoke with curiosity. Xue Qinghe, the granddaughter of Xuan and also Su Xian's cousin, was in her early 20s, radiating youth and vitality. Her skin was as fair as snow, her features exquisitely sculpted like a painting, and her posture was as graceful as a soaring phoenix and as flowing as a swimming dragon, captivating to behold. Every gesture exuded the refined elegance of royalty, delicate as water, with a serene smile that evoked the essence of a goddess from the Luo River. Staying home alone is not as pleasant as accompanying grandfather for a stroll, Xue Qinghe replied with a light laugh, a fleeting hint of sadness flickering in her eyes. She then deftly shifted the conversation back to Su Xian. What about you? With your talents and future, isn't it better to remain in Tiando City? Why wade into this murky water? Her gaze was as clear and luminous as a flawless pearl, fixed intently on Su Xian, revealing a trace of bewilderment. Aware of Xue Qinghe's circumstances, Su Xian, though cognizant of his misstep, refrained from offering comfort or apologies, wary of touching upon her wounds. As if unaffected, he replied, I merely feared that Xue might grow bored staying in Tiando City for too long, so I accompanied her on this outing. So you went to witness the battlefield carnage with her? Your sense of romance is indeed quite unique, not at all afraid of scaring her. Xue Qinghe teased with a smile, clearly skeptical of his reasoning. Come, let me take you to meet my wife. Do remember to remain calm and not envy her beauty. Su Xian said with a shrug, offering a serious reminder without further elaboration. Last time, wearing a mask, I couldn't see her clearly. Is she truly as beautiful as you claim? More beautiful than me? Xue Qinghe asked with genuine curiosity, seemingly unfazed by the comparison to Su Xian's looks, her expression remaining tranquil and elegant. If she weren't beautiful, would I take notice of her? Su Xian replied with a hint of pride. That may be true. It seems Xue should be more beautiful than I. After all, your taste is quite discerning, Xue Qinghe conceded with a nod, her demeanor serious. Dear cousin, can you not show a hint of emotion? I feel my sense of achievement is rather low. Chapter 95, Second Lieutenant, Italian Canon. Gazing at her unflappable cousin, Su Xian found himself at a loss for words. If he were to express his discontent regarding someone to another girl, it would surely provoke an explosive reaction. Unlike the calm demeanor exhibited by Xue Qinghe, her temperament was, indeed, remarkably serene, perhaps excessively so, leading her to his carriage. As Su Xian lifted the curtain and prepared to enter, unexpectedly, a pair of hands seized him and yanked him into the carriage. What are you doing, Xue? Su Xian exclaimed irritably. He nearly lost his balance, but fortunately, the interior of the carriage was lined with soft plush. Raising his head, ready to shower her with affection, Su Xian was met with a stunning sight that left him momentarily entranced. Before him stood Qianren, adorned in a resplendent suit of bright yellow armor. Her golden hair cascaded down her back, and her exquisitely ethereal features emerged from beneath the helmet, strikingly beautiful and otherworldly. Her delicate white hands gripped a long sword, which only accentuated her pure and untainted grace, rendering her a figure of sanctity beyond reproach. With an air of elegance, she embodied an unparalleled splendor that momentarily rendered Su Xian speechless. She was breathtaking, truly a vision of utmost beauty. Regrettably, the armor appeared somewhat oversized. Had it fit her form perfectly, it would have showcased her enchanting silhouette, undoubtedly making her a singular marvel in the world. Nevertheless, the armor itself was exquisitely crafted, adorned with intricate gold filigree and remarkable attention to detail. It was lightweight, elongated, yet exuded nobility and grandeur, with the helmet embellished with a magnificent diamond, undeniably luxurious. As she twirled her sword, Qianrenxue's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "What do you think of the armor I prepared for you?" At the sound of her voice, Su Xian snapped back to reality, but before he could respond, another voice chimed in. "Qinghe, are you all right?" Xue Qinghe entered the carriage with a look of concern, her gaze immediately falling upon Su Xian sprawled on the floor, prompting her to lean down and extend a hand. Worry etched upon her face. Upon noticing someone entering, Qianrenxue was taken aback, especially when she realized the newcomer was a stunning woman, which inexplicably stirred a sense of unease within her. "Ahem, I'm fine." Su Xian waved his hand dismissively as he stood up, while Xue Qinghe's gaze was also fixed upon Qianrenxue. Observing her in her military attire, exuding an air of grace and valor, Xue Qinghe appeared momentarily stunned, revealing a hint of surprise. Soon, her attention shifted to Qianrenxue's visage, and she found herself momentarily entranced. Despite being a woman herself, she could not help but feel a twinge of envy. No wonder Su Xian had expressed such sentiments earlier. With a light chuckle and a shake of her head, Xue Qinghe sincerely remarked, "It's no wonder that Qinghe was smitten at first sight. Now I truly understand. If I were a man, I'd likely succumb as well." "If you were a man and uttered such words, I would surely strike you down," Su Xian replied with a serious nod. At his words, Xue Qinghe could no longer contain her emotions and quickly covered her face, laughing lightly to maintain decorum, though a sense of envy lingered within her. Qianrenxue felt a sweet warmth in her heart, rendered somewhat flustered. However, recalling how Xue Qinghe had addressed her, Qianrenxue promptly bowed and curiously inquired, "Husband, who is this sister? I forgot to introduce her. This is my second grandfather's granddaughter, my cousin Xue Qinghe, who is also the head of the Battle Soul Arena." Su Xian quickly provided the introduction. "Ah, so she is your sister." Qianrenxue's pupils dilated, her expression brightening with surprise, allowing her previously anxious heart to relax. Xue Qinghe smiled and nodded, acknowledging Qianrenxue's status as a sister-in-law. However, upon observing Qianrenxue's attire, Xue Qinghe couldn't resist teasing, "Xue, are you dressed like this to take someone's place on the battlefield?" Hearing this, Qianrenxue's face flushed with embarrassment. Never expecting